Star Odyssey Chapter 1052 to Chapter 1102. Luwine looked at the base of the mountain, where Lu Phineas had appeared. Eh? What's he doing here? Kuwei was puzzled. Lu Phineas soon arrived and looked at Kuwei. So it's someone from the Seven Quartz Ku family. Sorry for not recognizing you. Kuwei waved a hand. Don't be so polite. What are you doing here? Do you still want to fight? Lu Phineas nodded. I do, but not with you. He then looked at Luwine. Alliance leader Lu, can you show me the difference between me and the 10 arbiters? Kuwei was shocked. Are you itching to challenge him? Lu Phineas shook his head. It's not a challenge. I just want to experience the difference between me and the 10 arbiters. In the future, I will definitely challenge them. Kuwei rolled his eyes. Challenging the 10 arbiters was easy for him to say, but even he did not dare to fight them head-on. Even the most powerful descendants of the Neoverse would not dare to underestimate the 10 arbiters, as they were all monsters. Luwine understood Lu Phineas's thoughts. Back then, he had also experienced the difference between him and the top 100 rankings through Wendy Yushan. For someone who aimed to become one of the 10 arbiters, it was normal for him to desire to know the difference. Have you thought it through? Knowing the difference between you and the 10 arbiters might give you more motivation to cultivate, but it might also make you despair. Lu Phineas's expression was solemn. Yes. Luwine nodded. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Phineas clenched his fists. Alliance leader Lu, please excuse me. Black flames filled the sky and surged towards Luwine. Kuwei stood by Lu Yin's side without moving. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Nightfall. Lu Phineas was shocked, and all he saw was darkness. The boundless spiritual force not only dispersed the black flames, but it also pressed down on him. It felt like the entire sky was collapsing. He had never experienced such a terrifying spiritual force before, not even against his family's elders. This was the spiritual force of the 10 arbiters. Kuwei looked at Lu Phineas with pity. Fighting against the 10 arbiters was simply asking for a beating. He had thought that Lu Phineas had been defeated. After all, not everyone could withstand the spiritual force pressure of the 10 arbiters. Furthermore, Luwine had even used Nightfall, a battle technique that could perfectly display the spiritual force. However, in the next moment, Phineas suddenly raised his head with blood at the corner of his mouth. A green light appeared in the darkness brought by Nightfall. It grew brighter and brighter, gradually illuminating the darkness. That green color was fire, and it ignited the darkness. It transformed into a flame, wind, sea, and sky that illuminated the darkness. This was the Azure Sky Flame, Phineas's innate skill. It was extremely hot, and it could burn one's essence, energy, and soul. This was a talent that could incinerate enemies with high temperatures, as well as burn their spirit. This was the innate skill that had shocked the entire Dark Phoenix clan, Green Heavenly Flames. Luwine was astonished, and his spiritual force dissipated as he looked at Phineas. Even Nightfall was unable to penetrate these flames. What a miraculous innate gift! Phineas panted heavily as he stared at Luwine. Logically speaking, his innate gift could restrain spiritual force, but Lu Yin's spiritual force was just too powerful. Furthermore, he also had a powerful battle technique like Nightfall, which even Phineas' innate gift could not restrain. Fortunately, he was still able to escape from Nightfall's suppression. Luwine sighed. It's no wonder why Elder Tanner and the others are so certain that you can challenge the 10 arbiters in the future. Your innate gift is truly powerful. Phineas felt bitter. Was it powerful? He thought so as well, but even with such a powerful innate gift, he could only protect himself from this person's attacks. Kuwei was astonished. Your innate gift is not bad, not bad at all. If the Day-Night clan finds out about this, you'll become their mortal enemy. The Day-Night clan specialized in spiritual force attacks, but Phineas's Azure Sky Flame was able to burn away spiritual force, so he was indeed their mortal enemy. Even Lu Yin's Nightfall had been burned away, which meant that only Night King Jinwu and Shui Day-Night's unparalleled battle techniques could deal with the Azure Sky Flame. Spiritual force is only one type of attack. Although it's powerful, it's not the only one. Otherwise, the Day-Night clan would have been invincible a long time ago. Next, try this. Luin raised a finger that was supported by 9-lined battle force. He flicked his finger, and with a bang, a gale tore through the void and bombarded Phineas's body. Phineas's azure sky flame was pierced through, and the gale sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, but he was caught by an elder from the Dark Phoenix clan. The elder was an enlighter, and the moment he caught Phineas, he was also forced back by the enormous force. It took him a great deal of effort to stabilize himself, and he stared at Luin in shock. Just a casual attack had contained such terrifying power, and it was definitely not weaker than an enlighter's strength. Phineas had already fainted, as his body could not withstand this attack at all. This was the strength of a 10 arbiters, and Phineas was still too weak in comparison. Kuwei gulped. Your Highness is mighty. Luin looked at Kuwei. Do you want to experience it? Kuwei's face paled. There's no need, Your Highness. I'm on your side. Luin turned to look into the distance. Perhaps there would come a day when Phineas could rely on his azure sky flame to challenge the top 3 of the top 100 rankings, but he would never be able to challenge the 10 arbiters. This was the difference between their levels. In the past, Luin had not been clear about this, but ever since the battle at the Innerverse General Appointment Platform and his revival using the arcane art of life and death, he finally understood that the 10 arbiters had undefeatable power. This was why they were called the 10 arbiters. Luin had defeated Lan Si and stepped into the 10 arbiters' realm. To Phineas and the others, he now possessed an undefeatable power. With a single finger, an opponent that Luin had once treated seriously had been defeated. Was he being serious? Luin admitted that he had not been. At the very least, the fates and within his body had not been transferred, which meant that he had not used its full strength. Otherwise, that attack would have killed Phineas, and that enlighter from the Dark Phoenix clan would not have been able to catch him. Luin did not stay on the Black Flame continent for long before he left with Kuwei. His next destination was Calm Orchid Planet. He wanted the people of the Sea King's Dome to support Lan Si in retaining his position as one of the 10 arbiters. That way, even if he had not become one of the 10 arbiters, he would still be able to influence them. Elsewhere, on a planet not far from Shenwu continent, the void distorted as a figure staggered out and looked around. Is this the space where Brother Lu is? I'm not an explorer yet, but I can fly through space. Is this the direction that Master pointed me in? The figure quickly headed in a certain direction. Within his collapsible spacecraft, Lu Yin's gadget beeped with a notification from the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's status as a member of the Hall of Honor's FTSE will be temporarily revoked until he is cleared of any suspicions of being a traitor. Luin was shocked and immediately tried to contact Master Yuan, but he could not reach him. The signal from Master Yuan's location was often unreachable. Helpless, Luin quickly changed directions and headed to the southern weave to look for Master Yuan. Kuwei was confused. Your Highness, you're not going to Calm Orchid Planet anymore? Lu Yin's face was gloomy. Kuwei tactfully did not say anything else. His status as a member of the Hall of Honor's FTSE had been revoked, which meant that he could no longer compete for the Star Tower in the Neoverse. This was a huge blow to him. Only the Hall of Honor's FTSE, the heirs of the Neoverse great factions, or the Sixth Mainland's invading kings could compete for the Star Tower. Aside from his identity as FTSE, he was nothing. Now that FTSE's identity had been stripped away, he had lost the right to compete for the Star Tower. He could not accept this no matter what. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at Master Yuan's location. He had Kuwei wait outside while he went in to look for Master Yuan. Master Yuan was puzzled. Your status as a member of the Hall of Honor has been revoked? Lu Yin replied, it's temporarily revoked until I'm cleared of any suspicions of being a traitor. Master Yuan nodded. Understood. I'll contact him. Lu Yin waited, feeling a little uneasy. His status as a member of the Hall of Honor had originated from Master Yuan, but now, even Master Yuan had not been aware of it. This meant that someone with a higher status had taken action. Could it be? Lu Yin's face paled. Had his theft of the blood-colored bell been exposed? That was impossible. If he had been exposed, then he would have been immediately killed by the Hall of Honor. The blood-colored bell represented the Interstellar Arbitration's head inquisitor, who was the most powerful person in the human domain. No one dared to ask about anything that involved such a person. Even Master Yuan would not ask the inquisitor why Lu Yin had a blood-colored bell. For now, as long as Lu Yin did not directly interact with the inquisitor, he would not be exposed. That meant that Knight King Zhenwu had taken action, and his influence was even greater than Master Yuan's? Lu Yin did not believe it. After a while, Master Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Knight King Zhenwu used 20 honor points to prove that you are a traitor of the 5th mainland and that you colluded with the 6th mainland to steal the commander's platform. This is a testimony that cost a large amount of honor points, and even I cannot erase it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. 20 honor points was a price that Knight King Zhenwu was willing to pay. He had worked hard to help the Outerverse survive several crises, participate in the border wars, and participate in the tournament of the strongest, but he had only earned 20 honor points. Where had Knight King Zhenwu gotten 20 honor points from? Lu Yin voiced his doubts. Master Yuan answered, he exposed someone called Xianxia, who betrayed the human domain, and he received 10 honor points in one go. Lu Yin understood. So Xianxia had been exposed by Master Yuan. It was no wonder why he had received 20 honor points. 7th bro, that bastard Knight King Zhenwu is too despicable. Think about it, he can accept the Star Tower inheritance on his own, and once he succeeds, he'll become one of the 5 astral children. Honor points are useless to him, so he generously used honor points to prove his words. Even if he can't label you as a traitor, he can still make you lose the right to compete for one of the 5 astral children. He's too despicable. Lu Yin frowned. Master Yuan, will the Hall of Honor punish him because of his testimony? Before he could finish, Master Yuan interrupted him. Don't worry, they won't. No matter what, evidence is required. Besides, you are my disciple, so even if the Hall of Honor favors you, it will still favor you. However, there are quite a few people within the Hall of Honor who are speaking up for Knight King Zhenwu, so even I cannot immediately reinstate your status as a disciple of the Hall of Honor. Does that mean that I can't compete for one of the 5 astral children? Lu Yin asked. Master Yuan sighed. Unless you immediately prove your innocence, or if Knight King Zhenwu withdraws his charges. Lu Yin sighed. I understand. Master Yuan nodded and earnestly said, as long as you haven't done anything wrong, no one can accuse you unjustly. Besides, the 5 astral children are not invincible. Lu Yin respectfully replied, yes, thank you, Master Yuan. To be able to become one of the 10 arbiters, Knight King Zhenwu's courage, methods, temperament, and strength were all extraordinary. He had used useless honor points to sever Lu Yin's future, and he had taken the initiative. No, it was more accurate to say that he had been the one to take the initiative since Shude Knight was in his hands. Everything he had done was too dark. Lu Yin couldn't help but think back to Elena Garrett's diary that he had obtained when he had rolled point. The diary had been filled with grief, regret, despair, and an indescribable deathly stillness. His hopes had turned into despair, and that was how Elena Garrett's diary had made him feel. Shude Knight was also experiencing this feeling. 2 months later, her experience would be even more profound, to the point where words could not describe it. What did a person have to go through to do such a thing? If the Neo-Human Alliance represented the ultimate darkness, then Knight King Zhenwu represented the ultimate darkness of human nature. Knight King Zhenwu had already made his move, and Lu Yin had no choice but to respond. He immediately contacted Knight King Yuanjing. The Knight King bloodline had sent people to assassinate him, but these people had clearly not been sent by Knight King Zhenwu. Even with Knight King Zhenwu's ability, he could not have sent out powerhouses with power levels above 400,000. This meant that while the upper echelons of the Knight King bloodline valued Knight King Zhenwu, they might not necessarily follow his wishes. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Knight King bloodline, the importance of the inheritance stone was self-evident. Knight King Yuanjing's image appeared, and he beamed at Lu Yin. Little Yin, are you looking for Grandpa Yuanjing? Lu Yin felt a wave of disgust when he saw Knight King Yuanjing smile. Both sides had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so there was no need for him to pretend. He calmly asked, does the Knight King bloodline know what Knight King Zhenwu did? Knight King Yuanjing replied, Are you talking about how he accused you of being a traitor to the Fifth Mainland and used honor points as a guarantee? Lu Yin nodded. Night King Yuanjing was helpless. That's a matter between the two of you, and we can't interfere. Young people are too impulsive. Lu Yin smiled and took out the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone from his cosmic ring. Does the Night King bloodline still need this? Night King Yuanjing's eyes blazed as he stared at Lu Yin. It really is in your hands. Then, when will you return it? Lu Yin casually tossed the stone up and down. As long as Night King Zhenwu withdraws his accusation, the inheritance stone can be returned. Night King Yuanjing's eyes were filled with disdain. Zhenwu has his own ideas, and we can't force him. However, I can help you ask around. Lu Yin's the Night bloodline. Night King Yuanjing ended the call. Seventh bro, that old fellow is still playing hard to get. Who is he trying to fool? The ghost monkey said angrily. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he waited. After a while, Night King Yuanjing's image appeared once more, and he looked at Lu Yin with a vexed expression. Little Yin, isn't the misunderstanding between you and Zhenwu too great? If you have any conditions, just state them. Night King Yuanjing sighed. Zhenwu wants you to apologize to the Day-Night clan in front of the entire universe and also to destroy the battle technique you learned from the inheritance stone. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Cripple myself? How can I cripple myself? Night King Yuanjing replied, I've completely overdrawn my spiritual force and will never be able to recover. Lu Yin's lips curled up into a smile. Night King Yuanjing shook his head. I know that this condition is too much, but my Day-Night clan never imparts battle techniques to outsiders. Since you've learned them, then it's only natural that they be destroyed. Lu Yin met Night King Yuanjing's gaze and calmly said, I, Lu Yin, have unified the Outerverse. Even if I can't become one of the 5 astral children, my position in the Hall of Honor is not bad. Tell Night King Zhenwu that I have ways to prevent the Day-Night clan's inheritance stone from ever returning to the Day-Night clan. Night King Yuanjing's expression changed, and he sternly said, Little Yin, you're threatening my Day-Night clan. Lu Yin raised his head. Yes, it's not just a threat. As long as I'm still the commander-in-chief of the Outerverse Allied Forces, the Day-Night clan will never be able to enter the Outerverse, and the Outerverse resources will not flow to the Day-Night flow zone. To your Day-Night clan, the Outerverse no longer exists. Night King Yuanjing's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he stared at Lu Yin for a while before softening his tone. How about this, you personally come to the Day-Night clan to return the inheritance stone, and I'll think of a way to get Zhenwu to withdraw his charges against you. How about that? Lu Yin's expression softened, but he still did not agree. Night King Yuanjing frowned. You can keep the battle technique you learned, but you are not allowed to teach it to anyone else. You have to swear this to the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment. I have to personally go to the Day-Night clan to return the inheritance stone? Night King Yuanjing nodded. That's our bottom line. We want to let the entire universe know that anyone who takes something from us will have to personally return it. Of course, we also know that your current status is different, so there's no need for you to apologize. We can even use the Day-Night banquet as an excuse to invite you over. Lu Yin looked at Night King Yuanjing seriously and slowly nodded. All right, I'll go. Night King Yuanjing smiled. That's right. My Day-Night clan stands aloof from worldly affairs, and we don't have any great enmity with you. There's no need to make things too tense. I'll think of a way to get Zhenwu to withdraw his charges against you, but that will have to wait until after the Day-Night banquet. Understood. I'll have to trouble Senior Yuanjing, Lu Yin said. Night King Yuanjing smiled and nodded before ending the call. Seventh bro, do you really believe that old man's words? Ghost Monkey asked. Lu Yin calmly replied, of course not. He wants to lure me to the Day-Night clan so that Night King Zhenwu can kill me. Then why are you still going? Ghost Monkey raised his voice, as he was afraid of dying. Lu Yin felt helpless, as he had no choice but to go. Not only had Night King Zhenwu's charges caused him to lose the right to compete for the Star Tower, but it was also because of Zhuo Day-Night. During this period of time, Lu Yin had dreamed of Zhuo Day-Night staying behind to face Night King Zhenwu. That lonely, desolate, and despairing figure was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. How could he allow that woman to bear everything on her own? Besides, he had also wanted to go to the Day-Night clan. If he didn't go, how could he fight Night King Zhenwu and kill him? Both of them had the same idea, and it all depended on how they acted. Together with Ku Wei, the two of them headed to Calm Orchid Planet. Ku Wei was curious as to what had happened to make Lu Yin's expression so terrifying. Ku Wei asked a few times but still couldn't get an answer, and he felt rather helpless. Ku Wei, what do you think of the Day-Night clan? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ku Wei thought about it. What else can I think of them? They're an arrogant but powerless Innerverse clan. The Day-Night clan has always been trying to find a way to enter the Neoverse, but they just haven't been able to. Why? Lu Yin was puzzled, as he didn't believe that all the powers in the Neoverse could surpass the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan is tyrannical and unreasonable. What would happen if such people entered the Neoverse? Ku Wei asked disdainfully. Lu Yin asked, how strong is the Day-Night clan? Ku Wei's mouth twitched. Their attitude is one thing, but I have to admit that this clan is quite strong. Even if any of the 7 courts wanted to destroy the Day-Night clan, it would not be easy. In fact, it would be very difficult. Although this clan has never produced a progenitor, and they don't have any inherited secret techniques, they have too many battle techniques. Furthermore, they constantly produce extremely talented clan members. He paused. It's said that this Day-Night clan's ancient origins are not simple, but that's only hearsay. I don't know the details. Ancient origins? Lu Yin was puzzled. Ku Wei nodded. When I was young, I heard the elders mention that the Day-Night clan is just a branch of some ancient super clan. No, that's not right. It seems to be a branch of some ancient super clan. Wait, let me think. Why can't I remember? Lu Yin asked, forget about the ancient times. Does the current Day-Night clan have any powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000? Ku Wei shook his head. I'm not sure. You should ask Master Yuan and the others. They know. Lu Yin continued, have you heard of the Third Night King? Ku Wei was shocked. The Third Night King? That's a ruthless person. He killed his way into the astral beast domain alone, and he was the one who made the Day-Night clan so tyrannical. He's definitely a ruthless person. Why is your highness suddenly mentioning him? Lu Yin frowned. The Third Night King was still alive. In the past, he had used this information to tantalize the Day-Night clan and had obtained many benefits. He had even avoided being schemed against by Night Queen Yanqing and Night King Zhenwu. He had once thought that this was a good thing, but now, becoming enemies with the Day-Night clan was a huge hurdle. Although it was basically impossible for the Third Night King to escape from the Great Realm of Void, who could say for sure? The Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Astral Beast domain might affect the Great Realm of Void. While Lu Yin was lost in his thoughts, the two soon arrived at Anlan Planet. When Lu Yin and Ku Wei arrived, everyone in the Sea King's dome knew about it. Elder Tong was the one who welcomed the two. As one of the 4 great elders of the Sea King's Dome and the military advisor of the Sea King's Dome, Elder Tong personally came out to greet Lu Yin, which was a great show of respect. After some pleasantries, Lu Yin went straight to the point. Elder Tong, I'm here for no other reason than to ask the Sea King's Dome to support Lan Si and retain his authority in the 10 Arbiters Council. Lan Si had lost to Lu Yin, and although he would not lose his position as one of the 10 arbiters, his background had been destroyed due to the Kangming continent's calamity. Even if he was still one of the 10 arbiters, his influence and authority would not be as great as before. Thus, Lu Yin needed to find another powerful supporter. The Sea King's Dome was the most suitable candidate. Although the Sea King's fate was unknown, with Elder He, an envoy-level powerhouse, and the Sea King's Dome's influence in the Starfall Sea, it was enough to rival the Kangming continent. Elder Tong was puzzled. Why is Alliance Master Lu running around for Lan Si? Could it be that you have other conditions for this battle? Lu Yin nodded. I made an agreement with him. If he wins, the Hall of Honor's position will be his, and if I win, the Lan family will support me unconditionally. Elder Tong understood. No wonder the Lan family moved to the Frostwave Weave. Speaking of which, I must congratulate Alliance Master Lu for defeating Lan Si. From now on, you will truly be one of the top powerhouses of the universe's younger generation. Luing modestly replied, I can't say that I'm at the top. Elder Tong, you flatter me. I wonder if Elder Tong can agree to this junior's request. Elder Tong helplessly replied, I'm sorry, Alliance Master Lu. We are not in the mood to care about anything else right now. We need to think of a way to find the Sea King. From the moment Luing had stepped onto Anlin Planet and met Elder Tong, he had confirmed that the Sea King was still alive. Otherwise, these people from the Sea King's dome would not have such expressions. He had not seen Hai Dashao on Anlin Planet. Hai Feng, Hai Chi-Chi, and the Elder's rune lines indicated that they had all gone out to think of a way. Elder Tong, are you sure that Senior Sea King is still alive? Elder Tong nodded and said excitedly, during the battle in the Starry Sky Graveyard, we sensed that the Sea King was still alive, but we were not sure where he was. Can the Sea King's power still be connected? Elder Tong shook his head. Luing thought about it. Elder, have you ever considered that Senior Sea King might not be in the Fifth Mainland? Elder Tong's fingers trembled, but his expression did not change much. Obviously, they had thought of this possibility, and the possibility was very high. Back then, the Sea King had stayed behind with Dao Master Lan and Tian Yanzi to fight against Madame Red so that they could escape. Even if they hadn't died, they might have been taken to the Sixth Mainland along with the Sixth Mainland's retreat. If he went to the Sixth Mainland, he would never be able to return. Elder Tong was silent. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder, there's no need to despair. Even if Senior Sea King was taken to the Sixth Mainland, there's still hope for him to return. If the Sixth Mainland can attack our Fifth Mainland, then we can naturally retaliate against the Sixth Mainland. When I left the Sea King's dome with Chi-Chi, Elder Ren said that he hoped that one day, he would be able to go against the current. That day is definitely not far away. Elder Tong's eyes lit up, and he was abnormally passionate. That's right. One day, we will go against the current, not just to find the Sea King, but also for the Fifth Mainland. Before that, I'll do my best to help search for Senior Sea King's tracks, Luing said. Elder Tong stared at Luing with a serious expression. Search? How are you going to search? If he didn't answer this question properly, then everything that he had said before would just be a bluff. He had wanted to trick the Sea King's dome into supporting Lan Si. If that happened, then his impression of the Sea King's dome would be very poor. The reason why Luing could meet people from the Sea King's dome whenever he wanted was because of his status as the Sea King's son-in-law. This status had never disappeared, and many people from the Sea King's dome treated him as one of their own. If Luing had duped the Sea King's dome into supporting Lan Si, then his relationship with the Sea King's dome would deteriorate. Fortunately, Luing wasn't lying. Elder, have you heard of the Daosaur sect? Luing asked confidently. Elder Tong's eyes lit up. The ancient Daosaur sect? What do you mean, Alliance Master Lu? Luing replied, since Elder has heard of the Daosaur sect, then you should have heard of futons as well. This junior just so happens to have a futon that allows me to see those people from the Sixth Mainland at any time. Elder Tong was surprised. You have a futon? Where did it come from? Only the 10 arbiters have them. Luing smiled and took out his futon. Elder Tong was shocked. The moment the futon was taken out, he knew it was real. This strange feeling could not be wrong. Junior can enter the Daosaur sect's ruins and search for the people from the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa. I'll think of a way to find out about Senior Sea King's whereabouts. I believe that Senior Sea King should have been taken away by the Galloping Horse Mountain Villa, Luing said. Elder Tong was moved and bowed deeply to Luing. Luing hurriedly helped him up. Elder, what are you doing? I can't accept this. Alliance Master Lu, you don't understand how important the Sea King is to us. Even though he's our master and we're his servants, our relationship is closer than that of brothers. We're willing to do anything for the Sea King, and we'll never be able to repay Alliance Master Lu's great kindness and benevolence. Lu Yin's heart trembled, this was brotherly love. He didn't know why, but at that moment, a young child's voice appeared in his mind. Let's become sworn brothers. From now on, we'll be the 7 greats, and we'll live and die together. Third bro, you're the youngest. From now on, you'll be 7th bro. Come, greet your brothers and sisters. Hello, eldest bro, 2nd bro, 3rd bro, 4th bro, 5th bro, 6th bro, be good, little 7. If anyone bullies you in the future, we'll stand up for you. We'll call you little 7 from now on. Go, little 7. Don't worry, we won't die. We'll meet again one day. Go. Luin suddenly clutched his chest and took a few steps back. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with tears. His entire body trembled uncontrollably as he endured an indescribable pain. This pain was not an injury, but rather heartache. It was so painful that it was difficult to breathe. Elder Tong hurried forward and placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder, asking curiously, "Alliance Master Lu, what's wrong?" Lu Yin panted heavily as tears fell from his eyes. Why? Why was he in so much pain? Why did he want to cry? Elder Tong looked at Lu Yin strangely and circulated his star energy, only to discover that Lu Yin was not injured. Lu Yin took a deep breath and waved a hand. It's nothing. I'm just tired. Elder Tong did not understand, but he did not ask further. Lu Yin calmed down and organized his thoughts. He then looked at Elder Tong. Elder, this junior will think of a way to obtain Senior Sea King's whereabouts from the Galloping Horse Villa's disciples. Elder Tong nodded. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. As for Lan Si, the Sea King's dome will fully support him. After all, he can be considered a representative of the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you, Elder. After dealing with Lan Si, Lu Yin planned to leave. Ku Wei had been waiting in the collapsible spacecraft the entire time. The people of the Sea King's dome did not have a good impression of those from the Neoverse, and Ku Wei was from the Seven Courts. Lu Yin was about to board the spacecraft when Elder Tong called out to him with a solemn expression. Alliance Master Lu, have you been temporarily stripped of your status as Feng Zi by the Hall of Honor? How does Elder know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Elder Tong replied, My Sea King's dome has a good relationship with one of the presiding judges, Virtuous Brightness. He knows that you are my Sea King's dome's prospective son-in-law, so he specifically told me about it. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. Night King Zhenwu used 20 honor points to swear that what he said was true. The Hall of Honor will investigate me, and they'll strip me of all my honor points during the investigation. You can't even participate in the Star Tower contest? Elder Tong's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin nodded. Elder Tong snorted. Night King Zhenwu, this junior's methods are quite ruthless and decisive. He then looked at Lu Yin. With Master Yuan's support, Alliance Master Lu shouldn't be at a disadvantage in the Hall of Honor. However, I will also ask for Virtuous Brightness's help. After all, one of the Day-Night clan's supporters is Mu of Despair. Mu of Despair. Lu Yin committed this name to memory. As Night King Zhenwu and Lu Yin fought, chaos gradually appeared in the universe. Night King Zhenwu represented the Day-Night clan, and he had extensive influence in the Innerverse. Although Lu Yin did not have a foundation in the Innerverse, he was from the Astral Combat Academy. Although the Astral Combat Academy competed with each other, they were united in protecting Lu Yin. There were also many students who had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, and some of them were from large clans. However, a significant portion of them had no background like Lu Yin. These people sympathized with Lu Yin's situation, and they all helped him in various ways. It could be said that the Day-Night clan had been too ruthless in their handling of Lu Yin's situation, which had aroused the disgust of many people. They also had their own enemies, and in many regions of the Innerverse, there were conflicts between the supporters of both sides. Furthermore, these conflicts would only intensify as time passed. These were the conflicts between normal cultivators, but the upper echelons also had their own conflicts. There had been many debates within the Hall of Honor regarding the rights and wrongs of these two individuals. Within the Interstellar Arbitration Center, Mu of Despair and Virtuous Brightness's arguments had begun. One of them claimed that Lu Yin was definitely a traitor, and that they would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. The other claimed that Lu Yin had made great contributions to the Fifth Mainland, and that there was no way to easily trust the words of others. The two inquisitors were arguing, which naturally affected the people below them. This was just the Interstellar Arbitration Center. The Hall of Honor had 9 directors, and each of them had the authority to make decisions regarding a significant portion of the Hall of Honor's matters. Although their positions could not be compared to the Interstellar Arbitration Center's inquisitors or the Lockbreaker Society's president, they still had more authority over many matters. Whether or not Luin was a traitor of the Fifth Mainland also caused a debate amongst the 9 directors. One of the 9 directors was from the Day-Night clan, and his attitude towards Luin was the same as Mu of Despair's. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. The other directors had received favors from Master Yuan, and they supported Luin wholeheartedly. Although Master Yuan was far away from the Hall of Honor's headquarters, his influence was still great. Although he could not erase Knight King Jinwu's accusation, he could still ensure that Luin would not be labeled as a traitor for no reason. In the Outerverse, Luin and Ku Wei were returning to Xinyu Star when his gadget beeped. He glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. Someone in the Lockbreaker Society had actually suggested that he be expelled. The reason was not only that he might be a traitor of the Fifth Mainland, but also that his primeval surname was legal. Primeval surnames were a topic that could not be avoided. Back then, Wei Rong had used the primeval surnames as an offensive weapon outside of the battlefield. If Luin did not have the blood-colored bell, which could allow the Hall of Honor to intervene, the outcome of the war would have been difficult to predict. The entire universe viewed illegal primeval surnames as an enemy. Back when Wei Rong had revealed Lu Yin's identity, it had been suppressed by the Outerverse Hall of Honor. Now, the people who had raised suspicions about him were the upper echelons of the Lockbreaker Society, and he had no way of influencing the Lockbreaker Society's internal affairs. It was Master Wuxing who had told him about this matter. Master Wuxing wanted Luin to find a way to prove the legitimacy of his primeval surnames. Earth was not his birthplace, and that was no longer enough to cover up this matter. Also, there were people who suggested that the events that had occurred in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society had been orchestrated by Luin and that Source Peak Planet's collapse had something to do with him. There were even people who suggested that he might be someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. Luin felt a headache coming on when he saw the message from Master Wuxing. He had not expected that his biggest problem would actually be the Lockbreaker Society. He absolutely could not withdraw from this organization, and even if he did, he could not use the excuse that his primeval surnames were illegal. Otherwise, it would not just be the Lockbreaker Society that would cause trouble for him, but also the Hall of Honor, as well as a number of people in the universe who hated the primeval surnames. Luin contacted Wang Wen, who replied, "I guessed it long ago. Dealing with the Day-Night clan is not as simple as dealing with the Wei family or the Outerverse Weaves. They will use all of their resources to take revenge on you. Ruining your reputation is just the first step. Is there a way to resolve this?" Luin asked. Wang Wen shook his head. "I don't have a solution, but based on what you told me, the person behind you should have a solution." Luin was puzzled. "Who?" Wang Wen's lips curled up. "Who else is behind you?" "Leon's Great War." Luin frowned. "They don't have the ability to affect the Hall of Honor or the Lockbreaker Society. The problem isn't affecting those two places, but rather the legality of your primeval surname. Since you're from Leon's Armada, let them think of a way to help you. It'll be difficult. I went to Earth because of the legality of the primeval surnames. Your group left Leon's Armada, or else you wouldn't have gone to Earth. Chess piece bro, don't underestimate pirates. Their methods are different from normal people's." Luin ended the call with Wang Wen and immediately contacted Uncle Ruben and the others. They had contacted each other once before, so they were no longer worried about being eavesdropped on. Furthermore, Leon's Armada had supported Luin when he was in trouble, and anyone with a discerning eye knew that he had a close relationship with them. Luin told Uncle Ruben about the situation, and Uncle Ruben immediately ended the call, leaving only 2 words, "Wait." About 2 hours later, Luin received a message from Master Wuxing informing him that the primeval surname issue had been resolved. Lu Yin's eyes widened. "So efficient?" Luin asked Master Wuxing how the issue had been resolved, but Master Wuxing did not know either. He only knew that the Hall of Honor had notified him that Lu Yin's primeval surname was legal. Luin was speechless. This was too fast, and they had even used the Hall of Honor's methods. Was Leon's Armada really that influential? "Uncle Ruben, can you influence the Hall of Honor?" Luin asked. Uncle Ruben's hoarse voice came from the other end of the call. "We can't influence them. Then how do you prove the legality of my primeval surname? Luine was puzzled. Uncle Reuben replied, if it's true, then it's true. No one can lie about it. Your primeval surname has always been legal, and no one can wrong you. Luine was speechless. Uncle Reuben had not wronged him, and his surname was indeed illegal. Why did these words sound so strange coming from a pirate's mouth? Still, it was very satisfying. Uncle, Knight King Jinwu wrongly accused me of betraying the Fifth Mainland and had the Hall of Honor strip me of my identity. I can't participate in the contest for the Star Tower anymore. Is there any way to resolve this? Luine asked expectantly. Uncle Reuben's answer was straightforward. If there was, then we would have done it long ago. Don't you have connections within the hall? Luine was puzzled. Uncle Reuben was helpless. We don't have as many connections as you do. You might be able to get Master Yuan to step in, but we can't reach that high. Then how are we going to resolve the issue of the primeval surnames being legal? Yes, it's true. With that, Uncle Reuben hung up. Luine stared at his gadget in silence. That was it? Kuwei had been watching from the side, and Luine did not avoid him. Kuwei finally understood that Luine had been attacked by public opinion, and he was eager to try. Your Highness, do you want me to contact my family to help you? Luine was startled. Don't cause trouble. If the Ku family helped Luine, then it would be more of a hindrance than a help, as there was a considerable number of people in the Hall of Honor who would directly support Knight King Jinwu. Kuwei's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything else. Now that the matter of the primeval surnames had been resolved, the most important matter for Luine was the collapse of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. This was something that Wei Rong had done in the past. He had wanted to use this as a starting point to deal with the colossi in the Innerverse and even the Neoverse. He wanted to start a new era. To be honest, although Luine admired his courage and methods, he did not agree with his methods. Although Wei Rong was intelligent and very good at scheming, he had one major limitation, which was his foresight. He had believed that by collapsing the Lockbreaker Society, the Outerverse would be able to deal with the colossi like the Mavis Bank and Aurora Corporation. However, he had not known how terrifying these colossi were, and he had also neglected the Hall of Honor. This was a situation that Luine had overlooked when the Innerverse and Outerverse had first been separated. Regardless of whether it was the Mavis Bank, Aurora Corporation, Shamrock Enterprises, or others, they all had old monsters with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. The Lockbreaker Society also had one, and it was President Jeffrey. Coincidentally, Jeffrey had gone to the Innerverse. Otherwise, no matter how many schemes Wei Rong had, he would have reaped the consequences of his own actions. Source Peak Planet's collapse had been a complete accident, and it had not only been due to Wei Rong's efforts, but also the Rookie Alliance's interference. Of course, Luine had his own reasons as well. Now that the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters were investigating this matter and placing all the blame on Luine, it would be very difficult for Luine to push this matter away. Actually, as long as he handed Wei Rong over, he would be able to push the matter of Source Peak Planet aside. However, if he did that, who would be willing to follow him in the future? Luine had originally wanted Saul to resolve this matter and take responsibility for it, but now that the Day-Night clan's higher-ups in the Lockbreaker Society had dug up this matter, it was quite troublesome. The planet rapidly retreated, and the spacecraft headed towards Xinyu Star. Luine muttered to himself. Master Wuxing had spoken up for him within the Lockbreaker Society, so his responsibility should be very small. Furthermore, he had specifically brought the Lockbreakers to Frostwave Weave, so it was reasonable to say that he had done some meritorious service. It all depended on how the higher-ups within the Lockbreaker Society viewed this matter. But how should he deal with the matter of Wei Rong? The Lockbreaker Society definitely had the ability to investigate this matter. Lu Yin's guess was not wrong. Ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been connected, the Lockbreaker Society had been investigating the matter of Source Peak Planet, but it was not as serious as he had thought. Only Phelan, Saul, Luine, and the leaders of the various organizations who had participated in the attack on Source Peak Planet knew the truth. The leaders of these organizations were not stupid, and they would not reveal this information to others. Phelan was even more so. She had been eager to remain hidden from the beginning to the end, and the only person who could possibly reveal the truth was Saul. However, Saul had not reported this matter to the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. His own hands were not clean, and he had always been thinking of ways to shirk responsibility. Once these matters were exposed, not to mention Luin, Wei Rong, and Phelan's fates, Saul himself would be in deep trouble. Saul was an old fox who had been around for many years, and he was considered one of the most shrewd lockbreakers. The moment the innerverse and outerverse signals had been connected, he had taken the initiative to report the matter and pushed all the blame onto the Neo-Human Alliance. Regardless of whether it was the collapse of Source Peak Planet, the destruction of Jeffrey's secret room, or the theft of True Insight, he had placed all the blame on the Neo-Human Alliance. It had to be said that Saul was very smart. After the battle on Source Peak Planet, the Neo-Human Alliance had indeed produced experts, and Jeffrey's secret room had indeed been destroyed by a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King. This was something that many people had witnessed. As for the cultivators who had participated in the attack on Source Peak Planet, Saul claimed that they had been hired by the Neo-Human Alliance. Ever since the Great Eastern Alliance had been established, those people had been dealt with, and Saul had even found a few scapegoats. Half-truths and half-lies were the easiest to believe, especially since Saul had even implicated the Hall of Honor. He claimed that the Hall of Honor had forcefully conscripted lockbreakers, which had led to the box being stolen by a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King. The Lockbreaker Society's current focus was not just on the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but also on the box. When Luin returned to Frostwave Weave, he received a call from Saul. Saul was truly a genius. Regardless of whether the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters believed him or not, he was not a threat to Luin for the time being. It was no wonder why this old fellow had been able to work under Jeffrey for so long. He had clearly revealed his ambitions, but Jeffrey had still used him. He was just too convenient. "Your Highness, are you returning to Xianxia?" Kuwei asked. Luin replied, "You can go back by yourself. I need to make a trip to Planet Hydrodink." Kuwei's eyes lit up. "The Lockbreaker Society? Does your Highness want to take the test?" Luin nodded. It was time for him to take the test, as he wanted to know how good his lockbreaking abilities were. Duyu's letter, the Dao Source platform, and the arcane art of life and death had greatly increased his strength. Luin hoped to push himself to greater heights and increase his status within the Lockbreaker Society. The more status he had, the better. Only then would the Day-Night clan be more wary of him. "I'll accompany your Highness," Kuwei said. He really wanted to see how far Luin could go on the path of lockbreaking, and there was an indescribable anticipation in the depths of his eyes. "Seventh bro, that guy's gaze is so strange. Could he have taken a liking to you?" Ghost Monkey asked. Luin noticed this as well, and he looked at Kuwei strangely. "I'm lockbreaking. Why are you so excited?" Kuwei pursed his lips. "There are some places in Progenitor Chen's tomb that require lockbreaking to enter. Otherwise, it's very difficult to enter. The higher your Highness' lockbreaking ability is, the higher our chances of obtaining good things in Progenitor Chen's tomb." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he retrieved a drop of spring water from Lake Longhu from his cosmic ring and handed it to Kuwei. "Drip it into your eyes." Kuwei blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. Drip it into your eyes." Kuwei raised his brows. "Your Highness, what is this?" "Lake Longhu spring water. Isn't this a lockbreaking tool used by lockbreakers? Why are you giving it to me? Let's take the test together. You're also a lockbreaker, and you're even at the perceptive intermediate level." Kuwei felt that something was off, and he laughed dryly. "Forget it, I won't take the test." "Your Highness, you go ahead." Luin looked at him seriously. "Progenitor Chen's tomb isn't a joke, and I don't want to bring a burden along. If you're not a 5-star perceptive intermediate, then don't go." Kuwei's expression turned bitter. "Your Highness, a perceptive intermediate is actually enough. There's no need to reach 5 stars. I don't have that ability right now, and it's not good to force myself." Luin calmly replied, "Then don't go." "I won't force you." Kuwei was helpless. "Alright, I'll take the test. Drip a drop of spring water into your eyes," Luin instructed. "Why now? Isn't it a test?" Kuwei was uneasy. It's almost there, Lu Ying continued. Ku Wei still felt that something was off, and he carefully examined the spring water. It was indeed Lake Longhu spring water. Just do it. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Lu Ying was displeased. Ku Wei gulped. He still felt that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. As he thought about it, he nervously dripped some spring water into his eyes. In an instant, the scene in front of him changed. His pupils shrank as he looked at the starry sky of the universe. At this moment, what appeared in front of him was no longer the starry sky that he had seen before. Instead, it was a deeper, more fundamental starry sky. Thank you. Book friend 542104114 Brothers Reward, I'll give it to you. Thanks for your support. Follow the Wind will do his best to update. Thank you for your support. Ku Wei could not describe this feeling. He waved his hand, and star energy filled the sky. The familiar star energy now looked completely different, as if it was being shown through a microscope. Ku Wei raised a hand and casually fiddled with the star energy. The flow of star energy was much smoother than before, and he looked into the distance. The entire sky was filled with star energy, and he could see it clearly. Lu Ying stared at Ku Wei curiously. He had upgraded that drop of spring water 14 times, but he did not dare to use it himself. Thus, he had used Ku Wei as an experiment, and it seemed like the results were quite good. How do you feel? Lu Ying asked. Ku Wei was shocked. Your Highness, this is spring water? It's too mysterious. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. How does it compare to other lock-breaking tools? It's not even on the same level. Let me put it this way, I feel like I've shrunk countless times to look at this part of the sky. I can clearly see the star energy, Ku Wei said excitedly. Lu Ying was satisfied. Even a normal person would be able to see star energy clearly after a drop of water from the lake, and they would be able to cultivate. Any normal cultivator would be able to use this to unlock a lockbreaker. This is too miraculous. Even the cosmic sect might not have such a miraculous lockbreaking tool. I feel that this level of control over star energy should be at the Divine Eye realm, Ku Wei said excitedly. He then looked at Lu Ying and asked, Your Highness, where did this drop of water come from? Lockbreakers focused on their control of star energy, and their realms were categorized by minute subtlety, cloudwalker, heavenly intelligence, divine eye, world, and esoteric. Ku Wei had once reached the heavenly intelligence realm at most, but now, he had reached the divine eye realm with just a single drop of spring water. Someone gave it to me, Lu Ying said, his voice tinged with heartache, as Ku Wei had wasted such a good item. This was a treasure that had been upgraded 14 times and had consumed 560,000 star essence. Even though Ku Wei had been used as an experiment, it was still a good item that could raise one's control of star energy to the divine eye realm. Lu Ying wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it, and he even wanted to get back at Ku Wei for this debt. Ku Wei was still immersed in the excitement of the spring water and did not know what Lu Ying was thinking. When Lu Ying arrived at planet Hydrodink, he was naturally greeted by Sol, Phelan, and the rest. Yifeng had also arrived. He was Wei Rong's trump card to split the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society apart, and he had once been a member of the Wei family. Now that Wei Rong had pledged his allegiance to Lu Ying, the group of lockbreakers that Wei Rong had brought with him had naturally merged with planet Hydrodink. No one wanted to talk about what had happened back then. Lu Ying had come here to take the lockbreaking test. He was now a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and Sol and the others had assumed that he would take the test to become a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. However, who would have guessed that he would directly take the test to become a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker? Furthermore, from his words, it seemed that he also wanted to challenge the boundless advanced lockbreaker test. Lu Yin's appetite shocked Sol and the others. Alliance Master Lu, since ancient times, almost no one has directly jumped from 1-star perceptive intermediate to a 5-star perceptive intermediate. The difference between the two isn't just a number, let alone the boundless advanced level, Sol said awkwardly. Lu Ying replied, that doesn't mean that it's impossible. I want to try. Sol, Phelan, Yifeng, and the others exchanged glances. In the end, they had no choice but to agree. The lockbreaking test had video evidence, and it could not be faked. Even if Saul and the others wanted to help Luin, it would be useless, so no one was worried that he would cheat. What about me, Your Highness? Should I take the test first? Kuwei was eager to give it a try, and his eyes gleamed. Luin was disgusted. You go first. He had originally wanted to upgrade the ingenious lake spring water, but he had only managed to upgrade a single drop, which had been used by Kuwei. Little brother, please show your lock-breaking level, Saul said politely. Kuwei displayed his 5-star discerning elementary level. It was quite good for someone his age to reach that level, and even Saul had a higher opinion of him. Phelan, make arrangements for this little brother to take the 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker test, Saul instructed. Phelan complied, and at that moment, Kuwei spoke up. 1 star? That's too little. I want 3 stars. Saul and the others were stunned, and their expressions turned ugly as they glared at Kuwei. Little brother, don't speak carelessly. The lock-breaking test isn't simple. Kuwei waved a hand. It's fine. Bring it on. Saul was dissatisfied, as Luin had wanted to directly take the 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker test, but he had not dared to vent his anger. Now, this fellow wanted to skip a grade? What did he take the lock-breaking test for? It wasn't just Saul, the surrounding lockbreakers were also dissatisfied. The lock-breaking test was solemn and sacred, and many people would even go into seclusion to cultivate before the test. They would burn incense, kowtow, and so on, but these 2 fellows had actually skipped a grade. It's fine. Let him take the test, Luin said indifferently. He then had Yifeng lead the way, and they found a hidden room where he began to upgrade the ingenious lake spring water. Phelan's attitude towards Kuwei was very bad, as she had deliberately chosen a source box with a high danger zone for him to take the test. Kuwei was very excited, as what he saw was completely different from what he had seen before. Elsewhere, Luin smoothly used his Dies 3 enhance to upgrade 5 drops of ingenious lake spring water. He had spent 2,800,000 star essence, which was a lot, but it was worth it. He dripped a drop of spring water into the lake, and when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. What he saw was indeed different. This was the divine eye realm. He remembered that the first time he had used the giant emperor's third eye, he had also felt this shocking sensation. However, as time passed and his cultivation deepened, the giant emperor's third eye's usefulness could no longer keep up, and it could not be upgraded. Now, this situation where he had to rely on external items to help him lockbreak had appeared once again. The lockbreaking test prohibited external items, but there were some items that could not be banned even if one wanted to. For example, the ingenious lake spring water, which no one could detect. Of course, it was not easy to rely on a consumable like the ingenious lake spring water to increase one's lockbreaking level. Furthermore, the higher one's lockbreaking level, the more dangerous the source box would be. Very few people would joke around with their lives. Luin was confident that he could frequently use the ingenious lake spring water, which meant that he would have no problems in lockbreaking. Under Saul's personal guidance, Luin arrived at a lockbreaking room. This was the largest lockbreaking room on planet Hydrodink, and it had been completely taken from Source Peak Planet along with an entire continent. This room was specifically used to test 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreakers. Logically speaking, the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society did not have the qualifications to test 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreakers, but as long as one applied to the higher-ups and under special circumstances, they could still do so. For example, Luin could not travel through the Astral River to the Innerverse to participate in the test, so he could only stay here. Although this lockbreaking room was called a lockbreaking room, it was actually a sealed underground space. The surrounding walls were covered with 1,000-thread spirit crystals to prevent the sourcebox's danger from leaking out. When he entered the room, Luin saw a clump of dirt. Even though Luin had already mentally prepared himself, and even though Saul had already informed him beforehand, Luin was still stunned when he saw the sourcebox that he had to unlock. It was actually a clump of dirt. This was a 5-star perceptive intermediate sourcebox, an existence that was second only to a boundless advanced sourcebox. Luin composed himself. Although it was just a clump of dirt, the number of rune lines it contained was enormous. Furthermore, Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn, as this clump of dirt gave him a sense of pressure. The sourcebox's danger was enough to threaten even an enlighter. And this was just the sourcebox's danger. In terms of the complexity of the solid energy, this sourcebox surpassed any of the sourceboxes that Luin had unlocked before. If this had been before he had read Guyu's letter and gone to the starter unlocking platform, then even if Luin could withstand the sourcebox's danger, it would have been very difficult for him to successfully unlock it. But now, he could see the sourcebox's solid energy network with a single glance, and he knew exactly where to unlock it. It was as if he had calculated everything meticulously. At the same time, in the Innerverse, a girl with long, dark green hair walked out of a secret room. She was greeted by cheers and endless gazes of worship. Her name was Mou, and she was a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. No, she was no longer a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, as she was now a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. She was one of the Lockbreaker Society's 5 distinguished lockbreakers, and she was on the same level as Casanova. News of Mou passing the 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker examination shook the entire Lockbreaker Society. It was not easy for someone her age to reach the level of a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and she was a rare genius in history. The older generation of lockbreakers sighed with emotion. She's worthy of being one of the 5 distinguished lockbreakers. It wasn't easy for her to pass the examination. That's right. Our society is filled with talents, haha. Right, when is Casanova's examination? I'm not sure. Mou looked at the cheers that greeted her, but she was not happy. She would never forget the scene from the Cosmic Sea. She had also participated in the battle in the Whitefall district, and she had personally witnessed Bukong, one of the 6th mainland's Dowsource 3 skies, using a sourcebox array to instantly defeat the 10 arbiters and Neoverse experts. None of those experts were people that she could contend against, and she had been knocked off the platform by Bukong. At that moment, the sourcebox array had given her an incomparable shock. Being able to control a sourcebox array was the mark of a boundless advanced lockbreaker. They were both from the younger generation, but Bukong was already a boundless advanced lockbreaker, while Mou was still taking the 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker examination. The gap between them was too great. It was not just Bukong, it was said that Xianxia, one of the Neoverse's 4 ultimate deities, could also use sourcebox arrays. It was Xianxia who had used a sourcebox array to throw the platform into the universe, which was why it had not been taken away by the 6th mainland. In the end, it had been snatched away by Night King Jinwu. These people were all boundless advanced lockbreakers, so what was there for her to be proud of? Mou closed her eyes and fell silent for a moment before finally opening them. Mentor, please initiate the 4 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker examination. When she finished speaking, everyone in the Lockbreaker Society was shocked. In the Outerverse, on planet Hydrodink, Luin approached the Earth-shaped sourcebox step by step. The closer he got, the greater the pressure he felt. The sourcebox was releasing a gravitational force, and at the same time, the air was filled with soil. Every grain of soil was indescribably heavy, and they were like tiny planets that smashed towards Luin. With every step Luin took, the pressure on him increased. Outsiders could not see it clearly, and only Saul and the others knew exactly how much pressure Luin was currently enduring. Even an ordinary enlighter might not be able to get close to the sourcebox. Although the sourcebox was unremarkable and did not contain much killing intent, it was still unimaginably heavy. Luin felt as if he was competing with an entire continent, an entire planet, and even the entire universe. The soil seemed to have taken root in the ground. Luin stared at the specks of dust in the air and dodged from time to time. He did not want to face them head-on, as his body could handle it, and he had even put on his universal armor. These sourceboxes were nothing to him. However, he was being tested on his lockbreaking ability, so he wanted to show the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters what his abilities were. The specks of dust in the air were very small, and the sourcebox's danger was very dense. However, Luin dodged step by step, as he could see everything clearly. From an outsider's perspective, he looked like he was drunk as he staggered closer to the sourcebox. Saul and the others were shocked, as Luin had actually touched the sourcebox so quickly and had even begun to unlock it. With this speed, it was no wonder that he wanted to take the boundless advanced lockbreaker test. Avoiding the sourcebox's danger was only the first hurdle of lockbreaking, as the biggest hurdle was the word lockbreaking. Without dissolving the solid energy on the sourcebox's surface, one would never be considered successful. The moment Luin touched the earth-shaped sourcebox, he sank into a sea of solid energy. Fortunately, he had already seen through the sourcebox's veins. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. The sourcebox trembled, and a crack appeared on its surface. Saul and the others trembled, as this meant that Luin could unlock it, and it was just a matter of time. Luin was unlocking the sourcebox, and so was Kuwei. Kuwei's lock-breaking talent was not low, or else he would not have reached the perceptive intermediate level. He was second only to the Society's 5 prodigies. Although this lock-breaking challenge was a 3 stars perceptive intermediate sourcebox, he had never felt so refreshed before. The spring water from Lake Longhu allowed him to experience the divine eye realm of star energy control, and he swore that he would work hard in this direction in the future. Several days passed, and in the inner verse, Mou walked out with great difficulty. Her face was pale, as she had failed. The 4 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker test was indeed very difficult, and it was not something that she could accomplish at her current level. Perhaps in another 2 years, she would be able to succeed in her peak condition, but right now, she could not. Even though Mou had failed, she was still greeted with endless cheers. As one of the Society's 5 prodigies, she had always been an idol that countless people revered. Her status in the universe was extremely high, and she was also an expert on the top 100 rankings. Even though Mou was still shrouded by Qiushi and empty shadows, her mood improved when she saw the crowd's cheers. To say that she had a chance to catch up to them, even if the chances were slim. At this moment, someone exclaimed as he looked at his gadget. Following that, more and more people exclaimed. Mou felt strange, and when he looked at the lockbreaker network on his gadget, his pupils shrank. There was a notice on the network that read, "Congratulations to Lockbreaker Wei Gu for successfully passing the 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker exam and officially becoming a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker." Mou was stunned, as this sort of announcement had been made to the entire Lockbreaker Society, and perhaps even the entire universe. Those who were notified were either extremely accomplished or exceptionally gifted. When she had passed the 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker exam, it had been announced to the entire universe. Since Brother Wei had become a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, it meant that he was in the same generation as her, and he also had extraordinary talent. Mou was stunned. Where did this person come from? Look, no wonder the entire network is reporting about this. This person was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker before, but he's now 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker now. He's too terrifying. Brother Wei? This name sounds so despicable. That name really deserves a beating. 3 stars, perceptive intermediate. Doesn't that mean he's on the same level as the 5 heroes? No, the 5 heroes rose step by step. This person directly surpassed them, so he might be even more powerful. Where did he come from? Look at the location. Outerverse? Frostwave Weave? Mou stared at the location on the Lockbreaker network. Wasn't Luin in the Outerverse Frostwave Weave? She had a deep impression of Luin. Although they had never spoken, this person had always been very active in the universe, and he had even competed with Casanova for lockbreaking. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, although this person had not joined the battle at the highest level, the general appointment platform, he had still influenced the situation outside of the platform. In the end, he had been chased down by Ziyi, which had led to the appearance of Lu Tianmu of the 10 Arbiters. The 6th mainland had retreated, and Knight King Jinwu had announced that he had personally killed this person. He had even declared that this person was a traitor of the 5th mainland. Mou did not know whether this person was a traitor or not, but she knew that this person had actually survived Knight King Jinwu's hands and had even unified the Outerverse. Everyone in the same generation as Luin had to submit to him. Regardless of whether he was a traitor or not, this person was truly a monster. Brother Wei. Could he be Luin? No, Lu Yin's codename on the Lockbreaker network was 7th Bro. Brother Wei, 7th Bro. Mou was speechless. They were all in the Frostwave Weave, so she would never believe that they did not know each other. The Outerverse had given birth to Luin, and now, Brother Wei. Were there really that many geniuses? Before the crowd could recover from Brother Wei's shock, another announcement stunned everyone. Congratulations to 7th Bro for successfully passing the 5-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker exam and officially becoming a 5-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker. Everyone was stunned. 7th Bro was a name that did not appear frequently, but everyone knew that this was Luin. Luin was too active, and in this universe, he had been like a rising sun ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Everyone could see him, and he had never weakened. Even though the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, this person could still hop around in the innerverse. He had suddenly gone from a 1-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker to a 5-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker. This was too exaggerated. Everyone was silent. Mou was stunned. Even if she was one of the distinguished 5, even if her innate gift was even higher, and even if her goal was only Qiushi and Mo Kong, a boundless advanced lockbreaker, she was still shocked by Luin. This person was too exaggerated. He was only one step away from becoming a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Could he really cross that one step? At this moment, not only Mou, but even Casanova was stunned. He thought back to when he had first met Luin. How many years had it been since then? This guy had actually surpassed him, and in a very exaggerated manner. To reach the 5-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker at such a young age meant that this guy might have even reached the boundless advanced lockbreaker level in the younger generation. Casanova's status in the society was very high, and he knew what this meant. This meant that Luin could be recorded in history, and it meant that the Lockbreaker Society had gained another page of glory. It also meant that the Lockbreaker Society of the Innerverse would gain glory. Ever since Luin had successfully passed the 5-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker exam, his status in the Lockbreaker Society had undergone an earth-shattering change. The higher-ups of the Lockbreaker Society, who had been watching from the sidelines and not caring about Luin, now spoke up for him. Everyone hoped that someone would appear in the Innerverse and Outerverse who could challenge the genius. Lockbreakers of the Neoverse. Even though the distinguished 5 were extremely talented and had reached the Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker level at such a young age, they were still somewhat lacking if they wanted to challenge the genius Lockbreakers of the Neoverse. Luin could do it, and he might even surpass them. It should be known that this person had only been a Lockbreaker for a few years. In the Outerverse, on Frostwave Weave's planet Hydrodink, Ku Wei had been looking at the Lockbreaker network proudly, but a notification from Luin disrupted his plans. His expression turned bitter, and he looked at Luin, who had just walked out of the lockbreaking room. "Your Highness, couldn't you have waited a little longer? Even if it was just a minute, that would have been fine." Lu Yin's face was pale. He was very tired, but he was also very excited. He had succeeded in his lockbreaking, and from this moment on, he had officially become a 5-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker. He was only one step away from breaking through and reaching the boundless advanced lockbreaker level. It seemed like he was only one step away, but he knew that it was very difficult to reach the boundless advanced lockbreaker level at the moment. It was not impossible, but it would take time, and lockbreaking would take more than a few days. It could take months or even years. The further one progressed, the more time one would need to cultivate, and lockbreaking was the same. It was normal for some lockbreakers to spend several years on lockbreaking, and there were even some who spent decades on lockbreaking. Lu Yin's time was limited, and he only needed to reach the 5-star Perceptive Intermediate Lockbreaker level for the time being because he still had greater contributions to make. "Your Highness, what did you unlock?" Ku Wei walked over and asked curiously. It wasn't just him, as everyone else was curious. Sol, Phelan, and the rest did not make a sound. Luin raised his hand, and a gray ball appeared in his palm. It looked like a tree root. Ku Wei blinked. "What's that?" Luin was also curious, so he asked the monkey, but the monkey was not sure either. Luin looked at Sol. "Does the president know what this is?" Sol looked at it seriously and then shook his head. "I don't recognize it." Phelan, Feng, and the rest did not recognize it either. Ku Wei pursed his lips. "Your Highness, you can't be trying to fool us with some moldy tree root, right? This thing was unlocked from a 5-star Perceptive Intermediate source box? Stop joking around." Luin replied, "That's it." "I know, the monkey suddenly exclaimed, giving Luin a fright. Luin subconsciously put the item back into his cosmic ring. There was something wrong with the monkey's attitude, and this item was definitely not simple. "Seventh bro, this is a wisdom root," the monkey said solemnly, his tone filled with excitement. Luin was puzzled. "Wisdom root? What's that?" The monkey replied, "It's the literal meaning. It's a tree root left behind by the Hui ancestor." Luin was stunned. How could this be understood? It seemed to make sense, but there also seemed to be something wrong. "Are you sure?" Luin felt like the monkey was messing with him. The monkey sighed. "I read about it in a powerhouse's journal. A long time ago, the Hui ancestor planted a tree, and it said that this tree has been cleansed by the Hui ancestor's secret technique for many years. It has a mysterious power, just like the power of its predecessors. This tree retains the Hui ancestor's secret technique, and anyone who touches it will gain spiritual intelligence. Things that were previously incomprehensible will be instantly comprehended, and the tree branch can be used to brew tea, detoxify poisons, increase one's cultivation, and so on. It's all very magical. That powerhouse personally saw a wisdom root being unlocked, and it caused countless experts of that era to fight over it. In the end, no one knows who stole it, and he only learned about the wisdom root after hearing about it from others. This is definitely a wisdom root, just like what was described in that powerhouse's journal." Luin did not believe it. "Isn't it just a moldy tree branch? It's everywhere." "How can you tell?" "This is a moldy tree branch from a 5-star perceptive intermediate source box. If it's not a wisdom root, then what is it? It's a pity that it's moldy. If it was an intact root, then you'd be rich, 7th bro. You could use it to make tea, and you'd be able to comprehend any battle technique that you wanted to." Luin was skeptical of the monkey's words, but he didn't have the time to investigate them. He looked at Saul. "President Saul, do you still remember True Insight, which was stolen by the Neo-Human Alliance during the Lockbreaker competition?" Saul's expression changed slightly, as he did not understand why Luin had brought up this matter. Was he trying to settle scores with Luin? He was also a victim of that incident. "Of course I remember. What is the meaning of this, Alliance Master Lu?" Luin raised a hand, and a box appeared in his palm. He slowly opened it, and a golden light illuminated the world, illuminating everyone's expressions. Everyone was stunned, and Saul was even more excited. "This? Which page of True Insight is this?" Phelan and the others were shocked. Luin nodded. "I just so happened to run into a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance some time ago and killed it. I just so happened to obtain this, and I'm returning it to its rightful owner." Saul was so excited that his hands trembled. True Insight not only represented his desire to comprehend sourcebox arrays, but it also meant that it could alleviate his sins. Phelan and the others did not understand. With Lu Yin's personality, how could he possibly return True Insight? He was already a 5-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he was only one step away from breaking through to become a boundless advanced lockbreaker. At that time, he would comprehend True Insight, master sourcebox arrays, and step into the boundless advanced lockbreaker realm. His status would be completely different from that of a normal boundless advanced lockbreaker, and his battle prowess would also be on a completely different level. How could he bear to hand it over to the Research Society? Luin was making a deal, and he was using True Insight in exchange for the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters not pursuing the matter regarding the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society. Even if they did pursue the matter, they would at least be lenient towards Luin. Wei Rong's matter would be exposed sooner or later, so he had to protect Wei Rong as much as possible. Wei Rong was very smart, but it was a pity that he had run into Luin. Otherwise, Wei Rong's scheme on Source Peak Planet would not have failed. Since Wei Rong was now one of Lu Yin's people, then Luin had to think of a way to protect him. Furthermore, Luin still had 5 pages of True Insight, and it would be quite good if he could comprehend even 1 page of True Insight. Handing over 1 page in exchange for a favorable impression from the Lockbreaker Society would be worth it. Knight King Jinwu had given up 20 honor points that were of no use to him in order to force Luin into a desperate situation, while Luin had given up a useless page of True Insight in exchange for a favorable impression from the Lockbreaker Society. These two actions were very similar. No one had expected Luin to return true insight. When the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters found out about this matter, everyone was just like Saul, and they were all puzzled. Regardless of why Luin had returned true insight, he had made a great contribution to the Lockbreaker Society. Some of the Lockbreakers who had originally supported the Day-Night clan fell silent. Only the Day-Night clan's Lockbreakers were unwilling to accept this, but they also knew that it was impossible for them to deal with Luin within the Lockbreaker Society. This kid was too smart and too good at doing things. The Day-Night clan had been passed down since ancient times, and their influence in the universe was widespread. A casual sentence from Night King Jinwu was enough to exhaust Luin. Fortunately, Luin had not spent all these years in vain, and he had been lucky enough to be able to withstand Night King Jinwu's attacks. The incident with the Lockbreaker Society had made Luin realize that he had to eliminate Night King Jinwu and eradicate the Night King bloodline's influence. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble in the future. News of Luin becoming a 5-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker quickly spread, and it was no less influential than the news of him defeating Lan Si. Lockbreakers had always been superior to others, and 5-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreakers were unreachable to many. However, Luin had reached this level at such a young age, and everyone knew that he would soon become a boundless advanced Lockbreaker. At that time, his status would rise once again. Many people were already immune to Lu Yin's glorious deeds. From the Astral Combat Tournament, to the Tournament of the Strongest, to becoming a 10 Arbiters candidate, to becoming an unequaled Lemeter, to becoming famous in the Cosmic Sea, and to defeating the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist. Each and every one of his feats had numbed many people, and many people were extremely calm when they heard that Luin had become a 5-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker. Ling Ke was one of them. When he heard that Luin had become a 5-star perceptive intermediate Lockbreaker, he dug his ears. What a freak. Ling Gong's gaze turned cold. Back then, the difference between you and him wasn't that great. Now, he surpassed you by an entire weave. Ling Ke licked his lips. He might have surpassed you. Ling Gong's eyes widened. You're asking for a beating. He then charged over. Ling Ke was shocked. Don't. I won't fight you. Fight back. That's an order. Not long after, Ling Gong left, leaving behind Ling Ke with bruises all over his face. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who did I offend? No, I need to form a support group. Otherwise, there won't be any excitement when I fight. A wretched smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Ling Gong stared at his gadget with a cold gaze. The Day-Night clan had organized a banquet in the name of Night King Jinwu, and they had invited the younger elites of the Innerverse and Outerverse to gather. The 10 Arbiters, the top 100 rankings, the Lockbreakers, and even Luin were all present. Ling Gong's eyes narrowed. Was Night King Jinwu trying to confirm his position as the head of the 10 Arbiters by holding a banquet at this time? If you want to be the head of the 10 Arbiters, then I'll give it to you. I hope that you can withstand the pressure from those in the Neoverse. When Xianxia had also received an invitation, and Night King Jinwu had specially invited him to the banquet. Arbiter Wen, do you want to go to Night King Planet? Mira asked as she stood there, looking very alluring. When Xianxia calmly replied, Night King Jinwu can't wait any longer. He's eager to establish his position as the head of the 10 Arbiters. Interesting. Let's go take a look, but there's no rush. He'll appear last. Last? Mira was puzzled. When Xianxia's gaze landed on a name on his gadget, Luin. This person might very well be the main character of this banquet. When Xianxia was not the only one who thought of this, many others had as well. Everyone knew about Lu Yin's relationship with the Day-Night clan, and the fact that Night King Jinwu had personally invited him to the banquet held a different meaning. No one knew what Lu Yin's appearance would bring to the banquet. Xia Tian calmly looked at his gadget, feeling that things were getting more and more exciting. Tai Yuanjun gritted his teeth as he stared at Night King Jinwu's name. That bastard must be very pleased with himself right now. Following Star Sibyl was the pinnacle of his life. Tai Yuanjun had to work hard in the contest for the Star Tower. He had to become one of the 5 astral children and snatch Star Sibyl back. In the Outerverse, Lan Si looked at his gadget with a calm expression. As one of the 10 arbiters, he had also been invited to the Night King banquet. The Greyweed continent had been destroyed, but the Sea King's dome still represented the Starfall Sea. With the support of the Sea King's dome, Lan Zi's position would not change. You're also invited. Are you going? Lan Zi asked Luin. Lu Yin's voice came from the other end of the gadget. I'm going. Of course I'm going. This banquet is going to be very grand. Lan Zi muttered to himself for a moment. Don't underestimate Night King Jinwu. He's hidden himself too deeply, and no one knows exactly how strong he is. The Day-Night clan's background is very deep. I know, Luin replied. Lan Zi laughed. I forgot. You fought with him before. Luin smiled. I almost died, but that fight helped me prepare myself for him. The next time we meet, I won't lose. I hope so, Lan Zi said before ending the call. Luin put down his gadget. The Night King banquet was about to begin. What exactly would happen on that day? He did not believe Night King Yuanjing's words about the banquet being held to protect his reputation. This banquet was definitely being held by Night King Jinwu. He had invited Luin, as well as all the geniuses who had the qualifications to compete for the Star Tower, as well as the elites of the same generation from the Innerverse and Outerverse. That day would be filled with dazzling stars. What was Night King Jinwu planning to do? Even with Wang Wen's intelligence, he could not guess what Night King Jinwu wanted to do. However, no matter what Night King Jinwu wanted to do, Luin would proceed according to his own plan. On this day, Luin received a message from Page of the Tinder Alliance. The backup Astral River Arc had appeared, and its position was directly across from Barred Weave. The Astral River Arc had previously been in Dark Mist Weave, but it had changed its location this time to hide it from the Outerverse. Page's message was very simple. Almost all of the people boarding the Astral River Arc were cultivators from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, with the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire making up a significant portion. These people all had grudges with Luin. Their goal in hiding their position and heading to the Outerverse was self-evident. Unfortunately, Page did not know how strong the experts who had boarded the Astral River Arc were. Luin did not hesitate to list Elder Iron, the Black-Masked Assassin, and the other experts on the list of people who would be welcoming the Astral River Arkansas. Although the Blazing Mist Flow Zone was one of the Innerverse's 8 great flow zones and had many experts, it was impossible to send all of them to the Astral River Arkansas. This time, only a small portion would be sent. However, the fact that they had been sent proved that they were confident in suppressing the Outerverse. Currently, Lu Yin's greatest enemy was the Day-Night clan, and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone had once been his greatest enemy. Even now, there was still a grudge that could not be resolved. To the various great powers of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, Luin was an enemy that they had to eliminate. Regardless of whether it was because of their previous conflicts or because of his unification of the Outerverse, Luin had severely affected the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's interests. The most obvious change was that they themselves were not sure who was in charge of the Astral River Arkansas. The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragon clan were located in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which was closest to the Outerverse. They were considered the weakest of the 8 great flow zones, but they still benefited greatly from it. The cultivators who traveled between the Outerverse and the Outerverse contributed a considerable amount of resources to them, and now, these resources might not necessarily end up in their pockets. This time, the Astral River Arc had set sail with the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's determination to control the Outerverse. Even if they could not control it, they would still try to break Lu Yin's rule. A master of the Outerverse who was hostile to them was definitely not in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's interest. The Astral River churned as unknown, strange creatures shuttled through it. Inside the Ark, the battle detector would occasionally sound an alarm before falling silent. The spare Astral River Ark was not much smaller than the previous one. At this moment, there were countless cultivators standing guard on the Ark. They were all from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and most of them were from the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire. There were also a few dozen Sylvan Dragons, and the rest were independent cultivators who had been hired by the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. The Blazing Mist Flow Zone had not reported this operation to the Hall of Honor. Logically speaking, the spare Astral River Arc belonged to the Hall of Honor, so they should have reported it. However, their goal this time was to suppress Luin, and it would be best if they could force the Great Eastern Alliance to disband. On the giant ship, several Enlighters stood on the deck and looked out at the astral river. Although the Innerverse and Outerverse have only been separated for a few short years, it still feels like a long time. Yes, the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated, and the sixth mainland has invaded. Now that the Outerverse has been unified, it all feels like a dream. Who would have thought that a puny cruiser would be able to unify the Outerverse? What a joke! The Outerverse has been weak for too long, and its overall strength can't even compare to a small flow zone in the Innerverse. Don't underestimate that kid called Luin. He defeated the 10 Arbiter's Divine Fist and has the power of an Enlighter. Even you and I might not be his match. The group fell silent. A youth had surpassed them, which made them feel dejected. One of them sneered. So what if he surpassed us? There are quite a few experts who have power levels over 300,000 on this trip to the Outerverse, and there's even an old senior who has lived for a long time. It's said that he once received guidance from Master Yuan. Master Yuan? That old senior from the Hall of Honor? Someone exclaimed. That's right. But I've heard that Senior Yuan admires Luin. The reason why Luin was able to become the commander of the Outerverse Allied forces was because of Senior Yuan's support. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent again. At this moment, a stern voice came from the depths of the ship. Don't speak nonsense. Senior Yuan is not someone you can discuss. The Enlighters were shocked, and they quickly bowed and retreated. After they left, an old man appeared on the deck. His face was weathered, and his skin was dark red. He looked rather strange, but he was a powerhouse from the Blaze Realm with a power level over 400,000. He was one of the Blaze Realm's hidden powerhouses. I thought that the sixth mainland would be able to cultivate in peace after retreating, but I didn't expect to come to the Outerverse. The old man sighed and then looked in the direction of the Outerverse. It's just a junior, but they actually sent me here. You should be honored that I'm here. If I can't kill you, then I'll just cripple you. As he spoke, the Outerverse neared space, and the ship was about to reach the shore. The old man's eyes trembled as he stared into the distance. There was someone there. The Astral River arc was enormous, and it slowly approached the Outerverse. Millions of cultivators on the ship were excited, and they displayed the arrogance of the Innerverse. The Innerverse was naturally arrogant towards the Outerverse, and it was common knowledge that their strength was enough to crush the Outerverse. As the giant arc shuddered, millions of cultivators boarded their spacecraft and flew into outer space. There was also a considerable group of cultivators flying through outer space. They were explorers, cruisers, and hunters, and there were nearly 10 Enlighters at the very front. Such an enormous amount of power was enough to sweep through the Outerverse. This was what the blazing mist flow zone knew. Luin stood alone in outer space as he watched the Astral River arc approach the shore. He watched the countless spacecraft take off, and he watched the space-exploring cultivators and Enlighters. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Welcome to the Outerverse. I'm Luin, the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The starry sky was silent, and Lu Yin's voice drowned out the millions of cultivators on the other side. All of the cultivators stared blankly at Luin. They knew that they had come to the Outerverse to deal with this person, and they had come in secret. However, Luin had been waiting here for a long time. The dozen or so Enlighters looked at each other blankly. One of them had a combat power of over 300,000. He tore through the void and appeared not too far away from Luin. He stared at Luin and asked, "Junior, are you Luin?" Luin sized up the old man and narrowed his eyes. "You're from the Sylvan Dragon clan?" The old man barked, "I'm talking to you. Answer me." His voice shook the heavens as he tried to pressure Luin. Luin did not move. Elder Iron walked out from beside him and clenched his fists. "Old man, who are you trying to intimidate? He's just a mongrel dragon." The old man was furious. "How dare you insult the Sylvan Dragon clan?" He was about to attack. Elder Iron was not afraid at all. He also had a combat power of over 300,000 and was from the Starfall Sea. In terms of strength, he was definitely not weaker than the Sylvan Dragon clan. Deep down, the people of the Innerverse actually looked down on the Sylvan Dragon clan. This clan had betrayed the astral beast domain and joined the Outerverse. They were traitors, and in many people's minds, Sylvan dragons were meant to be ridden. Elder Iron was an elder of Mtitsu Dojo, so how could he allow a Sylvan dragon to act so arrogantly? Hold on. Someone shouted. The Sylvan Dragon clan elder and Elder Iron paused as another old man appeared in outer space. He had a solemn expression and was wearing armor that clearly had the characteristics of the Ross Empire. He looked at Luin seriously. Alliance Master Lu, do you want to become enemies with us? Luin stopped Elder Iron and calmly replied, those who are invited are guests, and those who come unannounced are enemies. Senior, you belong to the latter group. The old man frowned. There are millions of powerful cultivators from the blazing mist flow zone gathered here, and there are more than 10 enlighters here. Alliance Master Lu, can you stop all of them? Luin clapped his hands, and figures appeared in the void behind him. Gong Ling, Kuyun, and the others were all present. There were more than 10 enlighters from the Outerverse who had come, and with the enlighters from Mtitsu Dojo, there were more than 10 of them. They lined up in a row, and there were even people like Topmist and the Black-Masked Assassin. The old man was shocked. They knew that Luin had unified the Outerverse, but it had only been a short time. They had never imagined that this person would have such great rallying power that he could gather more than 10 enlighters in an instant. Those who had reached the enlighter realm were called almighty beings, and such powerhouses were considered superior even in the Innerverse. They were equivalent to a watershed in cultivation. There were many enlighters in the Innerverse, but they had only sent experts from the blazing mist flow zone this time. The number of enlighters from a single flow zone that could fight against the entire Outerverse was too few. Furthermore, they had not been able to gather all of the enlighters from the blazing mist flow zone. Luin clapped his hands again, and countless spacecraft appeared in the distance. They belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance, which Luin had formed when he had unified most of the Outerverse. They had been stationed at the edge of the Astral River to prevent the Innerverse from attacking the Outerverse, and now, they had come in handy. There were more spacecraft than the Innerverse, and in terms of numbers, there were at least 10 million of them. Such a large number of spacecraft represented Lu Yin's influence and the Outerverse's determination. Luin had purposely spread the news of the Innerverse being invaded by the Sixth Mainland to scare the Innerverse's various powers into plundering the Outerverse's resources. This had frightened the Outerverse's various weaves, and given the countless years of subordinate relations between the Innerverse and the Outerverse, such a thing was not impossible. Luin had used the name of commander of the Outerverse allied forces to mobilize the troops, and the Outerverse's various weaves had followed suit and fully cooperated with him. If Luin failed in the end, they could push the blame onto the Hall of Honor, and it would have nothing to do with them. It could be said that Luin had been able to smoothly gather the Outerverse forces to deal with the threat from the blazing mist flow zone. This was inseparable from the Innerverse tyranny over the years. The heavens fell silent once more. Even the hot-tempered Sylvan dragon did not make a sound. Luin was obviously not scared, and he had already made preparations. They might not be able to win in a direct confrontation, and this was the Outerverse. If they started a war, the Hall of Honor would not be able to explain it to the Outerverse. They had snuck in anyway. Alliance leader Lu, what do you want? The Ross Empire elder asked. Luin looked at the Astral River Arkansas, stand down and let the person with the authority to speak to me. The elder's brows rose. I can decide everything. Luin laughed. Is that so? But I want to speak to that senior with a power level of over 400,000. The elder's expression changed. How did you know? Luin naturally would not tell him that he could tell just by looking at the rune lines. There was a very large number of rune lines on the Astral River Arc, and with Lu Yin's many years of experience in battle, he could tell that this rune line had a power level of over 400,000. However, it was still not comparable to Northgate Ticeway, so it should have just reached that level. The Ross Empire elder looked back at the Astral River Arc, as if waiting for something. The next moment, space distorted as a scorching heat swept over and spread towards Luin, causing the originally dark space to turn red. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he was enraged. A powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000 was actually attacking the troops behind him. This heat could not only destroy a spacecraft, but it could also melt space-exploring powerhouses. He immediately donned his universal armor and put on the giant's right arm before punching out. The giant's right arm exerted force, causing space to cave in as if it was about to collapse. The terrifying might of the attack shocked the Ross Empire Elder and the Sylvan Dragon. At that moment, they felt an extreme sense of danger. This attack could not be blocked, and it definitely exceeded a power level of 400,000. This was the first time Luin had used the giant's right arm to attack. Even during his battle with Yumu, he had not used his full power. This punch had a power level of close to 500,000, and it was Lu Yin's strongest punch. The heavens were torn apart, and the red-skinned elder walked out. He had an ugly expression on his face as he raised both hands. God of Fire. As soon as he spoke, endless flames ignited in space, and the heat from the surrounding stars was drawn over. The endless flames transformed into a giant that stood tall in space and punched out, colliding with the power of Lu Yin's giant's right arm. The void completely collapsed as countless spatial cracks spread out in all directions. Intense star energy swept out in all directions, accompanied by extremely hot flames. Both armies continuously retreated, and even the Enlighters could only retreat, not daring to get close. After a while, space returned to normal. Lu Yin's expression did not change as he calmly looked at the other side. The red-skinned elder's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Luin with murderous intent. Junior, are you Luin? Luin sneered. Of course. You've got guts to make an enemy out of my blazing mist flow zone, the elder said coldly. Luin stared at the elder. Old man, you've got guts as well. You actually dared to attack my Outerverse allied forces. Don't you know that you're betraying the Fifth Mainland? The elder's eyes narrowed. Junior, what nonsense are you spouting? Betraying the Fifth Mainland was a crime that not just anyone could bear, and it was considered a huge crime. Even an envoy or a powerhouse with a power level of over 800,000 would not be able to bear such a crime, let alone a cultivator with a power level of over 400,000. Luin raised his head. I'm the commander of the Outerverse Alliance, and I have the Outerverse Alliance behind me. If you attack them, you'll be betraying the Fifth Mainland. Old man, have you thought of how to explain this to the Hall of Honor? The old man was enraged. How dare you accuse me? You're courting death. The flame giant raised its hand and slammed down. Luin charged forward and collided with the giant. The old man sneered. This kid's armor could indeed withstand the fire god's attacks, but the fire god's attacks didn't just rely on flames, they also relied on strength. Even if Luin could defend against the flames, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power. The Outerverse Alliance grew nervous as they watched Luin charge into the flames. The cultivators from the Innerverse were similarly nervous, but those from the Blaze Realm were excited. This was the Blaze Realm's fire god, Eccentric Chi's own. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to escape from the fire god, so Luin was doomed. Luin was very excited, but he didn't fight the fire god head-on. Instead, he used the loopholes in the rune lines to charge into the fire god's body and took out the Heaven Flame Stone. In his eyes, the fire god wasn't an enemy, it was a resource of flames. Even though the fire god's power couldn't compare to the Dark Phoenix clan's final layer of black flames, it wasn't much weaker than the previous 14 layers. In fact, its temperature was even higher, which was just right for the Heaven Flame Stone to absorb. Eccentric Chi frowned and raised a hand, causing the flames within the fire god to gather and attack Luin. Luin relied on the rune lines to continuously dodge, and he could withstand the occasional hit. The Heaven Flame Stone erupted with power and rapidly absorbed the surrounding flames. Eccentric Chi didn't feel anything at first, but his expression soon changed. The fire god was actually unstable. How could this be? He hurriedly scattered the flames and tried to reform the fire god. Luin immediately took out his single-sided mirror and disrupted the star energy. Eccentric Chi was a powerhouse with a power level of over 400,000, so his star energy was powerful and unshakable. However, the mirror had been upgraded 13 times, and its maximum star energy absorption had just surpassed 400,000. Eccentric Chi was unlucky, as his star energy couldn't resist the mirror's absorption and was disrupted. He couldn't affect the fire god. Eccentric Chi could only watch as the fire god became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared and was absorbed by the Heaven Flame Stone. Luin put away the heaven flame stone and happily thanked eccentric Chi, many thanks. Old Monster Chi was confused. He had been a cultivator for a long time and had never encountered such a thing. What did this mean? His flame was eaten? Junior, what did you do? Old Monster Chi asked sternly. Luin shrugged. It's nothing, old man. You're from the Blaze realm, and they have a peerless battle technique called the Karmic Flame Sword. Do you know how to use it? Luin was filled with anticipation as he asked this question. He really wanted to absorb the Tribulation Fire and use it as a supplement for the Heaven Flame Stone. The Karmic Flame Sword's power completely came from the Tribulation Fire. Back then, Carl and the others had only used a trace of it, but if this old man used it, then it would definitely not be just a trace of Tribulation Fire. Its power would be completely different as well, and Luin estimated that its power level would be close to 500,000. Curmudgeon Chi looked at Luin fearfully, as he felt like he couldn't attack him at all. His fire battle technique had been completely ineffective against this brat, and he had even been devoured by Luin. His other attacks were similarly ineffective. His fire battle techniques were ineffective against Luin. Was this brat destined to be the nemesis of his Blaze realm? Old man, do you know the Karmic Flame Sword or not? Luin asked impatiently. Old Monster Chi gritted his teeth. Junior, what did you do? Luin raised his brows. Do you dare to use the Karmic Flame Sword? Old Monster Chi angrily barked, tell me what you did first. Luin was speechless. Countless cultivators from both sides were similarly speechless, as they could not understand what was happening. People say that the older you get, the more cunning you become. Old man, you're really cunning, Luin said. Old Monster Chi sneered, as he did not care about his reputation. He did not understand what Luin had done, but he had stopped fighting. He felt that the more they fought, the more likely it would be that Luin would benefit from it. This feeling was too sullen. Junior, I know that you have a natural counter to fire battle techniques. I admit defeat this time, but the next time, it won't be someone from the Blaze realm who comes looking for you, Old Monster Chi said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old man, are you trying to escape? Old Monster Chi snorted. There's no need to provoke me. I've long since passed the age of being provoked. As a junior, I acknowledge your strength, but you've unified the outerverse and offended the entire innerverse. Even if my blazing mist flow zone doesn't act against you, someone else will sooner or later. Luin blinked, and he looked at Old Monster Chi with admiration. As a powerhouse from the older generation, it was not easy for him to admit defeat so easily. This old man was truly shameless. Old Monster Chi was indeed shameless, and he turned to leave. From his point of view, this trip had been a waste. The millions of cultivators from the blazing mist flow zone fell silent. Retreating like this was too embarrassing, but they had no choice. Their opponent's strength was not any weaker than theirs. The dozen or so enlighters were even more unwilling, but what could they do? If Old Monster Chi had not blocked Lu Yin's punch, they would have been finished. Now that Old Monster Chi clearly did not want to continue fighting, they would only be courting death if they stayed. You were lucky to escape this time, but we'll be back soon, the old man from the Sylvan Dragon said unwillingly. Luin let out a long breath. There's no need to wait for long. This time, you won't be able to leave. He then raised his head. Invite the senior in. The heavens suddenly became heavy, and an indescribable pressure descended, causing all of the cultivators' hairs to stand on end. Old Monster Chi's pupils shrank. What was this feeling? The next moment, a figure appeared above Old Monster Chi and the others, looking down at them. It was the Sea King's Dome's Elder He. Luin had invited Elder He to act as the final powerhouse. He was not sure what kind of powerhouse the blazing mist flow zone would send this time, but having an emissary to oversee the situation would give him some confidence. Elder He was an emissary, and his appearance had sealed the deal. Old Monster Chi's face turned from red to white, and he looked at Elder He in shock. Senior, we are from the blazing mist flow zone. Why are you making things difficult for us? The Sylvan Dragon, the Ross Empire's Enlighters, and the millions of cultivators from the blazing mist flow zone were all stunned. Who would have thought that Luin would be able to invite an emissary? If they had known earlier, they would have definitely invited an emissary. Elder, he did not speak. Luin calmly replied, we are all cultivators from the fifth mainland. As long as you promise not to resist or do anything unnecessary, this senior will not act against you. Old Monster Chi looked at Luin. Junior, what do you want? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Please move to the dark mist weave. This junior will kindly accept this astral river Arkansas. Half a month later, at the border of the Innerverse day-night flow zone, Luin and Lan Si appeared. Luin sighed emotionally as he looked at the day-night flow zone's outer space. Ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had been inextricably linked to the day-night clan. The apocalypse on Earth had come from Night King Qingyu, and now, he had finally arrived at the day-night flow zone. It had been almost 12 years since he had started cultivating. Have you been to the day-night flow zone before? Luin asked. Lan Si nodded. I have. This flow zone and the Sword Sect's first flow zone are the strongest in the entire Innerverse. The day-night flow zone not only has the day-night clan, but also the Phoenix family, which has given birth to 2 of the 10 arbiters. If Lan Si had not mentioned it, Luin would have almost forgotten about the Phoenix family. This family had always kept a low profile, and aside from expelling the Dark Phoenix clan and shaking the universe, they had not done much else. However, they had given birth to 1 of the 10 arbiters, which meant that they were not simple at all. The day-night flow zone. Just from the name, it's obvious that the day-night clan is in charge. Only the Phoenix family's territory is separated from the day-night clan, so it's like a small flow zone within the day-night flow zone. Luin was curious. What makes the Phoenix family so powerful? Lan Si shook his head. I'm not sure. It's said that the Phoenix family members don't die easily. Perhaps some ancient powerhouse is still alive. After all, it's an immortal bird. To be able to name a flow zone in the name of their clan, the day-night clan must have a powerful background. Lan Si replied, it's said that in ancient times, this place was not called the day-night flow zone, but rather the frigid immortal flow zone. It was later renamed. Luin did not pay much attention to such matters from ancient times. Right now, he was heading to the main planet of the day-night flow zone, Night King Planet. The day-night banquet was about to begin. The last time he had been invited to a day-night banquet had been a long time ago, and that was the first time he had seen someone with a power level of over 400,000, Northgate Taisui. It was also the first time he had seen a colossus from ancient times, the centipede. It was a pity that he had not been able to attend that day-night banquet, but this one was being held specifically for him. The day-night banquet was about to begin, and there were less than 4 months before the 10 arbiters would gather and enter the Neoverse to compete for the Star Tower. Night King Zhenwu wanted to deal with Luin before going to the Neoverse, and Luin knew that he wanted to deal with Night King Zhenwu as well. He wanted to do his best to obtain the qualifications to enter the Neoverse to compete for the Star Tower. That was an inheritance of the mountains and seas, a progenitor's inheritance. After arriving at the day-night flow zone, Luin and Lan Si parted ways. Night King Planet's location was hidden, but Luin had informed Night King Yuanjing the moment he arrived, and Night King Yuanjing had already sent the location to Luin. Luin determined the direction and headed towards Night King Planet. He was not afraid of Night King Yuanjing plotting against him, as the ancient inheritance stone was in his hands, and the day-night clan would not give it up. Furthermore, he was the commander of the Outerverse allied forces. Even if Night King Zhenwu had accused him of being a traitor to the Fifth Mainland and the Hall of Honor had investigated him, his status had not been stripped away. This was also why eccentric Qi had repeatedly warned him not to kill Luin before he had left for the Outerverse. The day-night flow zone was very large, and Luin curiously sized up the region's outer space. This region had existed for countless years, and it had existed even before the day-night clan had been born. Many things had happened during this time. Sometimes, he would wonder just how large the outer space was, and what else existed beyond the 6 continents. Would there be even more powerful civilizations, and when would the human race be annihilated? Right in front of Luin, a dilapidated spacecraft swayed as it flew. It was not very large, and sparks would occasionally flicker from it. It was obvious that it would not be able to last much longer. Behind it, another spacecraft was rapidly approaching. This one had the day-night clan's insignia, and it was very obvious. Not long after, the dilapidated spacecraft exploded, and a woman escaped with a little girl in universal armor in her arms. The woman was an explorer, and she flew off into the distance. The Day-Night Clan spacecraft accelerated. Inside, a middle-aged man wielding a long blade walked to the top of the spacecraft. He looked at the woman from afar, raised his blade, and viciously slashed down. The blade pierced through the void and tore open a large wound on the woman's back. She spat out a mouthful of blood as her body was flung into the distance. Even though she was heavily injured, she did not let go of the little girl in her arms. The little girl's eyes were red and teary, but she did not say a word and just silently hugged the woman tightly. The middle-aged man snorted and raised his blade again. At this moment, a spacecraft appeared in the distance and headed straight for him. The middle-aged man frowned and swung his blade, but it was not aimed at the woman. Instead, it was aimed at the spacecraft. The woman's face went pale, and she looked at the spacecraft. Run! Inside the spacecraft, Lu Yan's gaze turned cold. He had actually attacked without saying a word. This was the Day-Night Clan. He walked out of space and put away the spacecraft. He looked at the incoming blade and raised his hand to catch it. He then squeezed it forcefully, shattering it. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he stepped into space to stand not too far away from Luin. The woman carrying the little girl was in the middle. Scram! Luin barked. The woman was stunned. This was the Day-Night Flow Zone, and this person had actually dared to tell someone from the Day-Night Clan to scram. This was too arrogant. The middle-aged man was stunned as well. He had never encountered such a situation in his entire life, and this was the Day-Night Flow Zone. Who are you? The middle-aged man was not stupid. If this person dared to be so arrogant, then he definitely had something to rely on. He might even be on good terms with one of the clan seniors. Luin raised his head. Go back and tell Knight King Jinwu that I, Luin, am here. The middle-aged man was shocked. You're Luin? Luin raised a hand and aimed it at the middle-aged man. He flicked his finger, causing a gale that sent the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man could not resist at all, and his spiritual force attack was like a gentle breeze to Luin. The middle-aged man was forced back tens of thousands of meters, and the blood in his chest churned. He resisted the urge to vomit blood and boarded the spacecraft to leave. Stop. Did I allow you to board the spacecraft? Everyone inside, scram. Leave the spacecraft behind. Luin shouted. The middle-aged man glared at Luin. You're too arrogant, Luin. This is the Day-Night Flow Zone. So what? Luin did not care, and his tone was extremely overbearing. The Day-Night Clan was overbearing, but he was even more overbearing than them. The middle-aged man was furious, but he did not dare to say anything in front of Luin. This person had already dared to oppose the Day-Night Clan while he was still in the academy, and his image was still on the ancestral land's stone tablet. He was the first person who had dared to learn the Day-Night Clan's battle techniques, and he had even been invited by the clan's elders to participate in the Day-Night Feast. The middle-aged man could not afford to offend such a person. Helpless, the middle-aged man left with the Day-Night Clan member who was piloting the spacecraft, leaving the spacecraft behind. To the side, the woman stared at the scene in a daze. She had never thought that there would be someone more arrogant than the Day-Night Clan, especially in the Day-Night Flow Zone. The little girl in the woman's arms looked at Luin with adoration, her eyes almost sparkling with stars. After the Day-Night Clan members left, Luin looked at the woman. I'll leave the spacecraft for you. Take it and leave. This is a Day-Night Clan spacecraft, so no one will dare to stop you. The only reason he had helped this woman was because she had warned him to flee the moment the Day-Night Clansman's blade had been unleashed. She was a kind woman. The woman's back was covered in blood, and her forehead was sweating profusely. She was sweating profusely and panting heavily. She nodded and said gratefully, I'm Bai Shui. Thank you for saving my life. Luin was just about to leave when he heard the woman's name. He turned around in surprise. Bai Shui? Bai? A primeval surname? Your surname is Bai? Luin asked. Bai Shui's expression changed, and she gritted her teeth before nodding. Yes, my surname is Bai. Luin looked at her. Why are you being chased by the Day-Night Clan? Bai Shui struggled for a moment before replying, because my surname is illegal. An illegal primeval surname? Luin was stunned. If it's illegal, then why did you tell me your name? Aren't you afraid that I'll act against you? The universe was extremely disgusted with illegal primeval surnames. It was slightly better in the outerverse, but the further one went, the more intense this feeling became. The woman replied, even if it's illegal, it's still my surname. Why wouldn't I dare? Luin looked at her in shock. He was now seriously sizing her up. She wasn't considered pretty, but she was delicate and pretty. Her gaze was stubborn, and it was obvious that she wasn't someone who would admit defeat. Who is this little girl to you? Luin asked. Bai Shui patted the little girl's head. She's my daughter, Bai Xiaodai. Luin nodded and tossed Shamrock Enterprises' special medicine to the woman. Apply it yourself. Bai Shui was grateful. Thank you. Bai Shui's injuries were quite severe, but she was an explorer. With the medicine that Luin had given her, her injuries were quickly brought under control. An illegal primeval surname had actually appeared in the day-night flow zone, which was something that Luin couldn't understand. However, there were too many strange things in the universe, and he didn't have the energy to care about anything else. Luin gave the spacecraft to Bai Shui and told her to take her daughter away from the day-night flow zone. However, Bai Shui hugged Bai Xiaodai and knelt down in front of Luin. Benefactor, please help us, Bai Shui pleaded, her eyes red. Luin frowned. You only dared to introduce yourself in front of me because you heard that person call out my name. You know that I also have a primeval surname, so you're certain that I won't do anything to you. You're very smart, but why do you think that I'll help you? Bai Shui replied, Benefactor. You're not just helping us, you're also helping yourself. The Day-Night clan is after me because my family has precious resources that have been passed down since ancient times. If Benefactor can help me protect those resources, I'm willing to share half of them with you. Luin was curious. What kind of resources? Bai Shui hesitated for a moment, but then she seemed to make up her mind. It's a type of frigid water that's extremely cold. After absorbing it, any battle technique that is used will be imbued with the power of extreme cold. This kind of power is very difficult to dispel, and it's almost impossible for a powerhouse of the same level to dispel it. Either you're a lockbreaker, or you have a cultivation that far surpasses the person using the battle technique. Luin was flabbergasted, but he didn't take it to heart. There were many similar resources in the universe, and since the Day-Night clan had only sent a few people to kill this woman, it obviously wasn't a good resource. This woman was very smart, and she wanted to use the resources to entice Luin into helping her. Leave on your own. I'm not interested in such resources, Luin said. Bai Shui grew anxious. Benefactor, this frigid water is really precious. It's been passed down since ancient times, and there definitely won't be a second place in the universe that has it. Luin waved a hand. Not interested. He then looked at Bai Shui. I'm more interested in your family. Where is it? Bai Shui was dejected. They're all dead. Many years ago, my family only had one heir. Luin felt that it was a pity. Why don't you find a planet to settle down on? Obtain legal status? Bai Shui shook her head. There are no legal primeval surnames in the Day-Night flow zone. Then go to another flow zone, Luin said. Bai Shui didn't seem to want to say more. Luin sighed. He had originally wanted to ask about the primeval surname alliance, but judging from the situation of this woman's family, she definitely wouldn't know anything about it. She was actually living in the Day-Night flow zone, which showed how stubborn she was. To Luin, saving Bai Shui was just an interlude. Even if the Day-Night clan knew that he was the one who had saved Bai Shui, they wouldn't cause trouble for him. Right now, there was only one thing that Luin wanted to do, and that was to hitch a ride. The entire Day-Night clan knew that he had arrived, and all eyes were on him. Although he didn't plan on hiding, he didn't plan on being too high-profile either. In that case, hitching a ride was a good idea, and he could treat it as a vacation. He looked to his left and saw quite a few rune lines. A spacecraft was approaching. Lu Yin's expression turned strange as he looked at the spacecraft. What a coincidence. It was the Lingling clan spacecraft, and within it, Lu Yin saw Ling Kei's rune lines. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the best. Ling K, I love you. Ling K, you're the best. The familiar voices traveled to Lu Yin's ears, and he stood at the top of the spacecraft, feeling rather speechless. Ling K had once again reorganized his support group. Inside the spacecraft, Ling K was comfortably drinking wine as he looked outside. This was the life that he had been looking forward to. Listening to the idolizing cheers from his support group and being surrounded by exclamations of admiration, envy, and even jealousy, was what he loved the most. There was nothing more comfortable than this. This was his second time attending the day-night banquet. The first time he had attended, he had been one of the unequaled leaders, and Night Queen Xianxia had personally received him. So many years had passed since then. Eh? Why did the voices stop? Ling K was dissatisfied. Keep shouting. If you stop, I'll deduct your money. Your shameless self-confidence hasn't changed, Ling Quebec, a voice rang out. Ling K was shocked, and he turned around. Luyin? Luyin sat on the sofa and waved his hand. The girls in the support group looked at Ling K in confusion. Ling K waved for them to leave and then looked at Luyin in shock. Why are you here? I was just passing by and bumped into you. Ling K's mouth twitched. What a coincidence. You should hurry up and leave. I don't want to be implicated by you. Don't you know that you're surrounded by enemies? Including your Lingling clan? Luyin looked at him, amused. Ling K was speechless. The entire Interverse benefits have been eroded by you. Do you think that you'll have a good ending in the Interverse? Besides, this is the day-night flow zone. I don't want to be implicated by you and die for no reason. Luyin replied, I won't implicate you. The day-night clan won't do anything to me, at least not for the time being. Ling K was helpless. He understood Luyin, and he knew that there was no way to chase him away. Did you go to the Cosmic Sea to visit Yaya? Luyin asked. Ling K shook his head. I've been staying in the clan. If not for the day-night banquet, I wouldn't have been able to leave. What about Ling Gong? How would I know? She wasn't with me. You were invited to the day-night banquet? Luyin asked. Ling K raised his brows and gave Luyin an unfriendly look. What do you mean? Are you the only one? Yes, you're very powerful now. You defeated the divine fist of the 10 arbiters and are now on par with Night King Jinwu. But don't look down on others. My Lingling clan's innate gift is very powerful. Once we completely merge, our power will multiply, and we'll definitely be able to catch up to you. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ling K's words. Like Ling Palace? She hasn't completely fused with it yet, Ling K answered directly, but then he suddenly paused and glared at Luyin. You're trying to trick me. Luyin shrugged. No, I didn't even hear what you just said. Is that so? Ling K was skeptical. At that moment, the door opened, and a man walked in. Young master, your wine. Ling K casually replied, put it here. The man walked over and placed the wine on the table. Just as he was about to leave, Luyin placed a hand on the man's arm and looked at him in surprise. It's you? Ling K was puzzled. The man's expression changed when he saw Luyin. It's you? Luyin smiled. The universe is so big, but you just had to appear in front of me. Interesting. The man's face went pale, and he tried to pull his arm back, but he was much weaker than Luyin and could not move at all. Ling K was puzzled. You know each other? Luyin looked at Ling Quebec. Is this person from your Lingling clan? Ling K shook his head. I picked him up along the way. When the 6th mainland invaded, this guy was heavily injured, and my Lingling clan rescued him along the way. Why? Is there a problem? Do you know his identity? Luyin asked. Ling K looked at the man. The man gritted his teeth, and his expression turned ugly. Luyin, I was hired to kill you. There is no grudge between us, so please let me go. Luyin was amused. You chased us all the way from Chaos Flow Zone to the Starfall Sea and forced my 2 seniors to go missing, and you're telling me that it was a misunderstanding? Feng Yamo. This man was Feng Yamo. He had been hired by Deep Crimson Hall to kill Lu Yin's group and force them to go to the Starfall Sea to participate in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. If not for him, Big Pow and Little Pow would have dared to come out and were still missing. Lu Yin had not planned on searching for this person, as the universe was too big. However, he had never expected this person to appear in front of him. Ling Ke was shocked and looked at Feng Yamo. You chased after this guy? How stupid. Why didn't you kill him? Feng Mo's arm was in intense pain, and beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. He was a hunter, and after leaving the Sea King's dome, he had been chased down by the Neo-Human Alliance's Spectre clan. He had been lucky enough to escape and hide in the Starfall Sea. He had thought that he would be fine after some time, but he had never expected for the Innerverse and Outerverse to undergo a huge change. The Sixth Mainland had invaded, and he had narrowly escaped death. In the end, he had been rescued by the Lingling clan. He hadn't stayed in the Lingling clan to serve Ling Ke because he wanted to repay his debt of gratitude. Rather, he had been ordered by the Relentless Slayers to investigate the Lingling clan's innate gift and see if there was any way for him to find out anything. He hadn't expected to run into Lu Yin. Young master, no matter what I did in the past, I'm now a member of the Lingling clan. Please save me, young master, Feng Yamo begged. Ling Ke looked at Lu Yin. He's from Chaos Flowzone's Relentless Slayers. Do you think that he's staying in the Lingling clan to repay a debt of gratitude? Ling Ke's expression changed, and he stared at Feng Yamo with murderous intent. Didn't you say that you came from the Starfall Sea? Feng Yamo pleaded, young master, but before he could finish speaking, Feng Yamo suddenly attacked Ling Ke with a palm. Ling Ke was an explorer, and although his innate gift was extraordinary, it was still difficult for him to react to a hunter's sneak attack. Lu Yin used his right hand to flip Feng Yamo over and smash him into the ground, causing Feng Mo's attack to miss. Not only that, half of his body went numb, and he crashed into the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin looked down at Feng Yamo. How dare you sneak attack me right in front of me? I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've become stupid. Ling Ke stared coldly at Feng Yamo, as he had almost been ambushed. This person had tried to divert Lu Yin's attention and escape, which was too hateful. Brother Lu, leave this person to me. I want to see what he's trying to do by staying in the Lingling clan, Ling Ke said coldly. Lu Yin nodded and exerted some strength in his palm, using overlaying stacks to enter Feng Mo's body through his arm and shatter all of Feng Mo's meridians, rendering him a cripple. Lu Yin let go of Feng Yamo. I'll leave him to you. Interrogate him about everything that happened after he chased us into the Starfall Sea. The fate of my two seniors is unknown, and I don't know if it has anything to do with him. Ling Ke nodded. Lu Yin's interrogation of Feng Yamo went smoothly, and it didn't take long for Lu Yin to learn about Feng Mo's experiences. This guy was actually chased by the Neo-Human Alliance's Spectre clan, but he didn't die. He's really lucky, Ling Ke sighed. Lu Yin looked over Feng Mo's experiences and recalled what had happened in the past. He knew that Feng Yamo had been chased because of Lu Yin. It was because he had given Faceless an order that the Spectre clan had chased after him. If that was the case, then Lu Yin could indeed impersonate the Spectre clan's upper echelons and give them orders. As for Big Pow and Small Pow, Lu Yin had never encountered them again. Wait a minute. Lu Yin carefully reviewed Feng Mo's experiences. Did he explain how he escaped from the Spectre clan? Ling Ke hurriedly looked over Feng Mo's experiences, and his expression changed slightly. Someone who could escape from the Spectre clan was definitely not simple. Since Feng Yamo had been able to escape from the Spectre clan, then he should be able to escape from them as well. Furthermore, Feng Yamo had even escaped the Sixth Mainland's pursuit from the Starfall Sea. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, a voice came from outside the door. Young master, Feng Yamo has disappeared. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he looked around in all directions. Feng Mo's rune lines were nowhere to be seen. He then scanned the spacecraft, but Feng Mo's rune lines were still nowhere to be seen. Ling Ke's expression turned ugly. Search. This guy definitely didn't escape. Everyone on the spacecraft frantically searched, but it was as if Feng Yamo had evaporated into thin air. Feng Yamo was from the Relentless Slayers, so he had a way to restrain his aura. However, his meridians had been broken, so how had he managed to escape? The Lingling clan's expert who had been guarding Feng Yamo was also a hunter, so Feng Yamo should not have been able to escape so easily. No matter how they asked, no one knew how Feng Yamo had managed to escape. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Feng Yamo definitely had something extraordinary on him, or else he would not have been able to escape. Now that Feng Yamo had escaped, it would be difficult to find him again. Feng Yamo was an assassin, and Lu Yin believed that Feng Yamo would definitely remember his aura. Feng Mo's incident put Ling Ke in a bad mood for the next 2 days, and he was not even interested in the cheers of his support group. 2 days later, Ling Ke sighed as he looked at the enormous black planet in the distance. We've arrived at Night King Planet. Lu Yin stared at the planet in front of him in shock. Was that a planet? It was too big. Night King Planet was indeed a planet, but it was much, much bigger than any planet Lu Yin had ever seen. It was like a monster lying in the heavens, blocking their path forward. Night King Planet is one of the largest planets in the Innerverse. It's rumored that the Day-Night clan's first Night King came from this planet, and all the elites of the Night King bloodline are gathered there. No one knows what kind of background they have, Ling Ke said. Even though he was from the Lingling clan, he was still filled with dread when it came to Night King Planet. Lu Yin stared at Night King Planet. There were a terrifying number of rune lines on the planet, which meant that there was definitely a powerhouse who far surpassed the emissary level. This was the Night King clan's background. The Night King banquet was being held on Night King Planet. Is the current head of the Day-Night clan Night King Dijiang? Lu Yin asked. Ling Ke nodded. That's right. Night King Dijiang isn't the most powerful person in the history of the Day-Night clan, but he's still not bad. At the very least, he hasn't suffered any defeats. According to the older generation, Night King Dijiang is about the same as us when we were younger. He's considered to be invincible. He hasn't shown himself in a long time. Could he be dead? Lu Yin asked with some anticipation. Ling Ke's expression changed. Keep your voice down. This is Night King Planet, and there are Night King clan experts everywhere. You might want to die, but I don't want to die. Lu Yin smiled and stared at Night King Planet. Aside from the rune lines that were exposed, there were definitely other hidden rune lines as well. He wanted to see what kind of background the Day-Night clan, one of the most powerful clans in the Innerverse, had. Spacecraft after spacecraft headed towards Night King Planet. From time to time, a spacecraft would stop and greet Ling Quebec. Ling Ke smiled in response. Of course, the cheers from his support group did not diminish, which made the onlookers look at him strangely. However, they could not help but praise him against their will. Brother Lu, you should form a support group as well. Look at how envious they are. Ling Ke sighed. Lu Yin did not know where Ling Ke had seen the envy in Lu Yin's eyes. As long as you're happy. Alright, Brother Lu, we've arrived at Night King Planet. I still have some old friends to meet, so I'll take my leave now. After successfully passing through the inspection and bringing Lu Yin into Night King Planet, Ling Ke decided to chase him away. He did not want to be misunderstood as Lu Yin's ally. Even an idiot would know that Lu Yin had a bad relationship with the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin knew what Ling Ke was thinking, so he did not stay for long. He simply borrowed Ling Ke's help to enter Night King Planet. Night King Planet was huge, and the buildings were similarly tall. They were ridiculously tall, and any one of them was several hundred meters tall. Some of them even reached into the sky and swayed back and forth. The planet's soil was gray, and so was the sky. It gave off a solemn feeling, as if there was no laughter on this planet. There was only the nobility, strictness, and insufferably tyrannical aura of the Night King bloodline. This planet fully displayed the Night King bloodline's moral character. Anyone who arrived at Night King Planet would first feel the pressure from this ancient clan. Lu Yin felt this as well, so he let the monkey out. Come, take a piss. The monkey was stunned and confused. What did you say, seventh bro? Lu Yin smiled. Take a piss. The monkey was enraged. Seventh bro, you're insulting me. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Boring. He then put the monkey away and looked at the rune lines around him before heading in a certain direction. The day-night banquet was being held in Night King Planet's main city, Evernight City. With Lu Yin's speed, he quickly arrived at Evernight City. As long as one could enter Night King Planet, they did not need to go through any checks to enter Evernight City. Lu Yin's horizons were broadened when he arrived at Evernight City. The entire city's buildings were filled with the grandeur of an emperor. They seemed deathly still, but the square buildings gave off a different kind of oppressive feeling. However, they were also filled with a dark nobility. Lu Yin did not like this city, as it seemed to be overlooking everything else. Anyone who came to this city would feel insignificant. I'll tear this city down one day. Evernight City was huge, but there were not many people. The Night King clan had very few people to begin with, and many of the Day-Night clan did not even have the qualifications to come to Night King Planet. As a result, the city was silent, and it was almost like an empty city. If I opened a shop here, I'd definitely lose money, the monkey sighed. Lu Yin headed towards the place with the highest number of rune lines. At the same time, the moment Lu Yin arrived at Night King Planet, Li Zimo also arrived at the neighboring first flow zone. Lu Yin had brought a group of people from the outerverse to the innerverse, and Li Zimo was one of them. His goal was to join the Sword Sect, which was both his own wish and the mission that Lu Yin had given him. The Sword Sect represented the highest level of swordsmanship in the innerverse and outerverse. Even in the Neoverse, there might not be an existence that could surpass the Sword Sect in terms of swordsmanship. Back in the 6th Mainland's Daosaur's Three Skies, Ziyi had been shocked by the Sword Sect's swordsmanship. For a genius swordsman like Li Zimo, the Sword Sect was the place that he yearned for the most. Without reaching the first flow zone, one would never be able to imagine the status of swordsmanship in this flow zone. The simplest example was that out of 10 cultivators, at least 5 would use swords. This was the first flow zone. Li Zimo looked at the distant sky with a burning gaze. This was the place that he had always dreamed of. Fortunately, he had left the Shenwu continent. Evernight City had a city within a city called Nightless City. It had been built specifically for the purpose of hosting banquets. Within the city, there were treasure gambling dens, scripture pavilions, brothels, casinos, and more. Almost everything that could be done in the outside world could be found here, and they were all of the best quality. Nightless City lived up to its name. It was brightly lit, and not a single trace of darkness could be seen during the banquet. Lu Yin had just arrived at Nightless City. He looked at the bustling streets in front of him, the fragrance wafting through the air, and the pink flowers that filled the sky. He wondered if this was Evernight City, as it was completely different from the outside world. Many people had gathered here from all directions. Some were from the Day-Night clan, but there were also cultivators from other powers. The universe was vast, and there were many geniuses. Even if there were only a few from each flow zone, this place would still be packed. The Nightless City's guests were all youths with great potential. There was no need to mention the top 100 rankings, but even those at the level of Northline flow zones Lily and were qualified. There were many people at Lily Ann's level in the innerverse, and even a small portion of them was enough to make Nightless City flourish. The people that Lu Yin saw here were all the universe's famous youths. Any one of them was a famous genius from a flow zone. Ling Kei's rune lines were among them. Aside from Ling Kei, there were many other rune lines, and 2 of them even surpassed Ling Kei's rune lines. If they were from the younger generation, they should be experts at the top of the top 100 rankings. As soon as he stepped into Nightless City, beautiful and enchanting women immediately surrounded him and led him inside. 7th bro, it's time for you to become a man as well. The monkey suddenly sighed. Lu Yin pursed his lips and tactfully rejected the girls. He looked around and his gaze was attracted by a tall, ancient building in the distance. He slowly walked over. Suddenly, he smelled a special fragrance. It was extremely alluring and made him drool. It was the smell of a top-notch delicacy. He followed the scent and saw a cultivator cooking a dead fish-like creature not too far away. Isn't that the fruit fish in the galaxy? I've heard that these are top-notch ingredients, and each one is extremely valuable. They're extremely difficult to catch. These fish live in the depths of the Astral River, and anyone who isn't an enlighter shouldn't even think of approaching them. Even if you're an enlighter, catching these fish depends on luck. Otherwise, you might be eaten by the monsters in the Astral River if you're not careful. Oh, fruit fish. I've seen an elder in my family eat one before. It's said that every inch of this fish's flesh contains the fragrance of hundreds of mutant fruits. More importantly, the fish's flesh will gradually resemble the flavor of your favorite fruit. It's amazing. Not bad. This fruit fish can't even be bought with money, but they actually have it here. As expected of the Day-Night clan. This banquet was worth it. Luin walked closer and saw that the area was already filled with people. They were all youths, and they all stared at the fruit fish with burning eyes. They didn't know who would end up eating it. "Uncle, how much is this fruit fish?" someone asked a cute little girl with an expectant expression. The cultivator who was cooking the fish was a middle-aged man, and he didn't even raise his head as he replied, "There's no need to spend money in Nightless City. The Day-Night clan has already paid for it. If you want to eat it, come and get it yourself." The crowd clamored, and everyone grew excited. "It's free. The Day-Night clan is too generous. This isn't something that can be bought with money. How much can a fruit fish cost at most? The main thing is that it can't be bought. I never thought that I'd be so lucky today." Luin was also looking forward to it. Fruit fish sounded delicious. Was this the flavor of his favorite fruit? More and more people gathered around, and soon, there were over 100 people crowding the area. There were over 10,000 people participating in the banquet, and over 100 people were gathered here. Everyone was squeezing forward, waiting for the moment that the fruit fish was ready. As the fragrance wafted through the air, the middle-aged cultivator opened the pot. The fruit fish boiled, and the flesh of the fish bloomed like flower petals. All sorts of exotic fruit fragrances filled the air, causing everyone to salivate. The people at the very front tried their best to eat the fruit fish, but there was an invisible force around the fruit fish that isolated them from the crowd. The middle-aged cultivator was pleased with himself. He had promised the Day-Night clan that he would give the fruit fish to them, but he hadn't said that he would definitely let them eat it. These juniors didn't have the qualifications to eat his food. After the banquet ended, the fruit fish would be his, and the Day-Night clan had already paid for it. It was perfect. They were just a bunch of kids. The people at the very front couldn't even push aside the invisible force, and even their battle techniques were useless. Gradually, everyone's expressions changed. Eating this fish wasn't that easy, and there really wasn't anything free. Luin looked at the middle-aged cultivator strangely. Although this person hadn't revealed his rune lines, there was no mistaking his aura. It was a terrifying aura with a power level of over 300,000. This person was an enlighter. Luin felt that a cultivator with a power level of over 300,000 was toying with them. The people at the front were defeated, and the people at the back took their places. The fruit fish attracted quite a few people, but no one was able to eat it. The middle-aged cultivator's lips curled up, as he wanted to laugh. At this time, Luin squeezed his way to the front. He had adjusted his appearance, so no one recognized him. Otherwise, he would have been targeted by the Day-Night clan. As he looked at the tempting fruit fish, Luin smiled at the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator blinked and smiled back, but he cursed inwardly, "What an idiot. Hurry up, we can't eat it anyway." "Hurry up," someone urged from the back. Luin raised his hand, and his star energy condensed into a pair of chopsticks that slowly approached the fruit fish. He stared at the boundless rune lines that surrounded the fruit fish, and it was almost impossible for the younger generation to break through this level of defense. However, it was useless against Luin. Lu Yin's chopsticks touched the invisible barrier, and with a slight shake of his wrist, a huge force flowed through the chopsticks and penetrated the invisible barrier. He easily touched the fruit fish, picked it up, and put it into his mouth. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The middle-aged cultivator was stunned. What was going on? Behind him, no one had expected Luin to eat the fruit fish, and their eyes were filled with envy. The fruit fish melted in his mouth, and there was a mellow and sweet taste to it. There was also an indescribable fragrance that filled his taste buds. This fragrance was very strange and alluring, and when it slid down his esophagus and down his throat, it caused his body to tremble. Everything in front of him seemed to change, and the familiar yet strange taste brought him back to the river of time. He heard the laughter of children in his ears. "Little 7, eat. This fruit is the best." "Second bro, can I eat it?" I don't dare." "Eat it, it's fine." "Second bro, you should come up first." The pool is cold. Eat it, we'll leave once you're done. Luin held his chopsticks in a daze, and everything in front of him blurred. He didn't know when this had happened. Who was that second bro? Had he ever tasted something like that before? That fragrance was clearly unfamiliar, but why did it feel so familiar? This was his body's instinctive memory, and he had definitely tasted it before. Hey, hurry up, someone behind him shouted in dissatisfaction, pulling Luin out of his memories. He frowned, and violent star energy swept out in all directions. Shut up. The ground trembled, and a storm of star energy swept the surrounding cultivators away. Layers of ripples rippled through the void, shocking everyone. At this moment, even the middle-aged cultivator was astonished, and he looked at Luin with astonishment and amazement. Luin looked at the fruit fish and picked up his chopsticks again, slowly eating one bite at a time. No one dared to argue, and no one dared to step forward. The pressure from before had shocked them. Many people in the crowd looked at each other hesitantly. They felt that Luin looked familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had seen him before. It didn't take long for Luin to finish the entire plate of fruit fish. He could taste that fragrance and sweetness, but he could no longer recall it or feel that warmth. The chopsticks dissipated, and Luin looked at the middle-aged cultivator. Thank you. The middle-aged cultivator curled his lips and cursed his bad luck before turning to leave. The surrounding cultivators dispersed, and only Luin remained in place, deep in thought. That memory should have been his. Did he have a second bro? Someone walked over from behind him and politely said, "Brother, I'm Windbeard. Let's get to know each other." Luin looked over. 65th on the top 100 rankings, Windbeard from the Wind family? Windbeard smiled. My nickname is Bo Yu, and I've embarrassed myself in front of you. May I know your name? Luin thought for a moment, and then his face changed back to his original appearance. Luin. He had caused quite a commotion here, and he had definitely been targeted by the Day-Night clan. Even the Amethyst Trading Company had been able to see through his disguise, and the Day-Night clan had been able to deduce countless disguises based on his true appearance. Lu Yin's identity had been exposed long ago, so there was no need for him to hide anything. Windbeard blinked and laughed dryly. So it's Brother Lu. I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Brother Wen, I've heard a lot about you as well. Windbeard was a little embarrassed. Luin had unified the Outerverse and was now a potential enemy of the entire Innerverse. The Outerverse represented the interests of the entire Innerverse, and the Wen family was no exception. Any Innerverse power successor would feel awkward when they met Luin, and they wouldn't know how to face him. Luin smiled and did not mind Wen Sa's attitude. He turned and left. Ever since he had stepped onto this path, he had become the enemy of countless people, so it did not matter. Wen Sa watched Luin leave. Even though they might become enemies in the future, he could not help but admire Luin. Not everyone dared to do what he did, and even fewer had the ability to do so. Isn't that Luin? It really is him. He defeated the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist, and I heard that he's only been cultivating for a dozen years. He's an absolute genius, and he even unified the Outerverse. I wonder how he cultivated. He's courting death. He's threatening the interests of the entire Innerverse, and he's an enemy of the Day-Night clan. How dare he come here? He won't live for much longer. The Innerverse's 8 great flow zones won't let him live. A scattered Outerverse is in line with the Innerverse interests. No matter what, this person unified the Outerverse and defeated the 10 Arbiters. That's enough to make history. It's a pity. If he had been able to mature, his future would have been shocking. Luin had regained his appearance, and everyone who saw him recognized him. He walked step by step towards the simple building in the center of Nightless City. All sorts of discussions, mockery, and exclamations rang in his ears, but he remained unperturbed. There was a pavilion in the center of Nightless City called the Vigil Pavilion. It had 99 floors, and it was built to protect the Night King clan. It had once been where the first Night King had overlooked the world. It was rumored that the first Night King had held a banquet and invited all the top geniuses in the universe. He stood at the top of the pavilion, and no one dared to challenge him. He looked down on the world, and he himself became the 100th floor of the Vigil Pavilion. That was how the Vigil Pavilion came to be. Now, the Vigil Pavilion had become a must-visit location for the banquet. Lu Yin arrived outside the Vigil Pavilion and looked at the towering pavilion in front of him with a look of amazement. Countless rune lines filled the air as hundreds or even thousands of young elites who had been invited gathered there. As long as one could enter the Night King planet, they would be able to enter the Nightless City and enter the Night Vigil Pavilion. However, not everyone could enter the Night Vigil Pavilion unimpeded. The Vigil Pavilion had 99 floors, and each floor had an isolation barrier that required strength to climb. Those who were capable could reach the top. Throughout history, aside from the first Night King, no one had ever managed to surpass the 99th level. Even the genius third Night King had only managed to reach the 99th level. Night King Zhenwu's previous record had also been the 99th level, which was comparable to the third Night King's. Whether or not Night King Zhenwu would be able to surpass the 99th level this time would be the most interesting part of this banquet. Lu Yin's arrival attracted the attention of countless people. On the 38th level, when Xianxia was chatting happily with a few youths when someone called out Lu Yin's name. She immediately looked down and saw a lonely figure standing quietly outside the Night Vigil Pavilion. It really was Lu Yin. When Xianxia's eyes lit up. Women all worshipped heroes, and Lu Yin was undoubtedly one of them. He had unified the Outerverse and defeated the divine fist of the 10 Arbiters. Even though the Day-Night clan had framed him as a traitor of the Fifth Mainland, his reputation had not been affected at all. Those rumors could only deceive ordinary cultivators, but the disciples of large families all knew of the Day-Night clan's methods. So it's Lu Yin. He really came. We didn't believe that he'd come when we saw his name on the banquet list, one of the men exclaimed. Someone else coldly replied, it's good that he's here. This kid has shown off his abilities, and he'll definitely die. Everyone knows about the grudge between him and Arbiter Zhenwu. His courage is commendable for daring to come, but it's a pity that he's all brawn and no brains. Not far away, Han Chong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. A few years ago, they had both been students of the Astral Combat Academy, and the gap between them had not been that great. But now, this person had actually defeated one of the 10 Arbiters, which was inconceivable. Perhaps only Arbiter Wen could suppress him, but that was only for now. In a few years, Arbiter Wen and the others would surpass the age limit, and who would be able to stop him then? Those who were truly of the same generation as him would have been left far behind. The 4 unequaled leaders of the past might not even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Sun Jiong had been invited to Night King Planet, and he was currently in the Night Vigil Pavilion on the 40th level, looking down at Lu Yin from above. Although he was standing high up, he subconsciously retreated when Lu Yin's gaze swept over him, not daring to meet his eyes. The gap between them was too great, just too great. Sun Jiong had thought that this person would definitely die after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, but now, Lu Yin had actually reached this point. Sun Jiong no longer had the qualifications to compete with this person, and he did not even dare to look at him. Heart Phoenix had also come. Although he was only a Lemiter, he was from the Phoenix clan and had an extraordinary innate gift, so he was also qualified to be invited. Heart had once challenged Lu Yin, but now that he looked at the person below him, he no longer had any desire to challenge Lu Yin. Only his elder brother could compete with him. Ling Ke entered the Night Vigil Pavilion before Lu Yin, and when he saw that Lu Yin had attracted everyone's attention, he felt a little jealous, but he also rejoiced that he had not come with Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would have lost face. It was a pity that he could not bring his support team in. On the 70th level of the Night Vigil Pavilion, Casanova and Mou both looked down. He's Lu Yin? Mou asked. Casanova nodded. You've never seen him before? Nope, Mou replied. Casanova was astonished. His battle with the Divine Fist shook the universe. You haven't seen that video? Mou indifferently replied, not interested. So you're interested in him now? Mou's gaze turned serious. She was not interested in Lu Yin's battle prowess, but she was interested in Lu Yin's lock-breaking ability. He had jumped from 1-star to 5-star in one go. This person's lock-breaking ability had improved too quickly. Don't compare yourself to him. He's a freak. He dared to compete with me in lock-breaking back then, and now he's left us in the dust, Casanova said helplessly. Although Luin had only wandered the Innerverse for a few years, he had still come into contact with many people and things. In the Night Vigil Pavilion, he had interacted with too many people. Even in the Day-Night clan, he had interacted with quite a few people, such as Zhanlong Day-Night, Tiankong Day-Night, Ro Day-Night, Night Queen Yanqing, Night King Gu, and so on. Lu Yin's mere appearance in the Night Vigil Pavilion caused the entire place to fall silent. This was the current Luin. Looking at the Night Vigil Pavilion, Luin smiled and stepped in. The pavilion required one to climb level by level, and the isolation was practically non-existent to Luin. When he reached the 16th level, a youth named Han Kuei was excited, as if he had just brushed shoulders with a legend. He was Han Chang's younger brother, and people called him the Little Art Saint. Luin reached the 22nd level, and Lily and bowed slightly, she had come as well. Luin reached the 38th level, and when Xianxia smiled sweetly. Luin reached the 40th level and glared at Sun Jiong. Sun Jiong was startled and took a few steps back, almost falling out of the pavilion. Luin walked up to the 65th floor, where Mira and Michelle greeted him. Luin nodded in response. He even saw Zhanlong Day-Night standing alone in a corner. Luin continued onwards. When he reached the 70th level, he saw Casanova and Mou, whose eyes were filled with curiosity. When he reached the 75th level, a youth named Song Mu stepped forward and bumped shoulders with him, but he was sent flying instead. My name is Song Mu, and I'm a follower of the 10 warlords. Just because you defeated the Divine Fist doesn't mean that you can defeat the warlords. Luin reached the 90th level, where there was almost no one left. There was only a tall but extremely ugly man who was glaring at him coldly. This man was called Avery, and he was known as the second warlord. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Luin, Avery barked. Luin looked at him, you're Avery? We've fought before. Avery did not understand, when? A ported battle, Luin answered. Avery was shocked, you fought me before? He then grinned, you were ravaged by me, weren't you? Luin smiled and walked closer to Avery. Try attacking me. Avery's expression changed, and he did not hold back. He opened his mouth and unleashed God's wail. This was his battle technique, and when combined with his innate gift of sound, it was enough to crush any powerful enemy. Back during the ported battle, Luin had been killed by a single roar. Now, he was facing God's wail again, and this time, it was Avery's full-powered attack. Luin did not move, and he merely glared at night. Everything in front of Avery's eyes turned dark, and he sank into the darkness. His brain was shaken, and blood flowed from his nose, ears, mouth, and eyes. He slowly squatted down and looked at the ground, but he could not see anything clearly. Luin walked in front of Avery and looked down at him, who gave you the confidence to stand in front of me? He then kicked Avery into a corner like he was trash. He then looked up and walked to a higher level. There were no obstructions in the Night Vigil Pavilion, so everyone could see everything from top to bottom. Many people had seen the scene from before, and although they hated Avery's arrogance, he was still ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings. Now, he was in such a miserable state that he could not even retaliate. Everyone looked at Lu Yin's back with envy, jealousy, fear, and worship. All sorts of emotions mixed together to form a river of gazes as they watched Luin walk to a higher level. Avery was on the 90th level, and one level above him was a girl named Qing Longlong. She was ranked 3rd on the top 100 rankings, second only to Summer and Taiyuanjun. She was from the Gu Flow Zone. The Gu Flow Zone was the only one of the 8 great flow zones that did not interact with the outside world, and it was also very difficult for outsiders to enter. Even if the 6th mainland invaded, the Gu Flow Zone was a place that they did not want to invade. It was filled with poisonous creatures, and no matter how strong one was, it was difficult to guarantee that they would not be poisoned. Especially when the weather had changed, everyone's power level had to be suppressed to below 200,000. Entering the Gu Flow Zone was suicide. Qing Longlong had started a massacre in the Gu Flow Zone and become a Regis King. Like Summer and Taiyuanjun, she had the qualifications to enter the Neoverse and compete for the Star Tower inheritance. However, Avery, who was ranked 4th, had not been crowned king. This was a qualitative difference. Luin and Qing Longlong looked at each other, but Qing Longlong's gaze was calm. She only glanced at Luine for a moment before ignoring him. Luine did not say anything to her either. There was no one on the higher levels of the night vigil pavilion, and he did not plan on going up. From this position, he felt as if the entire universe was under his control. Half of the elites of the innerverse and outerverse were gathered here, and they represented the future of the innerverse and outerverse. Stepping on them was equivalent to stepping on the entire universe. This was the day-night clan's method. Whether it was the architectural style, the planet, or the city, they were all superior to others. It was truly detestable. What was even more detestable was that Night King Jinwu had yet to appear, and everyone was waiting for him. The other 10 arbiters had not appeared either. 7th bro, you've lost your status. You should have appeared later, the later the better, the monkey said unhappily. Luine rubbed his cosmic ring. When did the Day-Night clan plan to take back the inheritance stone? Could it be during the Day-Night feast? Luine was in no hurry to contact Night King Yuanjing. Luine walked all the way to the top, and the discussions below grew louder. Most people in the innerverse did not like Luine, as he had offended too many people by unifying the outerverse. Even Feng Shang and Kuang Wang, who had a slightly better relationship with Luine, did not take the initiative to contact him due to pressure from their sections. Everyone was waiting for Night King Jinwu, and many people were already complaining, but no one dared to voice their complaints. Luine looked at the distant nightless city, and his gaze focused in one direction. There, he saw Night King Jinwu's rune lines. However, the man did not move and remained in his original position. As for the other 10 arbiters, he had yet to see them. Could it be that the 10 arbiters were meeting somewhere else? 7th bro, have you heard of the legend of the Nightwatch Pavilion? The monkey suddenly asked. Luine was puzzled. What legend? The monkey was pleased. The 99th level of the Nightwatch Pavilion. Rumor has it that when the first Night King ascended to the top, he transformed himself into the 100th level and ruled over the world. It was also from then on that the Day-Night clan became the strongest clan in the innerverse, and the Nightwatch Pavilion became famous overnight. Luine looked up, there was actually such a legend. He looked at Qing Longlong. Miss, did Night King Jinwu ascend to the top of the Nightwatch Pavilion? Qing Longlong answered, no, he reached the 99th level, but he was unable to reach the top. Luine nodded. Thank you. He then walked towards the higher levels. Since Night King Jinwu did not want to come out, then he would force him. One could not be passive, he had to take the initiative. Many people noticed Lu Yin's movement, and they all wondered why he was still climbing upwards. Don't tell me he wants to climb to the top of the Night Guardian Pavilion, someone guessed. The others sneered. How is that possible? The Night Vigil Pavilion is the Night King clan's place of honor, and no outsider has ever tried to climb to the top. Isn't that just challenging the Day-Night clan? As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. That was Luine. What wouldn't he do? In the distance, Night King Jinwu had been keeping an eye on Luine the entire time. When he saw that Luine was actually trying to climb to the top of the Vigil Pavilion, his gaze turned cold like never before. Luine actually wanted to ascend to the top of the Vigil Pavilion. If the Vigil Pavilion allowed an outsider to reach the top, even if it was only the 99th level, it would be a humiliation to the Day-Night clan, and it would be unacceptable. Luine didn't care about what the Day-Night clan thought, as he had already become mortal enemies with the Day-Night clan. He easily reached the 97th level and then moved on to the 98th level. Within the Night Vigil Pavilion, Wen Qian'er and the rest sighed in amazement. Luine really deserved to be provoked for no reason, and he was always looking for trouble wherever he went. This was truly challenging the Day-Night clan's bottom line. Many of the Day-Night clan members angrily shouted and threatened Luine to stop climbing. Since ancient times, countless elite geniuses had been invited to the Day-Night banquet, and there was no lack of people who held grudges against the Day-Night clan. However, no one dared to behave atrociously here, no matter how bold they were. This was Night King Planet, the Day-Night clan's territory. Anyone who dared to behave atrociously would be courting death. However, they had met Luine, who had already reached the 98th level and was moving on to the 99th without any hesitation. He had no intention of stopping at all. Night King Jinwu stood up and headed towards the Night Vigil Pavilion in a flash, transforming into a beam of light that headed straight for the top level. By the time Night King Jinwu appeared on the 98th level, Lu Yin had already reached the staircase that led to the 99th level. He could feel a rather terrifying obstructive force, and if his power level was calculated, it was definitely not lower than 250,000. Who in the younger generation could surpass that? Only the 10 Arbiters. Throughout history, the birth of the 10 Arbiters had been very strange, and there had never been a single era where so many top geniuses had gathered. Only the 10 Arbiters had been able to reach the 99th level. Night King Jinwu and Lu Yin both reached the 98th level, and the entire Night Vigil Pavilion fell silent as everyone watched. Lu Yin stood in front of the obstructive force, but he did not turn around. Long time no see, Arbiter Jinwu. Night King Jinwu's gaze was icy. Brother Lu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon after we parted in the Innerverse. Yes, a year. It's been a whole year. A year ago, around this time, we were still on the platform, Lu Yin said calmly, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. Night King Jinwu's eyes narrowed. Since Brother Lu remembers it so clearly, then you should also remember what I said to you back then. What I said back then is still valid. Lu Yin smiled. Brother Jinwu should also remember what I said back then. I did what you couldn't do. Night King Jinwu's gaze was bone-chilling. Back then, he had wanted to rope Lu Yin in by promising to help him recover a few weaves, but Lu Yin's condition was to unify the Outerverse. In Night King Jinwu's eyes, that was a fantasy, but who would have known that Lu Yin had already unified half of the Outerverse by then? This was a humiliation to Night King Jinwu, as he had never been humiliated like this before. Even now, he could still remember Lu Yin's expression when he had spoken, and that mockery had filled him with hatred. You really don't have a good memory. You've provoked me time and time again, Night King Jinwu said coldly. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and his smile grew even wider. I don't plan on provoking anyone. I'm just here to return something and enjoy the scenery of Nightless City while I'm at it. He then raised his foot and took a step forward towards the 99th level. Night King. Jinwu's eyes went wide, and he immediately appeared beside Lu Yin. Everyone held their breaths. Were they going to fight? The Night King banquet had been held countless times, but no one had ever tried to climb to the top of the Vigil Pavilion in front of a Night King clan descendant. Everyone was excited. Lu Yin's battle with the Divine Fist had not been that long ago, and now, he was facing off against Arbiter Jinwu again. They were both from the younger generation, and this kind of battle was the pinnacle. Unfortunately, the crowd was disappointed, as Night King Jinwu did not plan on attacking Lu Yin, at least not yet. He also took a step forward and was about to step onto the 99th level. Lu Yin had thought that Night King Jinwu would not be able to hold back and attack him, but he had actually held back. This made Lu Yin's heart sink, as something was wrong. He could not figure out what Night King Jinwu was waiting for. Did he really want to hold the Night King banquet? Did he not want to embarrass the Night King clan? No matter what, Lu Yin endured a great deal of pressure as he stepped onto the 99th level at the same time as Night King Jinwu. The 99th level was theoretically the top level of the Vigil Pavilion. From here, one could see the entire Evernight City, and it felt as if one could pierce through Night King Planet with just a lift of their hand. This was the highest point on Night King Planet, and it allowed one to trample the universe's younger elites beneath their feet. Brother Lu, you're one of the few people who has been able to step onto the 99th level in countless years. Night King Jinwu smiled at Lu Yin, but there was no trace of anger on his face. It was as if what had just happened had been an illusion. Lu Yin remained calm. I have to thank Brother Jinwu for being merciful and not attacking me. The Night King banquet is not being held in the Vigil Pavilion. Brother Lu, please, Night King Jinwu said politely. Lu Yin looked at him and then into Night King Jinwu's deep eyes. He then asked, I wonder if it's possible to climb one more level. Night King Jinwu's pupils shrank, and he stared at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. Brother Lu, are you joking? Lu Yin sighed. Evernight City's scenery is boundless, and this level isn't high enough. I want to experience the same scenery as the first Night King and experience what it feels like to be the ruler of the world. No member of the Day-Night clan would tolerate Lu Yin's actions, as he actually wanted to climb to the top of the Vigil Pavilion. This was an honor that only the first Night King could achieve. During that era, the first Night King had been unrivaled among his peers. He had been truly invincible, and he had fought for an entire era. He had spread the Day-Night clan's domineering aura to every corner of the universe. During that era, the first Night King had held a Night King banquet, and all of the universe's younger elites had been trampled beneath his feet. Ever since then, no one from the Day-Night clan had been able to achieve such a glorious moment until Night King Jinwu's generation. Night King Jinwu considered himself to be on par with the first Night King when he was young, and he was also the Day-Night clan member who had the highest chance of ascending to the top of the Vigil Pavilion. He had already planned to do so during this Night King banquet, and he wanted to trample all of these people beneath his feet. However, he had not expected Luin to have such plans as well. He had expected Luin to become enemies with the Day-Night clan, and he had also expected Luin to do something that would infuriate the Day-Night clan. However, he had never expected Luin to set his sights on the Vigil Pavilion. No matter how patient Night King Jinwu was, his expression changed at this moment. "Brother Lu, it looks like you've forgotten why you came to the Day-Night clan." Luin smiled. "I didn't forget. Return the inheritance stone. Night King Yuanjing promised that as long as I returned the stone, you would withdraw your charges, right?" Night King Jinwu's eyes narrowed. "That's on the premise that you don't do anything that infuriates the Day-Night clan. Does Brother Jinwu not want me to ascend to the top of the Vigil Pavilion? Or does Brother Jinwu think that I can ascend to the top?" Lu Yin's voice was very loud, and the entire Vigil Pavilion could hear him. Even Nightless City could hear him. He and Night King Jinwu were mortal enemies, so there was no need for him to show any mercy. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. All of the Day-Night clan members were furious, and many cursed out loud. Night Queen Yanqing's expression changed. Luin was challenging the Day-Night clan's dignity. Zhanglong Day-Night clenched his fists. Although he did not like the Night King bloodline, allowing an outsider to ascend to the top of the Vigil Pavilion would be a blow to the entire Day-Night clan's dignity. Not only were the Day-Night clan members enraged, but the members of the powers that were on good terms with the Day-Night clan as well, such as Sun Jiong and Avery. Star Sibyl had already arrived at the Vigil Pavilion and was quietly standing in a corner, looking at Nightless City. No one knew what she was thinking. Night King Jinwu and Luin looked at each other, their eyes filled with rage. Luin smirked and slowly walked past Night King Jinwu, heading towards the top of the Vigil Pavilion. He wanted to infuriate Night King Jinwu, and the bottom line of Night King Jinwu's tolerance would determine how much enmity he would receive today. There was only a thin barrier between the 99th level and the top. It seemed weak, but it was precisely because of this barrier that no one besides the first Night King had ever been able to reach the top. Night King Jinwu did not stop Luin even when he reached the barrier. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to touch the barrier. The moment he touched it, Night King Jinwu also arrived and attempted to pass through the barrier. The two touched it at the same time. The screen of light was like a sharp blade that transformed into a boundless storm of spiritual force that recklessly swept out, attempting to slice Lu Yin's entire body apart. The spiritual force exploded in his mind like thunder, and Luin groaned as blood flowed out of his ears. His pupils dilated, as he was unable to withstand the attack. This was the power that had isolated countless geniuses from the Day-Night clan, and even Night King Jinwu had failed to succeed in his previous attempt. Although Lu Yin's spiritual force was boundless, it was only at the level of the 10 arbiters. He was still far from Night King Jinwu, who specialized in spiritual force, let alone the first Night King, who had silenced an entire era. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to pass through the barrier and reach the top. However, he had an ultimate technique that was linked to spiritual force. Lu Yin's first thought was the Stonewall scriptures, but no matter what, he had to memorize them. Half of Night King Jinwu's body passed through the barrier. He was also bleeding from his ears, but he was very steady as he walked up step by step. He knew that the first Night King was extremely powerful and had led the Day-Night clan to prosperity, but Night King Jinwu was not weak either. The 10 arbiters were monsters that had never appeared in any era, and even the first Night King had not been able to suppress Night King Jinwu. If the other 9 had not existed in this era, then Night King Jinwu would definitely have been able to recreate the glory of the first Night King. If the first Night King could reach the top, then Night King Jinwu could as well. As for Luin, Night King Zhenwu glanced at him with disdain. An outsider actually dared to dream of reaching the top? What a joke. Night King Zhenwu acknowledged Lu Yin's battle prowess, but in the Day-Night clan, spiritual force was what mattered. Among the 10 arbiters, no one could compare to Night King Zhenwu in terms of spiritual force. The people who were originally in the Night Vigil Pavilion had already walked out. They were 100 meters away from the Night Vigil Pavilion and looked at the top, watching the two of them reach the top. When they saw Night King Zhenwu steadily climb up while Luin stopped with blood dripping from both of his ears, many mocked him. He thinks that he's invincible just because he defeated the Divine Fist. The 10 arbiters all have their own strengths, and the Day-Night clan specializes in spiritual force attacks. Ascending to the top of the Vigil Pavilion must have something to do with spiritual force. This Luin is too full of himself. You really think you can reach the top of the Night Guardian Pavilion? You're courting death. He's really unlucky this time. Not only is he unable to ascend to the top of the Vigil Pavilion, but he's also become a laughingstock. He's also completely offended the Day-Night clan. From now on, he can only stay in the Outerverse. The Outerverse isn't safe either. Do you really think that you'll have a high status just because you've unified the Outerverse? From the Innerverse perspective, the Outerverse is just a resource field. At this moment, it wasn't just the Vigil Pavilion that was looking over, the entire Nightless City was looking over, including the people who had been hired by the Day-Night clan to serve the city. For example, the middle-aged cultivator who had been cooking the fruit fish, as well as the chattering girls. Flowers danced in the air, and emeralds vied with one another. Nightless City had brought in the best performers from the Day-Night Flow Zone, and they all looked over at the Vigil Pavilion from among the thousands of flowers with a bewitching smile on their faces. He's Luin? He's just SOSO. If Luin had really stopped moving forward, then he would have become the biggest laughingstock of this banquet. However, since Luin dared to do such a thing, he naturally had the confidence to do so. With the Stonewall Scriptures, he was the Day-Night clan's greatest nemesis. Night King Zhenwu walked up once more. Although he was moving slowly, he was still very steady. He was already half a body taller than Luin, and he looked down from above. His gaze was arrogant, calm, confident, and contemptuous. At this moment, Luin suddenly looked at Night King Zhenwu and smiled. He then took a step forward and stood at the same level as Night King Zhenwu. Night King Zhenwu didn't even have time to react, and he just stared at Luin in a daze. His gaze went from looking down to being at the same level in an instant. Before anyone else could react, Luin had already caught up to Night King Zhenwu. They didn't have much time to think, as Luin took another step forward and surpassed Night King Zhenwu by half a body's length. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and they all stared blankly at Luin. Night King Zhenwu was similarly stunned. Throughout his decades of cultivation, he had never encountered such a situation before. At his level, it was impossible for a powerhouse of the same level to easily surpass him. But today, such a situation had happened, and it had caught him off guard. Lu Yin's lips curled up into a smile, and he looked at Night King Zhenwu with disdain, arrogance, and contempt. Night King Zhenwu's pupils shrank, and an indescribable fury rose from his heart. Below him, many Day-Night clan members roared, "Luin, come down! Luin, how dare you! Get down here! Luin, my Day-Night clan will exterminate your entire family. You're not allowed to climb up. Luin, come down immediately!" No matter how angry these people were, or how much they threatened him, Luin had already surpassed Night King Zhenwu and was only one step away from the top of the Night Vigil Pavilion. On Night King Planet, someone opened their eyes, and a dignified gaze traversed the planet to look at Luin at the top of the Night Vigil Pavilion. A formless pressure descended from the void, causing the void to become unstable. Luin raised his head and looked to the east of Night King Planet. The Day-Night Feast is about to begin. Senior, do you want to join us? Below him, the crowd looked to the east. Senior? No one was stupid, and the meaning behind Lu Yin's words was clear. A senior from the Night King clan had interfered and was trying to prevent him from ascending to the top of the Night Vigil Pavilion. In the east of Night King Planet, an old man's gaze turned cold, but he obediently retracted his pressure. The Day-Night Feast was only held for the younger generation, and its purpose was to allow the Day-Night clan to establish good relations with the outside world. If this old man interfered and word spread, the day-night feast's reputation would be ruined, and the consequences would not be any better than Luin ascending to the top of the night vigil pavilion. He could only hope that Night King Jinwu would work harder and surpass Luin to ascend to the top of the night vigil pavilion. That way, even if Luin ascended to the top, the day-night clan's reputation would be preserved. As for this junior, he would not be able to leave alive. Night King Jinwu's face flushed red, and he took a step forward so that he was at eye level with Luin. His gaze was filled with malevolence and murderous intent. Luin took a deep breath and leaped up. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he ascended to the top of the night vigil pavilion. He stood alone at the top of the night vigil pavilion and looked down at Night King City, Evernight City, Night King Planet, Night King Jinwu, and all of the Night King clan's experts who were cultivating on Night King Planet. At this moment, countless people's minds buzzed, as they were witnessing history. Back when the first Night King had ascended to the top of the night vigil pavilion, he had trampled over the universe's elites and ruled over the world. That history had been viewed as a humiliation by the universe's great powers, and their ancestors from the same generation as the first Night King had been treated as stepping stones. But now, Luin had ascended to the top of the night vigil pavilion, and they had also become stepping stones that would be recorded in history. The most humiliating person in history was none other than Night King Jinwu. An outsider like Luin had beaten him to the top of the night vigil pavilion, and Luin had dominated the entire Night King clan. Night King Planet rumbled, as if it had felt humiliated. The older powerhouses who lived in seclusion on Night King Planet were furious. Below the night vigil pavilion, the day-night clan members trembled with rage, and some even vomited blood. Night King Jinwu really did vomit blood, but he bit his lip and allowed the blood to drip onto the 99th floor of the night vigil pavilion. This blood was a record of the humiliation he had suffered. This is the scene that the first Night King once saw, Luin muttered to himself. He had forgotten about Night King Jinwu and everything else around him. His eyes only saw the scenery of Night King Planet, and he truly was above the entire planet. Night King City was only the size of a palm, and Evernight City was only a square inch of land. A breath of air rose from Lu Yin's heart, and he felt an unprecedented carefree feeling. This feeling of being above all living beings formed a breath of air, and his battle force unconsciously appeared on the surface of his body. Originally, his 9-lined battle force had covered his entire body with purplish-red veins and red stripes, but as this breath of air rose from his heart, the red stripes actually began to show traces of gold. These traces of gold were very unremarkable, and even Lu Yin himself did not notice them. These traces of gold gradually expanded as if they were about to cover the red stripes. At that moment, Night King Jinwu leapt out and ascended to the top of the night vigil pavilion. Lu Yin's originally lofty thoughts were disrupted, and that trace of gold abruptly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Night King Jinwu quietly stood by Lu Yin's side, and his gaze had changed from extreme rage to calm. It was as if Lu Yin had never existed. Night King Jinwu's current state shocked Lu Yin. Congratulations on becoming the second person from the Day-Night clan to ascend to the top of the night vigil pavilion. Night King Jinwu looked at Lu Yin with a calm gaze, but then a smile appeared on his face. It was a smile that was bone-chilling. I congratulate you as well for becoming the first outsider in the universe to ascend to the top of the night vigil pavilion. Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu exchanged glances. Below, many Day-Night clan members shouted angrily, begging Night King Jinwu to kill Lu Yin. The Day-Night clan had always been tyrannical, and they were not in a hurry to retrieve their inheritance stones after losing them. They were confident that no one in the universe would dare to covet their inheritance stones. How could such a tyrannical clan endure being humiliated by Lu Yin? Night King Jinwu calmly turned around and looked down. Everyone, the purpose of the Day-Night Feast is to allow the younger generation of cultivators to interact with each other and make friends. My Day-Night clan is hosting the Day-Night Feast, so anyone who has the ability can do so. Brother Lu has become the first person in the universe outside of my Day-Night clan to ascend to the top of the night vigil pavilion. I would like to congratulate Brother Lu. The Day-Night clan members all glared at Lu Yin with murderous gazes. No matter what the others thought of Lu Yin, there was only admiration in their eyes. Qing Longlong and the others also admired Lu Yin. The closer they got to that position, the more they understood how difficult it was. Lu Yin had actually reached the top of the night vigil pavilion before Night King Jinwu. Not only had he humiliated the Day-Night clan, but he had also shown everyone how terrifying he was. Ling Ke laughed heartily. Although he was not happy with Lu Yin's glory, he was delighted to see Night King Zhenwu's current state. This guy could have reached the top of the Night Vigil Pavilion long ago, but he had wanted to wait until the Day-Night feast to reach the top. He had wanted to trample all of them beneath his feet, but Lu Yin had beaten him to it. It was too pathetic. Suddenly, Ling Ke thought of something. Could that guy from the Spirit Palace not have come because of this? If he had come, then he would have been trampled by Night King Zhenwu. If he had not come, then even if Night King Zhenwu reached the top of the Night Vigil Pavilion, it would have nothing to do with them. The 10 arbiters were all shrewd people. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. Unfortunately, the rest of the 10 arbiters did not expect Lu Yin to reach the top of the Vigil Pavilion before Night King Zhenwu. Ling Ke sighed. Not everyone is as heartless as Lu Yin. He's offending the Day-Night clan to the point of death. Brother Lu, you're on your own now. The moment Lu Yin stepped into Evernight City, the day feast had already begun. Nightless City and the Vigil Pavilion were both part of the day feast. After the Vigil Pavilion, Lu Yin had to change locations. That was the Nightbook Pavilion, where the Day-Night clan's countless years of collection of battle techniques and cultivation techniques were stored. It was open for everyone to peruse, and there was also good wine and food to accompany it. The most noteworthy thing was that every day feast, the organizer would clear up any doubts that the attendees had in the Nightbook Pavilion. If there was anything that they did not understand about a battle technique or cultivation technique, they could ask about it. This was a display of the Day-Night clan's leadership of the younger generation. Many people would submit to the Day-Night clan's leadership on this day, and this had been the case for many generations. This was the essence of the day feast, and the Day-Night clan had relied on it to attract many young elites to their side. Lu Yin had shown off in the Vigil Pavilion, but no one paid him any attention. He had offended the Day-Night clan too much, and before the situation was clear, no one dared to take the initiative to express goodwill. Many people guessed that he would not be able to leave the Day-Night flow zone alive. Lu Yin was still very interested in the Nightbook Pavilion, as the Day-Night clan's countless years of accumulation were not for show. Even after the 6th Mainland's invasion, Night King Planet had not been harmed. There were no less than 10 million books in the Nightbook Pavilion, which meant that there were at least 10 million battle techniques and cultivation techniques. Although these might not be the best, the sheer number of books was enough to shock many people. The Nightbook Pavilion was very large, and no one felt crowded as they shuttled through it. Lu Yin met Feng Shang, the former student leader of Astral 8. Feng Shang looked at Lu Yin with a much more distant gaze than before, as the two had been on good terms in the past. You've changed so much in the past few years, Feng Shang sighed. Lu Yin replied, I was forced. It's normal. Feng Shang sighed. The Outerverse has never been unified in all these years. You should know why, so be careful. Does the Feng family have any thoughts? Lu Yin asked. Feng Shang shook his head. The Tempest flow zone is just a small flow zone, so they don't have any thoughts. You should be more concerned about the 8 flow zones. Thank you, Lu Yin said. After Feng Shang left, Lu Yin bumped into Wen Qianer. He wasn't familiar with Wen Qianer and hadn't interacted much with her. However, Wen Qianer had a good relationship with Shiyu and had gone through a lot on planet Pyrolite. Brother Lu, I support you, Wen Qianer encouraged. Lu Yin laughed. When Sansi didn't come? Wen Qianer shook her head. I don't know. Do you know Wen Zhaoqing? Wen Qianer was puzzled. How does Brother Lu know the elder? It was a coincidence. Lu Yin did not elaborate further. The spear that the Sun family had asked for had shattered, and a beast skin had dropped out. On it was a list of names that the Sun family had colluded with the technocracy, and the technocracy had given the Sun family a list of people that they could cooperate with. These people were all traitors of the human domain, and Wen Zhaoqing was one of them. The elder has always been in seclusion in the family and hasn't come out for hundreds of years. Brother Lu, do you know any elders? Wen Qianer asked. She was curious, as Lu Yin shouldn't have heard of Wen Zhaoqing's name. Even she had never met this elder and had only heard of him once. No one in the family knew who he was. Lu Yin did not answer, and he looked past Xianxia to see Starsabil. "Brother Lu, we meet again." Starsabil smiled. Xianxia pouted and left. Luin looked at Starsabil with a deep gaze. "I never thought that you would side with Knight King Jinwu." Starsabil smiled. "He stole the general appointing platform and can inherit the Star Tower alone. He's one of the future 5 astral children, and he also has the Day-Night clan and the entire Day-Night flow zone. Why wouldn't I help him?" Luin replied, "Everyone has their own ambitions." He then looked at Starsabil. "The Starsabil sect claims to be able to divine the past and the future. Then, have you ever divined Knight King Jinwu's future?" "Of course. That's why I'm helping him." Starsabil was confident. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Seventh bro, this bitch is just trying to scare you. Don't be scared by her. Aside from the Imperial Tutor Skymender, no one else can truly predict the future," the monkey shouted. Luin turned around and left, as he had nothing to say to this woman. The Starsabil sect seemed to be detached from worldly affairs, but if they were, then they would not have the top 100 rankings. Their goal seemed to be to incite the younger generation to compete with each other. Starsabil seemed to be helping Knight King Jinwu, but who knew what her true intentions were? In any case, Luin did not believe that this woman would actually help someone. This sort of person was the best at disguising herself. In the distance, Knight King Jinwu was explaining battle techniques to a youth. The youth's eyes lit up as he listened, and he repeatedly bowed to Knight King Jinwu. "Thank you, Arbiter Jinwu." "Thank you." Knight King Jinwu nodded reservedly. Not long after, another person went forward to ask for guidance. The 10 arbiters were high and mighty, and they would only appear at a day-night banquet that was hosted by one of them. This sort of opportunity was something that many people could only hope for. Although Knight King Jinwu was explaining things to others, his attention never left Luin. Luin was still reading through the battle technique manual when Ling Ke walked over. "What did Starsabil say to you?" Luin casually answered, "Nothing." "You don't believe me? Didn't you ask her if Knight King Jinwu obtained it?" Ling Ke winked. Luin pursed his lips. Casanova arrived. "Brother Lu, I heard that you returned true insight." Luin nodded. Ling Ke was unhappy, and he looked at Casanova. "Brother, do you understand that first come, first served? I started chatting with Brother Lu first." "Wait a moment." Casanova looked at Ling Quebec. "Do you have any pretty sisters in your family?" Ling Ke blinked. "Yes, what about it?" "Introduce them to me, and I won't beat you up," Casanova said, as this was his reasoning. Luin raised a brow, and the first thing he thought of was the Spirit Palace. Casanova's words were provocative, and anyone who heard them would be angry. However, Ling Ke's expression was strange, as he had also thought of the Spirit Palace. He then enthusiastically pulled Casanova away. "Brother, let's go. I'll introduce them to you. Listen to me, they're definitely pretty, and they're the type to be a good wife and mother." "You can't." Casanova left with him, as he liked pretty girls. Luin looked at Casanova sympathetically. If Casanova knew that Ling Ke was introducing him to the White Knight of the 10 Arbiters, he might have fainted from shock. Just as Casanova left, Qing Longlong arrived. Luin was curious. "What's your relationship with Casanova?" "Brother and sister," Qing Longlong coldly replied. Luin understood. She was right, as not many people had a surname like Qing. Qing Longlong said, "You're welcome to the Gu Flow Zone to play. I can give you some fun pets." Luin nodded and watched her leave. He recalled his understanding of the Gu Flow Zone and felt a chill run down his spine. The Gu Flow Zone was one of the 8 great flow zones, but it never interacted with the outside world. It was not easy for outsiders to enter, as the space inside was filled with poisonous insects and poisonous gas. Even space-exploring powerhouses could die if they were not careful. The pets that Qing Longlong was referring to should be poisonous insects. Luin raised his hand and took out a book that recorded some ancient history. Just as he was engrossed in reading, he heard a melodious song. He paused and looked into the distance. The song was coming from that direction, and it spread throughout the entire Nightbook Pavilion. The song was beautiful, and Luin swore that he had never heard such a beautiful voice before. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. More importantly, this song calmed his mind and made him feel as if he was standing aloof from worldly affairs. The dark thoughts of revenge and slaughter that had been circling in his mind gradually faded away. Luin was shocked. What kind of song was this? This song is so beautiful. Where did it come from? It doesn't sound like a single person singing. Could it be from the Soldream tribe? Wrong, it's from the Fireplume tribe. The Fireplume tribe, someone exclaimed, clearly having heard of them before. It's rumored that the Fireplume tribe was exterminated a long time ago, but they still exist. Are they being raised in captivity by the Day-Night clan? Luin finally remembered. The Fireplume tribe. That's right, only the Fireplume tribe had such a song. It was a song that could cleanse one's soul, and it was a tribe that possessed true kindness and beauty. It was also the tribe that Ellen Gale had chosen to blind herself in order to save Night King Jinwoo's soul. Luin had been greatly shocked by Ellen Gale's diary. Now, he was very close to the Fireplume tribe, and he did not know if Ellen Gale was still alive. He had never thought that there would be such a kind race in the universe, but now that he heard this song, he believed it. This song was pure and flawless, and it was so beautiful that it could enchant one's heart. Night King Jinwoo smiled. The Fireplume tribe was his pride, and he was the one who had single-handedly saved them. He had to listen to their songs every day, and even if his voice became hoarse or useless, he still wanted to hear it. The Fireplume tribe was his toy, and it was something that he could flaunt to the outside world. The Fireplume tribe's song was beautiful and pleasant, and it made it impossible for anyone to have any distracting thoughts. As for Night King Jinwoo, who controlled the Fireplume tribe, the crowd naturally admired him even more. A figure entered the Nightbook Pavilion, and Luin sensed it. He turned around and saw Zhuo Day-Night. She had finally arrived. The moment Zhuo Day-Night entered the Nightbook Pavilion, she looked up and coincidentally met Lu Yin's gaze. Her gaze was calm, and it was as if she did not recognize him. Luin frowned and wanted to talk to her, but Night Queen Yanqing stepped forward and blocked Luin as she looked at Night King Jinwoo. Night King Jinwoo waved at Zhuo Day-Night. Zhuo Day-Night calmly walked over. A normal member of the Day-Night clan would not attract any attention. Night King Jinwoo exchanged a few words with Zhuo Day-Night before being asked for advice by the others. Zhuo Day-Night quietly stood behind Night King Jinwoo. Luin walked over as he recalled what Night King Jinwoo had said to him when he had defeated Lan Si. Those things would cause Zhuo Day-Night to fall into the deepest despair, and he would not allow that to happen. Night Queen Yanqing blocked Lu Yin's path. "Brother Lu, let's chat." Luin frowned. "I'm not free." He walked past Night Queen Yanqing and walked towards Zhuo Day-Night. "Brother Lu, be careful with your words. Otherwise, you'll know what will happen," Night Queen Yanqing threatened in a low voice. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold, and he paused for a moment before continuing to walk forward. Soon, Lu Yin arrived in front of Zhuo Day-Night. Zhuo Day-Night looked at him coldly. "Please keep your distance." She then walked behind Night King Jinwoo. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Night King Jinwoo turned around and looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. "What's the matter, Brother Lu?" Lu Yin ignored Night King Jinwoo and only looked at Zhuo Day-Night. "I want to talk to you." Zhuo Day-Night indifferently replied, "I don't know you." Lu Yin's fingers twitched as he used his star energy to form a voice to speak, but he was interrupted by Night King Jinwoo. Night King Jinwoo smiled. "Brother Lu, if you have something to say, just say it." Lu Yin looked at Zhuo Day-Night and wanted to say something, but then he remembered Night Queen Yanqing's words. "Don't believe him." Zhuo Day-Night remained calm. Night King Jinwoo was amused. "What do you mean by that, Brother Lu?" "Lu Yin, Arbiter Jinwoo is speaking to you." "You're being too presumptuous," a Day-Night clansman shouted at Lu Yin. Many others agreed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Shut up." His voice swept through the area and shook the entire Nightbook Pavilion. Night King Jinwoo's face sank. "Brother Lu, I respect you as a genius, so I won't fuss over your rudeness. However, this is not a reason for you to act presumptuously in the Nightbook Pavilion. Brother, Lu Yin has repeatedly caused trouble at the Day-Night banquets. Please take action and teach him the rules," a Day-Night clansman shouted. Please take action and teach Luin a lesson. Another Day-Night clansman spoke up. Night King Xianwu raised a hand to silence the crowd. He looked at Luin and then at Shui Day-Night. I remember now. During the battle on planet Pyrolite, Brother Lu saved this Day-Night clan sister of mine. He then stared at Shui Day-Night sternly. Brother Lu saved you, so how can you not recognize him? Won't the rest of the universe laugh at our Day-Night clan for not knowing how to repay favors? Go, toast Brother Lu. He then passed a cup of wine to Shui Day-Night. Shui Day-Night accepted it and calmly walked towards Luin. Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I'll never forget your kindness. Luin looked at Shui Day-Night. Have you lost your memories? Shui Day-Night repeated, Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I'll never forget your kindness. Luin stared at her in a daze, not understanding what had just happened to her. Night King Xianwu walked behind Shui Day-Night and smiled at Luin. At the same time, he placed a hand on Shui Day-Night's shoulder. Brother Lu, my clan sister has a bad memory. Please forgive her. Luin looked at Shui Day-Night's eyes, and then at Night King Xianwu. He did not know if Shui Day-Night had lost her memories or something else, but she was currently under Night King Xianwu's control. Even if he told her, it would be useless, as it would only cause Night King Xianwu to act first. Luin hesitated for a moment before taking the cup and downing it in one gulp. Night King Xianwu smiled. Brother Lu is magnanimous. Luin watched as Shui Day-Night followed Night King Xianwu into the distance, and his thoughts became complicated. Seventh bro, this is the Day-Night clan's territory. There's obviously something wrong with Shui Day-Night, so there's no point in saying anything. Just bear with it, the monkey advised. At Lu Yin's side, Night Queen Yanqing walked over. You're still lacking if you want to overturn the Day-Night clan. That woman will forever be eldest brother's puppet, and she's something he can show off to the outside world. Is the entire Day-Night clan like this, or is it just the Night King bloodline? Luin asked calmly. Night Queen Yanqing's expression changed, but she did not answer and simply walked away. At this moment, Night King Xianwu stood at the highest point with a smile on his face. He said to everyone, today isn't just an opportunity for me to hold a day-night banquet and get to know the elites of the various clans. There's also an important announcement that will affect the Day-Night clan, the Day-Night flow zone, and even the Innerverse and Outerverse. Everyone looked at Night King Xianwu and listened in silence. Everyone, please follow me to the Eternal Night Drill Grounds, Night King Xianwu said, and then led the Day-Night clan members away. The rest hurriedly followed him. The Eternal Night Drill Grounds were located to the west of Evernight City, and it was the largest martial arts arena in the city. The grounds were sturdy, and the void had been reinforced to the point that even a hunter would not be able to tear it apart. The entire drill grounds were not flat ground, and there were mountains and rivers. There was also a giant statue erected there, which was the statue of the first Night King. Usually, when a day-night banquet was held, most people would first go to the Eternal Night Drill Grounds to see the first Night King. Some people would go there to worship him, while others would use this opportunity to motivate themselves. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of people waiting on the large flat ground beside the river in the Eternal Night Drill Grounds. They all had confused expressions, and their eyes were filled with panic. When Shui Day-Night saw these people, she became excited. These people were from the Day King bloodline, and her parents were probably among them. Luin looked at the statue of the first Night King that stood tall in a nearby mountain range. This person was the one who had divided the Day-Night clan's Night King bloodline and suppressed the entire universe, forming the famous tyrannical clan. This person had contributed greatly to the Day-Night clan, but that might not be the case for the entire universe. If this person had still been alive, then the Day-Night clan would have been even more tyrannical and insufferably arrogant. Not far from Luin, Star Sibyl was also looking at the statue of the first Night King, but no one knew what she was thinking. The first Night King was too distant from them, as he was a character from ancient times. His battle prowess was unimaginable. Night King Xianwu stood in front of the first Night King statue and faced the crowd. When the crowd saw him, they also saw the first Night King. I believe that everyone knows that the Day-Night clan has had two main branches since ancient times, the Night King bloodline and the Day King bloodline. Ever since the Day King bloodline's actions were too extreme and provoked the Innerverse's great powers to encircle and annihilate them, they went completely silent. Many years have passed since then, and today, I, Night King Jinwu, will make the decision to release the Day King bloodline, Night King Jinwu announced loudly. Everyone was shocked, as they all knew of the Day King bloodline's existence. The Day-Night clan's cage technique was specifically targeted at the Day King bloodline. In everyone's opinion, the Day King bloodline would never be able to make a name for themselves, as the Night King bloodline would never give them a chance. However, Night King Jinwu was actually going to release them. Even those from the Day-Night clan were dumbfounded, let alone those from other clans. Night Queen Yanqing was also shocked, as she had not known. Zhanlong Day-Night's pupils shrank, and he stared at Night King Jinwu in disbelief. The rest of the Day-Night and Night Kings were stunned as well. Zhua Day-Night's eyes reddened, and she looked at Night King Jinwu with excitement. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. This day had finally arrived. Was he going to release the Day King bloodline? Or was he going to announce it in front of everyone? Not only that, but Luin also looked around and saw that there were technological facilities everywhere that were broadcasting everything that was happening. Luin believed that the entire Innerverse 8 major flow zones, including the various smaller flow zones, and even some parts of the Outerverse could all see it. What was Night King Jinwu doing? It was different from what he had originally said. Since he had announced to the entire universe that he was going to release the Day King bloodline, he could not go back on his word. Ling Ke was speechless. This is heaven-defying. Isn't this guy afraid that the Night King clan's ancestor will jump out of his grave? Heart Phoenix stared blankly at Night King Jinwu. His family was in the Day-Night flow zone, so he understood the situation between the Night King bloodline and the Day King bloodline very well. This sort of decision could not have been made by the Night King bloodline. What had happened? Had the Day King been revived? When Qian'er tried her best to recall the grudges between the two branches of the Day-Night clan. The more she thought about it, the more she could not see through Night King Jinwu. What was this person thinking? Star Sibyl's eyes flashed, as she did not know that Night King Jinwu would make such a decision at this time. The third Night King had yet to appear, so was it appropriate to release the Day King bloodline at this time? At this moment, in outer space, countless people were shaken by Night King Jinwu's words. Those who did not understand the Day King bloodline were still fine, but those who understood the Day King bloodline felt their hearts sink. The Day-Night clan had 2 royal bloodlines, and the Night King bloodline was already tyrannical enough. If the Day King bloodline was released as well, then the Day-Night clan's strength would immediately soar. They might even surpass the Sword Sect and become the undisputed overlord of the entire Innerverse. Night King Jinwu was truly bold. In the erudite flow zone, at the front gate of the academy, an old man dressed in plain clothes was calmly sweeping the ground. Not too far away, a figure tore through the void and appeared 100 meters away from the old man. The figure slowly bowed. Elder, Night King Jinwu has decided to release the Day King bloodline during the Day-Night banquet. The old man paused and looked up with a rueful expression. With Night King Jinwu's boldness, the Day-Night clan's future is immeasurable. Elder, what should my Wen family do? The old man muttered to himself for a moment. Let's wait and see. We'll act according to the circumstances. Yes. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone's divine grade hall, a large mountain towered in outer space and covered the entire sky. The mountain had eyes, and its name was Baiwan. This mountain had a name, and it was the tamed beast of the divine grade hall's mountain god. The Oolong horse trotted through outer space, and the person riding it was Zhe Lin, who had been defeated by Lu Yin on planet Pyrolite. He was ranked 67th on the top 100 rankings. What? That junior Night King Jinwu is willing to release the Day King bloodline? Is that true? The mountain spoke, and his words shook the universe. Zhe Lin respectfully replied, it's absolutely true. The entire universe knows about it, and they're all waiting for him to release the Day King bloodline. A mere child actually has such boldness. If he really does release the Day King bloodline, then the 2 royal bloodlines will join forces, and no one in the Innerverse will be able to stop the Day-Night clan. This is going to be troublesome. Hall Master, what should we do? Zhe Lin asked. You still want to ask? Think of a way to kill him. In the future, if you encounter anyone from the Day King bloodline in outer space, kill them if you can. Just don't let anyone know that it was my divine grade hall that did it. Yes. In the first flow zone, the current sect master of the sword sect was Lu Qianjue. In reality, he was not the current sect master, but rather the previous sect master. The previous sect master, Lu Qiuyu, was not very talented, and his own power level was also insufficient, which had brought shame to the sword sect. However, because he was from the Lu family, he had been promoted to the position of sect master to await Lu Qianjue's awakening. The moment Lu Qianjue awoke would be the moment Lu Qiuyu abdicated. The sword sect did not care about Lu Qiuyu's whereabouts. They only knew of Lu Qianjue, who was not only the previous sect master, but also the current sect master. He was a peerless powerhouse who could sweep through outer space with his sword. It was precisely because of Lu Qianjue that the sword sect was unquestionably the strongest power in the Innerverse, and it firmly suppressed the Day-Night clan. When he heard that Night King Xianwu had released the Day King bloodline, Lu Qianjue opened his eyes. His first thought was not that the Day King bloodline had joined forces with the Night King bloodline, but that the Night King bloodline had the ability to suppress the Day King bloodline. How could they suppress the Day King bloodline? As long as there was even the slightest possibility, those old fellows from the Night King bloodline would not allow the Day King bloodline to survive. Now that they had dared to release the Day King bloodline, there could only be one possibility: the Night King bloodline was completely confident. Could it be? Lu Qianjue suddenly thought of something. Pass down the order. Keep an eye on the Day-Night clan. Thank you for your support, brothers. The first volume of the General Appointing Platform is about to end. The next volume, The 5 Sons of the Stars, is about to begin. Within the blazing mist flow zone's blaze realm, a scorching sea of flames rose. At the center of the sea of flames, a man was sweating profusely. Not long after, the sea of flames parted, and a woman staggered out. Her face was charming, and she bore a striking resemblance to Red Lily. Her body was covered in scars, but her face was filled with satisfaction. The man walked out of the sea of flames. His long red hair hung down as he gazed towards the starry river. Sect Master, Night King Xianwu is about to release the White King bloodline, someone reported. The man was the master of the Blaze Realm, and he was known as Master Hong. When he heard the report, his expression changed, and he thought for a moment before saying, "Pass down the order. Assemble the Blaze Realm's army and await further orders." "Yes, sect leader." The Red Sovereign looked at the Astral River. Night King Xianwu had released the Day King bloodline, which meant that the Day-Night clan's strength would increase once again. The Red Sovereign had to rely on this large ship. Once Night King Xianwu became one of the 5 astral children, he would definitely be able to lead the Day-Night clan into the Neoverse. What the Red Sovereign needed to do was clear out some obstacles for the Day-Night clan, such as the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance. Although it was just icing on the cake, Red Master was still willing to use this to curry favor with the Day-Night clan and even a junior like Night King Xianwu. On the other side, the Sylvan Dragon clan's Dragon 1 roared at the sky. It was excited, and as it stared at Night King Xianwu's heroic figure on the screen, it wished that it could immediately fly over. It had once challenged one of the 10 arbiters and lost. According to the terms of the bet, it should be the mount of that person, and that person was Night King Xianwu. Back then, Night King Xianwu had only been a sentinel, but now, he was on the verge of becoming one of the 5 astral children. "Dragon 1, go and find your master." A loud voice reverberated in the air. It was none other than the leader of the Sylvan Dragons, the Dragon Master. Dragon 1 kowtowed. "Yes, Patriarch." The Dragon Master's enormous eyes watched Long Yi leave with satisfaction. It hoped that Long Yi would successfully become Night King Xianwu's mount, which would allow the entire Sylvan Dragon clan to lean towards the Day-Night clan. The Sylvan Dragon clan had betrayed the Astral Beast domain and was not favored by the various great powers of the Innerverse. It had always dreamed of finding a backer, and the Day-Night clan was the best. Night King Xianwu had released the Day King bloodline, which meant that the Day-Night clan was about to soar. Perhaps this was to pave the way for the 5 astral children, as the Day-Night clan wanted to gather the strength of the entire clan and rush into the Neoverse. They had to seize this opportunity. The Sylvan Dragons had to join the forces of the Neoverse. It was a pity that Long Yi had been sealed in ice, or else the Day-Night clan would have long since relied on the Day-Night clan. However, that did not matter, as it was still not too late. Although the Day-Night clan was powerful, The Sylvan dragons were not weak either, and they were qualified to assist the Day-Night clan. The Gu flow zone was one of the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse. It was vast, but very few people were able to survive in that region of space. This was because there were too many fatal things that ordinary people could not touch. There was only one ruler in the entire Gu flow zone, and that was the Divine Gu dynasty. It controlled the entire Gu flow zone, and everyone who lived there belonged to the Divine Gu dynasty. The current emperor of the Divine Venomous dynasty was called Young Emperor Qing. He was the father of Qing Longlong, who was ranked 3rd on the top 100 rankings. Qing Longlong was the eldest princess of the Divine Venomous dynasty. Originally, the Divine Gu dynasty would not have reacted to any changes in the outside world. Even when the 6th mainland had invaded, the Divine Gu dynasty had remained as steady as a rock, as this place was not worth invading. However, at this moment, news that Night King Zhenwu was going to release the Day King bloodline had spread, and young Emperor Qing could no longer sit still. He did not fear the 6th mainland, even if they had many experts. Invading the Gu flow zone would not bring him much benefit, and he would instead suffer more losses. He was confident that the 6th mainland would be able to settle this debt, so he was not worried. However, the Day-Night clan was different. This clan had existed for countless years, and their history and heritage even surpassed that of the Divine Gu dynasty. The establishment of the Divine Gu dynasty seemed to have been related to a certain powerhouse from the Day-Night clan, so young Emperor Qing could not ignore the Day-Night clan's upheaval. Pass down my orders. Raise the Gu flow zone's defenses to the highest level. Have Longlong keep an eye on Night King Zhenwu, young Emperor Qing ordered. Suddenly, countless poisonous insects filled the entire Divine Gu dynasty and spread out in all directions. In the Spirit Seal flow zone, the current head of the Lingling clan, Ling Qiu, was wearing armor and a mask. Her appearance was almost identical to Ling Gong's, but it was obvious that she was a woman. This Night King Zhenwu is quite bold. I underestimated him back then, and I told Ling Gong to keep an eye on him. He's now the leader of the 10 Arbiters, and he's even released the Day King bloodline to unify the Day-Night clan and become one of the 5 astral children. His future is immeasurable, and he's one of the most likely people to reach the progenitor realm, Ling Qiu said. In the Chaos Flow Zone, Chaos God Mountain's master, Song Zhou, was also watching Night King Zhenwu on his screen. This person was so similar to the first Night King. Song Zhou had originally not cared about the 10 Arbiters. Although they were the top powerhouses of the younger generation and had monopolized an entire era, they still needed time to mature. If Song Zhou wanted to, he could have killed the 10 Arbiters, but Night King Zhenwu's decision to release the Day King bloodline made Song Zhou have a whole new level of respect for this young man. A completely unified Day-Night clan would be completely different from the previous Day-Night clan. This kid will definitely dazzle the 5th mainland in the future, and he might even shock the 6th mainland, Song Zhou muttered to himself as he ordered all the disciples of Chaos God Mountain to watch Night King Zhenwu release the Day King bloodline. Song Zhou wanted to show these juniors what the true apex was. Within the younger generation, there was no one in the Innerverse or Outerverse who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Night King Zhenwu. In the 8 great flow zones, the Hall of Honor was shaken by the news that Night King Zhenwu was going to release the White King's bloodline. Their impression of Night King Zhenwu instantly rose by several levels. Only by being tolerant and open-minded could one reach a supreme realm. This was a principle that many people understood, but there were very few who could truly achieve it. The release of the Day King bloodline had a huge impact on the Night King bloodline. However, Night King Zhenwu was actually willing to release the Day King bloodline, which showed how magnanimous he was. He had even been able to convince the older generation of the Night King bloodline, which showed how influential he was. This kid had all the qualifications to reach the apex, and his future would be smooth sailing. At this moment, everyone looked at Night King Zhenwu in admiration. Regardless of whether they were his friends or foes, they were all shocked by his decision. Night King Zhenwu's image overlapped with that of the first Night King, and it completely offset the fact that Lu Yin had been the first to reach the peak of the Vigil Pavilion. In the Eternal Night Academy, Night King Zhenwu smiled and extended a hand to Zhuo Day Night. His eyes were filled with encouragement as he said, "Come, I'll help you remove the sealed cage technique." The Fire Plume tribe's song rang out, as if they were cheering for the Day King bloodline. Below, tens of thousands of people from the Day King bloodline were excited. They had been waiting for this day for too long. They were slaves and had no human rights. Even if they were ordered to die, they could only die. They had never imagined that they would be released one day, and they could not wait to dig out the piece of meat that had been used to release the sealed cage technique. Zhude Knight looked at Night King Jinwu, and her originally uneasy heart calmed down. Even if Night King Jinwu did not keep his word, he would not do so in front of the entire universe. She felt relieved, as the Fire Plume tribe's song had appeared at the right time. Night King Jinwu held Zhude Knight's hand, and his eyes contained a bone-chilling coldness as well as a deeply hidden mockery. No one noticed, except for Luin. He knew of Night King Jinwu's plan, and he did not believe that Night King Jinwu would be willing to release the Day King bloodline. When he saw Night King Jinwu's expression, Lu Yin's expression changed. Zhude Knight placed her right hand on Night King Jinwu's hand, and suddenly, Night King Jinwu's expression changed. The hand that had touched Zhude Knight's hand turned pitch black, and a drop of blood dripped onto the ground, corroding it. He kicked Zhude Knight away and bellowed, "You poisoned me." Zhude Knight was kicked dozens of meters away. Her face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Night King Jinwu in confusion. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Night King Jinwu's angry and disappointed voice roared, "Zhude Knight, why did you plot against me? I already agreed to release the Day King bloodline. Do you not want to see me become one of the 5 children of the stars? Do you hate my Night King bloodline that much? Brother!" Night Queen Yanqing cried out in alarm, and she rushed over to pick up Night King Jinwu's hand. His right hand had turned pitch black, and it was obvious that he had been poisoned. One by one, the Night King elites rushed out from the crowd, their eyes bloodshot as they tried to kill Zhude Knight. Zhude Knight was completely dumbfounded, and she had no idea what was happening. "Stop!" Night King Jinwu shouted, stopping the Night King bloodline from attacking. He then stared at Zhude Knight. "Why did you plot against me?" Zhude Knight's face turned pale, and she shook her head repeatedly. "No, I didn't. I didn't plot against you." Night King Jinwu stared at her coldly. Night Queen Yanqing was furious, and she glared at Zhude Knight. "You Day King bloodline are all vile people. Kill her." One of the Night King clansmen impatiently charged towards Zhude Knight. At this moment, Xianxia Knight appeared in front of Zhude Knight. He looked at Night King Jinwu and anxiously said, "Clan brother, this matter hasn't been fully investigated. Please don't misunderstand." "Misunderstand what?" "The Day King bloodline wants to kill my Night King bloodline's chance of becoming a progenitor. Not only did they betray the Day Knight clan, but they also betrayed the 5th mainland and massacred the Day King bloodline." Massacred the Day King bloodline. Massacred the Day King bloodline. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Things had been fine just a moment ago, but now, things had turned out this way. Even the experienced leaders of the various large flow zones were at a loss, and they could not figure out what was going on. "Xianxia Knight, you're also a member of the Day King bloodline. You must die as well." The surrounding Night King clansmen surrounded them, and they all stared at Xianxia Knight and Zhude Knight with murderous intent. Zhude Knight bit her lip. Others might not know, but she was very clear that she had not plotted against Night King Jinwu. There was only one possibility for this outcome: Night King Jinwu had been plotting against her. Why? Why? The Day King bloodline had clearly been enslaved and controlled for countless years. Their lives and deaths were in the hands of the Night King bloodline, so why would they do such a thing? Zhude Knight's pupils dilated, and she could not figure out why Night King Jinwu would do such a thing. Night King Jinwu stared at Zhude Knight as he slowly approached her. Zhude Knight stared blankly at him. "Why? Why would you do such a thing?" Night King Jinwu lowered his head and whispered, "You can only blame yourself for comprehending Night's End, Daybreak. You can only blame yourself for exposing Night's End, Daybreak for an unrelated person. Right, that person has already been poisoned. You were the one who fed him that wine. Have you forgotten?" Zhude Knight's pupils shrank. "That wine was poisoned?" Zhude Knight hurriedly turned to look at the crowd, but just as she was about to shout, Night King Jinwu raised a hand and slapped down. "You deserve to die for betraying the 5th mainland." At that moment, the void tore open, and Luin walked out. His berserk spiritual force transformed into nightfall and blasted towards Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu's eyes widened, and his spiritual force held out as well. At that moment, with the two at the center, visible ripples of spiritual force spread outwards, sending Xianlong Day Night and Night Queen Yanqing flying. It also sent the other participants of the banquet flying, and many of them could not withstand the force and vomited blood before fainting. In just one clash of spiritual force, there was no one else within 1,000 meters besides Luyin, Night King Jinwu, and Zhuo Day Night. The two did not speak, but their spiritual force surged even more, transforming into streaks that swept out in all directions. In the distant crowd, Ling Kei's expression changed. Run! The next moment, spiritual force streaks swept out from beside him, tearing through the void and tearing apart the ground. This was Night King Planet, and it was also the Eternal Night Academy, a place where even hunters could not tear through the void. The clash of spiritual force between the two had surpassed the strength of an enlighter. When Qianer had also narrowly escaped being hit by the shockwaves from the clash of spiritual force. Beside her, the man who had been conversing with her collapsed to the ground. Even if he did not die, he would become an idiot. Star energy exploded in front of Qing Long Long, and she was torn apart by the spiritual force shockwaves. She hurriedly dodged as she panted heavily, almost being hit. Avery had been hit. He was arrogant, and he believed that he could withstand the shockwaves from the clash of spiritual force between Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu as the fourth on the top 100 rankings. However, he had overestimated himself. Reaching the level of Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu was completely different from those on the top 100 rankings. As the top of the top 100 rankings, Xia Tian had challenged all of the 10 arbiters, but she had been defeated. Avery was still far from Xia Tian's level. When the spiritual force shockwaves hit him, all he could do was fall to the ground. Fortunately, with his strength, he would not be turned into an idiot. All of the elites who had participated in the banquet dodged, as those who were not at the level of the 10 arbiters could not withstand the shockwaves from the clash. Perhaps only Xia Tian could barely withstand it, and Qing Long Long was certain that even Tai Yuanjun, who was ranked second on the top 100 rankings, would not be able to withstand the shockwaves. Only Star Sibyl remained standing where she was. She was able to divine the incoming attacks, and she was certain that she would not be affected. Her gaze remained fixed on Night King Jinwu. Today might be the day that you achieve glory. Zhuo Day Night lay on the ground, muttering to herself. She could not understand why Night King Jinwu had done such a thing. He had clearly promised her that he would release the Day King bloodline. Lu Yin's gaze was unprecedentedly cold as he stared at Night King Jinwu. You deserve to die. Night King Jinwu was cold and arrogant as the black color of his poisoned right hand gradually faded away. How dare the lowly Day King bloodline dream of gaining freedom? I can agree to it, but I can also refuse it. Lu Yin, I can tell you that I originally wanted to return freedom to the Day King bloodline, but it was all because of you that you ascended to the top of the Night Vigil Pavilion. You actually dared to ascend to the top of the Night Vigil Pavilion. You're courting death. He pointed at Zhuo Day Night. The Day King bloodline will never be able to rise again because of you. I will bury tens of thousands of the Day King bloodline. From now on, there will be no more Day King bloodline in the Day Night clan. Zhuo Day Night's body trembled, and she looked up in despair. I comprehended Night's End, Daybreak. I can help you do anything you want. I've already surpassed Xianlong Day Night, and no one in the entire Day Night clan has a higher innate gift than me. Night King Jinwu lowered his head and beamed at her. Yes, no one has a higher innate gift than you. Unfortunately, it's precisely because your innate gift is too high that you must die. The Day King bloodline actually had the chance to comprehend Night's End, Daybreak, so they must all die. They all died because of you. Remember, it's all because of you. Zhuo Day Night's pupils dilated as she endured an unimaginable blow. You were the one who forced me to surpass everyone else. Night King Jinwu's lips curled up as he looked at Lu Yin. Look, women are just that stupid. I can play with them however I want. It's not just her. Do you hear that song? That's the Fire Plume tribe, a stupid tribe. They even have a stupid princess who would rather blind herself than save me. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his 9-lined battle force soared into the sky as he sent a palm strike towards Night King Jinwu. Night King Zhenwu's battle. Force also soared into the sky as he tapped out with a finger. Night King finger. There was a thump as their bodies collided, and an extremely terrifying spiritual force swept out in all directions. Black and white intertwined. This time, it was different from when they had fought in the Innerverse. Back then, the celestial phenomenon had been suppressed, and no one had been able to use an attack with a power level of over 200,000. Now, Night King Zhenwu's unimaginable spiritual force had wantonly bombarded Lu Yin, and the Night King finger's power level had doubled. Lu Yin's spiritual force could only barely withstand it, and he was like a small boat in a storm. Fortunately, his physical body's toughness surpassed Night King Zhenwu's. Night King Zhenwu had used his spiritual force to force Lu Yin back, but Lu Yin had also used his overlaying stacks to force Night King Zhenwu back. The two retreated a few steps at the same time, but they didn't waste any words as they charged towards each other again. Night King Zhenwu's 9-lined battle force shone even more resplendently as he activated his Night King's body. Lu Yin, do you really think that the Innerverse is facing my full strength? Today, I'll show you that even the 10 arbiters have differences in strength. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and his pupils transformed into runes as he stared at Night King Zhenwu. He saw Night King Zhenwu's finger descend, and it was still the Night King finger. This was the attack that Night King Zhenwu was most proficient in. Lu Yin opened his palm, and 2 suns converged before he pushed them out. The 2 blazing suns were pierced through by the Night King finger, and they cracked open before exploding. The second sun crashed into Night King Zhenwu, but black and white intertwined to form a visible barrier in front of Night King Zhenwu's body. This barrier was completely formed from his spiritual force, and it blocked the second sun. Then, an arrow formed in his hand and shot towards Lu Yin. Night King Zhenwu had not only comprehended many of the Day-Night clan's battle techniques, but he had also received the 6th Mainland's arrow progenitor's inheritance from the Daosaur Sect's ruins. Back then, Lu Yin had been defeated before he could even roll his die because of the arrow progenitor's heart arrow secret technique. It was impossible to guard against, and anything could be transformed into an arrow. The arrow progenitor's battle technique was a progenitor's inheritance that surpassed the Day-Night clan's battle techniques. Night King Zhenwu had never used it before, not even during his battle with Bukong. Lu Yin hurriedly used the secret art to divert the arrow, but the arrow progenitor's battle technique was not that easy to divert. Even with the secret art, he could only divert a small portion of it. The arrow still struck Lu Yin, and a trail of blood spilled out from his waist onto the ground. Lu Yin did not heal his injuries, nor did he choose to attack Night King Zhenwu. Instead, he grabbed the flesh at his waist and tore it apart, causing intense pain to spread throughout his body. However, this pain was nothing compared to the heart arrow secret technique. The heart arrow secret technique was impossible to defend against, and all Lu Yin could see was the number of rune lines. Any flesh that was struck by Night King Zhenwu's battle technique would be torn apart. During the battle in the Innerverse, Lu Yin had been careless and had been defeated by the heart arrow secret technique. The number of rune lines contained within the heart arrow secret technique was too small, and it was very difficult to detect. This time, Lu Yin had specifically targeted Night King Zhenwu's attack. The power of the arrow just now had not caused much damage to his waist, but it had brought about the heart arrow secret technique that he feared the most. If he had not dug out that piece of flesh in time, the heart arrow secret technique would have appeared in his heart again, and the result would have been exactly the same as what had happened in the Innerverse. This was Night King Zhenwu's strength. In the Innerverse and Outerverse, countless people had seen the battle between Lu Yin and Night King Zhenwu. No one had expected that a battle would break out during the Eternal Night Banquet, and they had not been able to react in time. When they saw Lu Yin harm himself, they were even more puzzled. In the Eternal Night Academy, the crowd scattered and stayed as far away as possible. Ling Ke cursed under his breath, as he knew that something would happen today. He watched as Lu Yin dug out a piece of his own flesh, and he was stunned. Has Lu Yin gone mad? Night King Zhenwu sneered. Do you think that you can defend against the heart arrow secret technique just like that? How much flesh do you have left to dig out? He then raised his hand, causing an arrow to take shape and shoot out. Lu Yin wanted to take out some special medicine to heal himself, but he discovered that he could not open his cosmic ring, as his Night King planet had been isolated. As the arrow shot out, he gathered 2 suns in his right palm and pushed them out. The arrow collided with the sun's, and star energy exploded. Star energy with a power level of more than 250,000 swept through the entire drill ground. The feathers on the back of the arrow suddenly unfurled, and it pierced through the two suns before continuing towards Luin. Luin had not expected that the two suns would not be able to defend against this arrow. However, the obstruction of the two suns had bought him enough time to activate the secret art. He waved his hand, and the arrow brushed past his shoulder, narrowly missing him. Even so, Luin stared at his shoulder to make sure that there were no weak rune lines entering his body. Only then did he relax. In the distance, Wen Qian'er and the rest were shocked. Where had Knight King Zhenwu gotten such a terrifying archery technique from? Everyone had seen Lu Yin's battle with Lan Si, and they were well aware of the power of Lu Yin's two sons. Even so, they had not been able to block the arrow, which meant that this archery technique could not possibly be a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. No one knew where Knight King Zhenwu's archery technique had come from. There was no need for Knight King Zhenwu to explain, and he fired 3 consecutive arrows. Luin had used the Ian Evolution True Scripture to weaken his rune lines, and his force field, battle force, as well as his Fate San, but he still could not completely defend against these 3 arrows. The 3 arrows did not cause much damage to Luin, but they were accompanied by the secret technique, Heart Arrow, which caused the flesh on Lu Yin's shoulders, thighs, and abdomen to be gouged out. His entire body was drenched in blood, and the onlookers felt their scalps go numb. Knight King Zhenwu was completely suppressing Luin. Luin could only passively defend. During the battle in the Innerverse, Knight King Zhenwu had not revealed the progenitor of Arrow's archery technique, and he had only used Heart Arrow. Luin had not known that the progenitor of Arrow's archery technique was so terrifying that it even surpassed Lan Si's emptiness palm. None of Lu Yin's techniques could block it, and he could only face it head-on. But even then, how long could he last? Knight King Zhenwu arrogantly replied, "I've already said that I'll show you the difference between us." An arrow then appeared in his hand. This arrow was different from the previous ones, as each of the previous arrows had a single feather, but this one had 2. "You've worked hard in the Day-Night flow zone. Now die." Knight King Zhenwu then fired an arrow. A twin-feathered arrow doubled the power of the arrow, and it also carried the secret technique Heart Arrow. No one in the same generation as Knight King Zhenwu could withstand it. Knight King Zhenwu wanted to use this battle to firmly establish his position as the head of the 10 Arbiters. He had the Day-Night clan's inheritance, the progenitor of Arrow's inheritance, secret techniques, and status. He had everything. Even Luin, who had defeated Lan Si, would be easily killed. Next, he would obtain the Night's End, Daybreak, and the 3rd Night King might appear. With the Star Sibyl Sect's assistance, Knight King Zhenwu was the destined one. Knight King Zhenwu was the most likely person to step into the progenitor realm, and he was the hope of the 5th mainland. He wanted to present all of this to the entire universe, as this was the Knight King Zhenwu that he wanted. The double-feathered arrow pierced through the void, carrying with it Knight King Zhenwu's indomitable aura. This arrow represented his glory. Luin suddenly looked up and gathered star energy in his right hand. As a cruiser who had gone through 7 cycles, the amount of star energy he possessed was close to that of an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. His remaining star energy instantly transformed into a sun, and a scorching ray of sunlight shot out from the heavens and towards the double-feathered arrow. At the same time, Luin used the true scripture of Ian Evolution to reduce the rune lines of the double-feathered arrow to its limit as it fiercely collided with the arrow. There was a loud boom as the ground trembled, the drill ground cracked, and the void collapsed. Even Night King Planet trembled, which alarmed the Night King bloodline's older generation powerhouses. Knight King Zhenwu had not expected Luin to possess such terrifying star energy. No one had expected Lu Yin's star energy to rival an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. This was Lu Yin's most powerful attack after transforming into a sun. Combined with the true scripture of Ian Evolution's rune lines, Luin was able to barely resist the double-feathered arrow. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he slapped a palm towards Knight King Zhenwu from a distance. 9-lined battle force, 100 stacks, 600-fold space render palm. Knight King Zhenwu had not expected Luin to be able to counterattack. From what he knew, Luin would definitely be heavily injured by the double-feathered arrow, and the Heart Arrow secret technique would be enough to take his life. This was a progenitor-inherited battle technique that even the Day-Night clan's strongest battle technique could not compare to. It was the trump card that Night King Xianwu had used to deal with the freakish geniuses of the Neoverse, and it far surpassed the battle techniques of Lan Si and the others. Night King Xianwu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his 9-lined battle force distorted. There was a loud boom, but the double-feathered arrow still pierced through the sun and shot into the distance. The sun exploded where it had been, and the attack was equivalent to an attack from a powerhouse with a power level of 300,000. The Evernight drill ground split apart as star energy swept out in all directions. The first Night King statue slowly collapsed. Several figures came from afar. How dare you? They were the older generation of the Night King bloodline, and they hurriedly supported the first Night King statue. Lu Yin immediately charged towards Night King Xianwu and tapped out with his dream finger, causing the void to freeze. Before coming here, Lu Yin had already simulated his battle with Night King Xianwu. As long as he could defend against the Heart Arrow secret technique, then he could rely on his innate gift of the die to obtain victory. Just like his battle with Lan Si, his innate gift of the die was too powerful. Even if Night King Xianwu had an innate gift of the die, it would still be useless. As long as Lu Yin hid in his 4-point space, not only would he be able to recover his star energy, but he would also be able to increase his power level. This was a cheat-level innate gift, and Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat Night King Xianwu. Although Night King Xianwu's archery technique was extremely powerful, it could not overshadow the miraculous innate gift of the die. His defense was not as terrifying as Lan Si's. What Lu Yin needed to do now was to trade injury for injury and injure Night King Xianwu as much as possible. Of course, shaking the die depended on luck, and this was the only exception. Even if there was an exception, Lu Yin still had a backup plan. Otherwise, he would not have rashly come to Night King Planet. Whether it was himself, Zhuo Day Knight, or even those from the White King bloodline, Lu Yin was confident that he could take them all away. Suddenly, Night King Xianwu raised his head and grinned. His teeth were stained with bright red blood, and he looked abnormally terrifying. Time's up. Lu Yin pointed at Night King Xianwu, but his expression suddenly changed as a black gas appeared from his abdomen and gradually spread throughout his body. His vision gradually blurred as he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Night King Xianwu sneered and kicked out, sending Lu Yin flying. Lu Yin struggled to control his body, and his legs left 2 long trails on the ground. It took him great effort to stabilize himself and not fall over. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. And his body went numb. "Seventh bro, you've been poisoned," the monkey shouted in panic. Lu Yin also knew that he had been poisoned, but when had it happened? What kind of poison could be so powerful? How could it have escaped his detection without him even seeing the rune lines? This black color was exactly the same as the poison that Night King Xianwu had wrongly accused Zhuo Day Knight of poisoning him. Night King Xianwu hadn't been poisoned, but Lu Yin had? After the intense battle, the Eternal Night drill grounds had already been torn apart. As the dust settled, everyone saw Night King Xianwu standing tall in the sky. Below him, Lu Yin was barely able to keep himself from falling to the ground. His limbs were stiff, and his vision was blurry. His brain was spinning, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. Countless people in the Innerverse and Outerverse were watching. Night King Xianwu looked down at Lu Yin from above. "I've already said that there are differences between the 10 arbiters. You were too arrogant to challenge me and even meddle in my Day-Night clan's internal affairs. Lu Yin, you deserve more than death. You are a traitor of the 5th mainland." Lu Yin opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a single word. His entire body was numb. "Seventh bro, how are you doing, 7th bro?" the monkey shouted. Lu Yin's entire body was drenched in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. However, he was still holding on and not collapsing. Beads of sweat dripped down his body, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of submission. He had lost to Night King Xianwu. Night King Xianwu was proud, as he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, he rejoiced that this person had defeated Lan Si and given him a chance to surpass the 10 arbiters. Not too far away, Zhuo Day Knight despaired. She hadn't known that the wine she had given Lu Yin was poisoned. She really hadn't known. Around them, those who had participated in the banquet were all shocked. Some were excited, some cheered, and some mocked Luin for overestimating himself and trying to challenge Night King Jinwu. Starsabil stared at Night King Jinwu, as his moment of glory had arrived. At this moment, Night King Jinwu was at his peak. He had easily defeated Luin and displayed an unimaginably terrifying strength. Everyone had acknowledged Lu Yin's strength after his battle with Lan Si, but he had been like a child in front of Night King Jinwu. This was the difference between the 10 arbiters and themselves. No one had expected Night King Jinwu to be so terrifying. Many people thought about the recent rumors of the leader of the 10 arbiters. Did Night King Jinwu really have the strength to become the leader of the 10 arbiters? Starsabil had been supporting him all this time, so had the Starsabil sect seen something? Countless people in the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones, the Hall of Honor, and the Outerverse were all watching Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin's victory over Lan Si had been as glorious as Night King Jinwu was. Night King Jinwu landed in front of Zhude Knight and slowly said, "Woman, you're really stupid. Your stupidity has harmed the entire Day King bloodline. Do you know why this banquet is being held? Because of you, this banquet will go down in history. On this day, a woman named Zhude Knight from the Day King bloodline will assassinate Night King Jinwu, causing the entire Day King bloodline to be buried." Zhude Knight's face was deathly pale. Night King Jinwu's gaze was calm as he continued, "You must be very curious. Where are your parents?" Zhude Knight suddenly looked up and stared at Night King Jinwu. Blood flowed from her lips, and she bit her tongue. Where are my parents?" Night King Jinwu's lips curled up. "They're dead." Zhude Knight's pupils shrank, and her mind went blank. Not just them, but also the tens of thousands of people from the Day King bloodline. Oh, right, there's also that Luin. Actually, he might not have lost to me, but it's a pity that you gave him a cup of poisoned wine, which caused him to die here. Parents, relatives, and lovers will all leave you on this day. How interesting, ha 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 ha. Night King Jinwu laughed. Although his voice was loud, it was controlled so that no one else could hear him. Only Night King Jinwu, Zhude Knight, and Luin could hear him. Luin raised his head with difficulty and stared at Night King Jinwu's back. This person was recklessly toying with Zhude Knight. Just as he had said, he would force Zhude Knight into a desperate situation, and this was the perfect opportunity to steal Night's End, Daybreak. Why did he have to do that? Night's End, Daybreak was on the same level as the Night King Heaven-splitting technique, but it was not as good as the Arrow Progenitor's battle technique. Everything that Night King Jinwu had done was for the sake of stealing Night's End, and only by forcing Zhude Knight into a desperate situation would he be able to do so. Night King Jinwu's personality was one of the darkest in the universe. Everything that happened today is because of your stupidity. Your stupidity has harmed you and the entire Day King bloodline. Night King Jinwu shouted. Zhude Knight's body trembled, and her eyes went slack. 2 streams of blood flowed down from the corners of her eyes, and her entire being crumbled. Her originally black and white hair had turned completely white without any luster. She had completely collapsed, and even the Firewing tribe's singing could not save her. Night King Jinwu was excited. This was the moment. That's right, this was the moment. He had done so much to lure Luin over, not just to kill him, but also for Zhude Knight. He had done everything he could to force Zhude Knight into a desperate situation, all for the sake of this moment. No one understood the importance of Night's End, Daybreak better than him. However, it was still not enough. She was just a little bit away. As he thought about it, he waved his hand and caused the ground to split open. 2 dried-up corpses appeared in front of Zhude Knight, their faces still recognizable. Who are they? Do you know them? They were your parents, and they died because of you. Night King Jinwu then turned around and ordered, "Bury the White King's bloodline." The people in the distance had no idea what was going on. At the same time, Luin was finally able to move. His die appeared, and with a tap of his finger, it spun and stopped. Zhude Knight's eyes were slack as she stared blankly at the ground. In the distance, she could hear the despairing cries of tens of thousands of people from the White King bloodline. Suddenly, everything disappeared from her ears. All she could hear was the thumping of her heart. Because of her, her parents had died, and they had died in such a miserable manner. Her clansmen, her family, and everything she had ever possessed had been reduced to nothing. In her extreme grief and despair, Shude Night knelt on the ground, her hair turning completely white. Night King Jinwu was excited, and at this moment, he raised his hand and slapped Shude Night's forehead. At that moment, Lu Yin's die stopped spinning. 4 pips, time stop space. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in a grayish-white space. His entire body went limp as the poison spread throughout his body, causing his consciousness to become increasingly hazy. "Seventh bro, where are we?" the monkey asked. This time, he had not been blocked, and he had directly appeared in a grayish-white space. This was the second time. Lu Yin did not have the time to care about the monkey. In this space, he could use his cosmic ring. Night King Planet had been sealed off, and using his cosmic ring was one of Night King Jinwu's methods to deal with Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin had been able to fight against an envoy-level powerhouse outside of the Outerverse, Night King Jinwu must have been prepared. Fortunately, Lu Yin had the innate gift of the die. "Monkey, what kind of poison did I get?" Lu Yin asked as he rummaged through the pills in his cosmic ring. The monkey solemnly replied, "I don't know, but if even 7th bro couldn't detect it, then it's not a simple poison. Detoxifying it will be too difficult." Lu Yin searched through all the pills in his cosmic ring, but he was certain that none of them could detoxify the poison. Night King Jinwu was too cautious. Even if Night King Jinwu was confident in defeating Lu Yin, he had still used poison. Night King Jinwu didn't want to defeat Lu Yin, but rather to completely crush Lu Yin and establish his prestige as the leader of the 10 Arbiters. What a pity. If the wisdom root hadn't withered, it would definitely have been able to detoxify the poison. The monkey sighed. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately blocked the monkey off before rolling his die. In this space, he could definitely roll 3 pips. The first pip was ineffective, and he had to rest for 10 days. The second pip was also ineffective, and he had to rest for 10 days. The third pip was also ineffective, and he had to rest for 10 days. He repeated this process over and over again, but it seemed like luck hadn't arrived. Fortunately, although the poison hadn't been detoxified, Lu Yin hadn't been poisoned to death due to his physical strength. It was also possible that Night King Jinwu hadn't planned on killing him with poison and had instead wanted to kill him with his own hands. Over the past few weeks, Lu Yin's external injuries had healed considerably, and he had also continued to absorb star energy. He had completely recovered, and all he had to do was wait for the detoxification. As the die's rotation slowly stopped, it hit 3 pips, and 2 screens appeared. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly tossed in the wisdom root before throwing in some star essence. He was shocked to find that after throwing in 100,000 star essence, his wisdom root had only decreased by a sliver. This was ridiculous. Up until now, the most expensive item that Lu Yin had upgraded was the Heaven Fire Stone. The first upgrade cost 1.3 million star essence, and he had only upgraded it once. As for the wisdom root, based on the current situation, it would probably cost at least a few million star essence to upgrade it once. It was rumored that the wisdom root had been personally planted by Ancestor Hui. Not only could it detoxify poison, but eating it could also temporarily enlighten a person's mind and allow them to comprehend many things. Lu Yin didn't know if this was true or not, but he just hoped that it could detoxify the poison. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and threw in more star essence. Soon, he used up 1 million star essence, but his wisdom root only decreased by 1/10. Lu Yin pursed his lips, as this was too much of an exaggeration. This was just a withered wisdom root, but a single upgrade would require tens of millions of star essence. Fortunately, he had more than 17 million star essence, or else he might not have been able to upgrade it. As the root of wisdom descended, its surface gradually regained its luster, and specks of light appeared. When the root of wisdom completely fell into the lower layer of the screen, a small cluster of roots that resembled a horned dragon appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. It looked ordinary, and it only had a bit of luster to it. However, this small cluster of roots had cost him 10 million star essence. Lu Yin used his star energy to create water and soaked the wisdom root in it, boiling it as if he was drinking tea. Gradually, a fragrant aroma filled his nose and cleared his mind. Everything became clear to the naked eye, and he felt as if he had returned to his peak condition. It was useful. He impatiently drank a mouthful of the liquid, and the refreshing sensation washed down his stomach. The black poison that had been coiling around his body was disintegrated at a visible rate and gradually dissipated. He raised his hand and activated his overlaying stacks. He immediately used 30 stacks, which was the limit of his deductions. Now that he could continue, he could clearly feel that he could easily deduce the next step. It was very easy. Why hadn't he thought of this before? 40 stacks was very simple. 50 stacks was also very simple. He had clearly felt that these deductions would be very difficult and impossible in the past, but now, he could do them as easily as breathing. His mind was clear, and he felt more relaxed than he had ever felt before. He waved his hand and activated 60 stacks, 70 stacks, and all the way up to 100 stacks. The peak that he had grasped was 100 stacks. He closed his eyes and recalled his battle with Xianxia, and the scenes replayed before his eyes. On Pungking Planet, Xianxia had used 100 stacks. Luin raised his hand, and Xianxia's palm strike seemed to appear in front of him. Ripples spread out, and 100 stacks transformed into a berserk force that surged towards him. Luin retreated a few steps, and his right palm trembled. It was not enough to withstand the force, and his body continued to retreat. Every time he took a step back, his understanding of the overlaying stacks deepened by one layer. He took 10 steps back, which was 110 stacks. 20 steps back was 120 stacks, and this was not the limit of his body's endurance. When he took 50 steps back, Luin raised his hand and struck out with his palm. 150 stacks was not enough. It was still not enough. Luin closed his eyes and pressed his left hand against his right arm. There was a soft sound, and his right palm struck out with a bang. The void distorted as he used 170 stacks, and his right arm felt powerless. Luin suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his right arm in ecstasy. He had actually deduced 170 stacks. How had he done it? Had he done it on his own? Deductions on his own were different from other people's teachings. If he had competed against Xianxia in the overlaying stacks Dao, then Luin would have been able to suppress him with the same 150 stacks. This was the power of his own deductions, and his understanding of the overlaying stacks Dao was incomparably deep. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the air. He closed his eyes and continued to recall his battle with Xianxia, but he couldn't remember anything. No, I have to continue. He thought about it for a while and drank another mouthful of wisdom root tea. His mind cleared up once more, and he recalled every movement that Xianxia had made when he had used the emptiness palm. Even the pauses caused by inertia were magnified infinitely in his mind. Gradually, he raised his hand and struck out with an invisible palm. This was the emptiness palm. The emptiness palm was the manifestation of Xianxia's complete understanding of the overlaying stacks Dao. Even Xianxia himself had only been able to cultivate it after grasping 150 stacks. Luin had used the wisdom root to deduce 170 stacks, and with his deep understanding of the overlaying stacks Dao and the wisdom root tea, he was able to easily comprehend the emptiness palm. This emptiness palm was like a reappearance of Xianxia. No, it had surpassed Xianxia. Lu Yin's overlaying stacks Dao had been deduced by himself, and he had deduced 170 stacks. With his physical strength, the emptiness palm didn't cause any pauses due to inertia, which made him much stronger than Xianxia. Lu Yin himself didn't understand why his physical strength was so strong, it was constantly increasing. There wasn't much wisdom root tea left, and it had nothing to do with the added water. This small pinch of wisdom root could only make a small amount of tea, and it was enough for 3 sips at most. In other words, this small pinch of wisdom root could make 5 sips of tea. He couldn't waste it. Now that he had comprehended the emptiness palm, what was next? Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Lockbreaking? Domain? True scripture of Eon evolution? Serious art? Or the dream finger? There were too many things that he needed to comprehend. Suddenly, Lu Yin remembered that the most important thing to comprehend was a secret technique. It wasn't the Yu secret art, but rather the chessboard that Mr. Mu had brought him to watch with the help of the Zhu family's bloodline. It was the Su secret art. The Su secret art, scattered stars chess. It was a secret technique of the 7 quartz Su family that had been created by someone called Su Wang Tian. Luing picked up the wisdom root tea and took a sip, doing his best to recall the chessboard that he had seen before. Gradually, he seemed to see that ancient chessboard again, and he heard people playing, people retracting, people laughing, and people sighing. His consciousness seemed to have merged with the chess pieces, but it also seemed to have merged with the chess players. Under the moonlight, every chess piece on the ancient chessboard was like a star that was densely packed together. He didn't know if he was in space or on the chessboard. Was he a chess piece? Or a chess player? He couldn't understand this game, and he still couldn't. Even with the wisdom root, he still couldn't understand it. Ha 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 ha, I, Suwang Tian, observed chess, played chess, retracted my moves, and comprehended chess for hundreds of thousands of years. Finally, I created the secret technique, scattered stars chess. Throughout the universe, only I, Suwang Tian, can retract my moves. A person's life experience cannot be regretted, but I, Suwang Tian, will regret. Only I, Suwang Tian, can retract my moves. The words woke Luing up, and he was sweating profusely. He still couldn't understand the game. Even with the help of the wisdom root tea, he still couldn't understand it. He tried to recall the chessboard, but he shook his head vigorously. No, he couldn't force himself to understand the game if he couldn't understand it. What could he do? What could he do? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but look at the wisdom root tea and take a sip. His mind cleared up, and an idea flashed through his mind. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. There was an innate gift on possession. It was the innate gift that he had borrowed from Xianxia when he had rolled possession at the border of the endless weave. Xianxia's innate gift was deduction. Luing knew that he didn't have the ability to comprehend scattered stars chess on his own, and even with the help of the wisdom root tea, he still wouldn't be able to comprehend it. However, the 7 courts of family definitely had a descendant who could comprehend this secret. Since others could comprehend it, it meant that they could also comprehend it. If he couldn't comprehend it on his own, then he could only rely on others. Xianxia was very smart, and since she was valued by Wang Wen and was on the same level as Wei Rong, her innate gift was deduction. Luing believed that she could help him. Luing borrowed Xianxia's innate gift and took another sip of the wisdom root tea. Whether or not he could succeed would depend on this. The ancient chessboard appeared once more, and Luing borrowed Xianxia's innate gift. When he looked at the chessboard again, he saw a different scene. What is this? Not long after, Luing opened his eyes and stood up. He had finished drinking the wisdom root tea, and the wisdom root was gone. This was the most expensive tea that Luing had ever drunk, but it was also the most useful. He looked at the time and saw that he would be able to leave very soon. Luing took a deep breath. Knight King Zhenwu, the second match had begun. In the Eternal Night Arena, Knight King Zhenwu's palm followed Shui Knight's despairing cry. Just as his palm was about to strike Shui Knight's forehead, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Knight King Zhenwu's wrist. Knight King Zhenwu's face changed, and he slowly turned around. He saw Luing and his bone-chilling gaze. You can still move? Knight King Zhenwu was in disbelief. Countless people in the innerverse and outerverse saw this scene, and they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. No one had expected Luing to still be able to move. How had he crossed over? He had been too fast. Shui Knight's pupils dilated, and her entire body swayed. She looked as if she could collapse at any moment. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly exerted more force. There was a cracking sound as Knight King Zhenwu's 9-lined battle force tried to resist, but as Luing exerted more force, Knight King Zhenwu's 9-lined battle force became somewhat unstable. Both of their 9-lined battle forces soared into the sky at the same time, and the ground cracked open. The 3 of them gradually sank as pebbles flew into the air and disappeared in midair. Knight King Zhenwu was aghast, and he stared at Luing. Impossible. How did you recover? You were beaten half to death by me just now. You should have collapsed and been trampled under my feet. You should have died. Lu Yin's gaze turned vicious as the 2 9-lined battle forces collided. Soon after, a berserk spiritual force appeared once more, colliding like a storm. It formed a visible airflow that split the sky above Night King Planet apart. You deserve to die, Luing growled through gritted teeth. Night King Zhenwu bellowed, let me go. I only wanted to force her to her death. You're all ants, and I'm the chosen one. I'm about to obtain nightfall, daybreak, the arrow progenitor's inheritance, and the star tower's inheritance. I'll become a progenitor and lead the fifth mainland to counterattack the sixth mainland. I'll establish an unparalleled empire, and anyone who resists me is betraying the fifth mainland. Get your claws off me. Lu Ying kicked out at Night King Jinwu's stomach. Night King Jinwu's spiritual force formed a barrier in front of him, but it was shattered by Lu Yin's kick. This was an explosion of 150 stacks, and it was not something that could be blocked by spiritual force alone. Night King Jinwu was sent flying by this kick, and it was even more vicious than the kick that had sent Lu Ying flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and he could not even stabilize himself. He crashed into the ground and crashed into Night King Planet's core. Countless people were speechless as they stared blankly at Lu Ying. What had just happened? It was as if he had become a completely different person. No one could understand the mysteries of the die, and thus, no one could understand Lu Yin's mysteries. At this moment, Lu Ying did not think too much, he only wanted to kill Night King Jinwu. Beside the first Night King statue, several experts from the Night King bloodline looked at each other. Should we attack? Let's wait a little longer. There's no rush. Jinwu won't lose, someone said. At the same time, the day-night flow zone sent out an alarm. Countless pirate ships were under attack, and the Day-Night clan's army was out in full force. Leon's armada had officially declared war on the Day-Night clan, and thousands of pirate groups from the Innerverse had surrounded the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan was in chaos. Outside of Night King Planet, Heizage Leon appeared and glanced at the planet. He had almost been unable to hold himself back from attacking, but fortunately, the little brat had arrived in time and saved him from interfering with the younger generation's battle. As he looked at Night King Planet, Heizage Leon took a deep breath and roared, "Dijiang, get the hell out here." Night King Planet trembled, and everyone looked up at the sky. Lu Ying looked up, Heizage Leon had arrived. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from underground. Lu Ying raised his hand, and the arrow exploded in the void, shattered by an invisible palm. Night King Jinwu rushed out from underground and looked on in disbelief. How is this possible? What did you do? There was a planet not far from Night King Planet, and Lance was there. The 10 Arbiters would never ascend to Night King Planet, as Night King Jinwu would ascend to the Night Watcher Pavilion and look down on them. They would not interfere in the battle between Lu Ying and Night King Jinwu. Even if Lan Si supported Lu Ying unconditionally, it was impossible for him to help Lu Ying deal with Night King Jinwu. These were the rules, and the battles between the 10 Arbiters had to be fair. When Lu Ying shattered the arrow, Lan Si's expression changed, and his mouth fell open in disbelief. Was that an empty palm? He wasn't the only one who had seen it, many others had seen it as well. It hadn't been long since Lan Si and Lu Yin's battle, but the Empyrean palm's fame had already spread throughout the universe, and it had left Lu Ying in such a miserable state. Countless people were looking for this battle technique, and the shock that the Empyrean palm had caused when it had first appeared was now several times greater than when Lu Ying had used it before. No one had expected Lu Ying to use the emptiness palm. In the Outerverse, Lan Baobao, Elder Iron, and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wasn't that just an empty palm? Night King Jinwu's face sank. Impossible. How could it be an empty palm strike? Did Lan Si teach him that? Even if Lan Si had taught him, there was no way he could have learned it so quickly. Back then, Lu Ying had used all of Bai Xing's knowledge to deal with Lan Si's Empyrean palm. Now, he was going to give Night King Jinwu a taste of his own medicine. The 10 Arbiters were indeed divided into the strongest and the weakest, but the difference was not that great. Lan Si's Empyrean palm was about to be shown to Night King Jinwu. With a bang, Night King Jinwu, who had been completely unprepared, was sent flying back 1,000 meters by the Empyrean palm. His 9-lined battle force almost cracked, and he coughed up blood as he stared at Lu Ying in shock. His face turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and roared, "You're courting death." He then raised his hand, and his spiritual force condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Night King, split the heavens technique. Lu Ying raised his head and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The Night King split the heavens technique was too powerful, and if he didn't recite the Stonewall scriptures, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The outside world was in an uproar because of the Night King split the heavens technique. In the Wen family, the old man who was sweeping the floor changed as he looked at the screen. This battle technique had actually reappeared, and it had caused an entire era to fall silent. In the Beast Tamer's Flowzone's Divine Grade Hall, a million mountains trembled. The Night King split the heavens technique. It's actually the Night King split the heavens technique. In the Sword Sect, Lu Qianjui's gaze turned cold, as he had never expected this kid to have comprehended the Night King split the heavens technique. Fortunately, the other unparalleled battle technique, Night's End, Daybreak, had not appeared yet. Otherwise, the Day-Night clan would have been unstoppable. In the Divine Venomous Dynasty, young King Qing was shocked. Since the Night King split the heavens technique has appeared, when will Night's End, Daybreak appear? Lingling Qiu snorted. Since the Night King split the heavens technique had appeared, that Luyin definitely wasn't Night King Zhenwu's opponent. What a pity. He was a good seedling who was qualified to become Ling Gong's husband. In the Chaos Flow Zone, Song Zhou clenched his fists. The Day-Night clan could be considered his Chaos God Mountain's nemesis, and now that the Night King split the heavens technique had appeared, he knew that he was in trouble. In the future, he would either have to kill Night King Zhenwu or be defeated by the Day-Night clan. Logically speaking, the Arrow Progenitor's battle technique definitely surpassed the Day-Night clan's unparalleled battle technique. Unfortunately, the Arrow Progenitor was a progenitor from the Sixth Mainland, and no one in the Innerverse recognized him. Otherwise, they would have been shocked by the Arrow Progenitor. Only by personally facing the Arrow Progenitor's battle technique could one truly understand how terrifying it was. Luyin could use various methods to deal with the Emptiness Palm, but it would be difficult for him to deal with the Arrow Progenitor's battle technique. He could only use his full strength, but he only had one chance. No one believed that Luyin could remain unscathed under the Night King split the heavens technique, but Luyin was still able to withstand it. It seems like you haven't learned your lesson, Luyin barked as he struck out with his emptiness palm again, sending Night King Zhenwu flying. Night King Zhenwu's hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. He glared fiercely at Luyin as he raised his hand and continuously used the Night King clan's battle techniques. However, his battle techniques were practically useless against Luyin, and a single emptiness palm was able to negate all of his attacks. Luyin had basically fused with Lan Si, and with his physical strength that was practically immune to Night King Zhenwu's spiritual force, he was able to unleash an extremely powerful emptiness palm. Night King Zhenwu was basically fighting 1 against 2, and he was beaten into a sorry state. Everyone was stunned. The great Night King Zhenwu was actually being beaten up. The Day-Night clan members could not believe this, and they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The one being beaten up should have been Luyin. The experts who had been guarding the first Night King statue could no longer sit still, and they all wanted to attack Luyin. The heavens exploded, and a beautiful woman walked out. Night King clan, your opponent is here. One powerhouse after another appeared on Night King planet. Countless people knew that the Day-Night clan was about to undergo a huge change, and at the very least, it would not be peaceful. Outside Night King planet, Heizage Lian gripped his tyrant blade and looked at the black-robed middle-aged man who had walked out of the void. Night King Dijiang, you're finally willing to come out? The black-robed man's tone was calm as he looked at Heizage Lian. You're here to escort that brat on Night King planet, right? Take him away, I won't touch him. Heizage Lian laughed. What a joke. Your Day-Night clan's so-called destiny of heaven is about to come to an end. You're dreaming if you think it'll end so easily. Night King Dijiang frowned. Heizage Lian, my Day-Night clan isn't as simple as you think it is. Take your people and leave, and I can treat today's matter as if it never happened. We can even write off our past grudges. You're still dreaming. Let me chop you awake. Heizage Lian then slashed down with his blade. Night King Dijiang sighed helplessly. At the same time, a dispute broke out between the Hall of Honor and the Interstellar Arbitration Office. One of the presiding judges, Mu Tianluan of Despair, strongly requested to assist the Day-Night clan in killing the pirates. Night King Zhenwu took back the general appointment platform and made a great contribution to the Fifth Mainland. The Day-Night clan has also been conferred the title of Glory Family. What a joke. Mu'en of Light, who was also an presiding judge, spoke up. This is a personal grudge between Leon's Armada and the Day-Night clan. It's not appropriate for us to interfere. Leon's Armada and the Day-Night clan can settle their personal grudges on their own. There are hundreds of pirate groups in the Day-Night flow zone right now, Mu Tianluan said in a low voice. Mu'en smiled. According to what you're saying, the Day-Night clan members who aren't part of the Night King bloodline shouldn't interfere? Just let Leon's Armada fight the Night King bloodline alone? You're twisting logic. Mu Tianluan was furious. Mu'en smiled. I'm just speaking the truth. On the other side of the Hall of Honor's board of directors, the 9 directors were also arguing. One of them was a member of the Day-Night clan, and he angrily shouted, the Glory family was actually attacked by pirates? What a joke. This is a stain on the Hall of Honor's reputation, and it will be recorded in the annals of history. Those pirates must be eliminated, and Leon's Armada must be exterminated. The moment he finished speaking, another director retorted, let's not talk about the Glory family for now. Master Xianxia has sent a message saying that he doubts Night King Zhenwu's ability to take back the general appointment platform. He now requests that the Day-Night clan's title of Glory family be removed. I agree. Master Xianxia's words must be true. That's right, Master Xianxia has never lied. Master Xianxia is too great. The Day-Night clan director trembled with anger. Master Xianxia's position in the Hall of Honor was too high, and he had too many disciples. It was impossible for him to fight against Master Xianxia alone. Now, countless pirates had come to the Day-Night flow zone, and the various experts of the Day-Night clan had all been mobilized to fight the pirates. The Sin family, the Dire Barbarian clan, the Frost Moon sect, and the other great powers had all received the Day-Night clan's request for reinforcements, and they immediately sent reinforcements to kill the pirates. However, the Frost Moon sect had long since been sealed. The Sin family also wanted to help, but just a few days ago, Myriad Swords Peak and Watermoon Villa had come looking for trouble, and they could barely fend for themselves. The Dire Barbarian clan had been attacked by the Soul Dream tribe, and these 2 clans did not need an excuse to start a war at any time. The Day-Night clan could not find any reinforcements, and the Phoenix family, which was closest to them, could not help them either. The Day-Night clan had a large army and many experts under their command, but they could not outnumber the pirates. They had no choice but to order the Day-Night clan's experts from the surrounding flow zones to return, but they were ambushed by experts from the Sword sect, who took advantage of the situation to steal resources. The Sword sect would not attack the Day-Night flow zone, but it was understandable that they would attack the surrounding flow zones since they often fought. The Day-Night flow zone was thrown into chaos. The Blazing Mist flow zone's Crimson Lord immediately contacted the upper echelons of the Day-Night clan, and they were willing to send reinforcements. However, before they could even leave the Blazing Mist flow zone, they were ambushed by many experts. These experts were all from the Outerverse, and there were more than 20 Enlighters, which was a third of the total number of Enlighters in the Outerverse. There were even people from Level Mountain Dojo and the Sea King's Dome among them. The Crimson Lord himself was also ambushed by the Old Smoker, and he was so angry that he roared like a madman. Everything seemed to be in chaos. However, this wasn't enough to wipe out the entire Day-Night clan. It was just a minor inconvenience. The true experts of the Day-Night clan were hidden in 2 places. One was Night King Planet, where aside from the slumbering Night King Dijiang, there were several old freaks with power levels of 300,000 to 400,000. These people were currently being held back by the pirates of Leon's Armada. The other was Day-Night's ancestral land, where there had been an envoy-level powerhouse, but he had unfortunately been killed by the 6th mainland. Even so, the Day-Night clan's ancestral land still had an Enlighter with a power level of 450,000. There were several powerhouses hidden in the ancestral land, and any one of them could easily wipe out all of the pirates in the Day-Night flow zone. From the Day-Night clan's point of view, although there were many pirates, they were just small fries. Beneath the ancestral land's stone tablet, the ancient figures opened their eyes, and one of them stood up. I'll go take care of this. Just as that person was about to leave, the ancestral land's stone tablet suddenly changed. Rays of light shot out from the ground and sealed off the surroundings. The central figure's eyes widened. The source box protecting the tablet. He suddenly looked at the old man on the right who was also guarding the tablet. The old man opened his eyes and spoke in an ancient voice. The Day-King bloodline should not be exterminated. The central figure's voice was cold. You've already been granted a special edict to join the Night King bloodline, yet you still want to help the Day-King bloodline? You're courting death. The old man laughed sorrowfully. Special edict? The Day-King bloodline and the Night King bloodline are both part of the Day-Night royal family. Why can the Night King bloodline reign supreme? Even if I die, I won't let the Day-King bloodline be exterminated. The central figure was furious. The source box protecting the tablet had been activated, and they could not leave. This was a formation specifically designed to protect the ancestral land stone tablets, so they could not enter or leave. This was troublesome. The moment the source box protecting the tablet was activated, Hui Day-Night entered the ancestral land with a woman following behind him. It was Cold Sis, the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 5th Imperial Squadron. Only Cold Sis, who was ranked 10th on the top 100 rankings, had been invited to the Day-Night flow zone by the Day-Night banquet. Hui Day-Night saw that the source box protecting the tablet had been activated, and a sorrowful look appeared in his eyes. It's done. Lung Jia walked out and activated her cosmic ring. One after another, the androids appeared and charged towards the Day-Night clan's ancestral land. These androids were the strongest androids that the Great Yu Empire could currently bring out. They had the defenses of a cruiser and the power level of an explorer. They were definitely weak compared to the Day-Night clan, but there were still many of them, and there were close to 4,000 of them. Lu Yin had taken out all of the Great Yu Empire's resources and cooperated with Leon's armada to start a war against the entire Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan had never imagined that they would one day encounter such a calamity. The Hall of Honor had been obstructed, the Sun family, the Dire Barbarian clan, and other external reinforcements had all been ambushed, and the entire Day-Night flow zone had been attacked by pirates several times the number of Day-Night clan members. The powerhouses from the mausoleum had been trapped, and the powerhouses from Night King planet had been obstructed. Everything had happened in an instant. This was Lu Yin and Wang Wen's plan. Dealing with the Innerverse behemoths seemed complicated, but in reality, all they needed to do was provide a bit of strength. The true opponent of the Day-Night clan was Leon's armada. Even the Hall of Honor did not want to offend one of the Cosmic Sea's 4 major regiments, especially Leon's armada, which was the leader of the 4 regiments. Heizage Leon was a ruthless person who had broken through the technocracy. Not only did he have the strength, but he also had a powerful background. His background was not in the Innerverse, but in the Neoverse. No matter how powerful the Day-Night clan was, they were only a behemoth in the Innerverse, and they had yet to enter the Neoverse. After experiencing the invasion of the 6th mainland, especially the war at the border of Endless Weave, Lu Yin no longer felt that the Day-Night clan was as cautious as before. They were only a powerful clan, and he had the courage to overthrow them. No matter how chaotic the Day-Night flow zone was, the countless people in the Innerverse were not paying attention to the Day-Night flow zone, but rather to Lu Yin. He was completely unscathed by the Night King heaven-splitting technique, which many found hard to believe. The Night King heaven-splitting technique was even more famous than the Night King's End, Daybreak technique, as it was the Night King who had brought the Day-Night clan to the position of the most powerful clan in the Innerverse. The Night King heaven-splitting technique had once slaughtered countless experts from the various great powers of the Innerverse, and it had changed the structure of many of the Innerverse flow zones. It was an unbreakable battle technique that could only be defended against with spiritual force, but Lu Yin had actually withstood it. Night King Zhenwu spat out another mouthful of blood, as he could not even retaliate against the emptiness palm. It was also at this moment that the outside world finally understood how powerful Lan Si's emptiness palm was. When Lan Si had been defeated by Lu Yin, many people had not been able to understand how powerful the emptiness palm was. But now, they could clearly see that even Night King Zhenwu's 9-lined battle force had been shattered by the emptiness palm. That was 9-lined battle force, the highest realm of battle force in the universe. Lan Si was shocked. He knew that the emptiness palm was very powerful, but it was not powerful enough to completely ignore Night King Zhenwu's defenses. Lu Yin's emptiness palm was different from Lan Si's, and it should be even stronger. Night King Zhenwu's eyes turned scarlet, and he roared as he raised his hand. Twin feather arrows shot out, but Lu Ying clenched his fist and used the same emptiness palm. However, he had used the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to reduce the power of the twin feather arrows, allowing the emptiness palm to shatter them. Lu Ying leaped through the void and kicked Night King Jinwu out of the Evernight drill ground, smashing apart the first Night King statue along the way. The Night King clan members roared, and dozens of them charged towards Lu Ying. Many Day-Night clan cultivators had gathered from all directions around Night King Planet, and they no longer intended to let Lu Ying fight Night King Jinwu alone. The tens of thousands of cultivators from the White King bloodline, who had been about to be buried, rushed out to fight against the Night King bloodline. Many of them were suppressed by the sealed cage technique, but even more were able to attack because they were being controlled by Night King Jinwu. At this moment, Night King Jinwu did not have the ability to use the sealed cage technique to restrict them. The White King bloodline's despair, which had been suppressed for countless years, exploded at this moment. If they did not explode in silence, then they would die in silence. The White King bloodline had once been part of the Day-Night royal family, and they would definitely not live an ignoble existence. Shui Day-Night was supported by a few elders from the White King bloodline. "Child, you didn't do anything wrong. Pull yourself together, we're rebelling. Child, we're rebelling. We're rebelling." Shui Day-Night's pupils constricted as she stared blankly at the intense battle between Lu Ying and Night King Jinwu. The void outside Night King Planet had been torn apart, and battles were taking place everywhere. Her pupils shrank, and her gaze became resolute. "We're rebelling." Amongst the crowd at the Day-Night feast, Night Queen Xianxia and the others had already started attacking the White King bloodline. Shui Day-Night suddenly turned around and soared into the sky. The white-haired Xianxia shouted, "Night End, Daybreak." These 4 words shook the hearts of countless people, including those from the White King bloodline. Shui Day-Night's comprehension of Night End, Daybreak was a secret, and only Lu Ying and Night King Jinwu knew about it. But at this moment, she had completely exposed this peerless battle technique, and it instantly caused many Night King clan experts to fall into an illusion, including Night Queen Xianxia. Zhanlong Day-Night was shocked. It was actually Night End, Daybreak. Those from the White King bloodline were extremely excited, as they saw their king fighting without any regard for their own safety. Night King Planet was in complete chaos. Night King Jinwu was sent flying by Lu Yin's kick, and he crashed into Evernight City, smashing through countless buildings as he coughed up blood. Lu Ying tore through the void and walked out as he shouted, "Jinwu, you're finished." He then struck out with his palm, sending Night King Jinwu into the ground. His palm then pierced through Night King Planet and into outer space. Night King Jinwu spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body felt weak, and he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. Lu Ying walked out of outer space and passed by Night King Jinwu. He then struck out again, sending Night King Jinwu back into Night King Planet. Night King Jinwu was unable to retaliate. Night King Jinwu was proficient in the Night King Heaven-Splitting technique, 9-lined battle force, and the Progenitor of Arrows battle technique. These were all extremely powerful, but they were all useless against Lu Ying. Everything that Lu Ying had cultivated up to this point seemed to have been prepared for this day. He had completely suppressed Night King Jinwu. Was Night King Jinwu weak? No one dared to say that he was weak. Even among the 10 arbiters, who could guarantee that they could block the Night King Heaven-Splitting technique? Who would dare to say that they could ignore the Progenitor of Arrows battle technique? Furthermore, Lu Ying also had the secret heart arrow. However, Lu Ying was different. If not for the battle in the Innerverse, Lu Ying would have had a hard time winning against Night King Jinwu. Unfortunately, Night King Jinwu had been too arrogant, and he had exposed the secret heart arrow in advance. In the sky above the Evernight drill grounds, a black dot expanded until it finally crashed into the plaza. Everyone stared blankly at it. It was Night King Jinwu, and he was in an incomparably miserable state. Lu Ying descended onto the drill grounds and looked down at Night King Jinwu from above. In the distance, the Night King clan's older generation experts were shouting threats at Lu Ying. Lu Ying ignored them and continued to stare at Night King Jinwu. If he remembered correctly, Night King Jinwu had used a 3-feathered arrow during his battle with Wu Tai-Bai in the Daosource Sex ruins. Now, Night King Jinwu had been using a double-feathered arrow, which meant that Night King Jinwu had not used his full strength yet. Lu Ying took a deep breath. "How long are you going to wait?" Everyone was confused, and everyone in the innerverse and outerverse was equally confused when they saw this scene. Night King Xianwu had already been reduced to such a state, so how could he still fight back? Night King Xianwu lay on the ground, as the injuries he had sustained were too severe. A normal person, even someone like Lan Si, would have been defeated after suffering such heavy injuries. However, Night King Xianwu laughed, and his laughter was filled with excitement, cruelty, and pride. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists as unease welled up in his heart. A golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of Night King Xianwu's body, which then transformed into his own appearance. The next moment, Night King Xianwu's eyes went wide, and he drew his bow and shot an arrow. It was a three-feathered arrow that caused the void to collapse. Everyone on Night King Planet felt their hair stand on end, as if this arrow could hit anyone, and no one would be able to avoid it. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. 170 stacks emptiness palm. With a bang, the emptiness palm slammed into the three-feathered arrow, and the two collided in the void. The originally extremely powerful emptiness palm was pierced through by the three-feathered arrow, and the arrow continued flying towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed as he used the Aeon evolution scripture to weaken the arrow and simultaneously used the Yu secret art to redirect it, narrowly avoiding the three-feathered arrow. The arrow shot into outer space, and along its path, the void was completely sliced apart, making it impossible to see the end of the arrow. Everyone was silent, and they were all dumbfounded. This kind of power definitely surpassed that of an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. How had Night King Xianwu done this? The elders from the Night King bloodline on Night King Planet were similarly shocked, as this was definitely not a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Such terrifying power was something that even the Night King heaven-splitting technique could not achieve. Everyone was shocked by the power of the three-feathered arrow, and only Lu Yin stared at Night King Xianwu. What's your innate gift? Although Night King Xianwu was in a sorry state, and his clothes had been torn apart, he did not seem to be seriously injured at all. He had already recovered to his peak state. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Night King Xianwu grinned, and there were still traces of blood between his teeth. He looked extremely sinister. Lu Yin, do you think that you've won? Do you think that you'll definitely win? You were the one who summoned Leon's armada, right? Ha 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 ha. Do you really think that you can defeat me? Let me tell you, that's impossible. No one can defeat me, let alone you. I'm the head of the 10 arbiters, and I'm fated to be the chosen one. He then raised his hand, and another three-feathered arrow shot out. Everyone in the innerverse who saw this scene was terrified. What innate gift did Night King Xianwu have? How had he recovered? No one would have been able to withstand Lu Yin's previous attack, but he had actually recovered in an instant. What innate gift did he have? The leaders of the various great powers who had not paid much attention to the younger generation of the 10 arbiters were now shocked. The elder from the Wen family was astonished. This kid will definitely shake the entire Neoverse in the future. It will be difficult for anyone in his generation to be his match. In the sword sect, Lu Qianju sighed. A terrifying unknown innate gift, a monstrous comprehension that allowed him to comprehend the Night King heaven opening technique, and an opportunity to obtain a peerless archery technique. This kid is truly fated to be the chosen one. Defeating someone like him will be very, very, very difficult. Even the sword sect's previous headmaster had said the word difficult, which represented Lu Yin's current state of mind. He had not expected Night King Xianwu's innate gift to be so terrifying, and he even suspected that it was similar to the Dai's possession that could stop time and allow him to recover. What was even more frightening was that Night King Xianwu clearly had such an innate gift and the battle technique of the three-feathered arrow, but Night King Xianwu still wanted to use poison to deal with Lu Yin. Night King Xianwu was extremely cautious. This sort of person seemed arrogant and conceited, but he also had a cautious mindset that others could not see. This was the most frightening aspect. Against the three-feathered arrow, Lu Yin could only use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken it and then use his emptiness palm to meet the Yu secret art head-on. Night King Xianwu also had no other way to deal with Lu Yin, so he could only continuously fire the three-feathered arrow. The two of them were locked in a long battle. Night King Planet was unlucky, and the ground cracked as the planet trembled. The statue of the first Night King had long since disappeared, and more than half of Evernight City had been destroyed. Nightless City had been destroyed, and the Vigil Pavilion had also collapsed. Night King Jinwu's eyes, Night King Jinwu. Even so, outer space was not safe. Even though Night King Dijiang had lured Heizage Lian into an unknown battle in outer space, there were still shockwaves that swept through the area. It was as if doomsday had arrived around Night King Planet. Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu weren't the only ones fighting on Night King Planet. The Night King clan's elders were also fighting against the Enlighters from Leon's armada. Something like this had never happened before in the history of the Day-Night clan. Even when the 6th mainland had invaded, they had given up because they had not been able to find Night King Planet. Underground magma erupted, burning the starry sky. Off in the distance, the Day King bloodline and the Night King bloodline were locked in a fierce battle. Xue Day Night was holding back Night Queen Yanqing and dozens of other Day-Night clan cultivators by herself, while Zhanlong Day Night was fighting against Night King Gu. Although the White King's bloodline was far inferior to the Night King clan's experts, most of the Night King clan's experts had been pinned down by Leon's armada. Thus, the White King's bloodline could only deal with a portion of the Night King clan's experts. Lu Yin, I'll definitely kill you today. Night King Jinwu swore through gritted teeth. He slowly raised his hand, and a 3-feathered arrow appeared. Then, a 4th feather appeared above the 3 feathers. This was a 4-feathered arrow. At that moment, the 4-feathered arrow seemed to be tugging at something, and even space itself started to crack. Everything that could be seen with the naked eye trembled. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he immediately activated the Aeon Evolution scripture to weaken the 4-feathered arrow's power. However, no matter how much he weakened it, the arrow still possessed enough power to heavily injure him. More importantly, once he was heavily injured by the arrow, not only would his body be injured, but he would also be affected by the secret technique, Heart Arrow, which was the most fatal aspect. Night King Jinwu remained cold and arrogant. He loosened his grip, and the 4-feathered arrow shot out. The void was split in two by the arrow's sharpness. Qing Longlong and the others felt their scalps go numb, and they hurriedly retreated. Countless people who saw this scene were aghast, as the arrow's power was too terrifying. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, lines appeared around him and transformed into a giant chessboard. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin, Night King Jinwu, or the 4-feathered arrow, they were all on the chessboard. Secret character, Scattered Stars Chess. Everything in the universe was a chess piece. The 4-feathered arrow was a chess piece, and it shot out towards Lu Yin. This was a progenitor battle technique, and the Yu secret art could not be transferred. Similarly, the plan's secret art could not be completely controlled. However, the chessboard's appearance allowed Lu Yin to clearly understand the current situation. He could clearly see the veins around him, and since he was also a chess piece, then he could move. He viewed himself as a chess piece, and he could not move it at all. The next instant, the 4-feathered arrow brushed past Lu Yin's cheek and shot into the distance, disappearing in an instant. Night King Jinwu's face changed. Impossible. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, and the hollow palm descended upon Night King Jinwu's head. A visible depression appeared on Night King Jinwu's forehead. Logically speaking, even if this palm did not shatter Night King Jinwu's skull, it should have at least knocked him unconscious, as he had not used his 9-lined battle force to block it. However, when the golden light appeared, it shattered, and Night King Jinwu returned to normal. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did you dodge the 4-feathered arrow? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What kind of innate gift do you have? The two were confused by each other, and Night King Jinwu could not understand how Lu Yin had managed to dodge the 4-feathered arrow. That was a progenitor battle technique that could seal the void. Lu Yin could not understand how Night King Jinwu had managed to recover in an instant. It was simply too abnormal. The battle between the two left countless spectators at a loss. Even Lu Qianjue and the other older powerhouses could not understand what the two were doing. This level of battle was not something that could be summed up by the younger generation, and it had attracted the attention of countless older powerhouses in the universe. The strength that these two had displayed was enough to contend with Enlighters with power levels of 300,000. I can dodge the 4-feathered arrow, but let's see if I can dodge this one. Night King Jinwu's expression turned sinister as his skin split open and blood seeped out of his body. He looked like a bloody man as a four-feathered arrow appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a fifth feather appeared on top of the 4 arrows. This was a 5-feathered arrow. Luin was shocked, and he immediately used the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to weaken the rune lines of the 5-feathered arrow. The heavens seemed to boil at this moment, as if an unbearable might had appeared. Haizaj Lian and Night King Dijiang were both shaken, as this was a progenitor battle technique. The 5-feathered arrow was not something that Night King Zhenwu could withstand, but he had used it at the cost of his own body and shot it at Luin. Lu Yin's face paled, and a chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He used himself as a chess piece and tried to move away, and he successfully did so. After all, the secret technique had a mystical might. But even so, the 5-feathered arrow's sharp edge still tore through his neck, causing blood to spray into space. Luin was shocked. Not good. Night King Zhenwu was excited. Wherever your heart desires, it can turn into an arrow. You're finished. Heart arrow. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and the star chessboard suddenly shrank to cover his body. He used himself as a chess piece, and the heart arrow also became a chess piece. Luin immediately moved away. And the heart arrow moved to his shoulder before it could reach his heart. Luin then waved his hand and tore open the flesh on his shoulder. This scene was exactly the same as before, and no one could understand what was happening. Only the older powerhouses vaguely understood that it might be related to the secret technique. Only the secret technique could not be understood. Night King Zhenwu. Even the heart arrow had been neutralized. This person could not be allowed to live. Golden light reappeared on Night King Zhenwu's body, and his originally miserable body recovered. He then used the 5-feathered arrow again, and his body was heavily injured once more. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Luin gritted his teeth. Nightfall descended, and nightfall filled Night King Zhenwu's vision with darkness. Night King Zhenwu snorted, as he had never been afraid of anyone when it came to spiritual force. All Luin needed was an instant, and he attacked with his empty palm. Night King Zhenwu raised his hand and fired an arrow. The 5-feathered arrow was too powerful, and just like before, Luin used the star chessboard to transfer the heart arrow and tore open his flesh to neutralize it. His body was dripping with blood, and he looked even more miserable than Night King Zhenwu. Luin did not hesitate and raised his hand to continuously release empty palm attacks, forcing Night King Zhenwu to be unable to use the 5-feathered arrow. Night King Zhenwu was continuously bombarded by the empty palm attacks, and his entire body sank into the ground. His body continuously caved in, but golden light would appear from time to time and completely heal him. In outer space, everyone was stunned. This was an unimaginable battle that far surpassed the battle between Luin and Lan Si. They did not know how the other 10 arbiters were faring, but at least for now, they were certain that both Luin and Lan Si had surpassed Lan Si. Luin bombarded Night King Zhenwu until he sank into the ground, and the two charged into the lava. Luin did not dare to stop, as the moment he did, Night King Zhenwu would be able to use the 5-feathered arrow. But if he did not stop, he would not be able to kill Night King Zhenwu. Night King Zhenwu's innate gift was simply unfathomable. Night King Zhenwu continuously coughed up blood, but he still laughed maniacally. Keep fighting. Let's see how long you can keep fighting. You can't beat me, and no one can beat me. Ha 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 ha. Luin gritted his teeth and continuously attacked with empty palm attacks. He suppressed Night King Zhenwu to the point that even Night King Planet was cracking. Could it be that he really could not beat him? What was his innate gift? Even with Night King Zhenwu's arrogance, he had not told anyone about his innate gift. This was his greatest trump card, and it was enough to put him in an invincible position. Beads of sweat mixed with blood dripped down, and Lu Yin's arms felt weak. He decided to roll his die immediately. If Night King Zhenwu wanted to compete with his innate gift, then he could as well. Suddenly, a voice entered his ears. Don't give up. Today might be the most glorious day of his life, but it might also be the darkest day of his life. I can't divine his future. It was Star Sibyl. Luin had not expected her to say such things to him. She could not divine Night King Zhenwu's future? Just as he was thinking about it, a golden light appeared around Night King Zhenwu's body, and he recovered once again. He raised a hand and used the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Luin was caught off guard and was struck directly. He did not have time to recite the Stonewall scriptures, and his mind was dazed as he crashed into the ground. Night King Xianwu leaped up and panted heavily. He waved his hand, and an arrow of star energy pierced through Lu Yin's body, pinning him to the ground. At this moment, the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. He saw the first Night King again, and he was still as imposing as ever. Humph, Night's End, daybreak. Others might have been dragged into an illusion by Night's End, but not Lu Yin, as he had comprehended the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Pfft. Shui Night spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, her face pale. Night King Xianwu turned around and glared at her. His eyes were cruel and filled with killing intent. You're courting death. He then appeared in front of her and grabbed her by the head. He lifted her up and approached her with a cruel smile. Did you really think that things would turn around? I, Night King Xianwu, am invincible, and no one can defeat me. Today, I'll show you how the Day King bloodline will die. I'll make sure that the entire Day King bloodline dies tragically like your parents did. I'll cut Luin into 1,000 pieces right in front of you. He then smashed Shui Night towards Luin. Continue singing, Firewing Tribe. Continue singing. I, Night King Xianwu, am invincible. Ha 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 ha. The Fire Plume Tribe's song rang out, and it played the song of Night King Xianwu's journey to invincibility. In outer space, the crowd had complicated expressions, as the strength that Night King Xianwu had just displayed was truly unfathomable. In the innerverse, countless people who saw this scene fell silent. Even the 10 arbiters had different levels of strength, and Lan Si's strongest attack was the Emptiness Palm. However, the Emptiness Palm could not even block a 4-feathered arrow, so Lan Si might not even be Night King Xianwu's match. If Lance was like this, then what about the other 10 arbiters? Night King Xianwu slowly approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin's vision blurred, and he finally understood the power of the Night King heaven-splitting technique. His body was nailed to the ground, and his blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the surroundings red. Shui Night struggled to get up and stood in front of Lu Yin, her eyes filled with stubbornness and hatred. Night King Xianwu raised his head. Although he was also in a sorry state, at this moment, he was the victor. The Day-Night clan's unparalleled spiritual force battle techniques, progenitor battle techniques, secret techniques, and unfathomable innate gifts had given birth to a truly unparalleled powerhouse. Night King Xianwu's display of strength left the entire universe speechless. Even the envoys of the older generation looked at Night King Xianwu with intense fear. Once someone like Night King Xianwu matured, no one would be able to stop him. Even the other 9 arbiters of the 10 arbiters would not be able to stop him. Although they did not know the true power levels of the other 10 arbiters, they knew that they could not surpass the current Night King Xianwu. Countless people from the innerverse and outerverse had witnessed Night King Xianwu reach the pinnacle of his life, and he was now feared by countless people. The originally neutral members of the Hall of Honor began to lean towards Night King Xianwu. This person would definitely become one of the 5 astral children, and it might even be possible for him to reach the progenitor realm in the future. Even if such a person was unable to attain the ancestor realm, his strength was absolutely the strongest among his peers. This was the effect that Night King Xianwu had wanted. He had poisoned Shui Night from the very beginning in order to force her to comprehend Night's End, daybreak in front of countless people in the universe. He wanted everyone to acknowledge that he was the leader of the 10 arbiters. From the very beginning, he had wanted to use Lu Yin as a stepping stone to reach the top. Although there had been some unforeseen events along the way, the end result had been the same. No, this was even better. The stronger Lu Yin was, the more valuable it would be to be trampled on. Lu Yin's vision gradually cleared up, and the remnants of the Night King heaven-splitting techniques might slowly dissipated. He lifted a hand and crushed the arrow, half kneeling on the ground as he stared at Night King Xianwu with great difficulty. Night King Xianwu arrogantly replied, "How many times can you resist me? I'm not hurt at all. What about you? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. No one can remain unscathed after offending the Night King clan. There hasn't been one in the past, and there won't be one in the future." Night King Xianwu's words were also a declaration to the entire universe. The first Night King had brought the Day-Night clan to the ranks of the Innerverse's strongest clans. Night King Xianwu wanted to bring the Day-Night clan to the Neoverse and bring them to the pinnacle of the human domain. He wanted to use this banquet to let everyone in the Innerverse know that he, Night King Jinwu, could not be disobeyed and that he would be invincible in the future. Countless hearts trembled as they stared at Night King Jinwu in horror. At this moment, a figure staggered over from the distance, almost falling into a crack in the ground. Scorching heat spewed out from the ground, and Night King Planet trembled from time to time. This person fell to the ground multiple times, but she still stubbornly walked over. She had been walking for a long time just to get closer to this battlefield. It was a woman with a pair of white flaming wings on her back. She had an elegant temperament and should have been a very beautiful person. However, the person who had appeared in front of them was emaciated and looked like a dried corpse. Her eyes were empty, and she looked somewhat frightening. Night King Jinwu looked over and frowned. He coldly barked, "What are you doing here? Leave." The woman spoke slowly, her voice beautiful and intoxicating. 26 sisters have already become sacrifices in this battle. I want to ask, how much longer will this battle continue? Night King Jinwu's gaze turned sharp, and he waved his hand, causing a strong gust of wind to send the woman flying. Get lost. When he heard the woman's words, Lu Yin's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. 26. 26. The number of times he had attacked Night King Jinwu had been 26, and he remembered it clearly. He did not believe that there was an invincible innate gift that could perfectly heal injuries. There had to be an upper limit, and he had not finished counting this upper limit. He had only counted 26 times. It was impossible for there to be an innate gift like Night King Jinwu's that allowed him to recover perfectly and not be limited by the number of times he could use it. It was impossible. If it was not perfect healing, then, transfer? Lu Yin suddenly looked up and stared at Night King Jinwu. You can transfer damage? Shuade Knight was shocked. Damage transfer? There was such an innate gift? Night King Jinwu sneered, and he looked at Lu Yin with pity. You're very smart. That's right, it's transfer. I can tell you that there are over 1,000 Firewing tribe members on this planet that I can transfer damage to. In other words, unless you deal over 1,000 fatal injuries to me, I'm invincible, and I can recover at any time. Shuade Knight's face went pale. How was this possible? How could there be such an innate gift? Lu Yin had never thought that such an innate gift existed. How could there be so many? No, his innate gift with the die was already heaven-defying, but there was still a limit to his luck. He could not roll as many pips as he wanted. The more unsolvable an innate gift was, the greater the restriction. It was impossible for Night King Jinwu's innate gift to not have any restrictions. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled Ellen Garrett's diary that he had read before. It had mentioned 4 words, dedicate one's blood. Could Night King Jinwu's innate gift be related to the Firewing tribe's blood? If so, then his weakness might be his heart. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. No matter what, he had to try. Otherwise, he would definitely lose. Night King Jinwu saw the determination in Lu Yin's eyes, and he suddenly attacked. A double-feathered arrow appeared in his palm and shot out. You still want to resist? Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and the fates and within his body shifted as his physical strength suddenly erupted. Lu Yin had not shifted his fates in all this time, as his empty palm was enough to deal fatal damage to Night King Jinwu. There was no need for him to fully erupt with his physical strength, and this was his only trump card. Lu Yin shifted his fates in, and his physical strength increased. He raised his hand and used his pure physical strength to strike out with his empty palm. He shattered the double-feathered arrow and viciously struck Night King Jinwu's heart. Night King Jinwu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying once more. However, a golden radiance appeared midway through his body, and he perfectly recovered. He glared at Lu Yin with malevolent eyes. Let's see how much longer you can last. He then tore open the surface of his body, and a 5-feathered arrow appeared. Lu Yin had no choice but to use his full strength against the 5-feathered arrow. He used the planned secret art to transfer the arrow to his heart. He tore open his flesh and barely managed to neutralize the arrow. His body was covered in bloody wounds, and he looked extremely miserable. If not for his innate gift of transferring damage, Night King Jinwu would not have been able to unleash the 5-feathered arrow. The current Night King Jinwu was basically cheating, and he had taken the Fire Plume tribe away. He could not block Lu Yin's attack at all. In reality, the difference between him and the other 10 arbiters was not that great, and he did not have an innate gift that could not be countered. What he did have was a cruel temperament. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and persevered. If he was not wrong, his innate gift of transferring damage had slowed him down by a bit. Lu Yin focused on Night King Jinwu's heart and focused on attacking it. No matter how much blood flowed out or how severe his injuries were, he would not give up. The empty palm continued to descend, and the two simultaneously penetrated deep into the ground. The earth trembled, and the heavens shook. Qing Long Long, Avery, Ling Kei, Mira, Michelle, and the rest were all speechless, and they could only watch in a daze. On the other side of Night King Planet, an elder was feeling uneasy. His name was Night King Leng, and he was the same Night King elder who had crossed the Astral River to attack Lu Yin. Night King Leng's opponent was a man whose skin was covered in fish scales and who had a strange figure. This person was the captain of one of the 7 great legions under Leon's armada, the Merman Legion. He was known as Brother Hao, and he was a powerful merman with a power level of over 400,000. Night King Leng wanted to interfere in the battle between Lu Yin and Night King Jinwu, but he was stopped by Brother Hao. "Does your Leon's armada really want to become mortal enemies with my Day-Night clan?" Night King Leng threatened. Brother Hao grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. "Nonsense. That's Little Seven's battle. Come with me." He then charged towards Night King Leng, grabbed him, and brought him into outer space. Before leaving, he looked at Night King Planet worriedly. "Little Seven, this is your own choice. Whether you can win or survive is up to you. Leon's armada has already done everything that they can." All of the older powerhouses on Night King Planet were restrained by the various captains of Leon's armada, and they were all brought into outer space. At this moment, the entire Night King Planet was the battlefield between Night King Jinwu and Lu Yin. The closer it was to the end, the more they could not afford to be disturbed. Night King Planet was cracking apart, and even though it was huge, it could not withstand an attack from someone whose power level was close to 300,000. Lu Yin's attacks did not stop as he continued to persevere. He did not believe that Night King Jinwu had a perfect innate gift, and Night King Jinwu's heart was his weakness. Night King Jinwu could not retaliate against Lu Yin's continuous attacks, and Lu Yin had already learned his lesson. As he attacked, he recited the Stonewall scriptures to prevent Night King Jinwu's spiritual force from counterattacking. Everyone looked at Night King Planet, as they could sense that Lu Yin had already reached his limit. However, Night King Jinwu was still continuously recovering. The golden light flickered from time to time, but every time it did, the recovery time would be extended. Every time the golden light flickered, Shui Day-Night and the others felt a little more despair. At this moment, countless people in the inner verse and outer verse felt their hearts tighten as they clenched their fists. They inexplicably hoped that Lu Yin would emerge victorious. He had already done enough, and he had also persevered enough. The leaders of the various major flow zones now had a deep impression of Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or Night King Jinwu, once they matured in the future, they would both become invincible existences among their peers. On the surface of Night King Planet, broken fragments of the earth pressed down on the Fire Feather Girl's leg. Blood continuously flowed from her leg, and not too far away, magma spread out, burning the blood and turning the air red. The girl lowered her head. She could not see the battle, but she could hear that her name was Ellen Gale. There was a thump as the ground split open. Lu Yin grabbed Night King Jinwu and soared into the sky before slamming him onto the ground. Night King Jinwu opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pained, and his gaze became even more ferocious. He was waiting for the moment when Lu Yin could not hold on any longer. He would not let this person die so easily, he would torture him to death. Lu Yin's arms trembled, and blood continued to flow. He was really close to his limit, but he still had not broken through his innate gift. He could only take a gamble and continue rolling his die. Once he rolled possession, he would be able to recover perfectly. At that time, they would see who would win. Ellen Gale faced the battlefield, and the Fire Feather tribe's battle song for Night King Jinwu still rang in her ears. She slowly opened her mouth, and a beautiful voice flowed out, guiding the Fire Feather tribe's song to change into a sad one that no one had ever heard before. This was the Fire Feather tribe's funeral song, and she was sending off her dead sister. The funeral song rang out, and Night King Jinwoo's expression changed. His heart was in so much pain that he could not breathe. He turned around and stared at Ellen Gale. "Shut up." Ellen Gale knelt on the ground with her hands clasped in front of her chest. It was as if she was praying as she sang the moving funeral song. This funeral song was sending off her sister and Night King Jinwoo at the same time. Night King Jinwoo had never heard the Fire Feather tribe's funeral song before, but this one caused his heart to ache so much that he could not breathe. He had a bad feeling and wanted to stop her, but Luin punched him in the chest, causing Night King Jinwoo to spit out another mouthful of blood. He hurriedly tried to divert the damage, but the pain in his heart was suffocating him. It was accompanied by an indescribable grief, and he finally understood Ellen Gale's feelings. His heart contained Ellen Gale's blood, as well as the blood of the entire Fire Feather tribe. The Fire Feather tribe had experienced sorrow, despair, and helplessness since ancient times. At this moment, Night King Jinwoo experienced it all. Humans were influenced by their emotions, and they had the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Night King Jinwoo originally did not care about these things, but the more he did not care about them, the more his emotions were magnified. This was a pain that Night King Jinwoo had never experienced before. "Shut up, shut up!" Night King Jinwoo bellowed. Luin kicked out and stomped Night King Jinwoo into the ground. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot. "Night King Jinwoo, you're finished." He knew that Night King Jinwoo would not be able to deflect any more damage. No matter what the reason was, Night King Jinwoo was doomed. Luin punched Night King Jinwoo's heart again and again. Night King Jinwoo bellowed and unleashed his Night King heaven-splitting technique, but his left arm was broken by Luin. "This is Wendy's revenge." He raised his hand to form 4 arrows, but Luin had broken his right arm in advance. "This is for slandering me." His spiritual force eruption had no effect on Luin. The heart arrow had been released the moment Luin attacked, but he had used the planned secret art to divert the attack and tear through the man's flesh. Both of them were badly mutilated, and Lu Yin's fist landed on Night King Jinwoo's face, sending him flying and crashing into a stone wall. "This fist is for the Fire Plume tribe." Night King Jinwoo could no longer deflect any more damage. This was not only because Ellen Gale had chanted the Fire Plume tribe's funeral song, but also because all of the Fire Plume women who were connected to him had committed suicide. His heart had been pierced by Lu Yin's contributions, and he had been unable to deflect the damage in time. More than 1,000 Fire Plume women had committed suicide. This was Ellen Gale's determination, and she had been waiting for this day for a long time. She had even written down her final words in her diary. Now, she was going to take Night King Jinwoo with her. Night King Jinwoo had brought the Fire Plume tribe despair and pain, and this pain had made it impossible for Ellen Gale to continue living. At the same time, she was unable to stop herself from loving Night King Jinwoo. This man had given her the taste of love, and she was going to take him with her and leave. Night King Jinwoo was stuck in the stone wall, and he looked at Luin with unwillingness as he coughed up blood. His eyes were bloodshot. I won't lose. I won't. I'm invincible. I'm the chosen one by the heavens." Luin slapped out with one hand and slammed Night King Jinwoo deep into the ground. The entire surface of the ground cracked open, and Night King Jinwoo sank dozens of meters. Night King Jinwoo collapsed onto the ground like a corpse, coughing up blood. The innerverse and outerverse were silent, and no one knew what to think. They could only watch in a daze. They were certain of one thing: Night King Jinwoo was truly finished this time. Outside of Night King Planet, Night King Dejiang appeared and tried to grab the planet, but he was cut down by the Overlord's blade. Haizaj Lian angrily shouted, "Dejiang, you want to interfere?" Night King Dejiang's face darkened. "Jinwoo has already been defeated. There's no need to continue fighting." Haizaj Lian laughed maniacally. "This is not a duel, it's a war." Night King Dejiang's gaze turned cold. "Haizaj Lian, do you really want to become mortal enemies with my Day-Night clan?" Haizaj Lian sneered. "So what if I do?" Night King Dejiang's eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Night King Planet from time to time. Night King Jinwoo was very important to the Night King bloodline, as his innate gift was second only to the former first and third Night Kings. Furthermore, he could inherit the Star Tower and was the hope of the Night King clan's rise. Thus, Night King Dejiang could not allow him to be killed. Haizaj Lian, my Day-Night clan is willing to pay any price as long as Night King Zhenwu lives, Night King Dejiang said in a low voice. He was the leader of the Day-Night clan, and speaking such words to a pirate was already an act of him putting down his dignity. Haizaj Lian twirled his blade. There's no need. This battle is theirs, and the outcome should be decided by them. On the other side of Night King Planet, various powerhouses from the Night King bloodline tried to rush into the planet to save Night King Zhenwu, but they were all stopped. The Day-Night Flow Zone was currently in chaos, and many powerhouses from the Day-Night clan were busy dealing with pirates, such as Night King Yuanjing. The outside world was powerless to provide reinforcements, and the Hall of Honor's support for the Day-Night clan had been stopped. The Blazing Mist Flow Zone had been attacked, and the Day-Night clan's ancestral land's protective sourcebox array had been activated. The remaining powerhouses had also been attacked by the Great Yu Empire's androids. The entire Day-Night clan was powerless to support Night King Planet. Beneath the stone tablet in the Day-Night clan's ancestral land, the person in the middle stood up and looked indifferently at the elder who had activated the sourcebox array. I'll judge you for your crimes when I return. He then took a step forward, and the strength of an enlighter suddenly erupted. The space around him distorted before he disappeared. The others were shocked. That's the strength of an emissary. Only an emissary can break through the array. When did he become an emissary? Astral source power. My Day-Night clan was actually hiding an emissary. The elder who had activated the sourcebox array went pale. It was actually an emissary. It was over, as an emissary was enough to change everything. Outside of Night King Planet, the person in the middle walked out and was just about to enter the planet when a sword tore through the void and blocked his path. Take one step forward, and you'll die. The person in the middle narrowed his eyes. Someone from the Lu family? Behind the sword was a middle-aged man. I'm Lu Feng, captain of the Thundersword Squadron, a subordinate of Leon's armada. The person in the middle was shocked. Lu Feng? The same Lu Feng who left the Lu family and crippled all of their sword techniques to enter the Cosmic Sea? You've actually reached the level of an emissary? Lu Feng gripped her sword and pointed it at the person in the middle. Take one step forward, and you'll die. The person in the middle smiled bitterly. I never thought that Leon's armada would have someone as strong as you. No wonder they're the head of the Cosmic Sea's 4 great squadrons. Even the Hall of Honor is afraid of them. He then turned to look at Night King Planet and at Haizaj Lian. Captain Lian, can you give the Night King clan some face and not kill Zhenwu? The Night King clan will forever remember this favor. Haizaj Lian coldly retorted, I've already said that the outcome of this battle will depend on those 2 juniors. If Little Seven dies, I won't stop it, and if Night King Zhenwu dies, I won't let you stop it either. The person in the middle shook his head. He's showing off too much. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. His body then slowly dissipated and floated away before finally fusing into Night King Dejiang's body. When they saw this scene, both Haizaj Lian and Lu Feng were confused. What was going on? Night King Dejiang's aura, which had originally been slightly weaker than Haizaj Lian's, suddenly surged, and his aura surpassed Haizaj Lian's, causing the heavens to tremble. With a casual wave of his hand, Haizaj Lian was sent flying. Startled, Haizaj Lian cried out, 800,000 power levels, you. On Night King Planet, Luin looked up with a shocked expression. What a terrifying power level. This power level was comparable to that of Elder Autumnfrost, who had been at the border of the Endless Weaves. The Day-Night clan actually had such a powerhouse. Night King Dejiang absorbed the person in the middle, and his power level skyrocketed. He instantly surpassed Haizaj Lian and became a world imprinter. No one had expected this. The 6th Mainland's invasion had caused the Day-Night clan to suffer heavy losses. More than 10 enlighters had died, and an emissary had also died. Even so, Night King Dejiang had never revealed his true strength. Now, for the sake of Night King Zhenwu, he had completely exposed his strength to everyone in the universe. This was the Day-Night clan's foundation. Night King Dejiang was the leader of the Day-Night clan, and he had always been in a deep slumber. He rarely showed himself, but now that he shocked the heavens. Heizij Lian gulped. You, what are you? How did you do it? Night King Dijiang's expression was grave, and his tone was icy. I've said it before. Take your people and leave, and everything that happened today can be written off. Heizij Lian gritted his teeth. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. Outside Night King Planet, the pirate captains who were blocking the Night King clan's experts were also helpless. The Day-Night clan was indeed one of the most powerful clans in the Innerverse. They had suddenly produced an existence with a power level of over 800,000, which was simply abnormal. On Night King Planet, Night King Jinwu coughed up blood as he looked up at the sky. He laughed sinisterly and miserably. Luin, do you dare to make a move? Do you dare? Ha 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 ha, in the end, you still don't dare to make a move. Luin clenched his fists. In the distance, Zhuo Day Night was sorrowful. Night King Jinwu laughed hysterically. Just you wait. When I return from the Neoverse, I'll become one of the 5 scions of the stars and inherit the progenitor's inheritance. At that time, I'll trample you beneath my feet. You'll never be able to defeat me. Never. Luin calmly looked at Night King Jinwu. There's no need to wait. You're dead today. Night King Jinwu glared at Luin. You dare to kill me? Do you have the ability to kill me? Watch the clan leader. Forget about you, even these pirates won't be able to kill me. No one can kill me, and you'll never be able to. I'll slowly torture Zhuo Day Night to death. Just you wait, I'll bury the entire Day King bloodline. Luin took a deep breath as he recalled his conversation with Wang Wen. Is there a way to deal with a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000? Lu Yin's answer had been yes, and that answer had been based on Big Sis's guarantee. Big Sis's guarantee was Heizij Lian's guarantee. Come on, do you dare? Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I won't withdraw my charges. You'll never have the right to compete for the Star Tower. I won't give you a chance, ha ha ha. Night King Jinwu laughed maniacally. Luin frowned and casually slapped Night King Jinwu across the face. Shut up. Night King Jinwu's mouth was filled with blood, and he spat on the ground. His face was imprinted with 5 fingers, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die without an intact corpse. Just you wait. Outside Night King Planet, in outer space, Heizij Lian was puzzled. What kind of thing are you cultivating? Can even a living person absorb it? Night King Dijiang calmly replied, take your people and leave the Day-Night flow zone immediately. Heizij Lian sheathed his blade. I probably can't beat you, but there's someone who can. He then shouted, Senior brother, Junior brother is being bullied. His loud voice reverberated through outer space, startling everyone. Immediately after, another loud roar rang out, scaring the crowd even more. Who dares bully my junior brother? Die. As the voice echoed, a muscular middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Night King Dijiang. Waves of terrifying power distorted the space around him, and even the heavens were unable to withstand it. Following his appearance, visible ripples spread out. Not only did the surrounding space distort, but even the entire day-night flow zone began to distort. Everyone was shocked, as an unfathomable powerhouse had appeared. Night King Dijiang's pupils shrank, as he had not noticed this person's existence at all. Who dares bully my junior brother? The middle-aged man shouted as he slapped Heizij Lian's shoulder. He was clearly much shorter than Heizij Lian, but that slap almost sent Heizij Lian flying. Junior brother, point it out to me. Who dares bully you? Heizij Lian grimaced. It hurts. Senior brother, be gentler. It hurts. The middle-aged man retracted his hand and unhappily said, your skin is tender. What's wrong with a slap? Heizij Lian was speechless. Senior brother, your combat power is over 900,000. A casual slap from you could kill someone. The middle-aged man blinked. Oh, right. I forgot. Ha ha ha. My combat power has broken through 900,000. Ha ha ha. Heizij Lian pursed his lips, speechless. Across from him, Night King Dijiang's eyelids twitched. Over 900,000? May I ask who you are? Why are you interfering in my day-night clan's affairs? Night King Dejiang asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man raised his head. Haizid Shenwei, Haizid Lian's senior brother. What? Are you bullying my junior brother? Night King Dejiang's eyes were filled with dread. Haizid was an exclusive surname, and it was not a person's surname. Instead, it represented a power called Everlasting Island. Everyone who came out of Long Sky Island had the surname Xianxia. The reason why he was afraid of Haizid Lian and did not want to make a move even when the person in the middle of the fusion stage had a combat power of over 800,000 was because he was afraid of the Eternal Sky Island behind Haizid Lian. He did not expect that the people from Eternal Sky Island would be drawn out. So it's an expert from Eternal Sky Island. Pardon me for my lack of manners, Night King Dejiang said politely. Eternal Sky Island was located in the Neoverse, but he did not know its exact location. He only knew that no one wanted to provoke Eternal Sky Island, even if it was the Neoverse sky. Even the Astral Sect and other powers did not want to provoke Eternal Sky Island. Night King Dejiang's politeness pleased Haizid Shenwei. Not bad, your attitude is alright. You're quite polite. Beside him, Haizid Lian whispered, Senior brother, this is just an illusion. Don't forget that he's the head of the Night King clan. Have you forgotten, Night King? Haizid Shenwei raised an eyebrow. Night King? Right, this clan is very unreasonable. He then barked, did you bully my junior brother? Night King Dejiang calmly replied, Leon's armada attacked my day-night flow zone. My day-night clan was just defending ourselves. Haizid Shenwei snorted and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. From your stance, it doesn't seem like you were defending yourself. It seems like you're being overly defensive. Haizid Lian was furious. That's right. Senior brother, teach him a lesson. I was almost crippled by him. Night King Dejiang was enraged. As the head of the Day-Night clan, he had traversed the innerverse and outerverse, and no one dared to speak loudly to him. He had never been humiliated like this before, and he only felt so sullen when facing a powerhouse from the Neoverse. I haven't done anything yet. Haizid Lian raised an eyebrow. I'll be crippled when you do. Haizid Shenwei nodded. That makes sense. Night King Dejiang's eyelids twitched, these two bastards were simply being unreasonable. Everything that happened today was caused by Leon's armada, and they've started a series of battles in my day-night flow zone. Although my day-night clan is not one of the strongest clans in the Neoverse, we're still recognized by the Hall of Honor. Although we don't have anyone powerful, we won't be humiliated like this. We'll keep quiet until the third Night King returns. Haizid Shenwei was shocked. The third Night King? He's not dead? Night King Dejiang replied, of course not. He'll be back soon. Haizid Shenwei looked at Haizid Lian. If the third Night King returns, then I might not be able to defeat him. Then what should we do? Haizid Lian asked. Haizid Shenwei thought about it. Let's get eldest senior brother to come out. As long as he takes action, we won't even have to fear the first Night King, let alone the third Night King. Haizid Lian nodded. That's right. We'll have to get eldest senior brother to take action. Night King Dejiang listened to their conversation, and his face twitched. There was even an eldest senior brother? He wasn't even afraid of the first Night King? What kind of freak had Everlasting Sky Island nurtured? Haizid Shenwei looked at Night King Dejiang and impatiently said, You've already threatened me. What do we do now? Play around? Night King Dejiang looked at Haizid Shenwei and Haizid Lian helplessly. What do you want? Just say it. Haizid Shenwei looked at Haizid Lian. Haizid Lian pointed at Night King Planet. Don't interfere in their battle. It's a matter of life and death. Night King Dejiang stared at Haizid Lian. My Day-Night clan is willing to pay any price in exchange for Night King Zhenwu's life. Haizid Lian was arrogant. Does my Leon's armada lack something like that? If you want it, why don't you come and snatch it? Haizid Shenwei glared at Haizid Lian. Don't make it sound so bad. It's as if everyone from Everlasting Sky Island is a robber. Haizid Lian smiled awkwardly. Haizid Shenwei calmly replied, That's called borrowing. Night King Dejiang was helpless, as these two were clearly scoundrels. He was unwilling to give up. There's no need to escalate the conflict between the younger generation. Jinwu has already been crippled. Haizage Lian waved a hand. I've already said that I won't interfere in their battle. Whether they live or die will depend on themselves. Night King Dijiang frowned and looked at Night King Planet before looking at Luyin. On Night King Planet, Luyin had heard the conversation between Haizage Lian and Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu was terrified, and his face went pale. Patriarch, save me. Patriarch, he'll definitely kill me. Save me, Patriarch. Luyin sent Night King Jinwu flying with a kick and allowed him to crash to the ground. Half of his body was submerged in the lava, and his eyes were cold as he recalled everything that had happened back then. Earth's apocalypse had come from Night King Qingyu. From then on, Luyin had heard about the Day-Night clan and the Day-Night King. The first time he had entered the Inheritance Stone, he had seen Night King Jinwu's tall and imposing figure standing in the starry sky. Luyin had never imagined that, after 12 years, he would be able to trample this person beneath his feet. This person was the hope of the Night King bloodline, one of the 10 arbiters, and an invincible powerhouse. A single word from him could topple several weaves in the Outerverse, and a single word from him could consign Luyin to eternal damnation. A single word from him had caused Luyin to think of ways to protect himself, and a single word from him had caused him to think of ways to survive. Luyin knew that he had been lucky enough, or else he would have died many years ago. The Day-Night clan had always been entangled with him, and Night King Jinwu's name had never disappeared. Even after the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Night King Jinwu's shadow had never left. Back at the Innerverse General Appointment platform, Luyin had truly died at Night King Jinwu's hands. Luyin had been defeated once, and it was because of that defeat that he had secured his victory this time. Luyin roared at the sky, venting his many years of depression. His roar caused the volcanoes on the ground to erupt, and countless rocks burst into the air and turned into dust. The sound waves swept across the sky and spread out into outer space. In the distance, Zhuo Day-Night laughed. This was the first time in her life that she had laughed so happily. Her mouth was filled with blood, but she still wanted to laugh. Even if her hair had turned white and her mind had collapsed, she still wanted to laugh. She laughed at the past glory of the Night King clan and laughed at their endless sorrow. Even further away, Ellen Gale had already died. If she had not died, then Night King Jinwu would have been able to transfer the damage to her. She was a respectable woman. If she had not played the Fire Feather tribe's funeral song and led the remaining Fire Feather tribe members to commit suicide, then this battle would not have ended so easily. She had persevered until now for this moment. Her funeral song had sent Night King Jinwu away, as well as herself. Battles were taking place in every corner of Night King Planet from the Day King bloodline and the Night King bloodline. Many from the Night King bloodline charged towards Luyin in an attempt to save Night King Jinwu, but they were stopped by the Day King bloodline. Although they were from the same clan, their hatred for each other ran deeper than mortal enemies. All of Night King Planet shook, and the ground cracked open. The massive planet had suffered the consequences of this fierce battle. Evernight City and Nightless City had both collapsed. The statue of the first Night King shattered and fell into the lava. The entire Night Watchman Pavilion was buried underground. Luyin had personally brought Night King Planet to its end, just like how Night King Qingyu had brought Earth to its end. It was an eye for an eye. Luyin walked towards Night King Jinwu and looked down at him from above. Night King Jinwu glared at Luyin with unwillingness. He wanted to get up, but his body was already crippled. The damage from Emptiness Palm was not something that he could easily remove. I really want to declare victory, but for some reason, I feel that you're very sad, Luyin said calmly as he looked at Night King Jinwu with pity in his eyes. This person was high and mighty, and he had shouldered the hopes of his entire clan. However, his heart was too dark, and this darkness had caused him to lose control of his emotions. Although Night King Jinwu's power level surpassed Lan Si's, he was still no match for Lan Si. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Night King Jinwu's eyes widened when he heard Lu Yin's words. Sorrow? An ant like you actually thinks that I'm sad? Put away your pity, Lu Yin. You don't have the right to pity me. You're just an ant, a piece of trash from the Outerverse. You don't have the right to pity me. Kill me. If you have the ability, then kill me. If you don't, then I'll definitely destroy everything that you have. I'll slaughter the Great Eastern Alliance, I'll slaughter Earth, and I'll slaughter everyone that you value. There was a thump as Night King Zhenwu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His words had been buried by Lu Yin's stomp, along with his entire being. Lu Yin did not hold back with this kick, and he used 150 stacks to send Night King Zhenwu away. With a stomp, Night King Planet cracked open, and a huge hole tore through the surface of Night King Planet. In outer space, Night King Dijiang's eyes shrank as he stared at Lu Yin with boundless killing intent. His entire body was trembling with rage. Heizage Lian and Heizage Shenwei stared at each other. With this stomp, either the Night King clan or Lu Yin would be destroyed in the future. They were definitely mortal enemies. This kick had ended an era, as well as Night King Zhenwu's era. Shuade Night went limp as her entire body lost all strength. On Night King Planet, many members of the Night King bloodline stopped what they were doing and stared blankly in Night King Zhenwu's direction. Above the heavens, Qing Long Long, Ling Ke, Avery, and the rest of the attendees of the Night King banquet were all stunned. Lu Yin had personally destroyed the last hope of the Night King bloodline. He had killed one of the 10 arbiters, and from this moment on, as long as he did not die, he would replace Night King Zhenwu and become one of the 10 arbiters. Starsibyl's eyes flickered. Before the banquet, she had already divined that today would be the beginning of Night King Zhenwu's glorious path. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not predict Night King Zhenwu's future. Either Night King Zhenwu could surpass her divinations, or there was no such person in the universe. She had predicted that Night King Zhenwu would be defeated by one of the 10 arbiters or even an expert from the older generation. However, she had never expected that Lu Yin would be able to defeat Night King Zhenwu all by himself. This person's power had completely exceeded her expectations, and his progress was just too fast. Night Queen Yanqing charged towards Lu Yin like a madwoman, but Zhanglong Day Night did not stop her. He had not expected Night King Zhenwu's death, and he had not been able to react in time. Lu Yin flicked his finger, causing the void to tremble. Night Queen Yanqing was forced back by the ferocious force, and she spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Lu Yin lowered his head and watched as Night King Zhenwu's rune lines completely disappeared. He then slowly sat down. At this moment, Night King Zhenwu's clothes were nearly torn to shreds, and he was half naked as he sat on a rock. His head was lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Starsibyl entered Night King Planet from outer space and arrived behind Lu Yin. She took out a jacket and draped it over him before quietly standing behind him. At the same time, in outer space, a middle-aged man from the Night King clan bellowed. He was willing to endure his opponent's attacks in order to charge onto Night King Planet and kill Lu Yin. He was the father of Night King Zhenwu and Night Queen Yanqing, and he was a Night King with a power level of just over 200,000. Night King Zhenwu was the greatest pride of this man's life. Even though the man himself did not have any abilities, Night King Zhenwu's existence had given him a lofty status within the Night King clan. Now that he had nothing left, he hated Lu Yin and wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh. Suddenly, a wisp of sword light flashed past and severed his shoulder. The middle-aged man held in grief as his body was flung far away. The white sword was sheathed by a girl with long black hair and large glasses. She looked rather adorable, but she was Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin had stomped Night King Zhenwu to death, and Lu Tianmu appeared and entered Night King Planet. In another direction, Warlord Xing Kai's enormous body appeared, and he grinned as he tore through the void and stepped onto Night King Planet. Lan Si walked out and arrived on Night King Planet before calmly looking at Lu Yin. A fully armored white knight slowly walked out from Spirit Palace and approached Lu Yin. Flames burned in the sky and transformed into an undying bird before finally transforming into a man. It was Sarati Phoenix. When Xianxia landed on the ground with Mira behind him, he looked in amazement at Lu Yin, who was sitting on a rock in the distance with his head lowered. Not too far away from Wen Xianxia was a hungover woman. She was carrying a wine barrel that was even taller than she was as she staggered over. Even further away, invisible light appeared with his eyes tightly shut. Behind him was Mu Rong, who was slowly walking over. Behind Lu Yin was a long-haired young man with a smile on his face. He was Wu He. Under the witness of countless people from the innerverse and outerverse, the 10 arbiters had appeared. Everyone held their breaths as they quietly watched the scene unfold. Lu Ying looked up and surveyed his surroundings. His lips curled up as he stood up. At this moment, the 10 arbiters all appeared not too far away from Lu Ying, and they all looked at him. Lu Yin's original position should have been Night King Jinwu's, but with Star Sibyl's help, he had become the leader of the 10 arbiters. Now, however, Night King Jinwu had been killed and replaced by Lu Ying. Star Sibyl stood behind Lu Ying and looked at him. From this day onwards, this man's status would undergo a complete transformation. Even though he had unified the outerverse, the various great powers of the innerverse still felt that his power was limited and was not enough to contend with them. Today, however, Lu Ying had shown the entire universe his influence. He had overthrown the Day-Night clan, suppressed the blazing mist flow zone, and even affected the Hall of Honor. He had single-handedly severed the future of the Day-Night clan. Even Night King Di Jiang, a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000, was useless. He now had the ability to overturn any power in the innerverse. Countless people in the universe looked at Lu Ying through their screens and saw the birth of an absolute powerhouse. In the erudite flow zone, the Wen family's head, who was sweeping the floor, retracted his gaze and sighed. He had thought that Night King Jinwu had been bold enough to release the White King's bloodline, and he had even felt admiration for him. He had never felt such admiration for a junior before, but the result had been like this. That junior had tried to toy with humanity, and in the end, he had suffered the consequences of his own actions. The Day-Night clan should not have given birth to such a genius. They were such a tyrannical clan, but their temperament could not keep up. The only person who could have walked out of the Day-Night clan was the White King, but it was a pity. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone, in the Divine Grade Hall, Million Mountains laughed maniacally. Although an absolute freak like Lu Ying had appeared, he had also killed an absolute freak like Night King Jinwu. This was going to be a good show. In the Sword Sect, Lu Qianjue retracted his gaze with a solemn expression. This Lu Ying was even more terrifying than Night King Jinwu, and they were both juniors. If Night King Jinwu had been bold enough to release the White King's bloodline, then Lu Qianjue would have been impressed. Unfortunately, this youth was too foolish, and his temperament was too dark. On the other hand, Lu Ying was very capable. As long as Lu Ying did not die prematurely, then there would be a day when he would be able to control the universe. Aside from these two people, Lu Qianjue was most concerned about the people from Eternal Sky Island and Lu Feng. Lu Feng had actually reached the level of an emissary, and Lu Qianjue regretted allowing her to leave the Lu family. If she had not done so, then the Sword Sect's strength would have been even higher. It was a pity. Countless people in the universe sighed. Some felt pity for Night King Jinwu, while others cheered for him. Even those with poor eyesight could tell that Night King Jinwu was quite strong, and there was almost no one in the same generation who could defeat him. Even among the 10 arbiters, he was one of the strongest. It was a pity that he had run into Lu Ying. Night King Jinwu had set up a stage for Lu Ying, and it was all thanks to him. There were clearly powerhouses with power levels in the hundreds of thousands, but Lu Ying had played himself as the main character. On Night King Planet, the 10 arbiters met. This scene was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. The names of the 10 arbiters had always been taboo, and no one knew what they looked like. But now, the 10 arbiters had gathered and were exposed to countless people in the innerverse and outerverse, which made everyone nervous. These 10 youths represented not only the younger generation, but also the future. These 10 were the pinnacle of the innerverse's future, and they would influence the future for countless years to come. From now on, you will replace Jinwu and join the ranks of the Universe Youth Council, which is also commonly known as the 10 Arbiters Council, Wen Xianxia said calmly as he looked at Lu Ying in admiration. Behind him, Mira gulped. She was the one who had brought Lu Ying out from Earth, and she had even admired him back then. Now, this person had actually reached such a height, which was simply inconceivable. She had sighed many times, but she had never been as shocked as she was now, because this person had killed Arbiter Jinwu. First, you defeated Lan Si, then you destroyed Jinwu. Brother, you're ruthless, Xing Kai said. His 3-meter-tall body was especially oppressive, and he grinned in a forthright manner. Lu Ying looked at him, and then at Wen Xianxia. You became one of the 10 arbiters so easily? Ling Gong coldly replied, easily? Find someone in the entire universe who can defeat one of the 10 arbiters and give it a try. Does the Neoverse count? Lu Ying asked. Ling Gong snorted, as she could not stand Lu Yin's smug expression. Lu Ying was very happy, as if a boulder had been lifted from his heart. At that moment, a wine barrel flew over, and Lu Ying caught it. He looked over and saw that it belonged to the drunken girl with hazy eyes. She was very beautiful and had a rather voluptuous figure. She was also wearing very little. She was one of the 10 arbiters, wine hag. Drink if you're a man. Wine hag pointed at Lu Ying and shouted. Her face was flushed, and it was obvious that she had not woken up. Lu Ying laughed, opened his mouth, and downed the entire barrel. He then casually tossed the barrel aside. Great! Wine hag laughed. I admire you, unlike that night King Jinwu who dilly-dallied. Kid, if you need any help in the future, just mention my name and I'll support you. From now on, we're drinking buddies, haha. Lu Tianmu's tone was icy, and she pushed up her glasses. Cut the crap. She looked at Lu Ying. After joining the 10 Arbiters Council, you have to fulfill your obligations. The first thing you have to do is work together to deal with those people from the Neoverse. Lu Ying was stunned. Are you afraid? Lu Tianmu frowned. You're asking for a beating. Lu Ying choked. Lu Tianmu coldly said, the Neoverse has the Hall of Honor, the Sirius Sect, the Home of the Gods, the Mathis family, the Aurora Corporation, and the 3 Dark Hands. They have a lot of people, and the first thing they'll do is kick us out. If we don't work together, we'll be kicked out easily. When Xianxia replied, this is a territorial concept. The Neoverse definitely won't allow us to have a share of the pie. After all, the Star Tower has always belonged to the Neoverse since ancient times. Even if one of us becomes one of the 5 prodigies of the stars, the Neoverse won't want to see that happen. Night King Jinwu stole the general appointing platform and obtained the right to inherit the Star Tower alone. They can't change that, but they'll definitely do their best to stop us, Ling Gong said. Lu Ying fell into deep thought. It seemed that the Neoverse was giving them a lot of pressure, and even the 10 arbiters were working together. Starsabil whispered, Night King Jinwu became the leader of the 10 arbiters because he promised to inherit the Star Tower as soon as possible and help others deal with the Neoverse. They believed him? Lu Ying was puzzled. Starsabil replied, they had no choice but to believe him. This is an opportunity. Otherwise, even if the 10 arbiters are truly invincible, they won't be able to take on so many top experts from the Neoverse. How many people from the Neoverse are vying for the Star Tower? Lu Ying asked. Starsabil replied, many, but any large organization has the right to send people. There was a limit on the number of participants, but there is no limit this time. Anyone can go as long as they want to. The progenitor realm is an opportunity, and it doesn't just test one's strength, but also one's destiny. Lu Ying understood that those who were fated would have an easier time reaching the progenitor realm if they were weaker but were fated with an inheritance. However, even though the limit was set, not just anyone could go. One had to at least join a large organization that knew the location of the Star Tower. Otherwise, how could one compete? Lu Ying looked around. Everyone, there's a question that's been bothering me for more than 10 years. He paused and then slowly said, 14 years ago, in the 10 Arbiters Council, someone proposed to expel Big Sister's mercenary group based on a piece of paper with the surname Liu. I want to know who this person was. The other 10 arbiters all had different expressions when they heard Lu Yin's question. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were calm. Lu Yin had not asked Lan Si this question when he had defeated him, as Lan Si could have been that person as well. He had been waiting for this day for more than 10 years, waiting for the day he could ask Lan Si in person. Outside Night King Planet, Heizij Lian's gaze turned cold when he heard Lu Yin's question. He knew who it was, which was why the Cosmic Sea had not been peaceful these past few years. However, he had not told Lu Yin, as he wanted Lu Yin to investigate this matter himself. Today, it was finally time to reveal the truth. Warlord Xing Kai scratched his head. A piece of paper with the surname Liu? That sounds familiar. I think it did happen before. I remember. He looked at Shihi. You were the one who suggested it, right? Everyone else looked at her. She smiled and shrugged. I was asked to do so, and I'm just doing what I can. Luin had already guessed that it was she, as he had seen the information from the Amethyst Trading Company. Old Guda had mentioned that this matter was related to one of the 10 arbiter groups. Of the 10 arbiters, only one of the 10 arbiters. Furthermore, Luin had also heard that Imperial Tutor hated the primeval surnames, which was why his relationship with Lu Tianmu was so poor that they had barely spoken to each other. He also had a poor relationship with Xianxia, as the erudite Flozone had the most primeval surnames. What a good I was entrusted by someone, and I'm only doing what I'm supposed to do. It's such a simple sentence, but 72 lives were sacrificed. Lu Yin's tone was cold as he stared at Su He. His hatred for this person was no less than Night King Jinwu's. She smiled at him. Only 72 lives? Are you one of the remnants? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he took a step forward. His pupils transformed into runes as he stared at Shi He. She opened her eyes, and her pupils also transformed into runes as she met his gaze. Both sides were weakening each other's rune lines, and their star energy formed arcs that collided against each other. Suddenly, sword light flashed as Lu Tianmu acted and cut off the two star energy collision. Enough. Lan Si appeared and faced Shi. Sarati Phoenix also walked out and faced Luin. The two sides were clearly separated. The situation was on the verge of erupting. When Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Brother Lu, how many matches do you want to fight today? Lu Yin's fingers curled up. The after effects of his battle with Night King Jinwu were still present. The star energy collision with Shi He had caused the wounds on his body to open up again, and fresh blood flowed out. The most important thing right now is the contest for the Star Tower. With a progenitor's inheritance, everything has to be pushed back, Ling Gong said. She spread her hands. I don't care. Everyone looked at Luin. Luin looked away. I'll pay you back sooner or later. She smiled even more brilliantly, which reminded Luin of Silver. I'm afraid of trouble, so I like to cut the weeds and remove the roots. Lan Si's tone was low. You talk a lot. She smiled and did not say anything else. Sarati Phoenix suddenly spoke up. Those who are qualified to compete for the Star Tower are the titled kings from the 6th Mainland's invasion. Brother Lu, are you qualified? Everyone looked as if they had just woken up from a dream, including Luin. He had defeated Night King Jinwu, and everyone naturally believed that he could replace him as one of the 10 arbiters. They also believed that he could participate in the contest for the Star Tower in the Neoverse. However, Luin was himself, and Night King Jinwu was Night King Jinwu. Defeating Night King Jinwu did not mean that he could replace him. He was not a titled king from the 6th Mainland's invasion, nor was he a disciple of a great power in the Neoverse. His status as a glory child had been temporarily stripped, so how could he be qualified to compete for the Star Tower? Starsibyl's eyes flashed. She had forgotten about this matter, but she could not be considered to have forgotten, as she had never considered Lu Yin's existence. She naturally wanted to transfer everything about Night King Jinwu to Luin to achieve her goal, but she had neglected the most basic fact: Luin was not qualified to compete for the Star Tower. Luin immediately contacted Master Yuan and asked about his qualifications. His face quickly sank, as his status as a glory child could not be restored for the time being. Night King Jinwu was dead, and the charges could not be withdrawn. He was still a suspect of the 5th Mainland's traitor. 7th bro, it can't be. You've cut off your own chances of competing for the Star Tower, the monkey cried out in an exaggerated manner. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, but it could not be said that he had cut off his own chances, as the situation had spiraled out of control. By the time he had reacted, he had already clashed with Night King Jinwu. They had agreed that Luin would return the inheritance stone, and Night King Jinwu would withdraw the charges. However, from start to finish, Night King Jinwu had not mentioned anything about returning the inheritance stone. He had believed that Luin would not be able to escape and would definitely die. Luin had not expected Night King Jinwu to act so quickly, and he had even planned to bury the White King's bloodline without any preparation. Everything had happened too suddenly. It seems that Brother Lu does not have the qualifications to compete for the Star Tower in the Neoverse. I'll take my leave now. Everyone, see you in the Neoverse. He then turned to leave. What a pity, Night King Jinwu. He could have helped us deal with a group of people from the Neoverse. What a pity. Nobody stopped him from leaving. Following his departure, Lu Tianmu left as well. Xing Kai, Ling Gong, Wen Sansi, and the others followed suit. They had come because they had been invited by Night King Zhenwu to discuss their opponents in the Neoverse. They had also confirmed that Night King Zhenwu was the leader of the 10 Arbiters. Now that Night King Zhenwu was dead, and Lu Ying could not compete for the Star Tower in the Neoverse, they naturally had to leave. In the end, only Lan Si remained. He had the qualifications to go to the Neoverse because he had already sealed himself on the Greyweed continent in the Starfall Sea. This seal did not refer to the 10 Arbiters, but rather the seal that had been used during the war. Only the 10 Arbiters had been able to accomplish this. Back then, he had wanted to snatch Lu Yin's position as a Glory Arbiter in order to preserve the opportunity to compete for the Star Tower in the Neoverse. The 10 Arbiters did not have the qualifications to compete, and only the disciples of the Neoverse great powers had the qualifications. Lan Si had never expected that the final king would have the qualifications. In fact, after his battle with Lu Yin, the status of a Glory Arbiter no longer held much attraction for him. He had simply wanted to battle with Lu Yin. There's only one way to participate in the Star Tower contest. Lan Si looked at Lu Yin and solemnly said, "Go to the Neoverse and join a certain power before the Star Tower contest. You can represent that power in the Star Tower contest." Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and the first thing he thought of was the Sirius sect. However, there are also difficulties. Even if you suppress the top heirs, you will not be able to gain their trust, and you will still not be able to represent them in the Star Tower contest. Furthermore, the great powers have their own internal struggles, and participating in the Star Tower contest is not something that can be accomplished with just strength alone. However, Brother Lu, this is your only chance, Lan Si said, and then he left. Lu Yin was at a loss. There were less than 5 months until the Star Tower's opening. Was it even possible to go to the Neoverse, join a certain power, and then represent that power in the contest? Not to mention the Star Tower contest, even getting to the Neoverse was a problem. Did I disappoint you? Lu Yin asked. He was speaking to Starsabil. Starsabil's eyes flickered. Although I can't divine you, I've tested you a few times. I'm certain that you won't fail so easily. How many times? Lu Yin was curious, and he turned to look at Starsabil. Which times? Starsabil smiled and then turned to leave. Brother Lu, I'll wait for you in the Neoverse. Lu Yin was astonished. You can also participate in the Star Tower contest? Starsabil replied with a single word. Yes. Since she could participate in the Star Tower contest, then it made sense to rely on Night King Zhenwu. Was Starsabil's plan to have Night King Zhenwu help her after he became one of the 5 signs of the stars? Everyone believed that Night King Zhenwu would definitely become one of the 5 signs of the stars if he accepted the Star Tower inheritance on his own. But was it really that easy? If a progenitor's inheritance was that easy to accept, then it would not be a progenitor's inheritance. Lu Yin's deepest impression of the esoteric seal was the plan's secret art. If not for his wisdom root, he would never have been able to comprehend it in his entire life. Right, and this was under the premise that he had relied on Xianxia's innate gift. The innerverse and outerverse could no longer see the scene on Night King Planet, and the final scene was of the 10 Arbiters leaving one by one. No one knew what had happened, perhaps the 10 Arbiters had reached some sort of agreement. Many people were now concerned about whether or not Lu Yin had replaced Night King Zhenwu as one of the 10 Arbiters. If Lu Yin became one of the 10 Arbiters, his influence would be too great. If he could topple the Day-Night clan, then he could topple any power in the Innerverse or even any flow zone. Night King Zhenwu had died in battle, and Night King Dijiang had not been able to stop him. The Blazing Mist flow zone had ceased all activities, and the Outerverse experts had all retreated. The pirates in the Day-Night flow zone had all retreated, and everything quickly returned to normal. Lu Yin walked over to Zhuo Day-Night and extended a hand to her. Zhuo Day-Night held Lu Yin's hand, and her white hair brushed against his hand gently. You almost broke down, didn't you? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Zhuo Day-Night's expression relaxed, and she looked at the spot where Night King Zhenwu had died. Not just a little. I've already broken down. Lu Yin raised a hand and patted her head. This action was very intimate, but Shuade Knight did not reject it. Do I look ugly? Shuade Knight asked. Lu Yin replied, white hair. You look pretty good. There were quite a few people with white hair around him. In all directions, those from the White King bloodline gathered, all of them nervous. They had stopped the Night King bloodline from interfering with the battle between Lu Yin and Night King Zhenwu, and they did not know what would happen in the future. Shuade Knight looked at Lu Yin pleadingly. Can you save my White King bloodline? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. I should be able to. Outside of Night King planet, Night King Dijiang's expression was as gloomy as still water. He was terrifyingly calm, and his eyes were filled with an endless chill. Gentlemen, the battle is over. My Day-Night clan needs to repair Night King planet, so I won't see you out. Haizaj Shenwei looked at Haizaj Lian. Haizaj Lian spoke up. We want to take the White King bloodline away. Night King Dijiang's eyes widened, and his majestic aura held through space. Haizaj Lian, don't go overboard. The White King bloodline is a branch of my Day-Night clan, and any conflicts we have are internal. They have nothing to do with you. Haizaj Shenwei also felt that Haizaj Lian had gone overboard. Junior brother, you can't bully others like this. Haizaj Lian pointed at Shuade Knight on Night King planet and said to Haizaj Shenwei, senior brother, that girl might become a family in the future. Haizaj Shenwei was confused. Haizaj Lian pointed at Lu Yin and then at Shuade Knight. Senior brother is smart. Do you understand now? Haizaj Shenwei puffed out his chest and confidently said, I understand. Haizaj Lian looked at Night King Dijiang provocatively. We want to take the White King bloodline away. Just tell us if you agree or not. If you don't, I'll give you a chance to duel. Night King Dijiang stared at Haizaj Lian. Duel with you? Haizaj Lian sneered. Duel with both of us. Night King Dijiang was furious. Haizaj Lian, don't go overboard. Haizaj Lian roared even louder. Night King Dijiang, don't go overboard. The heavens fell silent as everyone looked at the two. Haizaj Shenwei felt that he was in the wrong and that he was being unreasonable. However, when he saw Haizaj Lian's indignant expression, he felt that the Night King clan had gone overboard and that they must have done something wrong to his junior brother. Night King Dijiang, my Eternal Sky Island wishes to take away the White King's bloodline. Say something, Xianxia Shenwei spoke up. Night King Dijiang clenched his fists, as he had never thought that he would encounter such a situation when he woke up once in a blue moon. He had never experienced such humiliation ever since he had become the Day-Night clan's patriarch. He unwillingly looked at Night King planet, at the white-haired Shuade Knight, and then at Lu Yin, who was standing beside her with an unyielding gaze. He then looked at the grief-stricken Night King clansman and the numb Day King clansman. In the end, he sighed. Let's go. Let's all go. On Night King planet, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that there would be reinforcements for the Day-Night clan. Fortunately, the Day-Night clan's reputation in the Innerverse was too great. The more tyrannical they were in the past, the less people would help them when they were in trouble. If the Day-Night clan dared to fight to the death with Leon's armada, then both sides would suffer great losses. The Day-Night clan would also have to face provocations from the other powers of the Innerverse, and their losses would be immeasurable. Night King Zhenwu had originally wanted to bury the White King's bloodline, and whether or not the White King's bloodline still existed did not matter to Night King Dijiang. He just could not afford to lose face. Now, under the pressure of the Haizaj Smite, he had finally submitted. However, today's matter would not be settled so easily. Regardless of whether it was Night King Zhenwu's revenge or the humiliation of the White King's bloodline being taken away, Night King Dijiang would place all the blame on Lu Yin. Night King Dijiang looked at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. This person had to be killed. Lu Yin looked up and met Night King Dijiang's gaze for the first time. His gaze was calm, and there was no fear in it. So what if Night King Dijiang had a power level of 800,000? When the 6th mainland had invaded, Lu Yin had encountered powerhouses with power levels in the millions. It was a pity that the jade that Mr. Mu had given him had shattered after withstanding a single finger. Otherwise, he could have summoned his master, and the Day-Night clan would have been wiped out. Haizaj Lian landed on Night King planet and stood in front of Lu Yin and Shuade Knight. He patted Lu Yin's shoulder forcefully. Good kid, you didn't embarrass my Leon's armada. Ha 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 ha. This was the first time Lu Yin had met Heizage Lian, and he would always remember the words that Uncle Reuben had told him. Heizage Lian had said, kid, don't be afraid. Play as much as you want. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you get back at them. Remember, you have my back. Although these words were crude, they warmed Lu Yin's heart and gave him a feeling of being protected. This was a rare feeling of being protected. The Pirate King, Heizage Lian. Thank you, Lu Yin said sincerely. Just as he finished speaking, Heizage Lian patted Lu Yin's shoulder again, and he almost slammed Lu Yin into the ground. Why are you being so polite with me? You're my subordinate, and I won't let anyone bully you off. The Day-Night clan is an example. Don't use too much strength. Little Yin is heavily injured, and he's about to fall apart. A beautiful woman walked out from the distance and coldly called out. Although her tone was unyielding, there was a hint of heartache in her eyes as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was confused. You are? The beautiful woman was furious, and she took out a cigarette and stuck it in her mouth. Little Yin, do you want to be whipped? Lu Yin was shocked. Big sis? What's with that expression? She slapped Lu Yin, causing him to fall to the ground. Heizage Lian was speechless. Be gentle. Zhuo Day-Night supported Lu Yin and looked at the two in confusion. She did not understand their relationship with Lu Yin. At that moment, the void split open, and one figure after another appeared. There was a muscular man who was 5 meters tall and had a nose that was half a meter long, a beautiful woman with water swirling around her body, a strange man whose body was like a rock, and a merman whose body was covered in fish scales. There were a total of 7 people, and with Big Sis and Heizage Lian, there were 9. These were the top powers of Leon's armada. The Pirate King, Heizage Lian, had 7 captains of his subordinate legions, as well as Big Sis, the captain of the reserve legions. If the people of the Innerverse and Outerverse could still see Night King Planet, they would definitely be shocked. The top powers of the universe's pirate world had appeared, and these people could command billions of pirates. The Blackbeard pirates that Lu Yin had not dared to provoke in the past were now easily killed by these people. The existence of these people had created Heizage Lian, one of the Cosmic Sea's 4 hegemons, and also the leader of the 4 hegemons, Leon's armada. Leon's armada was strong enough to challenge the Day-Night clan, and this was Lu Yin's confidence. He was someone with a powerful background. Big Sis began to introduce Lu Yin, and he greeted them one by one. This is one of the 7 great battalions under Leon's armada, the leader of the Elephant Rush battalions, Elephant King, Big Sis introduced. Lu Yin greeted them and looked curiously at Elephant King's nose. This is one of the 7 great battalions, the leader of the Flyfall battalions, Sister Fei, Big Sis introduced. Lu Yin greeted them and looked curiously at the water swirling around Sister Fei. He saw a terrifying number of rune lines, and this woman's power level was at least 300,000. This is one of the 7 great battalions, the leader of the cross battalions, Big Rock, Big Sis introduced. Lu Yin raised a brow. What a casual name, and his appearance was casual as well. He was basically a rock. This is one of the 7 great battalions, the leader of the Merman battalions, Brother Hao, Big Sis introduced. Lu Yin greeted them with a respectful gaze. He could not show any disrespect to these mutated humans, or else they would become his mortal enemy. These people had very high self-esteem. This is one of the 7 great battalions, the leader of the Ghost Doctor battalions, Ghost Doctor, Big Sis introduced. Her tone was a little fearful, and she was not as casual as before. Lu Yin looked at the Ghost Doctor. She had a crooked figure and an ugly appearance. It was impossible to tell her age, and she laughed strangely as she stared at Lu Yin. Kid, I'm the one who treated your injuries. Lu Yin was puzzled. What injuries? She wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Big Sis, who pointed at a man who was posing at the side. She said unhappily, this is one of the leaders of the battalions. You can just call him Xiaozi. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Xiaozi? The man was displeased. What Xiaozi? Call me handsome. I'm the leader of the handsome man battalions. Lu Yin was shocked that there was such a shameless person. His appearance was not even close to being handsome. Finally, Big Sis introduced him solemnly. This is the leader of the Thunder Sword Battalions, Lu Feng. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked at the man holding a sword nearby. This was an emissary. He hurriedly greeted her. Lu Feng looked at Lu Yin. You fought against the 13 swords. How did it feel? Lu Yin thought about it. Very powerful. Every sword is unique. Lu Feng calmly replied, everyone uses the 13 swords differently, but they all have one thing in common, the last sword cannot be avoided or blocked. Lu Yin was shocked. Then how do I deal with it? Lu Feng stopped talking and turned her head to look elsewhere. Lu Yin was speechless. Who are these people? They're all freaks. Haizij Lian grinned and patted Lu Yin's shoulder again. Lu Yin endured the pain and endured it with great difficulty. I've dealt with everything that needs to be dealt with. This battle was very satisfying. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Many people had died in this battle, and he wondered how those from the Outerverse were faring in the blazing mist flow zone. Right, kid, let me introduce you to someone, Haizij Lian shouted. The void tore open and Haizij Shenwei walked out. Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior for saving me. Haizij Lian laughed. Don't mention it. He's my senior. We're family, definitely family. Ha 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 ha. Haizij Shenwei was very happy as well, and he looked at Lu Yin in admiration. Kid, you're at the top of the 5th mainland's younger generation. Even against those from the Neoverse, you're not bad. Amazing. Lu Yin humbly replied, I was lucky enough to obtain some opportunities. Senior, you're too kind. Haizij Shenwei looked at Haizij Lian strangely. Why does he sound so scholarly? He's not your son? Lu Yin was stunned. Everyone else was stunned as well. Big Sis blew out a puff of smoke. Of course not. Little Yin is so handsome. The captains around them all had strange expressions as they tried to stifle their laughter. Haizij Lian was first stunned by Haizij Shenwei's question, but then he received another blow from Big Sis. He was at a loss and did not know who to reply to first. What? He's not your son? Why are you so concerned about him? You even dragged the entire Leon's armada and all the pirates here and started a huge battle that engulfed the entire day-night flow zone. Haizij Shenwei was shocked. Haizij Lian replied, he's not my son, but he's even more like one. Lu Yin's heart trembled, as Haizij Lian's words warmed his entire being. It was just like the promise he had made before. This was the first time he felt like these people were his family, and the way he looked at Haizij Lian changed. Haizij Shenwei nodded. Understood, illegitimate son. Lu Yin was speechless. Haizij Lian gritted his teeth at Shenwei's words. Senior brother, I don't even have a son, so where did this bastard come from? Don't make wild guesses. Have you gone stupid from all that training? Be careful not to tell senior brother that you bullied me. Shenwei pouted. You're not a child. Do you think senior brother will stand up for you? Try me? Don't, let's get down to business, Shenwei hurriedly said before looking at Lu Yin. Kid, we heard your conversation with those brats. What's wrong? Trouble? Lu Yin did not hold back, as his mentality had changed. Everyone here was family, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. I don't have the qualifications to participate in the Star Tower contest. Lu Yin said in a low voice. Haizij Shenwei was shocked. You're a member of the Hall of Honor? Whose idea was it? Master Yuan, Lu Yin answered. High Sage Shenwei praised, you mean that Master Yuan who has as many disciples as dogs? Lu Yin's face twitched, as he felt that this description was inappropriate. Don't mind him, little Yin. This is how senior uncle speaks, Big Sis whispered into Lu Yin's ear. Lu Yin looked at her in surprise. Big Sis, you know how to comfort people? She narrowed her eyes. It's been so many years. Are you itching for a beating? Lu Yin laughed dryly. I didn't expect Master Yuan to be willing to choose a method. Interesting. However, his status has been stripped, so he can't participate in the Star Tower contest, Shenwei muttered. Haizij Lian prodded him. Shenwei grinned. How about this, kid? Are you willing to follow me to Eternal Sky Island? Become an in-name disciple? That way, you can participate in the Star Tower contest as a disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Luine was delighted. Can I? Leon laughed. Of course, Eternal Sky Island is my sect. As the saying goes, it's easier to work with someone. Shut up, don't make it sound so vulgar. Heizage Leon continued, that's why they say, senior brother, you're becoming more and more like senior brother. Luine was afraid that the two would quarrel endlessly, so he hurriedly said, but I already have a master. Shenwei waved a hand. It's not a problem. You're just an in-name disciple, and it's not like you're really going to join Eternal Sky Island. Even if you want to join us, Master might not even like you. What are you saying? Master will definitely take a liking to him. Heizage Leon was dissatisfied. High Sage Shenwei curled his lips. Both of them had combat power over 500,000, and Superior Sage Shenwei's combat power was over 900,000. Yet, they were bickering like children. This was the first time Luine had seen such people interact with each other in such a manner. Was this ever Sky Island? He was curious. Alright, if there's nothing else, then you can leave. I don't want to stay here any longer. Can't you see that Night King Dijiang's old face is already dripping with water? Heizage Shenwei impatiently said. Luine looked at Heizage Leon. Captain, the Day-Night clan will not let this matter rest. What about the Outerverse? Big Sis replied, don't worry, we'll keep an eye out for you. There won't be any changes in the Outerverse. Don't you have a backup Astral River arc? We'll also help you bring the White King bloodline to the Outerverse. Right now, the most important thing is the contest for the Star Tower. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Big Sis. Also, thank you, Captains. Heizage Leon waved a hand. Alright, follow my senior to the Neoverse. We'll wait for your good news. Luine nodded and exchanged a glance with Shui Knight. She weakly said, thank you. Luine nodded and then looked into the distance where Ellen Gale's corpse lay. The Blazewing tribe was just too pitiful. This was the current state of the universe. If he had not pretended to be King Zishan's descendant, then the people on Earth would have suffered the same fate. Cultivators would live a life worse than death, and ordinary people would be captured as minors. This was the law of the jungle. Even at Lu Yin's current level, he was still an ant in the face of the behemoths in the Neoverse. Even if he unified the Outerverse, he would still need to borrow the strength of Skyward Island to overthrow the Day-Night Flow Zone. Otherwise, the Outerverse alone would not be enough. Each universe had its own sky, and the next was the Neoverse. Luine took a deep breath. He had cultivated for 12 years, and for as long as he could remember, he had been in the cosmic sea. He had then gone to the Innerverse and Outerverse, but he had never been to the Neoverse. Neoverse, here I come. Countless years had passed since ancient times, and the Day-Night Flow Zone had never been in such chaos. Night King Planet, the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, and the entire Day-Night Flow Zone had descended into chaos. This was all because of Luine. Lu Yin's battle with Night King Zhenwu had been recorded in history, and there were many unexplainable details, such as how Luine had been cured of his poison, why his power level had increased, and what Night King Zhenwu's innate gift had been. Night King Zhenwu had died in battle, and the Night King clan had gone completely silent. They had allowed Heizage Leon to take away those who had been causing trouble in the Day-Night Flow Zone, including Lingjia, the androids, and the Day King bloodline. After this battle, the Day-Night clan's strength had plummeted. Still, no one dared to underestimate the Day-Night clan, as Night King Dijiang's true strength had been revealed. His power level had exceeded 800,000, which was shocking. As long as Night King Dijiang was around, the Day-Night clan would always be a behemoth in the Innerverse. And after this battle, Luine had become an existence that the various great powers of the Innerverse feared. His actions alone had almost overturned the entire Day-Night Flow Zone. Everyone knew that offending Luine was the same as offending the entire Outerverse, as well as offending Leon's armada. There were even some who knew that offending Eternal Sky Island was the same as offending the entire Outerverse. The others did not matter, but Eternal Sky Island was an existence that even the Hall of Honor did not want to offend. In the Neoverse, although it was not a behemoth, it was still a transcendent existence. They did not actively cause trouble, but they were not afraid of it either. It was common knowledge in the Neoverse that those from Eternal Sky Island should not be provoked. This was because Eternal Sky Island was very protective of their own. The planet rapidly retreated, and in the darkness of space, a spacecraft flew towards the cosmic sea at an unimaginable speed. It was so fast that it caused the void to ripple. This was a small spacecraft that could only hold less than 10 people. Luin was currently in this spacecraft, which was a cosmic-grade Aurora. He had only seen it once before, and it had belonged to Dean Chi of the Aurora Corporation. Unfortunately, Dean Chi had died in battle at the borders of the Endless Weaves and had gone missing. Before this, the fastest spacecraft he had ever ridden was a black hole-grade Aurora, which was 100 times faster than a normal spacecraft. This spacecraft belonged to Haizid Shenwei. Luin could not understand why an existence with a power level of over 900,000 would need a spacecraft to travel through endless space with a single thought. Haizid Shenwei was rather lazy. A spacecraft is great. I don't have to move anywhere, and I'm not in a hurry. I can stay calm. As he spoke, he was lying down in the hot spring. He had built a small hot spring inside the spacecraft that could only hold one person. Luin could tell that this was a person who knew how to enjoy life. There was wine and food beside the hot spring. Right, do you want to come in for a soak? This hot spring water was given to me by a brothel, Haizid Shenwei said comfortably. Luin blinked. A brothel? Haizid Shenwei smiled. That's right. A brothel. It's a common name, right? Luin seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. He thought about it. Right, when he had participated in the 6th Mainland's mobilization meeting at Starlight Island, he had heard people talk about a brothel flying in the sky. Senior, does this brothel come from the Neoverse? Luin was curious. Haizid Shenwei nodded. The brothel is a power in the Neoverse, and they're all beauties. They do the brothel business, and they have patrons all over the Neoverse. The Hall of Honor, Sirius Sect, Aurora Corporation, and so on. They have patrons everywhere, and they're not to be trifled with. I'll take you there when I have the time. Prostitutes? Luin was shocked. Haizid Shenwei was dissatisfied. What prostitutes? That sounds terrible. That's called service. Luin understood. Do you want to come in for a soak? The women in the brothel all use this water to bathe. Their skin is so smooth that it's almost glowing. Haizid Shenwei cupped a cup of spring water and enjoyed it. Luin was confused. Glowing? Isn't that a sign that one's body has reached a certain level of strength? Haizid Shenwei pouted. Kid, can't you think of something else besides cultivation? Haha, 7th bro, I have a feeling that this senior can take you to a new world, the monkey cackled. Luin was helpless, as he did not have the time to think about such things. Right now, he was most curious about the competition for the Star Tower in the Neoverse. Senior, can you tell me more about the competition for the Star Tower? Luin asked. Haizid Shenwei replied, We'll talk about that when we reach Eversky Island. You're not the only one from Eversky Island who can represent us. We'll talk about it together when the time comes. Luin nodded. Does Senior have any advice for this competition? You want to know about your opponents? Haizid Shenwei raised a brow. Luin nodded. Know yourself as well as your opponents. Haizid Shenwei was vexed. These are matters for you juniors, and I don't know much about them. I can only give you some general knowledge. He paused for a moment. First, the Sirius Sect. This sect is a colossus in the Neoverse, and I'm not too sure about their current generation of elite disciples, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Haizid Shenwei's expression turned solemn. Any disciple from the Sirius sect is a lockbreaker, and the most elite disciples are likely to have reached the boundless advanced level and have mastered sourcebox arrays. Luin thought about Xianxia, the 4 ultimate heavenly maiden. Her performance during the battle in the Whitefall district had been very ordinary, but in the end, she had used a sourcebox array to throw the general appointment platform, along with Bukong and the others, into outer space. If not for her, they might not have been able to reclaim the platform, and none of this would have happened. The 4 ultimate heavenly maidens were considered top-notch in sourcebox arrays, and their own cultivation was also top-notch. Then, what about the other 2? The home of the gods is also a colossus in the Neoverse, and they're all a bunch of lunatics. They call themselves gods because they've inherited the ancient talisman progenitor's cultivation methods. They can weaken an enemy's attacks and can also create objects out of thin air. You seem to know that as well, Xianxia said. Luyin nodded. This junior knows a bit. Xianxia said, don't try to show off in front of an expert. The home of the gods has researched runic technology for countless years, and the power they control far surpasses yours. Be careful. At the mention of the home of the gods, Luyin was reminded of Tai Yixing. Although this person called himself a god and was arrogant, he treated Luyin quite well. If he had the time, Luyin should visit the home of the gods. Perhaps he could improve the Aeon Evolution Scripture's power. The Aeon Evolution Scripture was a powerful weapon in battle that could directly weaken an enemy's attack and even heal injuries. Back when Luoxian's abdomen had been injured, Luyin had relied on the Aeon Evolution Scripture's rune lines to save her. Rune technology was a mysterious civilization, and since the home of the gods specialized in such research, it was definitely not simple. The Mavis clan was born from a great tree. They are actually very few in number, but each one of them is extremely talented, especially the descendants of the tree heart. You don't need to know what a tree heart descendant is, you just need to know that you have to be very, very careful when you meet one of them. They're very, very difficult to deal with, Xianxia said solemnly. Luyin nodded again, understanding that none of them were easy to deal with. After that, there are also the Aurora Corporation, Smoke Gulp Mountain Range, and the brothels. I won't go into too much detail, you'll know when you encounter them. Go find out for yourself. My main point is the Hall of Honor. Xianxia's expression turned solemn at the mention of the Hall of Honor, and he looked at Luyin seriously. Have you always thought that the Hall of Honor doesn't have any capable experts? That no one from the younger generation has shown themselves? Have you underestimated them? Luyin shook his head. I didn't. The Hall of Honor definitely isn't simple to be able to become the leading power of the Fifth Mainland. Xianxia nodded. You're smart. Let's put it this way, the Hall of Honor has a technique that's known as the #1 technique in the universe. Once mastered, no one can match it. It's called the 3 Yang Ancestral Qi. Luyin was puzzled, he had never heard of it before. The monkey cried out, the 3 Yang Ancestral Qi? That's right, it's the #1 technique in the universe. A powerhouse's letter states that once mastered, no one can match it. However, it's been many years since anyone has been able to master it. The 3 Yang Ancestral Qi is the most powerful technique passed down by the Hall of Honor, and no one has been able to master it for hundreds of thousands of years. Luyin was puzzled. Is this technique that powerful? Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying, let's put it this way. Whoever cultivates the 3 Yang Ancestral Qi will be able to beat you up as easily as beating a dog. Luyin was speechless, this was an insult. I've never seen the power of the 3 Suns Ancestral Qi, but I've heard Master mention it. Apparently, Master has seen it before, but he didn't say much about it. He then moved closer to Luyin and laughed strangely. Master was probably beaten up by the 3 Suns Ancestral Qi, which is why he doesn't want to talk about it. Ha ha ha. Luyin pursed his lips. I don't think so. Xianxia dived into the hot spring, then raised his head. The spring water splashed everywhere, and he happily drank a mouthful of fine wine. I don't know if Master has ever been beaten up by the 3 Suns Ancestral Qi, but you will definitely be beaten up because the Hall of Honor's current generation's first method has successfully cultivated the 3 Suns Ancestral Qi. Luyin's expression changed. The monkey was horrified. That can't be, right? Someone managed to cultivate it? 7th bro, hurry up and find out what that guy's name is. We can't run into him. That's 3 Yang's Ancestral Qi. It's definitely the most mysterious technique in the Fifth Mainland. Not even the Astral Beast domain can compare to it. Not a single technique. Senior, what's the name of the first technique? Luyin was a little scared, as the name sounded powerful. Xianxia shook his head and muttered, I don't know. I've only heard of it, but I don't know if it's true. Luin had the urge to slap Xianxia. This guy's words sounded like an insult, and he liked to be mysterious. Luin opened his gadget to see if there was any information about the 3 Yang ancestral qi, but he couldn't find anything. The Hall of Honor has several other secret techniques aside from the 3 Yang ancestral qi. One of them is called punishment, and it's really disgusting. Xianxia sighed and looked at Luin sympathetically. I didn't go to the Star Tower competition in my generation, but senior brother did. I heard that he was disgusted by the punishment secret technique. Take care of yourself. Luin licked his lips. So these are the people competing for the Star Tower? Xianxia sneered. Of course not. The Star Tower is the wealth of the entire Fifth Mainland, but it was taken over by our human domain. The only reason we were able to do so was because the entire human domain worked together to resist the astral beast domain and technocracy. That's why the 3 Dark Hands are also participating in the Star Tower competition, aside from the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance is an absolute dark existence that will be destroyed if you encounter them. As for the 7 Courts and Burial Garden, they can send people to compete for the Star Tower either openly or secretly. The Hall of Honor appears to be stopping them, but they won't actually do so. That's why your opponents are the heirs of the 7 Courts and Burial Garden. Luin now understood why the 10 Arbiters had joined forces. There were too many top-notch heirs in the Neoverse. The 7 Courts had 6 other top heirs besides the Yu family, and each of them should have mastered a secret technique. Burial Garden had even 1, and the Hall of Honor still had a few heirs. Sirius's heirs and other heirs added up to more than 10. The competition for the Star Tower was open to everyone, so there should be at least a few dozen people. This did not even include the heirs of Everlasting Island. If all of these Neoverse heirs ganged up on the 10 Arbiters, then the 10 Arbiters would be in danger even if they teamed up. They were not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but they would be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Xianxia watched Lu Yin's expression change in amusement before finally laughing. Kid, are you afraid? Ha 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 ha. Luin replied, I'm not afraid, but there are too many people. Xianxia replied, you don't have to be afraid. You represent Everlasting Island, and you're already an in-name disciple of Everlasting Island. Those from the Neoverse will not target you. They will only target those from the Innerverse, the so-called 10 Arbiters. Senior, I'm also one of the 10 Arbiters now, Luin said. Xianxia laughed strangely. That will depend on your fate. Kid, you're not too good-looking, but you're not too bad either. No one will beat you up because of your looks, ha 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 ha. Luin felt that talking to Xianxia was an insult to his intelligence. Although it's unlikely that anyone will beat you up because of your looks, you've gone too far this time. There will definitely be people who don't like you, especially since you've unified the Outerverse and happened at a critical juncture in the competition for the Star Tower. You're really bold. Xianxia laughed. Luin had also thought about it. He had been jumping around too much recently, and there would always be people who did not like him. He hoped that it was not number 1 method. By the way, Senior, there are also people from Everlasting Island participating in the competition. How strong are they? Luin asked expectantly. It was always better to have one more helper. He had been fighting Lan Si by himself and then Night King Jinwu by himself, so he was a little tired. He wanted to fight as a group against one person. Xianxia blinked with a strange expression. It's alright, it's alright. Is that so? How many people? Luin asked anxiously. Xianxia licked his lips. 2. Luin was delighted. 2? That's great. This way, there would be 3 people including himself, and he would not be at a disadvantage if he ran into someone else. If he cooperated with one of the 10 Arbiters, he would be able to get through this. Xianxia did not speak, and he remained in the hot spring. From time to time, he would look at Luin sympathetically, but Luin did not notice. Soon, the spacecraft entered the cosmic sea. Although the weather in the cosmic sea was strange and ever-changing, making it impossible for ordinary people to pass through, it was not a problem for Xianxia. Everlasting Island's disciples had a test to complete their apprenticeship, and that was to venture into the technocracy alone. Xianxia had done it, so he could complete his apprenticeship. Once he completed his apprenticeship, Everlasting Island would not interfere with anything he did. If Xianxia could do it, then Xianxia could as well. If he could venture into the technocracy alone, then there was no need to mention the cosmic sea. Xianxia grabbed the spacecraft with one hand and Luyin with the other, and they easily crossed the cosmic sea and appeared above the Whitefall district. As he looked down at the White Sea, Luyin recalled the events that had occurred in the past. It was in this region that a peak battle had occurred. The sixth mainland had lost 2 celestial imprinters and 2 cosmic imprinters, while the fifth mainland had lost 2 powerhouses with power levels in the millions. Not Empty's battle had shocked the heavens, and Luyin would never forget that scene. Even with his current strength, he was not confident that he could fight against the Dowsource 3 skies. The Dowsource 3 skies were all enlighters, and Not Empty had even comprehended a sourcebox array. Since the sixth mainland had 3 enlighters from the Dowsource 3 skies, then what about the well-hidden Neoverse? Luyin looked towards the south, where the Neoverse lay. As the Whitefall district disappeared, Luyin was grabbed by Xianxia and tore through the void to appear in an unfamiliar region of space. Looking around, he saw that the eternal darkness of space was gone, and there were traces of soil that were connected to it. Luyin was surprised. Soil? Xianxia explained, this is the Neoverse, and it was once the fifth mainland. The real fifth mainland. The real fifth mainland? Luyin was curious. Xianxia asked, do you know why it's called a mainland? Luyin shook his head. At the beginning of the universe, there were 6 mainlands in ancient times. 5 of them were destroyed, and the one that invaded was the 6th mainland. This is the 5th mainland that was most intact after the destruction. This region of space is connected by soil, just like the 6th mainland, Xianxia explained. Luyin raised a hand and shook the void. He was surprised to find that the void was relatively stable, and he had to increase his power level to over 200,000 to be able to tear it apart. Because of the connection between the soil, the void is very stable, and only enlighters can tear it apart. Try sensing the star energy, Xianxia said. Luyin took a deep breath and absorbed the star energy. He was surprised to find that the star energy in this region of space far exceeded that of the innerverse. The innerverse star energy originally surpassed that of the outerverse, but it was still far from the Neoverse star energy. The difference was at least several times, but compared to the outerverse, it was at least 10 times. This was the Neoverse. Do you know why everyone wants to come to the Neoverse? Xianxia asked with a smile. Luyin shook his head. Xianxia's expression turned serious. That's because humans were born on land, and this soil nourished them. It's different from the soil on a planet, and it's easier to reach the progenitor realm if you stay here. That's why many people like to sit on the soil and cultivate. Luyin was shocked. There's such a thing? The soil that connects the heavens is related to the progenitor realm? Xianxia looked at Luyin seriously and then suddenly smiled. That's what the legends say. Who knows? Let's go, I'll take you to Everlasting Island. Luyin nodded blankly. Xianxia's attitude had changed so quickly. Luyin looked out of the spacecraft and into the distance. He seemed to see something, and his eyes narrowed as the spacecraft sped away. What is that? A continent that separates the heavens? There's a real continent in the Neoverse called the Glory Realm. The soil that you see floating in space comes from the Glory Realm, Xianxia explained. Luyin watched as the continent grew closer and closer. Finally, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The heavens were completely separated by the unreachable continent, and he couldn't even see the top. This was the Glory Realm? The Glory Realm was actually a continent that stood tall in space and occupied an endless amount of space. This was too shocking. How large was this continent? He couldn't even tell, but it was at least one or several outerverse weaves. How could there be such a large continent? The Glory Realm happens to occupy the center of the Neoverse, which is why the Neoverse is divided into 4 realms. To put it simply, they are the East, West, South, and North realms. My Everlasting Island is in the West realm. You should have heard of the Sirius sect, which is also in the West realm. We're heading to the West realm now, Xianxia explained. Luin was shocked. Is the Hall of Honor in the Glory Realm? Xianxia nodded. The entire Glory Realm belongs to the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Although the Glory Realm was not as large as the Outerverse, it was a true behemoth in the Neoverse. It was no wonder why the Hall of Honor controlled the human domain. Controlling the Neoverse was equivalent to controlling the human domain. Stop looking. The Glory Realm is different from the heavens. There are restrictions on movement and cultivation, so you can't go there for now, Xianxia said. Luin retracted his gaze. The enormous continent in the distance stretched endlessly, separating the entire Neoverse. So this was the Neoverse. Elsewhere, at the edge of the cosmic ocean, many people had already arrived at the gathering place of the 10 Arbiters. Most of them were from Starlink Network Company, and they had come to interview the 10 Arbiters. Everyone had heard of the Starlink Network Company before, as it was the company that connected the entire universe. However, unlike the Aurora Spaceship Company and the Mavis Bank, this company was managed by the Hall of Honor. After all, they controlled the entire human network, and once it fell into the hands of someone, their influence would be too great, enough to topple the entire human star domain. Starlink Network's headquarters was located in the Neoverse, and they were not originally in charge of conducting interviews since they were not a news organization. However, the Interverse Overseer had suddenly issued an order to interview the 10 Arbiters and encourage them. He hoped that the Interverse would be able to produce one of the 5 astral children. Actually, this was what everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse was looking forward to. Most people in the Outerverse had never heard of the Neoverse, but it was different in the Innerverse. Many great powers would often look towards the Neoverse, hoping that they would be able to go there one day. Even the Day-Night clan was doing everything they could to enter the Neoverse. The Neoverse was the foundation of the 5th mainland, and it was above the Innerverse and Outerverse. The 5 astral children had never been associated with the Innerverse or Outerverse. This time, the Innerverse had finally obtained the right to compete for the Star Tower, and countless people from the Innerverse hoped that they would be able to compete for it and suppress the Neoverse. They represented the dreams of countless people in the Innerverse and Outerverse. Why aren't they here yet? They've been waiting for months. What's the rush? It's not like we don't know that Night King Xianwu invited the 10 Arbiters to attend the day-night banquet. If the 10 Arbiters want to come, they'll definitely come. It's a pity that Night King Xianwu died. We thought that he would definitely become one of the 5 astral children. Our boss even celebrated, but he was killed by Luin. That Luin really is ruthless. I don't think that Luin can see the big picture. He couldn't go to the Neoverse to compete for the Star Tower, and he even killed Night King Xianwu. He's forcefully extinguished most of the Innerverse hopes of competing for the Star Tower. Yeah, Night King Xianwu and Luin died together. Even after his death, he didn't withdraw his complaints against Luin, so Luin doesn't have the qualifications to compete for the Star Tower in the Neoverse. That Luin deserves it. He doesn't see the big picture. The people from the Starlink Network Company discussed the matter. To the south was the Cosmic Sea, and they did not dare to approach it. To the north was the dark heavens. Not long after, someone arrived. It was Taiyuanjun. He had not attended the day-night banquet, and he had a smile on his face. The people from the Starlink Network Company hurried over to interview him. Taiyuanjun, are you confident that you can become one of the 5 astral children? The one who asked the question was a cute little girl. Apparently, she was the daughter of the Innerverse CEO of the Starlink Network Company. Taiyuanjun raised his head and glanced at the little girl. Nonsense. The little girl felt awkward. I heard that there are many powerful cultivators in the Neoverse who aren't any weaker than the 10 Arbiters. Are you that confident, Taiyuanjun? Taiyuanjun snorted. So what if they're the 10 Arbiters? They were still killed. The little girl pursed her lips and did not ask any more questions. This Taiyuanjun looked all smiles, but why was his temper so fiery? Not long after, summer arrived, and the little girl's eyes lit up. Taiyuanjun was the top of the top 100 rankings, and it was said that he had challenged all of the 10 Arbiters. Summer, are you confident that you can compete for the Star Tower? Summer was very gentle. No. The little girl was stunned, and she blinked. What did you say? Please say it again. Summer answered seriously, I'm not confident. The little girl gulped. Why? Because there are many powerful cultivators in the Neoverse who aren't any weaker than the 10 arbiters, Summer answered honestly. The little girl was speechless. Wasn't that what she had just said? Tai Yuanjun was unhappy, as he had just said, if you're not confident, then don't go. It's embarrassing. My luck is pretty good. Maybe I'm fated with the Star Tower? Let's try our luck. Summer smiled. Tai Yuanjun snorted, suddenly feeling that this Summer was very annoying. The little girl stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to say. These two people's personalities were too extreme. One was arrogant, and the other was too honest. This was a camera in front of the entire universe. Many people were watching, and it disrupted the rhythm of her interview. Half a day later, when Xianxia arrived. He was the first of the 10 arbiters to arrive. The little girl immediately stepped forward to interview him. Arbiter Wen, are you confident that you can compete for the Star Tower? The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wen Sansi with admiration. He was such an elegant man. When Sansi thought about it. I don't know. The little girl was confused. You don't know? You're one of the 10 arbiters. When Sansi smiled. Think before you act. No matter what you say or do, it's the same. If you don't even know who your opponent is, how would you know? The little girl felt that she was inexperienced. Was it too early to interview these big shots? She couldn't control the situation, but then again, who could? For some reason, she suddenly thought of Luin. It would be different if this person came to interview her. Lu Tianmu arrived, and his sword light was always so shocking. The little girl did not dare to approach him, as she was a little afraid. It was fortunate that Xing Kai showed up right after Lu Tianmu. The girl looked at Lu Tianmu and then at Xing Kai. While Xing Kai was big and burly, she felt that he was easier to get along with. She went to Xing Kai and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask if you have the confidence to compete for the Star Tower?" Xing Kai was confused, and he looked around. Was someone talking to him? Here, here. The little girl waved her arms vigorously. She was a little short. Xing Kai saw this, lowered his head, and grinned. Beat them up. The little girl grunted. Although her answer was crude, it was very honest. Thank you for your answer. Xing Kai extended his hand, and it looked like he wanted to shake her hand. The little girl did not dare to do so, and she panicked. Her arms and legs would not be broken, right? She shook Xing Kai's large hand anxiously. Xing Kai grinned again and walked away. The little girl looked at his back. Although this person looked scary, he was easy to get along with. The spirit palace arrived, and she was rather cold. She walked away before the little girl could even get close. Next, Sarati Phoenix arrived. Flames filled the sky, and the little girl wanted to interview him, but the machine could not get close. The flames were too hot. Helpless, the little girl waited for someone else. Lanci appeared, and the little girl wanted to cry. This was a normal person, and she quickly went to interview him. Lanci looked at the camera seriously. I'm not confident. The little girl pursed her lips. You're one of the 10 arbiters. I've been defeated before, Lanci answered straightforwardly. The little girl wanted to cry. This person was even more abnormal. Who would say something like this in front of the entire universe? She wanted to go home. At that moment, a delicate hand rested on the little girl's shoulder. She turned around and was greeted by the smell of alcohol that almost made her faint. Come, let's drink. Once we drink, we'll be sisters. You can ask anything you want. Drink up. The little girl's eyes reddened as Jiao Hao forced a few bowls of alcohol down her throat. If she had not been a melder, she would have been drunk. After the smell of alcohol dissipated, Jiao Hao looked over again, scaring the little girl so much that she turned around and left. She felt that none of these people were normal, they were all crazy. She had only taken a few steps when she almost bumped into invisible light. Sorry, I almost bumped into you. Invisible light smiled. You can't bump into me. She then walked away. The little girl blinked. Blind? Right, the 10 Arbiter's invisible light really was blind. Hey, little girl, what do you want to ask me? Imperial physician coquettish smiled at the little girl with a kind expression. The little girl was on guard. The kinder these people were, the stranger they were. However, since Imperial physician coquettish had spoken, she did not dare to leave. She cautiously walked over. Please, may I ask if you have any confidence in participating in the Star Tower contest? Imperial physician coquettish thought about it seriously. The little girl's heart sank. Oh no, another unreliable answer. We'll do our best. We don't know what kind of opponents the Neoverse has, but we'll do our best to win glory for the Innerverse. Imperial physician coquettish smiled. The little girl was stunned. Good, good, what a perfect answer. This was what a normal person would say. She wanted to cry, as she had finally met a normal person. May I ask if you have any thoughts on the battle between Luin and Night King Jinwu? When this question was asked, many people looked over. Imperial tutor shrugged. It's just a personal grudge. There's nothing much to say. Luin killed one of the Innerverse hopes of giving birth to the 5 astral children. Don't you think it's a pity? After all, he can't participate in the Star Tower contest himself. Imperial tutor smiled. After talking for so long, do you know what the Star Tower contest is? The girl shook her head, and her eyes lit up. Are you willing to tell us? Imperial tutor smiled. I won't. The girl was speechless. Who said that the 5 astral children will definitely surpass the 10 arbiters? Imperial tutor said one last sentence, and her long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. The girl really started crying. So this was the most abnormal thing. This was too crazy, and he was even toying with them. She wanted to go home. At that moment, everyone suddenly looked up. In outer space, a man tore through the void and walked out with a cold expression. He arrived at the gathering point. Who's that? Is this person qualified to participate in the Star Tower contest? That shouldn't be the case. The man's expression was cold, and he did not say a word. He just stood there quietly. Imperial tutor asked the girl to interview him. The girl had learned her lesson and would not go even if she was beaten to death. She had already interviewed everyone she needed, so she could just give up. So it's the young Leaf King. Has he been sealed in ice for thousands of years just for this day? Starsibyl appeared and looked at the man. Everyone was puzzled at first, but then someone remembered. Jiuhao put down his wine barrel. The young Leaf King? I remember now. He's a peerless genius from thousands of years ago. Another old guy. Tai Yuanjun was dissatisfied. Xia Tian looked at the young Leaf King solemnly. He was someone from Shamrock Enterprises. Many people sealed themselves in ice in order to awaken at a certain moment. Some of the 10 arbiters had actually broken through the age limit long ago, but because they were often sealed in ice, their bone ages had not changed. Only Warlord Xing Kai and Sarati Phoenix had truly surpassed the younger generation. These two had only gone to the Neoverse to compete for the Star Tower to try their luck, and they might not even be able to enter. The young Leaf King was someone from thousands of years ago, but he had been sealed in ice long ago. Now that he had reappeared, his bone age was not even 40 years. Strange, how can he participate in the Star Tower contest? Shamrock Enterprises expanded their business to the Neoverse a long time ago. He should be considered a member of the Neoverse. There's such a thing? More than an hour later, a huge warship sailed over from the cosmic sea. It carried an ancient aura with it, and there was a symbol engraved on the outside of the warship. Someone recognized it and exclaimed, "The Longevity Legion?" There were 4 great battle groups in Universe Ocean, and they were all extremely powerful. 10 arbiters were he was from one of the great battle groups, the Zwa team. This time, the battle group that appeared before them was one of the 4 great battle groups, the Longevity Great Battle Group. It was also the battle group that Zijun had participated in the competition of the strongest. When the Longevity Battle Group's warship reached the shore, a young-looking young man jumped off the ship and walked to the front of the crowd. Please, please, everyone, take the warship and go to Sinew Universe. Everyone felt strange. Stuttering? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, the man became nervous, and his face turned red. I am from the immortal, battle group. I'll take part in the fight with everyone. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's go. Tai Yuanjun was dissatisfied. He jumped onto the warship, and the others followed. They had already been informed that the Longevity Battle Group would lead them through the cosmic sea to the Neoverse. The stuttering man's face turned red, and he returned to the warship to look at everyone. Then, may I ask, who is Luin? Everyone looked at him strangely. Xiatian was puzzled. Why are you looking for Luin? The man gulped. Master said that if I follow Luin, I'll have meat to eat. Everyone was speechless. Tai Yuanjun frowned. There's no Luin. That guy doesn't have the qualifications to go to the Neoverse and fight for the Star Tower. Let's set sail. The stuttering man's mouth fell open. Then what should we do? Who should I follow? You know Luin? Lanzi asked. The stuttering man shook his head. No one bothered with him anymore. Starsabil looked at the stuttering man, and her eyes flickered as if she was calculating something. Soon, the warship set sail and headed towards the Neoverse. It carried the expectations of countless people in the Innerverse and Outerverse, as well as the ambition to fight for the Star Tower. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, Night King Dijiang gloomily stared at the ancestral ground stone tablet. There had originally been 3 inheritance stones surrounding the stone tablet, 1 in Lu Yin's hands and 2 here. However, after the previous battle, only 1 stone remained, as the other had disappeared. An old man walked out from behind Night King Dijiang, one of the elders who had been guarding the stone tablet. Patriarch, we've searched the entire ancestral grounds, but we didn't find anything. Night King Dijiang clenched his fists. Those androids definitely couldn't have taken the inheritance stones. Who could it be? The elder hesitated. Night King Dijiang looked at him. Elder, do you have any clues? The elder nodded. Patriarch, do you remember when the inheritance stones disappeared for the first time more than 10 years ago? Night King Dijiang's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about Night King Qingyu? The elder replied, I'm not sure. It's possible that Night King Qingyu wants to hide from us and take the inheritance stones. His innate gift is very mysterious, but he disappeared a few years ago. It's as if he's evaporated. Who was the last person to see him? Night King Dijiang asked. The elder did a quick check. Someone called Lu Xiaoga. At the same time, on Night King Planet, where Night King Zhenwu had been trampled to death, a man squatted down and carefully took out some soil. His lips curled up. I've got it. In the Neoverse, the soil formed countless lines that covered the heavens. Luin curiously looked outside and saw that there were indeed cultivators sitting on the soil. Although there was a lot of soil, it was not solid and did not obstruct the spacecraft's flight. The spacecraft directly crashed through the soil, and the soil that had been broken quickly recovered. It was as if there was an incomprehensible force that ensured that the soil remained connected. Don't underestimate this soil. If there's only a little of it, it'll shatter upon impact, but if there's a lot of it, it'll solidify. Even a power level in the hundreds of thousands would find it difficult to shatter it, let alone a spacecraft. The various powers of the Neoverse are all built on this soil. For example, our Long Sky Island is made up of this soil, Haizid Shenwei explained. Luin raised his hand and grabbed the fine, soft soil as he stared at it. The soil did not have any rune lines, and it looked just like ordinary soil. However, as long as he let go and allowed the soil to fly into the heavens, it would automatically fuse together and connect. This was incomprehensible. Don't think about that. Even the Hall of Honor doesn't understand. Rest for a bit, and we'll arrive in a day, Haizid Shenwei said. Luin was surprised. We'll arrive at Long Sky Island in a day? Haizid Shenwei did not answer. Luin looked at his gadget and discovered that he could not scan the surrounding star chart. The Neoverse was indeed different from the Innerverse and Outerverse. Luin rested peacefully within the spacecraft. Although his injuries seemed serious, they healed quickly with the help of pills. A day later, the spacecraft arrived outside a heavenly city. Luin looked at the city in the distance, which was built with soil as its foundation. The city's style was retro, but there were spacecraft flying about. Some of the buildings were retro, while others were technologically advanced. This is Long Sky Island? Luin was puzzled. Haizid Shenwei rolled his eyes. You think so? Then where is this? It's just a heavenly city. There are plenty of such cities in the Neoverse. Some of them can be formed by condensing soil. Luin did not ask any more questions. The spacecraft did not stop at the city space station. Instead, it flew directly above the city, where Haizid Shenwei brought Luin down. The entire city should have been restricted from flying, but it was obviously useless against Haizid Shenwei. Luin looked at the center of the city and frowned in confusion. There were no existences with particularly powerful rune lines in the entire city. Logically speaking, this was the Neoverse, and even if hunters were not everywhere, they should still be encountered frequently. However, he had not seen many along the way. There was only one possibility for this: the cultivators of the Neoverse were rather proficient in concealing their strength. Luin wanted to ask Haizid Shenwei about this, but before he could, the city split open from the center. The soil seemed to have a mind of its own as it floated upwards, forming a small piece of land that protruded from the center of the city like a giant mushroom. There were many people on the platform, and the one in the center was a middle-aged man dressed in white casual clothes who beamed at Haizid Shenwei. Haizid Shenwei landed on the platform, and the man in white hurriedly stepped forward. Wanshi City's City Lord greets Mr. Shenwei of Eversky Island. Greetings, Mr. Shenwei of Eversky Island, the people on the platform said. Below, countless people in the entire city shouted in unison, Greetings, Mr. Shenwei of Eversky Island. Luin was startled. Why so enthusiastic? Haizid Shenwei was clearly used to this, and he casually waved a hand. Alright, don't be so polite. Hey, old swindler, are those behind you the elites who want to join Eversky Island? The city lord called Old Swindler waved his hand, and 3 men and 2 women lined up behind him and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Mr. Shenwei of Eversky Island. Haizid Shenwei looked at them and praised, Not bad, your qualities are not bad. All of you are cruisers, and some are even peak cruisers. Do you want to consolidate your strength? Break through to the Hunter realm before participating in the Star Tower contest? Old Swindler was delighted. Does Mr. Shenwei agree to let these juniors represent Eversky Island in the Star Tower contest? Haizid Shenwei lazily replied, It's not up to me to decide. You'll have to ask him. He pointed at Luin. Luin was confused and looked at Haizid Shenwei. Everyone looked at Luin in confusion. Only Old Swindler smiled at Luin. Little brother, please. Haizid Shenwei calmly replied, Go and play with them. He then looked at Old Swindler. Let's make this clear. If your elites can last 1 round against this brat, then I'll agree to give him a chance. If they can't even last 1 round, then don't blame me, Old Swindler. Old Swindler solemnly replied, The contest for the Star Tower is extremely important. If they can't even last 1 round against this little brother, then don't go and embarrass Eversky Island. Haizid Shenwei nodded and gave Luin a look. He then whispered, Deal with them. If you can't do it in 1 round, then don't go to Eversky Island. Luin understood. No matter how detached Eternal Sky Island was, they still needed to make a living and resources. Their disciples would need some help when they ventured out, and they would also need some restraints. Obviously, this city was one of Eternal Sky Island's restraints. They wanted to use Eternal Sky Island to send their disciples to compete for the Star Tower. He didn't want to offend anyone as soon as he arrived in the Neoverse, but it was obvious that Haizid Shenwei wouldn't give him any leeway to bargain. Moreover, that old Qian City Lord had spoken so seriously and confidently. On the platform, the 3 men and 2 women all looked at Luin with provocative gazes. They could tell that Luin was just a cruiser, and he wasn't even a peak cruiser. How could he possibly defeat them in a single exchange? A girl walked out and looked at Luin. Brother, I'm here to learn from you. Not far away, Haizid Shenwei lazily said, Attack together. Old Qian was shocked, and he looked at Luin seriously. Mr. Shenwei was actually so confident in this person. Everyone else stared at Luin as well. Luin was very famous, but that was only limited to the Innerverse and Outerverse. Most people in the Neoverse did not care about the Innerverse or Outerverse, and most of them had not even heard of the 10 Arbiters. It was just like how the disciples of the Innerverse's great powers did not care about the Outerverse weaves. To them, the Innerverse and Outerverse were barren wastelands. How could there be any elite geniuses in such a place? If not for the Sixth Mainland's invasion, many people in the Neoverse would not have even heard of the 10 Arbiters. Even now, many people were still unaware of the existence of the Outerverse. They only knew of the Innerverse and the Cosmic Sea. Luin was basically a blank slate in the Neoverse, and very few people knew about him. The 3 men and 2 women looked at each other before finally looking at City Lord Qian. City Lord Qian nodded. Do your best. The 5 stepped forward and faced Luin directly. Brother, you can make your move now, one of the men said seriously. Luin looked at Xianxia Shenwei. Defeated them all in one round? High Sage Shenwei nodded. The 5 of them were furious. He was looking down on them too much. Lu Yin's figure flashed as he soared into the sky. Nobody saw him move, but a violent energy tore through the void and landed right in the middle of the 5. At that moment, Old Qian's expression changed. This was a power level that exceeded 250,000. The huge force turned into a strong gust of wind that sent the 5 of them flying. At the same time, it pierced through the soil platform and blasted towards the city. Old Qian City Lord immediately acted, waving his hand to disperse the force. He raised his head in shock. What a terrifying palm. Luin had held back, or else this palm would have been enough to kill all 5 of them. The 5 of them were sent flying before crashing to the ground. They were all heavily injured, but they did not faint. They all looked up at Luin in horror. What a powerful palm. Luin landed on the ground. He had taken note of the rune lines of these 5 people before making his move. The strongest emptiness palm could reach a power level of 300,000, which was enough to kill 5 people in a single strike. Even Night King Zhenwu had been heavily injured by 1 or 2 of Lu Yin's empty palms, so there was no need to mention them. The city fell silent, and everyone on the soil platform stared at Luin in disbelief. He was just too powerful. City Lord Qian ordered his men to carry the group of 5 away for treatment. He then looked at Xianxia Shenwei in shock. Mr. Shenwei, who is this little brother? Xianxia Shenwei smiled. He's an honorary disciple of Everlasting Sky Island. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll represent Everlasting Sky Island to compete for the Star Tower. Old City Master Qian sighed. This little brother is so young, yet he already has such strength. He's probably comparable to the best geniuses in the Western Kingdom. There's hope for him to fight for the Star Tower. Xianxia Shenwei said, All right, let's go. Farewell, Mr. Shenwei. Farewell, Mr. Shenwei. When he returned to his spacecraft, Luin smiled bitterly. Senior, is there a need to do this? Xianxia Shenwei solemnly replied, What do you think the Star Tower competition is? These people want to fight for the Star Tower and try their luck, but there are dangers everywhere. Without a certain level of strength, they're just courting death. Luin looked back at Astral City. Were those people weak? No, they weren't weak, or else they wouldn't have been able to maintain their consciousness after being struck by the emptiness palm. Even the top 10 of the Innerverse top 100 rankings might not have been able to maintain their consciousness after being struck by that palm. These people were definitely not weak, but they still weren't qualified to compete for the Star Tower. Don't think too much. Rest well. There are still a few more places to go, Xianxia Shenwei said lazily. Luin nodded. He believed that Xianxia Shenwei was a man of his word. If he couldn't defeat his opponents in one round, then he might really lose his chance at Everlasting Sky Island. This was a rare opportunity to compete for the Star Tower, and he wouldn't give it up. As for the opponents that Xianxia Shenwei had arranged, they could only pray for their own good fortune. There were less than 3 months until the Star Tower opened, and Luin was anxious to get to Everlasting Sky Island. However, Xianxia Shenwei was in no hurry at all. First, he took Luin to beat down the elites recommended by several astral cities, and then they went to a brothel. Yes, a brothel. When Luin saw a brightly lit courtyard floating in space, he was stunned. Was this the so-called flying brothel? Originally, he thought that the so-called brothel might be a starry city, but he didn't expect that it was really a pavilion. It had an antique style and was brightly lit. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the laughter and indulgence of life there. Xianxia laughed. "Kid, have fun. My treat." He then tore through the void and left. However, he suddenly paused and stared at Luin with a sinister gaze. "Don't tell anyone, or I'll make sure you suffer the consequences. Do you hear me?" "Not anyone." Luin blinked. "All right, I won't tell anyone." Xianxia was satisfied. "You know what's good for you. Go and have fun." He then left. Luin was speechless as he sat in the spacecraft. The monkey's voice rang out in his mind. "Seventh bro, this senior is different from others. He's very similar to that pirate king of yours." Luin felt that the monkey's words were very similar. Didn't pirates like places like this? Right, Xianxia was Lu Yin's senior. Could it be that Xianxia had learned all his bad habits from him? The more Luin thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. At that moment, the spacecraft approached the brothel, and someone specially parked it for Luin. 100 people lined up outside the space station and waited respectfully. When Luin walked out, everyone bowed respectfully. Luin looked at the spacecraft and guessed that it was because of this. This was a cosmic-grade aurora, and there weren't many of them in the entire universe. Anyone who could ride such a spacecraft would be a big customer of the brothel. "Little brother, you don't look familiar. This must be your first time here. How should I address you?" Not too far away, a quiet girl with a gentle temperament walked over with a smile. Her body exuded an intoxicating fragrance, and her eyes were pure. She was completely different from the brothel. Luin replied, "Call me seventh bro." The girl's eyes flashed, and she bowed. "I'm Xianxia of the West Kingdom's brothel." "Greetings, seventh bro." With Xianxia leading the way, Luin entered the brothel that he had heard about for a long time. Although the brothel was a pavilion, it wasn't small and was about the size of a mountain. To a space-exploring cultivator, this place could be destroyed with a single slap. However, Xianxia smiled when Luin asked, "Seventh bro, have you tried to circulate star energy in this place?" Lu Yin's expression changed, and he tried, only to find that he couldn't circulate the star energy in his body. "Seventh bro, I can't see outside," the monkey shouted. Luin looked at Xianxia in shock. "What's this?" "A sourcebox array." Xianxia smiled. Luin was shocked. A brothel actually had a sourcebox array? This was ridiculous, but it was the truth. If it wasn't for a sourcebox array, how could it seal the star energy in his body? Anyone who enters a brothel will be responsible for their personal safety, and no violence is allowed. Of course, some cultivators have powerful physical bodies, but the materials used in our brothel are extremely rare and difficult to destroy. That's why there are only 6 brothels in the Neoverse, Xianxia explained with a smile as she led the way. Along the way, people would occasionally look at Luin curiously, as it was not easy to be led by Xianxia. Luin tested the wall out of curiosity and casually pinched it, but it was difficult to destroy. He couldn't help but exert more force, and a crack appeared on the wall. Xianxia was shocked, and she quickly tried to stop him. "Mr. Seventh bro, please have mercy." Luin stopped. "Sorry." Xianxia smiled. "It's fine. The wall will automatically repair itself, but Mr. Seventh bro's physical strength is astonishing." Was he surprised? Speaking of which, Luin was surprised. Luin was even more surprised, as he had used 170 stacks just to destroy the wall. This meant that the brothel's materials could withstand an attack with a power level of 300,000 and could even automatically repair itself. He had cultivated for many years, but he had never seen such a material before. On one hand, it restricted star energy, and on the other, it strengthened the building. It was no wonder why the brothel had been able to survive in the Neoverse. The brothel was very lively, and there were people everywhere. However, it was different from what Luin had imagined. This place was purely for entertainment, not sex. Rather than a brothel, it was more like a place for cultural exchange. However, there were so many beauties that he was dazzled. After sending Xianxia away, Luin wandered around the brothel by himself. He didn't know where Xianxia had gone, but he had probably gone to find his old flame. The women here did not take the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luin strolled around, and all he saw were beauties. At most, they would smile when they met his eyes, and there was none of the prostitutes that he had imagined. There were courtyards, pavilions, fake mountains, waterfalls, and the brothel's environment was beautiful. Luin sat down in a pavilion beneath the waterfall and prepared to wait for Xianxia. At that moment, the sound of a zither could be heard. The music was peaceful and intoxicating. Luin was shocked. This music had rune lines, which reminded him of the Luotians' dance. The zither music only lasted for a moment before disappearing. After a while, Luin heard light footsteps. He turned around and was stunned by what he saw. An absolute beauty had appeared behind him. She wore light makeup and had a shy expression. She wore a pink gauze dress that looked like a blooming rose, and she held a zither in her hands. When Luin looked back, she bowed gracefully. "I am Yair, a flower from the Western Realms brothel." "Greetings, Lu Ju." Luin was surprised. "You know me?" Yair smiled, and her eyes lit up. "Lu Ju, your name is renowned throughout the innerverse and outerverse." "Of course I know you." Luin smiled. Lu Ju had been called Lu Ju ever since he had defeated Knight King Jinwu. He had replaced Knight King Jinwu as one of the 10 arbiters, and people called him Lu Ju. "Please sit," Luin said politely. Yair sat across from Luin and placed her zither on the stone table. "I never thought that Lu Ju would come to such a small brothel. Your presence brings light to the Western Realms brothel." "I'm just here to accompany someone else," Luin said. Yair smiled. "Looks like Lu Ju's friend is a benefactor." Luin smiled, but he did not say anything. He already knew that brothels sold their skills, not their bodies. They were more like a group of women who were placed here for blind dates. Haizid Shenwei's visit was not what Luin had expected, and he was certainly not a benefactor. "Is there something bothering you, Lu Ju? Yair is willing to play a song for you." Luin looked at her. "Do you need money?" Yair giggled. Lu Ju really knows how to joke. The monkey was speechless. Seventh bro really isn't joking. Yair raised a hand and plucked the strings. A cool breeze for Lu Ju. As the strings danced, a beautiful melody slowly filled the air. It was the same song that Luin had just heard, and it calmed his heart. Some people in the distance were attracted by the music, and they were shocked when they saw Yair. "It's actually Huafu from the Western Realm." "Who is that guy?" Not only did he have Huan Yang lead the way, but Huafu also personally entertained him. "He must be a disciple from a large power. The Star Tower competition is about to begin, and some of the hidden geniuses have revealed themselves. I heard that someone will join Eternal Sky Island and compete for the Star Tower as an in-name disciple. Could that person be from there?" "It's very possible. This place is very close to Eternal Sky Island." Luin was speechless when he heard these people speak. It seemed like the Neoverse wasn't that big. The song ended, and Luin clapped. "Nice one." Yair smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, Lu Ju." "Actually, I should be thanking you." Luin was puzzled. Yair smiled. "I just returned to the brothel in the Western Realm. Before that, I went to Night King Planet." Luin raised his brows. "When?" "It was when Lu Ju fought Arbiter Jinwu," Yair said. Luin nodded. It was no wonder why this woman had recognized him, she had been on Night King Planet as well. Lu Ju's strength is amazing. I believe that even in this new universe, there are not many who are Lu Ju's match. Is Lu Ju representing Long Sky Island to compete for the Star Tower?" Yair asked. Luin nodded, there was nothing to hide. Yair sighed in admiration. The Innerverse and Outerverse both believed that Lu Ju was not fated to compete for the Star Tower, but who would have thought that he had already arrived in the Neoverse? Yair would like to congratulate Lu Ju in advance on becoming one of the 5 astral children. Luin waved his hand, embarrassed. "You have that much confidence in me?" Yair smiled. "Of course. Anyone who watched that battle would have confidence in Lu Ju." Speaking of which, Luin suddenly recalled that when he had fought against Knight King Jinwu, he had revealed all of his trump cards, and he had even used the planned secret art. However, he did not know if anyone had seen through it. If news of this battle spread to the Neoverse, then those people from the Neoverse would definitely be prepared for it. That would not do. Fortunately, the Neoverse did not care about the Innerverse or Outerverse. Luin muttered to himself. Yair suddenly asked, "Is Luju interested in me?" Luin casually nodded. "Of course. You're so pretty." "Then, is it okay for me to marry Luju?" Yair whispered bashfully. Luin was about to nod when he suddenly realized something. "What did you say?" "Say it again?" Yair bashfully replied, "Yair, is it okay for me to marry Luju?" Luin was stunned. "Why? That's not good." "Seventh bro, you have a wife." The monkey laughed strangely. Luin immediately blocked the monkey. Yair was dejected, and she whispered, "Is Luju looking down on me?" "That's right. Yair is just a flower, and there's still Huayin and that supreme courtesan. Yair really isn't good enough for Luju." Luin pursed his lips. "I don't know about that at all. But why did you suddenly say that you want to marry me?" Yair's eyes lit up as she looked at Luin. "Luju, you should understand the brothels. The girls here only sell their skills, not their bodies. In the end, they either die of old age or get married. Although I'm not a courtesan, I'm still a flower, and it's extremely difficult for me to get married. If Luju is willing to marry me, the brothels will definitely not reject you." Yair also admires Luju. Luin was stunned, but he didn't reply. Yair's eyes dimmed, and she stood up and bowed to Luin. Yair was rude and disturbed Luju. "Please do as you wish." Luin didn't know what to think as he watched Yair leave. Such a beautiful woman had suddenly wanted to marry him, and it was impossible for him not to be moved. However, he thought of Ming Yen. Once the competition for the Star Tower ended, he would bring Ming Yen to the Great Yu Empire. It was time to give her an explanation. With his current status, he would be able to protect her. Nobody disturbed Luin for the rest of the day. Luin was rather anxious, as he was afraid of wasting time. After all, he still needed to join Eternal Sky Island and then head to the assembly. Time was tight. Another 2 days passed before Luin finally saw Haizid Shenwei. Haizid Shenwei didn't say much to Luin and simply brought him to his spacecraft. He then activated it and headed south. "I heard that Huafu Yair wants to marry you," Haizid Shenwei asked as he lazily lay down in the hot spring. Luin replied, "It should be just a test." Haizid Shenwei let out a comfortable breath. "It's not a test. The women of the brothel have marriage alliances with various parties, and they even have people in the 7 courts. With your status, they're letting you off easy by marrying Huafu." Luin was surprised. Marriage alliances with various parties? This brothel's influence is huge. "Of course," Haizid Shenwei replied. "Who's the boss?" Luin asked. Haizid Shenwei didn't answer. With the speed of a cosmic great aurora, they could cross a great distance in an instant. Not long after, Luin saw that the sky had brightened. The universe was always dark, but the sky was clear and white in the distance. "We've arrived at Eternal Sky Island," Haizid Shenwei said lazily as he walked out of the hot spring. Luin looked into the distance. Was that Eternal Sky Island? In the starry sky, the soil from all directions was connected to the long sky island like chains. Eternal Sky Island really was an island made of land, but it existed in outer space. The surrounding space had been changed, and the darkness had been dispelled. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he took a closer look. He was shocked, but there were no rune lines. He couldn't even see a single rune line. The white space around Eternal Sky Island was clearly man-made, but he couldn't see any rune lines at all. How had this been done? The spacecraft flew towards Eternal Sky Island, and Luin soon arrived in outer space. The moment he entered Eternal Sky Island, everything around him changed. It was as if he had arrived in another space, one that was filled with peace. Haizid Shenwei casually tossed his spacecraft onto the ground, grabbed Luin, and took off. "Kid, remember the rules. Don't casually tear through the void in the Neoverse, or you'll get into trouble." Luin nodded. "I understand, Senior." Although Eternal Sky Island was huge, he didn't see a single person. Luin was brought to a cliff by Haizid Shenwei. Once you cross this bridge, you'll become an unnamed disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Go. Luin was curious. Cross the bridge? Haizid Shenwei explained, it's called the Long Bridge, and it's something unique to Eternal Sky Island. It allows you to see the power that you've used in the past from a third person's point of view, and it can help you gather and fuse as much as possible. Luin was surprised. There's such a bridge? It's something left behind from ancient times, so don't ask any more questions. Go. Countless people in the universe have racked their brains to cross this bridge, and you're lucky. She then gave Luin a push, and Luin stepped onto the bridge. The bridge looked very ordinary, and it was just a suspension bridge with bottomless cliffs on both sides. There was also a fog that obscured one's vision. Luin walked forward step by step, and soon, he couldn't see Haizid Shenwei anymore. The fog blocked his vision. Luin released his domain, and the fog churned before transforming into a towering tree right in front of his shocked eyes. This was Lu Yin's force field, and it had been imitated by the fog to perfection. He stared at the tree that had been transformed from the fog. He stared at it for a while before continuing to walk forward. The tree dissipated, and a wisp of fog floated in front of his eyes. Then, it changed again, turning into runes. At the same time, a pair of eyes opened in the depths of Eternal Sky Island, and they traversed through space to see Luin on the bridge. The rune progenitor's inheritance? Isn't that something from the home of the gods? Shenwei, come here. Outside the bridge, Haizid Shenwei's expression changed, and his body vanished before reappearing in the depths of the island with a smile on his face. Master, you're awake. I've missed you so much. You didn't know, Master. Then. Alright, cut the crap. Who's that child? Haizid Shenwei gulped. He's a junior that Junior Ren valued, but he was schemed against and unable to compete for the Star Tower. As his senior, I couldn't stand it any longer. Someone from Eternal Sky Island actually fell for such a scheme, and it's preposterous. Others didn't want him to compete for the Star Tower, but I insisted on letting him try. Ren Jr.? His son? Master is wise, isn't that so? If it's not you, then why are you calling him wise? What's his relationship with those lunatics from the home of the gods? It doesn't matter, but he knows a bit about the home of the gods. Humph. Home of the gods? That's the symbol ancestors method. Yes, yes, yes. Master is right. Then, Haizid Shenwei sneakily glanced at him and asked, Master, is this child all right? Let's wait and see. Master is right. Atop the bridge, Luin watched as the mist transformed into runes, and he was stunned. It could even discover the true scripture of Ian derivation. What a mysterious mist. It reminded him of the Daosor Sect's beginning Enlightenment platform, which had also contained mist. He continued forward, and the runes formed from the mist dissipated. Strands of mist floated past him and coiled around his fingertips. The mist transformed into a sky-beast claw that caused an ancient beast to roar. In the depths of Everlasting Island. Huh? Isn't this that battle skill? Master, what did you say? Nothing. The fog swirled around his fingertips before spreading to his palms, forming a Sirius palm high in the sky with 99 stars. Deep within Everlasting Island. Sirius palm? This child is from the Sirius sect? Haizid Shenwei was confused. What Sirius palm? Master, have you seen Sirius palm? Interesting, very interesting. The symbol progenitor's inheritance, Sirius's inheritance, and he even knows some ancestral battle techniques. This child is very interesting. On top of the bridge, the cosmic palm was transformed by the fog, but it was immediately dispersed. A powerful force whizzed past. This was the emptiness palm, the strongest attack that Luin could unleash with his physical strength. His emptiness palm was also entwined with 9-lined battle force. The moment the emptiness palm ended, the fog turned black. This was Nightfall, a spiritual force attack. Luin looked up, as this was the first time he had seen his own battle technique from this angle. He had to admit that it was very powerful. The fog continued to spread, wrapping around each of his fingers until it finally wrapped around his index finger, transforming into the dream finger that froze the void. Deep within Everlasting Island. What's this? Master, what's wrong? Shut up. The moment the dream finger appeared, the fog transformed into two suns that pushed through the void before exploding. His master was not surprised by the two suns, as they were just two suns. If Luin had not personally used them and did not have Cauldron Chi, then they would have been ordinary star energy attacks. At this moment, his master was most concerned about the dream finger. That spirituality that froze the void is definitely not simple. It also contains a trace of the Ku family's fingers in. Is this child related to the Ku family as well? High Sage Shenwei was already at a loss. Shenwei, what is this child's identity? High Sage Shenwei's expression changed, as his master's tone seemed off. He gulped. Master, he's junior brother Leon's subordinate. I didn't know. Is that so? This child seems to have some connection with the home of the gods, the Sirius sect, the Ku family, and even the astral beast domain. High Sage Shenwei was furious. Really? I didn't know. By the way, you said that the child was schemed against. Who schemed against him? It's the Day-Night clan, but that brat took care of it himself. He unified the Outerverse, and he borrowed the strength of junior apprentice brother Leon's armada to almost overturn the Day-Night flow zone. He even killed the Day-Night clan's descendant who could receive the Star Tower's inheritance. Xianxia Shenwei told his master everything he knew about Luin, but he still felt that this was not enough. He hurriedly opened his gadget and searched for the recording of Lu Yin's battle with Night King Jinwu. Interesting. This kid isn't Ryan's son? Absolutely not. High Sage Shenwei immediately guaranteed. What a pity. Master, what do you mean? Nothing much. TSK, how interesting. The U secret art. If I'm not mistaken, there's also the planned secret art. Did you just say that it's a method from the Hall of Honor? Hee, this child's background is quite complicated. High Sage Shenwei didn't dare to speak. Now, with Everlasting Sky Island, it's even more interesting. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia Shenwei's heart trembled. Every time his master smiled like this, nothing good would come out of it. He was definitely going to torture someone. He looked in the direction of the bridge with sympathy. Was it this brat? Or was it himself? On the bridge, Luin felt an inexplicable chill. He looked around as if he had seen a ghost, but there was no one around. He slowly walked towards the end of the bridge. The fog in the sky continued to churn, occasionally transforming into palm imprints, rune lines, and even claw imprints. Luin felt that the fog was quite tangled up. Seventh bro, you know too many things. I can't handle them all, the monkey laughed strangely. Luin felt the same way. While others focused on their cultivation, he seemed to know everything. Actually, he couldn't be blamed, as he hadn't specifically cultivated his domain. He had improved it all on his own, and it was the same for his physical strength, spiritual force, and spirit. Even he found it strange. The faster Luin walked, the faster the fog churned. When Luin slowed down, the fog also calmed down. Luin felt strange. Did he really have to combine all his battle techniques before he reached the end of the bridge? That was making things difficult for him. After thinking about it, Luin decided not to walk any further. He decided to just wait here. Haste makes waste. 2 days quickly passed. The fog was still churning, and Luin tested it out. The faster he walked, the faster the fog churned. He waited for another 2 days. On this day, the fog in the sky suddenly stilled, and then a finger appeared. 9-lined battle force revolved around the tip of the finger, and the tree formed by the force field suddenly shrank, wrapping around the black fog and condensing it at the tip of the finger. The finger trembled as the overlaying stacks caused the surrounding rune lines to continuously disappear. The finger pierced through the void, and the fog dissipated. The bridge opened up, and Luin saw the other end of the cliff. Luin stood in place without moving. Had he just combined all of his battle techniques? He had used his domain to compress his spiritual force and fuse it into his finger. The true scripture of Aeon evolution had weakened the rune lines, and the overlaying stacks had been used to unleash the power of the Fingers N. The fog had actually fused together for him. Luin stood in place and raised a hand to imprint his 9-lined battle force onto it. Night's Advent was released, and his domain shrank to its limit. However, he discovered that it couldn't be retracted, as it was very difficult to compress his spiritual force. Luin panted heavily and looked at his fingertip. It wasn't that easy. However, since the fog had successfully fused, it proved that it could be done. He muttered to himself, did he need time to cultivate? Time was the one thing he was least afraid of. After walking past the bridge, Luin turned back to look. There was actually such a mystical place. In front of him, a short figure walked over. It was a little girl dressed in a long black dress, and she looked to be about 15 years old. Her expression was solemn, and she looked like a little adult. You're the unnamed disciple that Senior Xianxia brought here? Luin nodded. The little girl calmly looked at Luin. I'm Blackie, your senior sister. Senior sister? Luin was puzzled. Blackie turned around. Come with me. I'll take you to see Master. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Master of Everlasting Island was a legendary figure who had single-handedly established the island, and even the Hall of Honor was wary of him. Luin guessed that the Master had most likely reached the level of a heavenly imprint. After all, Hizid Xianxia's power level had reached over 900,000, and the senior that he spoke of wasn't even afraid of the Third Night King. That meant that the Master of Everlasting Island had definitely reached the level of a heavenly imprint. Even in the Sixth Mainland, there were only a few heavenly imprints. Without a progenitor in the Fifth Mainland, the Master of Everlasting Island should be one of the strongest. As he followed Blackie deeper into Everlasting Island, Lu Yin's gaze suddenly froze, and he looked to his right. There, a white shadow flashed past. He stared at it closely and saw strands of rune lines. It had been so fast that even he couldn't see it clearly. Did you see it? Blackie stopped and turned around to ask. Luin was puzzled. That white shadow? Blackie nodded. Many people challenge Master every year, and some of them die on Everlasting Island. That white shadow was one of them. Luin blinked. You mean? A ghost? Blackie sternly asked, are you afraid? Luin pursed his lips. It's all right. Blackie seriously replied, don't be afraid. They usually don't come out. You're a stranger, and they're just greeting you. Seventh bro, are there ghosts here? The monkey shrieked. He was terrified. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Where would ghosts come from? Even if a person died, their remaining strength should be spiritual force. However, it seemed that spiritual force could also be called ghosts. He carefully looked around. For some reason, a strange laughter sounded out that sent chills down his spine. Luin abruptly turned around and saw another white shadow flash past. This time, it was even faster, and Luin couldn't see it clearly even with his domain activated. Could it really be spiritual force? Senior Blackie, does Master know that there are ghosts here? Luin asked. Blackie's lips curled up. Master doesn't care. They're all defeated opponents, and they can even guard the door. Ghosts were used for such a purpose? This was the first time Luin had heard of such a thing. The chilling laughter sounded out again, and Luin paused. He turned around and saw a chessboard appear beneath his feet. It was the secret plan, Scattered Stars. He didn't believe that there were ghosts here. The chessboard spread out and covered the ground and sky. Flowers, grass, trees, and even Blackie could be used as a piece, and so could that white shadow. Luin saw the chessboard clearly. What was this ghost? It was a little girl. Wait, this girl? He swallowed his saliva and took a closer look. He then looked at Blackie. The two looked exactly the same. Either there were ghosts here, or they were twins. The chessboard beneath Lu Yin's feet disappeared in an instant. Blackie hadn't noticed at all, and the white shadow hadn't noticed either. It laughed strangely and left. Blackie had a crafty look in her eyes. Don't be afraid. There aren't many of them, just a few dozen. They won't hurt anyone, so it'll be fine once you get used to them. Luine quickly walked over to Blackie and sighed. I'm really sorry, Senior Blackie. Blackie was confused. Sorry? Why? Luine hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, I've hidden something from Senior Shenwei. It's something huge. Blackie's eyes lit up, and she was filled with curiosity. What is it? Luine sighed again, as if he didn't want to talk about it. Blackie grew anxious. Hurry up and tell me, what is it? Luine gritted his teeth. I didn't think that there would be ghosts on Everlasting Island. Since that's the case, I can't hide it anymore. Actually. He looked at Blackie seriously, and Blackie looked back at him seriously. The two stared at each other for a moment before Lu Yin's face suddenly changed. It became sinister and terrifying, and his face turned red. He roared, I'm a ghost. Ah! Blackie screamed in horror. A similar scream came from not too far away, it was from the white shadow. Luine laughed. Blackie took a few steps back and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as he looked at Luine in horror. Luine laughed for a while before looking into the distance. Come out, twins, right? You scared me. In the distance, the white shadow looked up and glared angrily at Luine. She had an exquisite face that was identical to Blackie's, and she gritted her teeth. You're too much. You scared me. Luine curled his lips. You were the ones who scared me first. Blackie recovered with great difficulty and glared at Luine as it ground its teeth. Luine looked at Little Black and then at the girl in white in the distance. He asked, You can't be called Xiaobai, right? The girl was stunned. You know me? Luine was speechless. She really was Xiaobai. Little Black and Xiaobai were the same color as their clothes, so they were easy to distinguish. All right, that's enough. Let's go. Take me to Master, Luine said. Little Black snorted and turned away, ignoring him. Xiaobai also snorted and ignored him. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Actually, what I said was true. Little Bai and Little Black slowly turned to look at Luine, fear appearing in the depths of their eyes once more. It's true, there's no ghost. Luine laughed. The two girls continued to grind their teeth in anger. Little Black, beat him up. Xiaobai ordered angrily. Little Black stood up and stared coldly at Luine. His figure flashed and Xiaobai disappeared as well. Luine was shocked. What speed? Even he could not see it clearly. Rune lines flashed in front of him, and they were no slower than the empty palm. During his battle with Lan Si, Luine had tried his best to dodge the empty palm, but now, he had changed. Whether it was in terms of speed or power, he was different from before. When faced with Little Bai's speed, Luine casually struck out with a palm that shook the void. Little Bai and Little Black had been about to hit Luine, but they were startled by the sudden attack and did not dare to move forward. Luine laughed. Your speed is rare. To be honest, I haven't met anyone in the same generation as you. It's a pity that you can't hit me. Little Bai and Little Black were furious, and they looked at each other before raising their hands and clenching their fists. Star energy erupted from their palms, forming a revolving black and white diagram between them that they threw at Luine. Black and white pair. Luine stared at the diagram, feeling a trace of apprehension. The number of rune lines contained within it was comparable to an attack from the 10 arbiters. The two girls were clearly just cruisers, but they were able to unleash such an attack when working together. In the Innerverse, even Xia Tian, who was at the top of the top 100 rankings, might not be able to withstand this attack without suffering any damage. Luine dodged to the side, his eyes fixed on the black and white circle. He had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The black and white circular pattern rotated in the sky as countless amounts of star energy gathered and fused with it. The number of rune lines within the pattern gradually expanded. Luine was shocked. It can increase its power on its own? Xiaobai was pleased. Don't underestimate us. The power of the black and white combination is limitless. Big guy, you're definitely going to lose. This was the first time that someone had called him a big guy, and it was rather refreshing. He was curious to see how much power the black and white combination could increase by itself. It was impossible for it to be limitless. The black and white sword continued to absorb star energy, and before long, the number of rune lines within it had reached the same level as Xianxia's 150 stacks. However, this wasn't the end, and it was still increasing in power. Lu Yin's interest was piqued, and he kept dodging. The void distorted as the black and white combination's power surpassed that of an enlighter's, and it continued to climb. Soon, it reached a power level of 250,000. Even with the stability of the Neoverse void, it could still be torn apart. However, this was Everlasting Island, and a power level of 250,000 was not enough to tear through the void. After a while, the black and white combination's power reached the same level as Xianxia's empty palm. This was the attack that had severely injured Lu Yin in the past, and it was definitely powerful. Even the other 10 arbiters would not feel good if they were hit by this attack. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Bai and Xiao He, and he noticed that their faces were somewhat pale. Can't control it anymore? Xiao Bai and Xiao He snorted, but they stubbornly controlled the black and white combination. Lu Yin shook his head as the black and white circular pattern slashed towards him. He raised his hand and activated his 9-lined battle force to meet it head-on. The void distorted as a sharp gale swept through the area. Xiao Bai and Xiao He were forced back several steps before falling to the ground. In the distance, the black and white circular pattern had been crushed by Lu Yin. He was different from when he had fought Xianxia, and he was improving rapidly. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other before simultaneously looking at Lu Yin. Freak. Lu Yin's lips twitched. I haven't even said anything about you two. How old are you to be able to display such strength? That battle technique from before was very powerful. Xiao Bai was pleased. Of course. That's a black and white combination that only we can use. Others won't be able to learn it even if they spend their entire lives learning it. Xiao He stood up and calmly said, Don't be arrogant, Xiao Bai. Did you forget what Master said? You must be humble. Xiao Bai nodded and stared at Lu Yin with a pleased expression. Lu Yin laughed. You've beaten me up and scared me. Shouldn't you bring me to see Master now? No, you can go by yourself, Xiao Bai said proudly. Xiao He raised a hand and pointed at the fault of the tallest mountain in the distance. Master is at the bottom of the fault. You can go by yourself. Lu Yin frowned. Really? Xiao He was indifferent. I don't like lying. Lu Yin was speechless. Who was the one who had lied to him about ghosts? Regardless of whether Xiao He was telling the truth or not, Lu Yin still had to go. This was Eternal Sky Island, and he could not attack 2 little girls. Besides, his every move would be watched by Haizid Shenwei. I'll be leaving first. See you later. Lu Yin smiled and waved before quickly walking off into the distance. Xiao Bai was fuming. That person is too hateful. He scared me to death. Xiao He was helpless. It's your fault for being discovered. Xiao Bai was puzzled. That shouldn't be. With my speed, no one should be able to discover me. Xiao He replied, he even crushed the black and white combination. Our speed is useless against him. I wonder where Senior Shenwei found such a freak. We'll definitely teach him a lesson in the future. Xiao Bai was unwilling to give up, and a crafty glint appeared in her eyes. Xiao He nodded and seriously considered how to deal with Lu Yin. Eternal Sky Island was not large, but it also depended on where it was compared to. If one could not fly or tear through the void, then Eternal Sky Island was considered large. It took Lu Yin half a day to reach the highest point of the cliff, where Haizid Shenwei was already waiting for him. Face the cliff and thank Master for allowing you to compete for the Star Tower on behalf of Eternal Sky Island, Shenwei said solemnly. Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. Junior Lu Yin thanks Senior. Shenwei looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Lu Yin, Master will give you 2 choices. The first is to become an honorary disciple of Eternal Sky Island, and you will not be under Master's tutelage. You can leave at any time. The second is to join Eternal Sky Island, and from then on, my Master will be your master. You will be the 4th official disciple of Eternal Sky Island. Choose one. Lu Yin replied, I already have a master. Xianxia Shenwei continued, that's why your master gave you a choice. Some people don't care if you have a master or not. You can have more than one master, but that's not the case in Everlasting Sky Island. If you want to join Everlasting Sky Island, you must sever all ties with your previous master. Luwine did not hesitate and bowed deeply towards the cliff. Junior Luwine is not talented, but Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. I cannot forsake it. Shenwei's eyes flashed. Think carefully. I can clearly tell you that Eternal Sky Island's Elysian Heavenly Master is one of the top powerhouses of the Fifth Mainland, and he is someone who truly stands at the peak. He has lived for countless years and has only taken in 3 disciples. You are one of the rare geniuses that catches his eye, so I will give you a chance to choose again. Luwine bowed again. Junior thanks Master for his praise. I will never forget Master's kindness to me, and I cannot forsake it. Shenwei sighed. I thought you were smart, but it's a pity that you missed out on the greatest opportunity. He knew that the Elysian Heavenly Master of Everlasting Sky Island was definitely extraordinary, but Mr. Mu had shown him too much kindness. Without Mr. Mu, he would have died countless times over. Even if he was a progenitor, he would not have betrayed Mr. Mu, let alone the fact that the Elysian Heavenly Master was one of the strongest powerhouses in the world. Mr. Mu might not be any weaker than the Elysian Heavenly Master. Actually, I didn't think that Master would take a liking to you before coming here. After all, Master has been away from worldly affairs for many years and has no intention of taking in disciples. I didn't think that you would reject him. What a pity, Shenwei sighed. Luwine was curious. Aren't Little Black and Xiaobai disciples? They're just honorary disciples like you. Long Sky Island has many honorary disciples. Apart from junior apprentice brother Ryan, none of them caught Master's attention. It's the same for Little Black and Little White. They'll leave Long Sky Island one day, said Xianxia Shenwei. Luwine nodded and did not say anything else. His goal was to participate in the Star Tower contest, and in-name disciples were enough. Right, Senior. You can call me Senior Brother. In-name disciples are still disciples, Shenwei said casually. Luwine nodded. Senior Brother Shenwei, you said that Eternal Sky Island would send 2 disciples to participate in the Star Tower contest. I would like to meet them. Shenwei's expression turned strange, and he coughed. Well, haven't you met them already? Luwine was confused. Met them? Hold on, his expression changed. It can't be Little Black and Xiaobai, right? High Sage Shenwei coughed again. Wait here. Master has something to discuss with me. He then disappeared. Luwine was speechless, it really was Little White and Xiaobai. No wonder Shenwei had such a strange expression on the spacecraft, he had been waiting for Luwine. Little Black and Little White were clearly underage girls, and one look was enough to tell that they didn't know their place. Who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Rather than fighting for the Star Tower with them, it would be better for Luwine to go alone. No, wait. Luwine suddenly thought of a possibility. Since Haizid Shenwei had brought him to Everlasting Island, could it be that he wanted to capture a babysitter so that he could protect these 2 girls while they fought for the Star Tower? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Luwine felt like he had fallen into a trap, the 2 girls could cause trouble for no reason at all. He felt like the bright path ahead of him had suddenly turned dark. At the same time, Shenwei arrived at the depths of Eternal Sky Island. Master, what do you think of this child? Haha, although I don't know who his master is, he can't be simple to nurture such a disciple. Forget it, let him be an in-name disciple. Yes, Master. By the way, doesn't the Sirius sect owe us a lot of spots to exchange disciples? Shenwei's eyes lit up. Yes, the Sirius sect has always sent disciples to take the Long Bridge in exchange for allowing our disciples to cultivate in the Sirius sect. It's a pity that Master hasn't been able to find a suitable disciple. Those people are too weak. Going to the Sirius sect is a disgrace to Eternal Sky Island. Little Black and Xiaobai aren't bad, but their temperaments need to be improved. They'll just be playing around there. Let's just let this child go. Xianxia Shenwei hesitated. But Master, the Star Tower contest will begin in about 2 months. It's fine. The Sirius sect owes us a lot of spots, so give him one to play. Otherwise, Little Black and Little Bai will cause a ruckus. Let him go and show the Sirius sect that Everlasting Island is not without talent. Then, should Little Black and Little Bai go as well? They don't need to go. Yes. At the bottom of the cliff, Luin was shocked. To the Sirius sect? Xianxia nodded. Sirius sect and Everlasting Island have always had good relations, and we've always had a quota for exchange of disciples. This time, you'll represent Everlasting Island in going to the Sirius sect to cultivate. As for the treatment, you'll be an inner disciple as soon as you enter, and you'll be treated the same as any other Sirius sect disciple. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I can learn the Sirius sect's techniques? Xianxia smiled. Of course, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Once you go, you'll be a disciple of Sirius sect, and you can learn whatever you want as long as you have the ability to. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Sirius sect, Sirius technique. He had never thought that the opportunity would come so soon, and he would never forget the benefits that Sirius technique had brought him. Sirius technique had been by his side ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, and now, he finally had the chance to make a leap. Senior Xianxia, I don't have much time left in the Star Tower, and I won't be able to cultivate for long in the Sirius sect, Luin said awkwardly. Xianxia replied, just treat it as having fun. It'll be a short time, but it'll give you more means to compete for the Star Tower. Lu Yin's eyes brightened. Thank you, Senior Xianxia. At the bottom of the cliff, the Heavenly Master was puzzled. From his attitude, he obviously knows that he's cultivating the Sirius technique, but he doesn't reject going to the Sirius sect. Strange, very strange. In the western border of the new universe, there was a place where countless stars rotated and formed a huge vortex. It was lifted up by a seemingly invisible hand and pulled in a small part of the western border. At the center of the stars was the Sirius sect. The Sirius sect was one of the powerhouses of the Neoverse, and it had countless disciples. Although it was not well known in the Innerverse or Outerverse, that was not because it was not famous enough. Rather, it was because the sect had no intention of becoming famous in the Innerverse or Outerverse. To the Sirius sect, the Innerverse and Outerverse were merely barren wastelands. A middle-aged man stood in front of Sirius's main hall and respectfully reported, Elder Hai Yen, reporting to the sect master that the Xianxia of Eternal Sky Island has sent a letter saying that an unnamed disciple has come to our sect to train. His name is Luin, and he's a 7-time cycle cruiser from the Outerverse. Lu? Primeval surnames? Since when did Long Sky Island have anything to do with primeval surnames? A cruiser? Arrange a spot for an inner disciple. Before long, the middle-aged man arrived at another location. Inner Sect Elder Hai Yen, reporting to Core Elder that Everlasting Islands Exchange disciple has arrived. His name is Luin, and he's from the Outerverse. Sending disciples for an exchange at this time? What's Everlasting Island thinking? Just arrange it casually, but don't be careless. Give him the best care, and we can't lose the right to take the bridge. Elder, do we need to investigate this person's background? There's no need. He's just a cruiser, and he's probably a genius that Xianxia discovered from the Outerverse. It doesn't matter. Yes, Elder. Wait. The middle-aged man paused, turned around, and bowed respectfully. What are your orders, Elder? Send Xiao or Muziing to receive him. The middle-aged man was stunned. Send a core disciple to receive him? He's an unnamed disciple of Everlasting Island, after all. If we receive him well, we might be able to get a few more spots on the bridge in the future. Yes. Within a sealed underground space within the Sirius sect, Muziing looked up at the dark ceiling that was filled with star diagrams. They're clearly arranged according to the star diagrams in the jade disk, but why isn't it working? It looks like I'll have to enter the jade disk to take a look. The competition for the Star Tower is approaching, and if I can cultivate to the 3rd stage of the Sirius technique, then I might have a chance to compete. At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived. Inner Elder Hai Yen requests an audience with the 2nd core disciple. Muziing frowned and walked out of the underground space. The glaring sunlight illuminated the area, and he looked up before his gaze landed on the middle-aged man. So it's Elder Hai. May I know why you're looking for this disciple? The middle-aged man respectfully replied, a disciple from Everlasting Island is about to come to our sect to cultivate. The core disciple has instructed that either the 3rd core disciple, Hua Xiao, or the second core disciple, Mu Ziying, receive him? Hua Xiao isn't in the sect right now, so the second core disciple is the only one who can receive him. Mu Ziying was puzzled. Sending a disciple for an exchange at this time? What's going on? The competition for the Star Tower isn't that long away, so what can he learn? Hai Yan replied, I just received a notice from Everlasting Island's Xianxia. Mu Ziying nodded. If a disciple from Everlasting Island comes to our sect, then he'll be an inner disciple. Our Sirius sect has many inner disciples, and I don't know if this person can enter the inner disciple rankings. However, if he was sent by Everlasting Island, then he shouldn't be too bad. What's his name? Lu Yin, from the Outerverse, Hai Yan replied. Mu Ziying casually nodded. Lu Yin? Wait, Lu Yin? He looked at Hai Yan in shock. What did you just say? Hai Yan was puzzled, and he replied, his name is Lu Yin, and he's from the Outerverse. Mu Ziying had a strange expression on his face, and he was somewhat stunned. Lu Yin? Isn't he dead? Hai Yan was puzzled. You know him? Mu Ziying's eyes flashed. Inform the sect to immediately investigate what's happened in the Outerverse recently, and focus on searching for Lu Yin. Hai Yan was troubled. Since the Star Tower is about to open, the Glory Realm has already sealed off the Neoverse. It's very difficult to investigate what's happened in the Outerverse. Mu Ziying replied, let's try. This person is very famous, so we should be able to find something. Hai Yan nodded. All right. Mu Ziying watched Hai Yan leave, and he retracted his gaze. Lu Yin. Lu Yin. This person should have died at the hands of Knight King Jinwu, and he should have been labeled as a traitor of the Fifth Mainland. How could he be involved with Everlasting Island? And how could he have been sent by Everlasting Island to the Sirius sect for an exchange? Mu Ziying was puzzled. Unfortunately, it would have been better if Hua Xiao had been here, as he understood Lu Yin better than Mu Ziying. Since Everlasting Island and the Sirius sect were both in the Western Realm, they were not too far apart. With the speed of Xianxia's cosmic great aurora, they could arrive very quickly. Kid, are you looking forward to it? Xianxia glanced at Lu Yin curiously. Logically speaking, the Star Tower was about to open, and everyone should be in seclusion in order to compete for the Star Tower. However, Lu Yin did not reject the idea of going to the Sirius sect to cultivate. What could he possibly learn in a short 1 or 2 months? Lu Yin's attitude puzzled Xianxia, as he had only casually mentioned that he wanted Lu Yin to increase his abilities. His true goal was to let the Sirius sect know that Everlasting Island was not without talent. Lu Yin looked forward to it. When I was in the Astral Combat Academy, I heard from my mentor that the Sirius sect is one of the strongest sects in the human domain. I'm looking forward to it. Xianxia nodded. Although it's not the strongest power, it's not too far off from a sect. Sirius has countless disciples, and there are thousands of inner disciples. Any one of them would be outstanding in the innerverse or outerverse, especially the top 10 on the inner rankings. They can compete with the top 10 of your innerverse top 100 rankings. Although Lu Yin had already thought that the Sirius sect was very powerful, he had not expected it to be this powerful. The Innerverse Top 100 Rankings was a list that spanned the entire Innerverse and Outerverse. It was a list that had been selected from countless genius cultivators, and any one of them could challenge those of a higher realm. They were the true elites of the human domain and qualified to be invited to the banquet. As for the Sirius sect, just one sect was enough to compete with the top 100 rankings. What did it mean to have thousands of inner disciples? According to Xianxia, the Sirius sect alone was enough to suppress the experts on the Innerverse Top 100 rankings. If the true disciples were included, then their strength would be even more terrifying. The Sixth Mainland had invaded, and the weather had been suppressed. What was the Neoverse doing? Why had he not heard of so many experts joining the battle? Although the 3 true disciples had joined the battle, Lu Yin felt that the 4 ultimate deities, Qiushi, had not contributed much. In order to deal with the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, the various powers of the Innerverse had sacrificed too many people, resources, and treasures. The average strength of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators far surpassed that of the Innerverse, but if they were compared to the Neoverse, they would probably be on par. Did this mean that the Neoverse development was the same as the sixth mainlands? Were they only lacking progenitors? That made sense, as the Neoverse was the fifth mainland that had been preserved the best. This was the true core of the fifth mainland's cultivators. Half a day later, Luin saw a vortex in the distance that stirred up space. Countless stars were spiraling, forming a magnificent scene. The closer he got, the greater the shock he felt. The Sirius sect was like a giant hand that was stirring up the universe, or rather, a palm that was holding up the heavens. Luin did not dare to look at it with his rune lines, as he was afraid that he would be blinded. The true scripture of Ian Flow was very rare in the innerverse and outerverse, and he could look anywhere he wanted without fear. However, in the Neoverse, the home of the gods had long since exposed the true scripture of Ian Flow's abilities. He had not been able to see anything on Everlasting Island, and he would not be able to see anything in the Sirius sect either. He might even suffer a backlash. Luin was constantly on guard. This was the Neoverse, and some of the methods that he had used in the innerverse and outerverse would not work here. Rune lines were the most important factor. The Sirius sect was hidden at the center of countless stars. Luin looked around at the rotating stars and inexplicably thought about how much of a shock it would cause if a powerful enemy attacked the Sirius sect and the Sirius sect detonated all these stars. The Sirius palm had originally been able to cause destruction by detonating the stars. If he used the Sirius technique and had so many rotating stars, his cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds, and he would not even need to rely on the Heaven Fire Stones. Right, once he settled down in the Sirius sect, he could use the Heaven Fire Stones to complete another cycle. He could also cultivate that finger that he had seen on the bridge. Xianxia's arrival did not cause much of a stir. Luin stood on a flight of stone steps in the Sirius sect that was suspended in midair, waiting for someone to guide him. He did not know where Xianxia had gone. Soon, a figure flew over from the distance and landed on the stone steps. Long time no see, Brother Lu. I am Sirius sect's second disciple, Mu Ziying. Greetings. The person who appeared in front of Luin was Mu Ziying. Luin had only met this second disciple of the Sirius sect once, and that had been during the Cosmic Sea's attack on Starlight Island. However, he had been tricked and had rushed to the Whitefall district, so he had not spoken to this second disciple. Brother Mu, we meet again, Luin greeted politely. Mu Ziying smiled. It feels like a lifetime has passed since we parted in the Cosmic Sea. Not only did Brother Lu defeat the 10 Arbiter's Divine Fist, but you also personally killed your enemy, Knight King Jinwu, and replaced him as one of the 10 Arbiters. He had just received this news as well. The Sirius sect had obtained information from the Hall of Honor about the Neoverse being sealed. When they saw the information, both Elder Hai Yan and Mu Ziying felt as if they had been beaten silly. They looked at Lu Yan's resume and were speechless for a long time, especially Mu Ziying. Back then, he had discussed with Hua Xiao how the Neoverse elites had been suppressed by Knight King Jinwu, who had been the sole inheritor. Who would have thought that Knight King Jinwu would be gone so soon after? And the person who had killed him was Luin, who they had all thought to be dead. Mu Ziying could not understand. Knight King Jinwu had clearly vowed to kill Luin, so how had this person suddenly appeared? Not only had Luin unified the Outerverse, he had defeated the 10 Arbiters' Divine Fist, and he had almost overturned the day-night flow zone. When the 6th mainland had invaded, they had been shocked by the strength of the 6th mainland's cultivators, but they had also been shocked by the Innerverse 10 Arbiters. Mu Ziying had thought that all 10 of them were monsters, but Luin had defeated 2 of them by himself. Now, Mu Ziying truly admired Luin, and he was not being polite. He had been born in the Neoverse and had enjoyed exceptional resources, but even he had not been confident that he could defeat the Divine Fist and Arbiter Jinwu. However, Luin had done it. Luin smiled, as he had heard these words too many times. Defeating Knight King Jinwu was indeed a great achievement, and it was similar to unifying the Outerverse. It was rather difficult, and it could be said that he had a slim chance of surviving. However, he would not be complacent. Knight King Jinwu was very strong, but that did not mean that he was the strongest. He could not forget the ancestral chi of the 3 sons that Xianxia had mentioned, nor could he forget the so-called inheritor of the tree heart. He could not forget the Sirius sect's general appointment platform, nor could he forget the 4 ultimate heavenly maiden, Xiaoshi, who had exiled him, Night King Jinwu, and the others into outer space. Brother Lu, this way please. You are now an inner disciple of Sirius, and you will receive the same treatment as an inner disciple. By the way, Mu Ziying said as he took out a chip and handed it to Luin. This is the first level of the Sirius technique, and it contains the secrets of the Sirius palm. Brother Lu, you must not divulge this to anyone else. Luin accepted it solemnly, his breathing ragged. Mu Ziying smiled faintly. No matter who it was, even the Hall of Honor's Fatsi, they all coveted the Sirius gong. This was the foundation upon which the Sirius sect was founded, and its name shook the world. Luin solemnly accepted it. Thank you, Brother Mu. Mu Ziying smiled. Of course. Brother Lu, please. I'll show you around the inner court disciples' areas. After saying that, he flew up. Luin followed closely behind him. The Sirius sect included Wanxiang, and it was a vast place. Luin would not be able to visit all the areas that outer court disciples could reach in a month, let alone inner court disciples. He was not interested in these areas, and he did not intend to train here for long periods of time. What he was most interested in was becoming a true disciple, as that was the only way to obtain the second level of the Sirius technique. The first level of the Sirius technique allows you to circulate 8 stars, and the second level of the Sirius technique allows you to circulate up to 99 stars. Brother Lu, with your aptitude, you should be able to complete the first level of the Sirius technique in no time, Mu Ziying explained. Luin asked, how can I obtain the second level of the Sirius technique? When Mr. Mu had given Luin the incomplete Sirius technique manual as a gift for becoming his disciple, it was the second level of the Sirius technique that allowed him to circulate 99 stars. Mu Ziying explained, it's actually not difficult to obtain the second level of the Sirius technique. Many of the inner court disciples in Sirius have already learned it, and all they need to do is make some contributions or become a disciple of an elder. Luin understood. Brother Lu, you've just arrived at Sirius sect and are also a nominal disciple of Everlasting Island. No elder will take you in as a disciple, and you'll need time to make contributions. It's unlikely that you'll be able to obtain the second level of the Sirius technique anytime soon, but there's still plenty of time. The first level of the Sirius technique should be enough for you to train for a while, Mu Ziying smiled. Luin nodded. He wanted to obtain the third level of the Sirius technique. By the way, Brother Mu, how many stars does the third level of the Sirius technique require? Luin asked curiously. Mu Ziying's expression changed. 720 stars. Luin was shocked. 720 stars? Mu Ziying nodded seriously. The third level of the Sirius technique is the watershed that separates the disciples from the elders. Our Sirius sect has been passed down since ancient times, and very few disciples have been able to reach the third level. Those who have reached the third level have already surpassed the younger generation, and it takes time. Xianxia hasn't reached the third level either? Luin asked. Mu Ziying shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be the case. Otherwise, the entire sect would have been notified. Luin hadn't expected the difference between the third and second level of the Sirius technique to be so great. It was a little exaggerated, and it was no wonder that so few of the younger generation had succeeded. By the way, Brother Mu, if I can become a core disciple, will I be granted the second level of the Sirius technique? Luin asked with a burning gaze. Mu Ziying thought about it. Yes, but it's a pity. If Brother Lu makes more contributions to the inner court, you'll be able to obtain the second level. With your strength, becoming a core disciple will be easy, and you'll immediately qualify for the third level of the Sirius technique. Luin smiled wryly. I'm only here for an exchange. I don't know how long I'll be staying. Mu Ziying replied, that's true. Since that's the case, I'll bring Brother Lu to participate in the assessment to become a core disciple. Luin was grateful. Thank you. Although there was a chance for him to obtain a higher-level cultivation method for the Sirius technique from the Sirius sect, Luin did not plan on doing so. The competition for the Star Tower was right before his eyes, and it would be difficult for him to obtain the third level of the Sirius technique in such a short amount of time. What he wanted to do now was to be able to openly use the Sirius technique in the future. Although he had tried his best to hide the serious technique, there were many people who could see through the serious technique, and it would be troublesome if it was exposed one day. The incident with the blood-colored bell was a time bomb. No one knew when the bomb would explode, and Luin had tried his best not to think about it. However, it was like a knife hanging over his neck that could fall at any moment, and he was a little flustered. The fewer things that could cause trouble at any time, the better. The competition for the Star Tower was a grand occasion in the Neoverse, and countless people were preparing for it. The Sirius sect had a rule that only true disciples could compete for the Star Tower. Currently, there were only 3 true disciples in the Sirius sect. They were the first true disciple, the 4 ultimates Heavenly Maiden Xianxia, the second true disciple, Mu Ziying, and the third true disciple, Hua Xiao. Below them were the inner sect experts. Today was not only the day that Luin would represent the Eternal Sky Island to train in the Sirius sect, but it was also the day that many inner sect experts were eager to be promoted to true disciples. They had to become true disciples more than a month before the opening of the Star Tower. Only then would they have the opportunity to represent the Sirius sect in the competition for the Star Tower and fight for the slim chance of becoming one of the 5 astral children. It was not easy to be promoted to a true disciple. Not only did a true disciple represent strength, but it also represented the opportunity to learn the core techniques of the Sirius sect. Not only did one have to have battle strength, but they also had to contribute to the Sirius sect. Mu Ziying had clearly forgotten that his path to becoming a true disciple had been very smooth since he had grown up in the Sirius sect. He had met all the requirements, so becoming a true disciple was a matter of course. However, it was different when it came to Luin. Mu Ziying was a little embarrassed. "Brother Lu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that becoming a true disciple required qualifications." Luin replied, "I'm here as a representative of the Eternal Sky Island." "Is that not enough?" Mu Ziying thought about it. "I'll try." He then sent a request to a true disciple elder. Not long after, he received a reply. "You can only use the third method." Mu Ziying was shocked. "So you can only use the third method?" Luin was curious. "What's the third method?" Mu Ziying solemnly explained, "There are 3 methods to become a true disciple. The first is to sound the promotion drum under the supervision of 10 inner court rankings experts, and the news will spread throughout the entire Sirius sect. Of the 10, one of them will definitely be ranked in the top 3. The second method is to circulate the sect's Sirius art to 99 stars and become a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker before sounding the promotion drum. These are the first 2 methods to become a true disciple." Luin was astonished, as both the first and second methods were not simple. The first method meant that one would have to face the obstruction of 10 top 100 rankings experts, and one of them would even be in the top 3. Although it was just obstruction, only the top 3 on the top 100 rankings could overcome such obstacles, and even then, it was not guaranteed that they would succeed. The second method was to circulate the Sirius art, but becoming a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was very difficult. If Luin recalled correctly, even the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies were only at this level. If Kuwei had not used the exquisite lake spring water, he might not have been able to become a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker so easily. These 2 methods ensured that a true disciple's strength was close to that of the 10 arbiters. "Then, what's the third method?" Luin asked. Mu Ziying exhaled. "The third method to become a true disciple is to persist for 1 day and sound the promotion drum." Luin was puzzled. Mu Ziying explained, "Any disciple of the Sirius sect can challenge this. If they can remain standing for 1 day and sound the promotion drum, they will be promoted to a true disciple." Lu Yin's brows rose. "All of the Sirius sect's disciples?" Mu Ziying nodded. "All of the disciples, including me and even the eldest senior sister." Luin was speechless. If the 4 ultimate maiden took action, wouldn't that be the same as facing the 10 arbiters? No, it might be even more troublesome than facing the 10 arbiters. He had no idea what the 4 ultimate maiden was capable of. "Brother Mu, does this all of the disciples also include those who have surpassed the younger generation and have yet to complete their apprenticeship?" Mu Ziying smiled. "Of course not. It's only limited to those of the same generation. Otherwise, if the previous generation's true disciples take action, no one will stand a chance. After all, not all of the older generation's disciples are willing to complete their apprenticeship. There are also some who stay behind and think of ways to become elders of the sect. If those older disciples take action, it would be too unfair to Brother Liu. Louis nodded. Alright, I accept. Thank you. For the rest of my life, only for you. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, and I'll do my best to write more to share with my brothers. Mu Ziying was not surprised by Lu Yin's decision, but he still tried to persuade him. Brother Liu, I know that you're strong, but I still have to give you a piece of advice. The inner disciples of Sirius aren't weak, and they might not be your match in a one-on-one fight. However, one day is enough for many disciples to take action. Also, the assessment didn't say that you had to fight one-on-one. Lu Yin slowly turned around. Brother Mu, that's not important. Mu Ziying smiled wryly. Please, Brother Liu. Lu Yin had no choice but to follow Mu Ziying to the testing grounds for the promotion to true disciple. The Heavenly Star sect was surrounded by countless stars. Among the stars closest to it, there was a star that was specially used for the assessment of the true disciples. It was called the Heavenly Star. The sound of a drum on the Heavenly Star represented the success of the promotion of a true disciple. From then on, the status of a true disciple would change greatly. The Heavenly Star also had the meaning of the stars in the sky. Anyone who could return safely from the Heavenly Star was a proud son of heaven. At this moment, on Sirius, a woman was emitting a white icy aura that transformed into an endless ice prison that extended outwards. Several cultivators in front of her were shocked, and they hurriedly retreated. Only one man had a serious expression on his face. He raised his hand, and 99 stars exploded to collide with the endless ice prison. The ground trembled and cracked open, and the void distorted. The woman leapt forward and struck the man with a palm. The man was shocked. Please have mercy, senior sister. The woman's palm brushed past the man's cheek, and she grabbed the giant drumstick behind him. She lifted it up, but perhaps because the drumstick was too heavy, the woman was unable to lift it. Behind her, the man said, the drum of promotion is as heavy as a planet. To sound it requires the support of an enormous amount of star energy. In theory, if you're not a hunter, you won't be able to sound it, let alone resound throughout Sirius. Senior sister, give up. The woman growled, shut up. The man had no choice but to step back. Around him, the remaining 9 cultivators stepped back as well. They were the masters of the inner sect ranking list of the Sirius sect. The woman's name was Yun Feifei, and she had used the first method to participate in the assessment. She was ranked second on the inner sect ranking list, and the others were no match for her. However, it was difficult for her to lift the drumsticks. Even further away, countless Sirius sect disciples were looking on expectantly. Many of them were shouting, Senior Sister Feifei, you can do it. You must become a true disciple. Senior Sister Feifei, use more strength. Senior Sister Feifei, you can do it. Yun Feifei used all his strength and bit his lips until they bled. Finally, he lifted the drumstick and smashed it on the war drum in front of him. With a loud boom, Sirius shook and ripples spread out in the void. This was a sound wave that could be seen with the naked eye and spread throughout the Sirius sect. It represented Yun Feifei's determination to become a true disciple. In the main hall of Sirius sect leader Yuan Qiong opened his eyes and sighed. Almost there. What a pity. The sound of the war drum spread to Sirius main hall and spread to the countless stars outside the Sirius sect. Many Sirius sect disciples looked up. It must be Senior Sister Feifei. Senior Sister Feifei must become a true disciple. Senior Sister Feifei can definitely do it. Senior Sister Feifei, we support you. On Sirius, Yun Feifei looked on expectantly as the ripples spread outwards. Finally, they slowly dissipated, and the ripples did not spread to every corner of the Sirius sect. Yun Feifei's face was gloomy. She loosened her grip, and the drumstick fell to the ground. I still failed? Beside her, the man said bitterly, Senior Sister, wait for another month. There are still 2 months before the Star Tower battle. You still have a chance. Yun Feifei shook her head. It's only a month. I can't do it. The man sighed. In the distance, countless serious sect disciples sighed as well. At that moment, a handsome man walked over and looked at Yin Feifei with a relaxed expression. "Junior sister, it's my turn." Yin Feifei looked at the handsome man, and her gaze turned cold. "Yao Ji, if I can't do it, then neither can you." Yao Ji smiled. "Junior sister, don't forget that you're second on the rankings while I'm first." Many serious sect disciples looked at Yao Ji with unfriendly gazes. They supported Yin Feifei because she was kind and never bullied the disciples. Yao Ji was different, as he was the grandson of Yashan, a true disciple. He had been pampered since he was young, and he considered everyone beneath him. Yin Feifei sneered. "If you can't even touch the drumstick, then I'll cut off your path to becoming a true disciple." Yao Ji's eyes narrowed, and his lips curled up. "Sorry, senior brother, I choose the second option." Yin Feifei and the rest were shocked. "You've become a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker?" Yao Ji laughed and opened his gadget. On his lockbreaker page was a 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. Yin Feifei's face paled, and she was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. She was only a 2 perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and reaching the 3 stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It was like beating a war drum. Although she was just a hair's breadth away, it would take a long time to make up for it. "That's enough, junior sister. Don't be discouraged. I'll play with those people from the Innerverse on your behalf. They're just a bunch of wastelands from the Innerverse, and they want to fight over my Neoverse star tower. I admit that I can't become one of the 5 astral children, but I'll definitely entertain those people." Yin Feifei released her hand and stepped aside helplessly. Yao Ji looked past Yin Feifei and at the man standing behind her. "Junior brother Yin, you want to block my path as well?" The man's name was Yin Kuan, and he was third on the inner sex rankings. Yin Feifei had chosen the first option to advance, and among the 10 people blocking her path, there had to be one of the top 3 experts on the rankings. Yin Kuan stepped aside. Yao Ji walked up to the drum of advancement, bent down, and grabbed the drumstick. His expression changed. All of the serious sex disciples looked at him. It wasn't just the disciples. Within the serious sect, many of the older generation's powerhouses were watching as well. Yao Ji was not only first on the inner sex rankings, but he was also the grandson of a core elder. His advancement to a core disciple was almost guaranteed. Everyone was waiting for the sound of the drum announcing the addition of a new core disciple. In the distance, Mu Ziying and Lu Ying were also watching. Lu Ying glanced at Yin Feifei. It was a pity that this woman's control of her strength was lacking. If she had been able to use her serious palm to move the drumstick, then she could have succeeded. However, this woman's control of her strength was insufficient. Yin Feifei was only slightly weaker than Yao Ji. She found it difficult to move the drumstick, and it was the same for Yao Ji. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yao Ji lifted the drumstick with great difficulty and slammed it down on the drum of advancement. A loud boom shook Sirius, and the sound waves spread out and reached the main hall of Sirius. Yuan Qiong nodded. "That's enough." The sound waves gradually spread until they finally reached the endless stars outside Sirius. Everyone in Sirius could hear it. As the sound waves faded, a voice rang out from Sirius. "Inner disciple Yao Ji has been promoted to the 4th core disciple. He will protect the Sirius sect for billions of years. Congratulations, senior Yao Ji." In the distance, many inner disciples bowed helplessly, including Yin Feifei and Yin Kuan. Within Sirius sect, countless disciples bowed as well. "Congratulations, senior Yao Ji. Congratulations, senior Yao Ji." Countless voices echoed throughout Sirius sect. The birth of the 4th core disciple would not only shake Sirius sect, but also the Neoverse. Any core disciple would be a pillar of support for the future. Yao Ji clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and it had finally come. He had cultivated under his grandfather's guidance since he was young, and he had always been superior to others. However, he had been suppressed by Qiushi, Mu Ziying, and Hua Xiao. Everyone had envied him, but he had been severely punished by his grandfather behind his back because he was not as good as the others. Now, he had finally become the fourth core disciple, and the next step was to defeat Hua Xiao and Mu Ziying to reach an even higher position. As for Qiao Shi, Yao Ji's eyes burned with passion. That woman was his. Yao Ji looked around, and everyone had to bow their heads. At this moment, his status was completely different. Eh? Why were there two people who did not bow their heads? He looked over, and his expression changed. He slowly smiled. So it's Senior Mu. Junior Yao Ji greets Senior Mu. Yun Feifei and the rest looked over in surprise, but they quickly bowed. Greetings, Senior Mu. Mu Ziying nodded. He did not like Yao Ji, but he did not pay much attention to him. He turned to Lu Yin and said, Brother Lu, that's the drum of advancement. You have to remain standing under it. Lu Yin nodded. Got it. In the distance, Yao Ji frowned and looked at Mu Ziying. He then looked at Lu Yin and asked coldly, Senior Mu, who is this junior? A new disciple? Why haven't I seen him before? A new inner disciple, Mu Ziying replied. Lu Yin looked at Yao Ji and nodded. He then looked in another direction. There were so many disciples here, and none of them were weak. As expected of a colossus in the Neoverse. Lu Yin's attitude angered Yao Ji. He had just been promoted to a true disciple and was in high spirits. All of the disciples had to bow to him, but this person had not even bowed to him yet was still acting so casually. Yao Ji coldly barked, Senior Mu, this junior doesn't seem to know the rules. Yun Feifei and the rest looked at Lu Yin curiously. Was he a newcomer? And yet, he was able to stand beside Senior Mu, and his attitude was not ordinary either. Mu Ziying explained, this is Lu Yin from Eternal Sky Island. He's representing Eternal Sky Island to come to our Sirius sect for an exchange. He's temporarily an inner disciple. Everyone understood. Yao Ji was shocked. So it's a junior from Eternal Sky Island. Junior's name is Lu Yin? His surname is Lu. Primeval surname? Lu Yin replied, it's legal. Yao Ji laughed. I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the Sirius sect. Mu Ziying looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, have you thought about it? Lu Yin nodded and walked towards the promotion drum. Yao Ji raised his brows and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. The rest of the Sirius disciples also looked at Lu Yin strangely. Mu Ziying spoke up. Juniors, Brother Lu wants to use the third method to become a true disciple. I hope that everyone will be merciful. The crowd was stunned, and then an uproar broke out. Did we hear wrong? The third method? If the promotion drum doesn't fall for a day, any serious disciple can attack it, and there's no limit to the number of people. Even a true disciple can do it. No one has ever used this method before. There have, but it's extremely rare. The generation that did it didn't have any outstanding disciples, and the true disciples were all outside. They're actually using the third method? They're looking down on us. Yun Feifei was shocked, as choosing the first method was already very difficult for her. If Yao Ji had been the one to stop her instead of Yan Kuan, she wouldn't even have been able to touch the drumstick. This person actually wanted to use the third method? Yao Ji's face darkened. How bold. If Lu Yin succeeded in using the third method, then today would not be the day that Yao Ji would reach the pinnacle. He might even become a foil, and the Sirius sect's history would compare him to this person. Such a thing could not be allowed to happen. However, it was basically impossible for Lu Yin to succeed. Lu Yin walked past Yao Ji and arrived in front of the promotion drum. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. He smiled faintly and said, I am Lu Yin, and I would like to use the third method to be promoted to a true disciple. Many of the disciples had yet to react, and they all stared blankly at him. This was too rare, and it was no different from courting death. Anyone who used the third method to become a true disciple would be slapping the face of that generation of serious disciples, including the true disciples. They could not afford to lose face like this. Within the main hall of Sirius, Yuan Qiong's gaze traversed the void and landed on Lu Yin. He was amazed. This child's physical strength is extremely strong. Within Sirius, many of the older powerhouses looked at Sirius and then at Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to use the third method to become a true disciple, which had not happened in many years. If he were a disciple of Sirius, they would be happy to see him succeed, as it would mean that he was invincible. However, Luin represented Everlasting Island. Even though both sides had a good relationship, they could not allow such a thing to happen. A nominal disciple from Everlasting Island had beaten a serious disciple to the point that no one dared to challenge him. This was a slap in the face to the Sirius sect. Luin had obviously underestimated this method of assessment. He had thought that it was just a simple promotion, but he had forgotten that he represented Everlasting Island. If he succeeded, it would be a slap in the face to the Sirius sect. Luin stood in front of the promotion drum. 2 minutes had passed, and no disciple had made a move. Mu Ziying was not in a hurry, as one day was more than enough. Although he admired Luin, he did not wish for him to succeed. Yao Ji glanced at the crowd of spectating disciples and gave them a look. A disciple walked out and stopped 100 meters in front of Luin. Junior Lu, sorry. It's him? Senior Brother E, ranked 9th on the inner court rankings? Rumor has it that Senior Brother E has already been accepted as a disciple by an elder. He's one of the few inner disciples who has broken through to the second stage of the Sirius technique. I heard that Senior Brother Yao Ji recommended him. That's normal. Senior Brother E has always been with Senior Brother Yao Ji. Luin made an inviting gesture. The adopted senior brother's gaze turned cold as more than 100 stars circled around him. He charged towards Luin and raised his hand, using the Sirius palm that Luin was most familiar with. Luin had never faced Sirius's palm head-on before, and now that he was the one being attacked, he felt extremely conflicted. As the palm landed, more than 100 stars exploded. Although Luin did not look at the number of rune lines, he could sense that this palm's power was no less than that of Sister Lim's innate gift, Ice Crystal Essence. After all, he was an elite disciple of the Sirius sect. Luin dodged to the side and then waved his hand, sending out his 9-lined Battle Force brand. His arm pushed away all the stars that had exploded from Sirius's palm and slammed into Senior Brother Yi's abdomen. Senior Brother Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards uncontrollably and crashed into the ground. His face was ashen, and he could not get up. He looked extremely miserable. Everyone was shocked. Luin had defeated the 9th on the inner court rankings with a single strike. Luin retracted his arm, and his expression turned solemn. Sorry. He did not want to be challenged one by one, so his attacks were thunderous. Mu Ziying's eyes narrowed. 9-lined battle force, terrifying strength, and the ability to see through Sirius's palm. As expected of an expert who had defeated 2 of the 10 arbiters. Although this palm seemed simple, no one other than an expert at the same level could do it. Sirius was completely silent as everyone stared at Luin in shock. The intersex rankings were extremely valuable, and an expert ranked 9th on the rankings had been defeated in a single strike. This was enough to prove Lu Yin's strength, and not just anyone would have the guts to try again. At that moment, Yan Kuan stepped forward. Brother Lu, sorry for the offense. Yun Feifei stepped forward at the same time and looked at Luin. Brother Lu, you don't mind if the 2 of us fight together, right? Luin smiled. Go ahead. The third trial method did not stipulate that the participants had to fight alone, and this was the most despairing trial. Yun Feifei and Yan Kuan looked at each other and then attacked at the same time, one from the left and one from the right. As the top 3 on the rankings, their combined attacks were equivalent to Tai Yuanjun and Qing Longlong's combined attacks. Luin did not underestimate them, so he took a step forward and opened his eyes wide. Nightfall. Yun Feifei and Yan Kuan were about to attack when everything before their eyes turned dark. A terrifying spiritual force pressed down on them, and both of them paused and subconsciously retreated. The void. Where they had been standing distorted, and Lu Yin's attack had failed. He was shocked, he had actually dodged it? Yun Feifei gritted her teeth, and her face went pale. Nightfall made her feel dizzy, but she could still withstand it. She raised her arms, and an endless prison of ice spread out in a futile attempt to freeze Luin. On the other side, Yan Kuan leapt up and pressed down with a single palm. It was still Sirius' palm, but it had dozens more stars than the previous foster disciples, so its power was naturally different as well. Stars appeared and then exploded as an endless prison of ice spread out in all directions. Yun Feifei and Yan Kuan's combined attack covered an area of 1,000 meters. A gentle breeze blew past, and the two were sent flying before they could even see what had happened. They crashed to the ground, suffering the same fate as the foster disciple. This was an empty palm strike. Luyin casually waved his hand to disperse the freezing air. He was not injured at all, and even his clothes were not disheveled. All of the disciples were speechless. Yao Ji's pupils shrank. Luyin was completely unharmed? Mu Ziying clenched his fists. This was Lu Yin's power level, and he had defeated 2 of the 10 arbiters. These were the 10 arbiters, and while others might not think much of them, Mu Ziying had personally witnessed how terrifying the 10 arbiters were. Mu Ziying's spirit palace was extremely powerful, and Luyin was also one of the 10 arbiters. The Divine Fist and Night King Zhenwu were not weak either. Luyin had consecutively defeated 2 arbiters, and in the entire series, only Mu Ziying could contend with such power level. Yun Feifei struggled to get up, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She half knelt on the ground and stared at Luyin in disbelief. She had not even seen Lu Yin's attack, and her body had already been sent flying. She had endured an irresistible force. What battle technique was this? This person was as strong as a monster, and she felt as if she had just met her eldest senior sister. Yan Kuan also struggled to get up and stared at Luyin in shock. Luyin had already held back, and his attack was not even as powerful as Lan Xi's. Otherwise, if he had used the same amount of power that he had used against Night King Zhenwu, these 2 would have died without a doubt. My apologies, Luyin said. Yun Feifei spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Lu's strength is astonishing. I admire you. Yan Kuan was bitter. We've lost. At this moment, many people looked at Yao Ji. Luyin looked over as well. The 2nd and 3rd ranked disciples of the inner sect had both been defeated, and it was now the 1st ranked disciple's turn. Mu Ziying also looked at Yao Ji. Yao Ji pursed his lips. He did not need to look to know that everyone was staring at him, and even Luyin was staring at him. He cursed inwardly. If he had a choice, he would rather die than take action. Today was the day that he would become the 4th true disciple, and he did not want to be beaten up like a punching bag. He regretted it now. If he had known that this would happen, he would have appeared a few minutes later. He would not have been in such a hurry to take action. Now, he was being forced into a corner. The atmosphere was very awkward. Everyone was staring at him, and he had no choice but to take action. Yao Ji clenched his fists and looked at Luyin. Brother Lu, my apologies. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Thank you. Yao Ji was speechless. He felt that Lu Yin's attitude was very serious, which meant that Yao Ji would have to endure an even greater blow. He knew that he was not Lu Yin's opponent, and he wanted to retreat. However, everyone was staring at him, and even the sect master might be watching. It looks like I can only use my innate gift to endure, Yao Ji thought to himself as he stared at Luyin. He raised a hand, causing the dust on the ground to rise into the air. Luyin dodged to the side and looked back. The spot where he had been standing was now empty, and the void had been torn apart as cracks extended outwards. This was a strength that surpassed an enlighter's. As expected of 1st place on the rankings. Luyin did not hesitate to strike out with his palm. Empty palm. An invisible palm print swept through the void and viciously struck Yao Ji's body. Yao Ji was in the same situation as Yun Feifei and Yan Kuan, and by the time he realized what had happened, he had already been struck. His entire body was sent flying, and he felt as if his insides were burning. He almost spat out blood, but he managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. He looked at Luyin in shock. What a powerful palm. Luyin raised his brows, as Yao Ji had actually withstood empty palm. Although its power was not at the same level as when Lan Xi had first used it, it was not far off, and it was equivalent to a palm strike with 100 stacks. For Yao Ji to be able to withstand this attack, his physical body was close to that of an enlighter's. Although the surrounding serious sect disciples did not like Yao Ji, they did not want to see Luyin pass the trial either. When they saw that Yao Ji had withstood the attack, they all cheered. Yao Ji knew that he was in pain, and he resisted the urge to spit out blood. He swallowed the blood that had already reached his throat, as doing so would only worsen his injuries. However, he had an innate gift called myriad transmutation, which allowed him to absorb the power of external objects to heal himself. Luin did not continue attacking. At this moment, Yao Ji was acting a little strange. He seemed to be on guard, but he also seemed to be apprehensive. A formless wind blew across the ground. The dust beneath Lu Yin's feet trembled, and Luin looked at Yao Ji seriously. He was surprised to see that Yao Ji's complexion was gradually improving. Yao Ji heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his injuries were not too serious, and he regained his confidence. He moved his shoulders and said, "Brother Lu, let's go again." With that, he raised his hands, and the entire void exploded in an instant. Limitless explosion. Ferocious shockwaves swept across the ground and spread out in all directions. Many of the surrounding Sirius sect disciples retreated in shock. If one looked from above, they would see that one side of Sirius was spreading out in an arc. Luin stomped on the ground, and his star energy erupted, forming visible ripples that forcefully isolated Yao Ji's limitless explosion. Suddenly, Yao Ji appeared and raised his hand. Sirius Palm. Sirius sect disciples were most proficient in the Sirius technique and Sirius Palm. As the #1 disciple in the inner sect, Yao Ji raised his palm, and over 200 stars revolved around him as he struck out. The stars revolving around Sirius Palm could slow down the surrounding movements and allow one to clearly see their opponent's every move. It could even imitate them, and its greatest power came from the exploding stars. Yao Ji's Sirius Palm was not weak, but before the stars could explode, they were shattered by the formless attack. Yao Ji himself was sent flying once again, but this time, it was not as simple as before. His abdomen had clearly sunk in, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were bloodshot, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao Ji's body slammed into the ground with a thump, but he did not stop. He sank dozens of meters into the ground before spitting out another mouthful of blood. His vision blurred, and he could vaguely hear the cries of many disciples. This person had clearly become arrogant. However, the third trial was not limited to the true disciples. It wasn't just the disciples, many of the older powerhouses of the Sirius sect looked at Mu Ziying as well. Mu Ziying was the only one present who could fight against Luin. Regardless of whether it was for himself or for the Sirius sect, Mu Ziying had to take action. This was something that Luin had expected when he had agreed to the third trial. The person in front of him had consecutively defeated the Divine Fist and Arbiter Zhenwu. Mu Ziying knew that this person was one of the best even among the 10 arbiters. Mu Ziying raised his foot and walked forward step by step. More than 400 stars revolved around his body, which was double the number of stars that Yao Ji had. At the same time, the power of a hunter exploded forth, transforming into visible ripples that spread outwards. With each step, the dust on the ground was swept up in all directions. "Excuse me, Brother Lu," Mu Ziying said solemnly. Mu Ziying sternly shouted, "All disciples, retreat from Heavenly Star." As soon as he finished speaking, star energy whizzed past and swept through the Heavenly Star before transforming into a strange shape. Mu Ziying's body instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Luin. Stars revolved around him as he unleashed a cosmic palm that caused more than 400 stars to explode. Mu Ziying had not forgotten the fact that everyone in Sirius was a lockbreaker, nor had he forgotten that the Sirius technique was a supreme technique that lockbreakers yearned for. However, at this moment, he truly understood how terrifying it was to use the Sirius technique as a lockbreaking technique. Hua Xiao had used this technique to neutralize the attack of the 6th Mainland's Rumling, Nan Yanfei. There was a loud boom, and the two of them simultaneously retreated. Across from Mu Ziying, Luin lowered his head and looked at his shoulder. His clothes had been torn apart, he had just withstood the power of dozens of stars exploding from the second disciple's Sirius palm. Even his body felt sore. Mu Ziying smiled bitterly. "Don't mock me, Brother Lu. My Sirius palm at full power only managed to tear a little of your clothes. To be honest, I didn't expect that." He would not underestimate anyone, especially the second true disciple of Sirius sect. Mu Ziying's expression changed, and a layer of tree-like skin suddenly condensed on the surface of his body. It gradually spread and covered his entire body. A serious disciple exclaimed, "It's Senior Brother Mu's innate gift." I heard that Senior Brother Mu's name was originally named after his innate gift, and it was given by the sect master. A few years ago, Senior Mu encountered a green-eyed corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance, and he fought it head-on. This is the second disciple of our Sirius sect. That Luin is definitely going to lose. Yun Feifei stared at the wootified Mu Ziying in shock. She had seen Mu Ziying's battles before, and it was common for him to face off against an enlighter after being wootified. At that time, Mu Ziying had only been a cruiser. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He didn't seem to have done anything, but Mu Ziying's serious palm had been pierced through, and his entire body was sent flying, just like Yun Feifei and Yao Ji. Mu Ziying retreated 1,000 meters before stabilizing herself. She disappeared once more and attacked Luin. Yun Feifei heaved a sigh of relief, as Senior Brother Mu had indeed been able to block that person's invisible palm. There was a thump, and Luin dodged. Mu Ziying's serious palm landed where he had been standing. "Brother Lu, if your attack is only that powerful, then you should fall. My innate gift can last for a very long time." He admitted that he could not defeat Luin, but he also felt that Luin could not defeat him. The planet exploded, and dust flew everywhere as the void cracked open. Mu Ziying's attack had long since surpassed that of an enlighter. In theory, a hunter should be able to display an attack that surpassed that of an enlighter's, and he should be able to fight against the 10 arbiters. However, that was all he could do. There was a thump, and Mu Ziying's body was sent flying. His entire body had been pushed back by a hollow palm. This palm's power could not be compared to the previous one, and it could be considered Lu Yin's strongest hollow palm. This was the strength that he had used against Night King Zhenwu. Even with Night King Zhenwu's 9-lined battle force and various other techniques, he could not last more than a few moves. If not for his innate gift, he would have been defeated long ago. Sirius trembled, and shockwaves swept out in all directions. Cracks in the void spread out like spiderwebs. Mu Ziying was sent flying back thousands of kilometers before he managed to stabilize himself. He panted heavily and lowered his head. The surface of his lignified skin had caved in from the attack, and if Lu Yin's attack had been any stronger, it would have cracked open. Suddenly, the hollow palm descended again, and Mu Ziying saw it. His serious art was constantly circulating, and the hollow palm's speed was so fast that it could not be seen. Even so, he was still able to capture its trajectory. However, seeing it was one thing, and dodging it was another. Mu Ziying did not have the Aeon evolution scripture, nor did he have any secret techniques. Against the hollow palm, he could only allow himself to be bombarded. Bang! Bang! Mu Ziying spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. "Brother Lu, I admit defeat." Ever since he had taken the first hollow palm, Mu Ziying had been unable to resist, and he could only passively take the beating. Night King Zhenwu could not hold on, and neither could Mu Ziying. The others could not hold on either. Yun Feifei was aghast. Even Senior Brother Mu had been defeated. Where did this person come from? Why had he not heard of him before? Luin, a primeval surname? Everlasting Sky Island? Everyone else had complicated expressions on their faces. The only person who could stop Luin from using the third method to become a true disciple was their eldest senior sister, the Four Ultimates maiden, Xianxia. On a mobile phone, no advertisements, 81. Within Sirius's main hall, Sect Master Yuanqiong sighed in admiration as he looked at Luin, who was in the sky above Sirius. His physical body is strong, and his overlaying stacks technique has reached large success. He was able to see through Sirius's attacks. Elsewhere, within Sirius, an elder opened his eyes and looked at a planet that was revolving around Sirius. "Xianxia, can you make a move?" On the planet, Xianxia opened her eyes. "My apologies, Medicine Elder. The battle for the Star Tower is imminent, and it's not good to make enemies." The elder was helpless. If that's the case, then this kid will become one of the few in Sirius history to have ascended to a true disciple using a third method. Xianxia looked in Sirius's direction and saw Luin. She was no stranger to this person. Although he had not participated in the battle on Commander Appointment Platform, He had still rushed up after the 6th mainland had retreated and joined forces with Tai Yixing and Knight King Zhenwu to fight Bukong. She had felt that this person was not ordinary back then, but now, he was even more unfathomable. Even if they were to fight, they should have been in the mountain and sea realm, not Sirius. If Qiushi did not make a move, then no one could stop Luin. In Sirius, Luin stood quietly in front of the drum of advancement. In the distance, Mu Ziying was helpless. He had tried his best, but he could not stop Luin. If only Huashao had returned, then they would have had some hope of fighting together. Of course, at this level, numbers did not mean much unless there was a sourcebox array. Half a day passed, and more Sirius sect disciples gathered in Sirius, all of them looking at Luin with unwillingness and helplessness. Luin stood there quietly and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. Many disciples discussed joining forces to attack Luin, but they were quickly rejected. It was not that they were blind, but rather that they were unwilling. Another few hours passed, and dozens of Sirius sect disciples could not help but step forward. Just as they were about to attack, Mu Ziying shouted, "Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Leave." The disciples were helpless, and they glared at Luin before retreating. Luin opened his eyes and looked at the many Sirius sect disciples. "I'm also a disciple of Sirius, and we're from the same sect." "Same sect, my ass," someone cursed. Lu Yin's words angered many people. They felt that he was showing off. Mu Ziying was helpless. "Brother Lu, don't say any more." Luin pursed his lips. He really didn't want to offend the cosmic sect. He might even have a chance to reach the 3rd level of the cosmic art in the future, but from the looks of things, these disciples seemed to be particularly unhappy with him. Luin knew that he hadn't done anything wrong. Calm, the many disciples of the Celestial Star clan who were watching looked at each other and sighed. They hoped that the eldest senior sister would help, but she was in seclusion and did not appear. "Brother Lu, it's time," said Mu Ziying. "Calm head disciples." Standing. The drumstick was very heavy, and even Yin Feifei and Yao Ji found it difficult to lift it. However, in Lu Yin's hands, it was no different from an ordinary drumstick. Yao Ji's eyelids twitched as he watched Luin. This guy was not human. Yun clan sex. To Luin Inin. Is that it? Before Yun cloud. Yun s, Yun. Yao Ji's face twitched. Monster. As the sound faded, a voice rang out from Sirius. Inner disciple Luin, promoted to 5th disciple. Protect Sirius sect for billions of years. Many disciples of the Heavenly Star sect had strange expressions on their faces. Protect Sirius sect? He was not even from Sirius sect. In the center of Sirius, an elder frowned. He was helpless. The voice had come from him. He was the elder overseeing Sirius. His promotion to a true disciple was good news. It meant that Sirius sect had a successor. But now, he was sullen. He had never said that for an outsider. How embarrassing. Luin put down his drumsticks and beamed at the many disciples of the celestial sect around him. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and slowly bowed in the direction of the celestial sect. Junior Luin thanks the sect for nurturing me. Many disciples were speechless. Mu Ziying had an awkward expression. He felt that this person was asking for a beating. Luin had wanted to express goodwill, but he had forgotten that he represented Eternal Sky Island and not the Sirius sect. Elsewhere, in outer space, Xianxia Shenwei returned to Eternal Sky Island after throwing Luin to the Sirius sect. He had wanted to rest for a few days and train Little Black and Xiaobai so that they would not be so playful, but he suddenly received news. When he saw the news, he had a strange expression. He then tore through the void and appeared at the bottom of the cliff. Master, nominal disciple Luin passed the test using the 3rd method. He has been promoted to 5th disciple of Sirius sect. Deep within Eternal Sky Island, Xianxia opened his eyes in surprise. He used his own name? Yes. Xianxia Shenwei was puzzled by his master's question. The Heavenly Master was puzzled. This child had clearly not joined the Sirius sect, but he had learned the Sirius technique. Either he had once come from the Sirius sect, or he had an elder from the sect who had taught him the Sirius technique. Regardless of the situation, if he was truly related to the serious sect, it would be impossible for there to be no traces. His name is Luin, right? The Heavenly Master asked. Xianxia respectfully replied, that's right. The Innerverse and Outerverse have never changed their names. The Heavenly Master did not understand. Only by changing one's name would one be able to avoid detection from the serious sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide from them. The serious technique had never been taught to outsiders, and everyone who had learned it was recorded. Since Luin had changed his name, why the primeval surname? He could not understand. The Heavenly Master did not care about Lu Yin's background. At his level, no background could affect him. Even if Lu Yin's ancestor had been a traitor to the serious sect, he could deal with it. However, since the serious sect had not noticed anything strange, he would not say anything. Promoted to a true disciple? Interesting. This child is very interesting, the Heavenly Master commented. Xianxia smiled. Yes, very interesting. A nominal disciple of Eternal Sky Island had gone to the serious sect for an exchange and had become one of the few disciples in the history of the serious sect to become a true disciple through the third method. If news of this spread, it would shock countless people. It would be a great honor for Eternal Sky Island, but not for the serious sect. However, given the relationship between Eternal Sky Island and the serious sect, there would not be any animosity over such a small matter. Within the serious sect, Luin had successfully been promoted to a true disciple and would be able to learn the second level of the serious technique. This was his goal. Lu. Mu Ziying paused for a moment before asking, Brother Lu, do you want to learn the second level directly, or do you want to go to the serious Jade Wall and learn the second level? Luin was puzzled. The serious Jade Wall? Mu Ziying explained, the serious Jade Wall has a complete record of the serious technique. The first and second levels can be learned from the Jade Wall, but according to the sect's rules, the first level of the serious technique cannot be learned from the Jade Wall, and the second level of the serious technique can only be learned from a core disciple. Otherwise, they must learn from a chip. Only the third level can be learned from the Jade Wall. Why is that? Luin was puzzled. Mu Ziying explained, the complete serious technique revolves around thousands of stars, and those who have never learned it before will easily collapse upon first contact. In fact, historical records show that many disciples of the previous generations have collapsed, and they no longer have the chance to learn the technique. Thus, the ancient ancestors separated the serious technique. The first level is the qualification to learn it, the second level is the entry level, and every level after that represents a realm. Does that mean that I can directly go to the serious Jade Wall to view the complete serious technique? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Mu Ziying smiled. I know what Brother Lu is thinking, but I advise you not to think too highly of yourself. 8 stars and 99 stars. The first level is the qualification, and the second is the entry level. Only by revolving 99 stars can you view the third level of the serious technique. Otherwise, the stars of Sirius will cover it up, and Brother Lu will only be able to see 99 stars. If that's the case, why didn't the ancestors cover it up until there were only 8 stars left? Wouldn't the disciples be able to enter the Sirius Jade Wall to study then? Luin was puzzled. Mu Ziying shook his head. It's not that easy. It's not easy to cover it up until there are 99 stars left. Besides, those who have never cultivated the serious technique will collapse not only because there are too many stars, but also because they can't withstand the pressure from the serious Jade Wall. That's the most fundamental pressure of the serious technique. There's one more thing. The first 3 levels of the serious technique are easy, but once you break through to the third level, you'll need to open up the body's 36 death acupuncture points in order to cultivate the 4th level of the serious technique. This isn't something you can do on your own, and you'll need the help of the sex elders. Luin didn't have much hope for the 4th level of the serious technique at the moment. Brother Mu, let's go to the serious Jade Wall. Mu Ziying nodded. Brother Lu, please. Luin grew anxious. Brother Mu, please. The serious Jade Wall was the serious sect's cornerstone treasure, and it was the origin of the serious sect. Without the serious technique within the Jade Wall, the current serious sect would not exist. The Sirius Jade Wall was located on the closest star to the Sirius sect. It was called Xianxia, and it was so close to the Sirius sect that it felt like they could collide at any time. Not only was the Sirius Jade Wall on Xianxia, but there was also the Astral Hall. Only core disciples could enter the Astral Hall, and that was where the core elders of the Sirius sect resided. Mu Ziying brought Luyin to Qianxing without any obstructions. Brother Lu, since you're a core disciple, you'll need to enter the Astral Hall and have your name engraved there for the core elders to bear witness. Luyin asked, Brother Mu, do you think my name can be engraved there? Mu Ziying choked, as he was also at a loss. After some thought, he said, I'll take you to the Sirius Jade Wall first. As long as one acknowledged their status as a core disciple, they could enter the Sirius Jade Wall. This was a rule of the Sirius sect, even if Luyin was an honorary disciple of Everlasting Sky Island. This was something that the elders of Sirius had acknowledged. Luyin nodded. The Sirius Jade Wall was located in a canyon thousands of kilometers away from the Astral Hall. There was no one guarding it on the surface, but in reality, there really wasn't anyone guarding it. If someone could invade Sirius Jade Wall, it meant that the Sirius sect was done for, and there was no point in keeping watch. Only core disciples could enter the Astral Hall, but anyone who was an inner disciple or had special permission could enter Qianxing. At this moment, there were no less than 10 disciples waiting outside the canyon of Sirius Jade Wall. Only one person could enter each time the Jade Wall opened. Senior Mu. Senior Mu. When Mu Ziying arrived, all the disciples bowed in unison. Mu Ziying nodded and looked at Luyin, Brother Lu, I'll find a place for you to cultivate the first level of the Sirius technique. Without the first level, you won't be able to enter the Sirius Jade Wall. Luyin nodded. Mu Ziying had said that he had to at least cultivate the first level before he could enter the Sirius Jade Wall. It just so happens that there are a few junior brothers in front of us who want to enter. Once Brother Lu finishes cultivating the first layer, it'll be about time, said Mu Ziying. She then pointed at a cave in the distance. Brother Lu can cultivate there. Nobody will be able to see you. Lu Yin's figure flashed as he appeared outside the cave. Every cave that had been opened up was marked with a sign. Some were occupied, while others were empty. After Luyin entered the cave, a female disciple asked Mu Ziying curiously, Senior Mu, is that Luyin, the one who just became the 5th disciple? Mu Ziying nodded. Did you all hear that? Everyone nodded, and the female disciple looked at the cave. It's rare to be able to pass the test using the third method. He's amazing, but it's a pity that he's not a disciple of Sirius. Everlasting Island and Sirius have always been on good terms. Fortunately, we're not enemies. So what if he's an enemy? Senior sister just didn't do anything. Otherwise, she would have used a teleportation array and that Luyin would have been gone, a disciple said unhappily. Mu Ziying shouted, enough, stop talking. Train well and wait to enter the Sirius Jade Disc. Yes, Senior Mu. The crowd bowed, not daring to say anything else. Mu Ziying looked fine on the surface, but in reality, he was also very uncomfortable about losing to Luyin. However, he had no choice since his skills were inferior. He looked at the cave. The first layer of the Sirius art required one to be initiated, and the fastest cultivator had only taken a month to complete 8 stars. How long would Luyin take? When Luyin had first started cultivating the Sirius art, it had taken him much longer than a month to complete 8 stars. However, that was also because he had never cultivated it before. Now, he could already operate 99 stars. He pretended to cultivate again, as it was very boring to stay in the cave. This was Sirius territory, and he wasn't sure if he would be monitored. He didn't dare to roll the die, so he might as well pretend for a while. Luyin took out a chip and inserted it into his gadget to observe the first layer of the Sirius art. On the surface, he seemed to be watching the Sirius art, but in reality, he was already reciting the Stonewall scriptures. Very quickly, the chip self-destructed. Luyin opened his eyes and pretended to be excited. So this is serious? It's actually so miraculous. As he spoke, he tried to cultivate. It was tiring to put on an act. While Luyin was pretending to cultivate Sirius, the warship carrying the 10 arbiters had already arrived at the Neoverse. What welcomed them was a cosmic-class Aurora spaceship, and it was a large one at that. Even within the Aurora Spaceship Company, there were only a few of such spaceships. This one belonged to the Hall of Honor, and the one who appeared before them was the Hall of Honor's Interstellar Arbitration Court judge, Demuin of Light. Everyone had heard of the Interstellar Court before. In the Innerverse and Outerverse, everyone knew that the Hall of Honor was the leading power of the human domain. However, the Hall of Honor did not produce many experts. Only after coming to the Neoverse did they realize what a leading power was. Demuin of Light was a super powerhouse whose power level exceeded 600,000 and was infinitely close to 700,000. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling of being the ruler of the world. Although there was a huge difference in power level between him and Death's Shadow was from the same generation as the judge. He was younger than the Sea King and was on the same level as Despairing Mu. The Outerverse did not have such a powerhouse, aside from Master Yuan from the Hall of Honor, who far surpassed him in power level. In the Innerverse, there were not many such powerhouses. If the Hall of Honor's resources were taken into account, then even the Day-Night Clan's Night King Di Jiang might not be able to suppress Demuin of Light. This was the leading power of the human domain. There were only 3 such powerhouses in the Interstellar Arbitration Court, and above them were the judges. Greetings, Judge Demuin of Light. When Xianxia and the rest of the 10 arbiters bowed in unison. Even the cold Xianxia king, who had not spoken to anyone, bowed. No one dared to be arrogant in front of the judge. Demuin was a kind old man, and he beamed at the crowd. Not bad, not bad. Over the years, there has never been a generation with so many elite geniuses. He then glanced at Warlord Xianxia and Sarati Phoenix. You two are not fated to compete for the Star Tower, so just take it as an opportunity to watch. Xianxia and Sarati Phoenix felt helpless. They were over 40 years old and were no longer part of the younger generation. Logically speaking, they did not qualify. During the battle at the Cosmic Sea, their participation had been considered cheating. However, since they had never left the ranks of the 10 arbiters, even the 6th mainland did not care, which was why they had been allowed to participate. Yes, Judge Demuin. Xianxia and Sarati Phoenix bowed. Let's go to the mountain and see realm. There are less than 2 months before the Star Tower opens, Demuin said with a smile. Then, his body dissipated. Everyone boarded the spacecraft one by one, and the next moment, it disappeared and headed towards the Neoverse. This was Little Stutterer's first time in the Neoverse, and his reaction was the same as Lu Yin's. He was filled with curiosity about the Neoverse, and when he saw the Glory Realm continent, he was so shocked that he stuttered even more. This. Little Stutterer pointed at a distant continent that he could not see the top of. Beside him, Tai Yuanjun was displeased. What is this? Never seen it before? Country bumpkin. Little Stutterer opened his mouth. Homo. Fragrant? Wine. Where is it? Drunkard came over with an expectant look. Tai Yuanjun snorted in disdain and turned to leave. Little Stutterer stared at Drunkard in shock. Wine. Drunkard nodded and stared at him excitedly. Yes, wine. Where is it? Little Stutterer gulped and panicked. He felt like Drunkard was about to eat him. There's no wine. Where is the wine? Drink less, Invisible Light said. Drunkard rolled his eyes. Men who don't know how to be romantic are destined to be abandoned by women. Invisible Light fell silent. Not too far away, Xianxia's expression dimmed as he looked at the Glory Realm. Since ancient times, the Star Tower contest had always belonged to the Neoverse. His generation had managed to catch up, but he was not qualified. In truth, he was unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing he could do. Lanzi said, it's not just you. Lu Yin defeated Night King Jinwu and is also not qualified to participate. He killed his own hope with his own hands. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I came here for nothing. Lanzi shook his head, and his eyes lit up. It's not a wasted trip. At the very least, you can witness the birth of the 5 astral children. You can see who the top powerhouses of this universe are, and you'll have a chance to fight them in the future. Xianxia nodded and grinned. Even if I have to face the 5 astral children, I won't admit defeat. I'll beat them up. Starsibyl calmly looked at the sky. Had Luin arrived? This person should not be so quiet. Night King Zhenwu had once almost reached the peak, and Luin had defeated him. According to her divination, Luin should replace Night King Zhenwu and step into the peak. This peak was the peak of the inner verse, and it was destined to clash with the peak of the Neoverse. This clash would create the most dazzling sparks of the 5th mainland, and in the future, they would have to face the 6th mainland and even the outside world. The Xianxia king remained indifferent and did not care about anyone as he calmly looked at the glory realm. The 10 arbiters headed towards the mountain and sea realm from outer space. Above the glory realm, Xu Jing faced a man who was walking towards him and slowly bowed. The man's face was as white as jade, and his facial features were as exquisite as a sculpture. He looked to be about the same age as Xu Jing, and his gaze was indifferent. His body was surrounded by a white aura, and he had an indescribable aura that made him seem like a deity. His name was Xianxia, and he was the Hall of Honor's top disciple. To others, the Star Tower was something that needed to be fought over, but to the Hall of Honor's top disciple, the 5 astral children were within reach. In every generation of the 5 astral children, one of them was bound to be the Hall of Honor's top disciple. In fact, the second disciple might even be one of the 5 astral children. This was the Hall of Honor. The world was divided into 3, and 2 were obtained. The Sinew. Northernmost realm was the home of the gods. If Luin were here, he would definitely see rune lines swirling around his eyes. This place was filled with ancient ruins of rune technology, and from time to time, people would create things out of nothing. Xianxia opened his eyes, and the runes in his pupils flickered as they changed, becoming more complex than before. I've finally reached the realm of knowing. I, Xianxia, will definitely have a place among the 5 astral children. In the eastern region of the glory realm, an unimaginably large tortoise was slowly crawling across a huge continent. Every step it took caused the mountain range to crack, and the cracks extended from the sky to the depths of the earth. On the tortoise's back was an enormous ancient tree with luxuriant leaves. This was the home of the Mavis family, and the Mavis family lived on the tortoise's back. At the bottom of the ancient tree was a shadow that came from its leaves. Each leaf was as large as a city, and they swayed as the tortoise walked. The ancient tree's roots were like mountain ranges, but they were also like giant dragons. Lulu Mavis and Grandine Mavis sat on the ancient tree's roots and looked up. Do you think Sister Yuhua can become one of the 5 astral children? Grandine Mavis gently replied, as long as her IQ isn't as low as yours, of course. Lulu was furious, and she clenched her fists as she glared at Grandine. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't taunt me for a day? Are you asking for a beating? Grandine was as calm as ever. I'm not taunting you. It's the truth. I'm just too honest. How infuriating. Fight. Be a lady. In the next moment, the 2 girls exploded with power. Even though they were both girls, they were stronger than monsters. Just as the 2 women's fists were about to collide, a pure white hand reached out from the void. With a light tap of the fingertip, the monstrous strength of the 2 women was suddenly pushed back, causing them to take a few steps back. A woman in a green dress with long blonde hair and bare feet stepped in the air. She was as beautiful as an elf and looked at the 2 women with a smile. Fighting again? Too noisy. Lulu and Grandine were delighted. Sister Yuhua. The woman had a gentle temperament, and she was beautiful and quiet. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and she exuded a sweet fragrance that was accompanied by a hazy halo. When she appeared, flowers bloomed beneath her bare feet, and the enormous ancient tree seemed to wake up as its branches swayed. Lulu and Grandine were delighted, and they smiled as they walked over. Sister Yuhua, we missed you so much. Sister Yuhua, Grandine is older than me, and she always bullies me, Lulu immediately complained. Grandine was unhappy. You were the one who fought with me in the academy. You complained about me. Lulu said angrily. Grandine rolled her eyes. You complained first. As she watched the 2 bicker, Yuhua Mavis smiled. Alright, you too. Let me have some peace and quiet. Yes, Sister Yuhua is going to compete for the Star Tower, so we can't disturb her. Lulu, you should go, Grandine said gently as she grabbed Yuhua Mavis' arm. Lulu bared her teeth. Why aren't you leaving? I'm not leaving. Yuhua Mavis was helpless. Both of you stay. Tell me what you've seen outside. Academies? Aren't they interesting? Did you meet anyone you like? Lulu hurriedly replied, Sister Yuhua, I subdued a huge turtle on a doomsday planet called Earth. It's really, really big. You're bragging. How can it be as big as the ancestral turtle? Are you trying to provoke me? I'm just an explorer, and I'm not even an adult yet. You're so noisy. In the western realm of the Sinew Ian, in the smoke-gulping mountain range, Gu Shower was in a daze. A ray of sunlight shone in, and what appeared in front of Gu Shower was his father, Old Man Gu, smirking. Shower, you can come out and rest now. We're going to the mountain and sea realm. Gu Shower looked up and blankly asked, I can go out? Old Man Gu nodded. Gu Shower shouted, You lied to me. I won't go out. You're trying to harm me again. Shower, father is doing this for your own good. Think about it, if you can become one of the 5 astral children, won't all the girls in the brothel be yours? Think about that, courtesan. Gu Shower gulped, his eyes filled with anticipation and apprehension. There was also a trace of wretchedness and longing for the future. I'll go out. Come, Shower. Come to father and have a smoke. You lied to me again. The opening of the star tower drew near, and the mountain and sea realm was already open. The various powers that knew the location of the mountain and sea realm were already prepared to set off at any time. At this moment, Luin was still pretending to learn the first layer of the cosmic art. He felt that it would be enough to keep up the act for 10 days or so, and by that time, the line of disciples would have more or less reached its limit. If there was no other way, he could just cut the queue. More than 10 days later, outside the Jade Wall Grand Canyon of Sirius, there were still 5 disciples waiting in line to enter. Mu Ziying was bored and stood at the side. Although he wanted to cultivate, the contest for the Star Pagoda had nothing to do with whether he cultivated or not. He just wanted to try his luck. At this moment, Yao Ji arrived. He had barely recovered from his battle with Luin, and his face was still a little pale. After being promoted to a true disciple, he went to the Starry Hall to engrave his name, then came here. There was still a month before the Stellar Pagoda would open, and it would take half a month to travel from the Sirius sect to the mountain and sea realm. In other words, there was still a month left, which was more than enough time. In truth, if one went to the Sirius Jade Disk to learn the Sirius arts, it would only take 10 days. Yao Ji didn't even plan to queue. He nodded to Mu Ziying and stood at the front. The disciples behind him were already used to it. If the true disciples wanted to fight for the Star Pagoda, they didn't need to and could stand at the back. Yao Ji didn't even say a word of courtesy. Mu Ziying didn't mind. In the distance, Luin walked out of the cave. Mu Ziying looked over and his expression changed. It had only been 10 days. How could it be so fast? It couldn't be. Brother Lu, you. Mu Ziying hesitated. Luin smiled and activated the Sirius arts, causing 8 stars to revolve around him. Mu Ziying was shocked. You've succeeded? Luin nodded. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out. Brother Mu, is it my turn now? Mu Ziying was shocked. This was Lu Yin's innate gift. He had heard that this person had only cultivated for a short period of time and that his innate gift was extraordinary, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, he had experienced it firsthand. This kid had broken the Sirius sect's historical record and passed the core disciple test using the 3rd method. In just 10 days, Luin had broken 2 records. Mu Ziying wasn't the only one. When Luin walked out of the cave and activated the Sirius arts, many of the older powerhouses of the Sirius sect were shocked. Sect Master Yuanxiong's eyes blazed. How great would it be if this kid was in the Sirius sect? Hold on, he suddenly thought of something and immediately contacted Xianxia Wei. Outside Sirius Jade Disk Canyon, Luin and Mu Ziying appeared. There's another 6? Isn't that the 4th core disciple? When did he get in line? Luin was puzzled. Yao Ji saw Lu Ying as well, but he didn't say anything and just waited there. Before Mu Ziying could say anything, Lu Ying walked over and arrived beside Yao Ji. He looked at the disciples in line and smiled at Yao Ji. Yao Ji was stunned. What? Lu Ying smiled. Since you've come from afar, you're a guest. Brother, please cut in line. Just as he finished speaking, before Yao Ji could even react, a disciple flew out from within the canyon, and Lu Ying immediately went down. By the time Yao Ji reacted, Lu Ying had already gone underground, where the celestial jade annulus was hidden. Yao Ji was furious. Lu Ying, you cut in line. Get back here. Lu Ying vanished. The 5 disciples in line stared blankly at the scene. Yao Ji looked angrily at Mu Ziying. Senior Mu, this Lu Ying is too shameless. Mu Ziying was speechless. Let's wait for a while. It'll only take about 10 days. Yao Ji was furious, as he had never been cut in line in his entire life. This was too infuriating, too unreasonable, and he was even cursing at Lu Ying. The other disciples stifled their laughter. Cutting in line was indeed infuriating, but if Yao Ji had been the one to cut in line, they would have been happy. This guy had cut in line himself, and now he was blaming others? Lu Ying also thought the same. If not for Yao Ji, he would have been too embarrassed to cut in line, but since Yao Ji had done so, he didn't mind. As soon as he entered the ground, he was greeted by a heavy aura. Lu Ying frowned, as he had never experienced such a feeling before. It was indescribable, and the aura in the air seemed somewhat sorrowful. Was it sad? He didn't know how to describe it. The emotions of such an intelligent creature were actually reflected in the air. He walked deeper into the ground, and in front of him, drops of water dripped onto the ground with a soft sound as a faint blue light appeared. Lu Ying quickened his pace and walked deeper. He soon saw Sirius's jade annulus. He had thought that it would be something magnificent, but he was disappointed when he saw it. This so-called Sirius jade annulus was just an oversized mirror that emitted a faint blue light. It was inlaid with ancient wood and looked very ordinary. It didn't have any intimidating aura, and at most, it looked a little more noble. Lu Ying slowly approached it and circled around Sirius's jade annulus. It really was a mirror, but this was strange. Had the enormous Sirius sect relied on a mirror to become so rich? 7th bro, is this the legendary Sirius jade annulus? The monkey cried out in disbelief. Lu Ying was puzzled. You've heard of it before? It's recorded in a powerhouse's letter that the ancestor of Sirius obtained the jade annulus and comprehended the Sirius art. He then founded the Sirius sect. Who would have thought that the legendary Sirius jade annulus would look like this? Lu Ying looked at Sirius's jade annulus seriously. 7th brother, look, isn't it? Is there a pattern? The monkey cried out. Lu Ying looked in the direction that the monkey was pointing and saw that there was a pattern at the very top of the inlaid wood of the Sirius jade annulus. Perhaps because it was too ancient, the pattern was somewhat worn out, but fortunately, it could still be seen. It looks like stars revolving around a flower, Lu Ying muttered to himself. The monkey cried out, are there 9 stars? Lu Ying counted, 9 stars. Have you seen it before? The monkey was excited. That's progenitor Chen's symbol. Lu Ying was shocked, and a storm raged in his mind. Progenitor Chen? That's right. I've seen it in a powerhouse's letter. Progenitor Chen's symbol is a pure white flower surrounded by 9 stars. This Sirius jade annulus actually belongs to Progenitor Chen. That means that the Sirius art was created by Progenitor Chen. Lu Ying thought about it, but he wasn't surprised. A powerful technique like the Sirius art had to have been created by someone terrifying. It wasn't strange that Progenitor Chen had created it. After all, Progenitor Chen was the ancestor of the astral planes. The Sirius art had 9 clones, and it was an unparalleled powerhouse. It was no wonder that the 6th mainland's history hadn't dared to record it. Progenitor Chen was so powerful that he could take on 9 people of the same generation at once. I never thought that the Sirius sect would rely on Progenitor Chen's technique to establish itself. A progenitor has left behind so much good fortune for his descendants, the monkey sighed. Lu Ying carefully examined the Sirius jade annulus again, but there wasn't anything else that he needed to pay attention to. He followed Mu Ziying's instructions and slowly approached the mirror, no, the jade annulus. The moment his fingertips touched the jade annulus, ripples appeared on its surface, and Luyin was sucked into it. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an endless dark void that resembled a starry sky. Above his head were 99 stars. This was the second level of the serious art. The basic requirement to enter the serious jade annulus was to complete the first level of the serious art. The serious sect had long since covered up the rest of the stars. Only by revolving the 99 stars would one be able to see the third level of the serious art. The complete serious art was here, but whether or not one could learn it was up to one's self. Luyin looked at the 99 stars revolving in the sky and took a deep breath. The stars on the surface of his body began to revolve, increasing rapidly. When the number of stars broke through 8, the 99 stars in the dark sky above his head began to revolve even faster. Luyin immediately revolved the 99 stars, and the next moment, the sky suddenly brightened as if a new universe had been born. Numerous stars revolved, and there were more than 700 of them. Luyin counted them and found that there were 726 stars. This was the third level of the serious art. He had never thought that he would actually be able to learn the third level of the serious art. This trip to the serious sect had been the right choice. Mu Ziying, the second disciple of the serious sect, had only revolved around 400 stars, which meant that he had not been able to learn the third level of the serious art. This was enough for now. As he thought about it, he raised his head and watched the stars revolve around him as he sank into his cultivation. Outside the Jade Annulus Canyon of Sirius, Yao Ji had been waiting for 10 days and was abnormally impatient. Mu Ziying glanced at him and then looked down at the ground. It should be soon, as most people would stay in the Jade Annulus for about 10 days. How much one could cultivate depended on one's aptitude. Even the best person would not be able to stay for more than a month. When he thought about Lu Yin's abnormal talent for cultivating the first level of the serious art, Mu Ziying felt somewhat uncertain. He could not have stayed for more than a month, right? The number of disciples lining up behind Yao Ji to enter the serious Jade Annulus Canyon had increased. These disciples did not need to compete for the Star Tower, so they were not in a hurry. Only Yao Ji was so anxious that he was about to curse someone, especially when Luyin had cut the queue to enter. It had only been a short while, and no matter how he thought about it, he felt aggrieved. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. Another 5 days passed. If Mu Ziying and the others could see Lu Yin's current state within the jade disk of Sirius, their jaws would have dropped to the floor. The number of stars on Lu Yin's body had reached 120. For half a month, Lu Yin observed the stars within the jade disk of Sirius. One star after another appeared on the surface of his body, and the number gradually increased to 120. However, this was not the end, as he continued to comprehend. When Lu Yin had first studied the first and second stages of the Sirius technique, he had only looked at them once to know how to circulate them. He had not just stared at the stars that were already revolving. This cultivation method was very suitable for anyone who cultivated the Sirius technique, as it was like turning on an accelerator. It was no wonder why so many disciples were lining up to enter. In the Neoverse, the Hall of Honor spacecraft approached the mountain and sea realm after traveling for half a month. The little stutterer had been staring outside for half a month, and he felt as if this was his first time seeing the universe. Everyone else was quietly resting. The demigod of light, Muen, was somewhat moved. This generation of juniors was too outstanding, and even the elites of their generation in the Neoverse might not have been able to reach this level. The great changes in the universe had brought about opportunities, and the disappearance of the sixth mainland sky had pushed this opportunity to a new level. Who knew if any of these juniors would be able to reach the progenitor realm in the future? Only a progenitor would be able to lead the fifth mainland out. Suddenly, Muen's chest trembled, and his expression changed. He walked out of space and stood on the spacecraft, looking into the distance. A figure stood silently on the land that extended from the glory realm, as if he had been there for countless years. He was very far away from the spacecraft, a distance that even the 10 arbiters could not easily reach. However, this distance was only a matter of an instant for Muen. Muen stared at the figure, and the figure suddenly looked up, its scarlet eyes meeting Muen's. Muen was shocked. This was the Neo-Human Alliance. He did not even think about it, and he immediately pulled out a blood-colored bell from his chest and shook it. The bell rang, and the void fell silent. Whether it was the starry sky, the spacecraft, or the cosmic phenomena, everything stopped at this moment. The 10 arbiters had completely forgotten about their own existence, and it was as if a giant hand had transformed into the sky and was pressing down on them. In the distance, the scarlet-eyed corpse king of the Neo-Human Alliance roared, its voice shaking the heavens. Along the way, many planets exploded, and the soil that connected them were all separated. The terrifying sound waves swept towards the spacecraft. Mu'en shook the blood-red bell again. The sound waves were drowned out by the sound of the bell and gradually disappeared. When Mu'en looked again, the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse king had also disappeared. He heaved a sigh of relief. Every time the Star Pagoda opened, the Neo-Human Alliance would think of all sorts of ways to eliminate the geniuses participating in the contest for the Star Pagoda. This was not the first time that they had eliminated the elites competing for the Star Pagoda. Regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor, the Sirius sect, or even the 7 courts, there would be elites being eliminated at this moment. It was all too normal. Mu'en had long since been prepared for this. He did not want to fight with the Neo-Human Alliance at all. Regardless of how strong his opponent was, he simply took out the blood-colored bell. It turned out that he was right. The undead king had withstood the first ring of the blood-colored bell and was still able to fight back. Its combat power was definitely over 800,000. It was not something that Mu'en could handle. As the corpse king disappeared, Mu'en returned to the spaceship. The 10 arbiters and the others widened their eyes in shock and looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. The ignorant were fearless, and the ignorant were also happy. They would never know that they had just walked on the edge of life and death. If not for Mu'en's decisiveness, they would already be dead. A day later, the spaceship stopped, and Mu'en's voice rang out. "Children, we've arrived at the mountain and sea realm." Everyone walked out of the spaceship and looked up into space. There was nothing. It was still pitch black. The little stutterer opened his mouth. Shut up. Mu'en smiled and stepped forward. The void in front of him distorted, and he disappeared. "It's an overlapping space," Xianxia said with a smile. "The progenitor's inheritance in the mountain and sea realm contains 1 mountain and 1 sea. This should be the overlapping space where the 5 mountain and sea legacies are located." Fenghe smiled and stepped forward, disappearing. After that, everyone walked forward one after another, disappearing one by one. When they reappeared, they were on a floating continent high in the sky. Above them was a blue sky and white clouds, and all around them was a vast ocean. As far as the eye could see, there were 5 different towering mountains in 5 different directions. Little Stutterer was shocked. "Mountain, mountain, mountain, mountain. Scram." Tai Yuanjun shoved Little Stutterer several meters away. Looking around, he exclaimed, "So this is the mountain and sea legacy?" This was their first time seeing a legacy of the mountains and seas, and each person only had 1 chance in their lifetime. That was unless they reached Mu'en's level and could bring the younger generation back to the mountain and sea realm. Mu'en gazed into the distance with a complicated look in his eyes. In the past, he had also participated in the battle for the Star Tower. However, in his generation, no one had succeeded. The 5 sons of the stars were empty. After so many years, he had returned. Since ancient times, our 5th mainland has legends of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. During the ancient war, the Daosor sect collapsed, and our ancestors moved the inheritances of the 5 mountains and 5 seas out of the Daosor sect and into the Neoverse. That is the origin of the Star Tower's inheritance. This is where the 5 mountains and 5 seas meet, and this continent just so happens to be floating above where the 5 seas meet. Mu'en looked at the crowd and continued, "Although I don't know if any of you will be able to become one of the 5 sons of the stars, there is one thing that I hope that you will remember. Those who can participate in the battle for the Star Tower are all geniuses of the 5th mainland. If possible, don't go too far. There are only so many people at the peak, and some of them might be your enemies now, but they might become your allies in the future. Thank you for your guidance, honorable judge." The crowd bowed. Muen nodded in satisfaction. This continent is a place where you can move about freely. In principle, you are not forbidden from exchanging pointers, but killing is forbidden. As for us old fellows, we will leave for the time being. He paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, based on past experience, not everyone who participates in the battle for the Star Tower is here with the intention of becoming one of the 5 sons of the stars. The mountain and sea inheritances not only contain battle techniques and cultivation techniques, but also various resources. These are the goals of many people, and some of them are here for this very reason. Thus, if possible, it is best to find someone to cooperate with. The mountain and sea inheritances reject all foreign objects. Hand over your cosmic rings. The crowd had obviously heard of this rule, and they did not hesitate to hand over their cosmic rings. Although they were invincible among the younger generation, they were not as precious as they had imagined in front of the big shots from the Hall of Honor. They were not afraid that their items would be taken away, and without their blood, their cosmic rings could not be opened. Muen waved his hand, and everyone received a set of clothes. These clothes are made from materials from the mountain and sea inheritances. Put them on. Otherwise, you will be naked when you enter the mountain and sea inheritances. He then waved at Xianxia and Sarati Phoenix. Come with me. According to the rules, you are not allowed to stay here. Xianxia was depressed, and he lowered his head as he walked behind Muen. Sarati Phoenix did the same. Muen took Xianxia and Sarati Phoenix and left. The crowd picked up their clothes, and without much interaction, Lu Tianmu turned and left. Ming Guang, Lan Si, Hihi, Little Yi Wang, Qing Long Long, and the others did the same. Xia Tian also wanted to leave, but she was blocked by Ling Gong. Help me fight for the Star Tower. Xia Tian was confused and pointed at herself. Me? Ling Gong said coldly, you have no hope. Helping me is the best choice. Xia Tian was helpless. Can I refuse? No, this is an order, Ling Gong said. Xia Tian was speechless. She recalled that when she had sparred with Ling Gong, she had been disrupted by an order. All right. Tai Yuanjun saw this and did not expect that someone would cooperate so quickly. He caught up to Qing Long Long. Help me. Qing Long Long did not even look at him and just left. Tai Yuanjun was unhappy. Woman, helping me is helping yourself. Qing Long Long walked away. Tai Yuanjun snorted. She did not know how to appreciate his kindness. He shifted his gaze and met Little Stutterer's eyes. Little Stutterer looked at him and gulped. Tai Yuanjun was unhappy. Scram. He then left. Little Stutterer turned to look at Ling Gong and Xia Tian, his eyes filled with envy. Bring me along. Ling Gong said indifferently, go find Luin. Little Stutterer felt wronged. The meat is gone. Xia Tian smiled at him and left with Ling Gong. The appearance of this group of Innerverse cultivators fighting for the Star Tower attracted a lot of attention. Before them, there were already more than 100 people on the continent. There was no limit to how many people could compete for the Star Tower, and anyone in the Neoverse who knew the location of the Star Tower could participate. The continent floated in the sky, and it was so large that it could contain several cities. A market had already formed in the distance. This market was used to trade items from the Mountain Sea Inheritance Realm. The Mountain Sea Inheritance Realm rejected all foreign items, and even clothes could not be brought in. Only items made from the Mountain Sea Inheritance Realm could be brought in. After countless years of fighting for the Star Tower, a considerable amount of resources had been leaked to the outside world and were in the hands of various people. Every time the Star Tower competition took place, these people would trade items on the continent. For example, an item called the Mountain Sea Bag was very popular. Cosmic rings could not be brought into the Mountain Sea Inheritance Realm, and if one found something precious inside, they could not just take it out, as it would have been snatched by others. Thus, the Mountain Sea Bag was transported out. It was a bag made from a special stone material in the Mountain Sea Inheritance Realm. It was very sturdy and could hold many things. Although it was just a normal bag, it was better than having something in one's hand for others to see. This was the only container in the Mountain Sea Inheritance Realm that could hold items. Aside from the Mountain Sea bag, there were also some weapons made from materials in the Mountain Sea inheritance realm, such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and even mechanisms and hidden weapons. There were several such markets on the continent, and they had all formed spontaneously. The largest one was near where the 10 arbiters had appeared. After all, everyone who had come to the Mountain Sea realm would appear here. Lan Si was the first to arrive at the market, and he looked around curiously. The market was located in a valley, and there were stalls set up every few meters. People walked by from time to time, looking at one stall from another. "Junior needs a cosmic ring," someone shouted. In the distance, the void in front of a cultivator tore open, and a cosmic ring appeared. Lan Si's eyes flashed. This was a place for trading, and anyone who wanted to trade could request a cosmic ring. This was a common occurrence in the Neoverse, but it was the first time for Lan Si and the others. It was also the first time that the Innerverse had participated in the competition for the Star Tower. Behind him, there were footsteps, and an ugly man appeared behind Lan Si. "Brother, you're from the Innerverse, right?" Lan Si turned around. "What's the matter?" The man grinned and stared at Lan Si. "I never thought that the rumors were true. Someone from the Innerverse can come here to compete for the Star Tower's inheritance. How laughable." Lan Si's eyes narrowed, but he ignored the man and continued walking forward. The man's figure flashed and blocked Lan Si's path. "I'm talking to you. Answer me. What's your name? Where are you from? Show me what you're capable of. Follow me if you can, and I'll give you some resources." The man's voice was very loud, and it attracted quite a few people's attention. Everyone here was from the Neoverse, and they looked down on the Innerverse. They had not participated in the 6th Mainland's invasion. Lan Si frowned. "Get out of my way." The man sneered and placed a hand on Lan Si's shoulder. He threatened, "Little brat, go back to the Innerverse. The Mountain and Sea Realm's resources are not for you to meddle with." Lan Si remained calm. The man's right hand exerted more and more force, to the point where his veins were bulging. The ground trembled even though there was no wind. He was a peak cruiser, and his cultivation was definitely not weak. He had even trained in the Astral Storm realm, which had earned him the reputation of a savage beast. Many people were unwilling to get close to him, as his physical body was too tyrannical. Everyone in the market had mocking looks on their faces, as if they could already see Lan Si struggling and falling to the ground. However, the crowd was soon shocked. Lan Si did not move, and he calmly looked at the man. "Have you had enough fun?" The man's expression changed. He had used all his strength, but this person had not felt a thing. How was this possible? He let out a low growl, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open. Ripples appeared in the void as he used more than 150,000 combat power. A cruiser with a power level of over 150,000 would be able to reach the top 10 of the top 100 rankings in the Innerverse. But it was still useless to Lance. Lan Si frowned. His figure quickly swept past the burly man and slowly walked forward. The burly man's body froze in place. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly knelt down. His face was extremely unsightly as he held in pain. Finally, he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Everyone in the city was astonished. What had happened? Interesting. Very strong overlaying stacks. In the corner, a man was leaning against a stone wall. He was looking at Lan Si curiously. Lan Si looked at him with a solemn gaze. This person was very strong. The man slowly walked towards Lan Si and smiled. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Ku Lei." Lan Si's expression changed. 7 quarts, the Ku family? Ku Lei smiled. "Which one of the 10 arbiters are you?" Lan Si. Ku Lei nodded. "One of the 10 arbiters, the Divine Fist." Lan Si, "I've long heard that you're famous for your overlaying stacks, and it seems that it's true. Follow me. Although you won't be able to become one of the 5 astral children, I can guarantee that you'll receive ample resources. If I remember correctly, the Boundless Continent's 72 training arenas were destroyed during the 6th Mainland's invasion. You have nowhere else to go, so you can come to my Ku family." Lan Si calmly replied, "No need. I'm not interested in the Neoverse. He then turned to leave. Kool-Aid blocked his path. My Ku family isn't interested in the innerverse or outerverse, but we do know one thing. You lost to someone called Luin. Lancy remained calm. Kool-Aid continued, losers have no rights. You must be unwilling, but I can avenge you. If that person also comes to the mountain and sea realm, I'll beat him until he kneels on the ground. That's my promise to you. How about it? Lancy looked at Kool-Aid and laughed. You're very confident. Kool-Aid arrogantly replied, this is your chance. Grab it, and you'll have a meteoric rise. Lancy shook his head. Then I'm sorry. I can't grab it. Within the city, the people who had set up their stalls immediately packed up and left. They had all heard of Kool-Aid, and he was one of the top disciples of the Ku family. He had a bad temper. Kool-Aid's gaze turned cold. You don't know what's good for you. The next moment, lightning exploded as star energy collided. The void distorted, and there was a loud bang as lightning swept out in all directions. Lancy was forced back 100 meters as he stared at the other side in shock. Kool-Aid's body was covered in lightning, and his eyes flickered with a blue light. He raised a hand and slapped at Lancy. Lancy raised his hand and countered with 150 stacks. The two palms collided, and the overlaying stacks and the lightning clashed. A shockwave swept out and formed an arc that cut through the mountain range. Many people in the distance looked over in shock. As the rumbling of thunder faded away, a giant crater appeared in the ground. The mountain and sea realm's landmass had long since been reinforced, and anyone below the power level of an enlighter would not be able to destroy it. Many people stared at Lancy in shock. This person was actually so strong that he could even fight against Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid had not expected Lancy to be able to block his attack, and his lips curled up. 10 arbiters, you're quite strong. Think about it carefully, and once you've made up your mind, come find me. My promise is still valid. Lancy's eyes narrowed, and he raised a hand. His palm was slightly charred, as he had been injured. What a terrifying might of lightning. The layers of overlaying stacks had disintegrated, rendering his attack ineffective. Kool-Aid. In another direction, Feng-He was in trouble as well. The people from the home of the gods were looking for trouble. Feng-He was helpless, and his long hair fluttered. You guys are so annoying. Directly in front of him, a youth dressed in embroidered robes shouted, you actually dared to show up, traitor. Feng-He dug his ears. Don't be so loud. I'm not at the level of a traitor. Back then, the captain left peacefully, and you old fogies didn't stop him. He then sneered. Or are you saying that you don't dare to stop him? You're courting death. Several people were enraged, and they immediately attacked. Their eyes turned into runes that weakened Feng-He's rune lines. Feng-He laughed, but he didn't fight them. He quickly left. If you want to play, then go to the mountain and see Legacy Realm. I'll play with you until you're satisfied. I'm just afraid that you don't have the right to play. After him. Kill that traitor. Several people chased after him. Not too far away, someone said, those lunatics from the home of the gods are looking for trouble again. Keep your voice down. Although they're a little crazy, their strength is freakish. They're all very strange. No matter what, they're still the inheritors of an ancient civilization. Let's hide. As more and more people gathered in the mountain and sea realm, more and more conflicts arose. At the same time, more and more people began to cooperate with each other. On the surface, the people from the 7 courts were not allowed to compete for the Star Tower, but they had come, and the Hall of Honor did not stop them. More and more people from the Neoverse gathered in the mountain and sea realm. Outside the mountain and sea realm, brothels began to appear. Brothels would go wherever there were people. This was common knowledge. In the Neoverse. After all, brothels could fly. News of brothels appearing outside the mountain and sea realm quickly spread, and many people were eager to visit them. At that moment, Tai Ishan had already entered a brothel. After the invasion of the 6th mainland, his previous underestimation of the innerverse had completely vanished. The 10 arbiters were all monsters, and even if he was arrogant, he would not underestimate them. The mountain and sea realm would become increasingly chaotic, and the truly important figures had yet to arrive. He did not want to expose his strength at this time, so he might as well stay in the brothel and have some fun. In the Sirius sect, outside of Sirius Jade Cliff Canyon, a disciple came up to Mu Ziying and whispered something to him. Mu Ziying nodded and allowed the disciple to leave. Junior Yao, what do you plan to do after entering the mountain and sea realm? Mu Ziying asked, his voice entering Yao Ji's ears. Yao Ji was surprised. Senior Mu, why do you ask? Mu Ziying calmly replied, the 10 arbiters of the innerverse have already entered the mountain and sea realm. The divine fist of the 10 arbiters has already fought with the Ku family's successor, and more than 10 people from the home of the gods have gone there as well. If Junior Yao wishes to compete for the Star Tower, please be careful. Yao Ji muttered, Senior Mu, how strong are the 10 arbiters of the innerverse? Mu Ziying replied, very strong. Yao Ji frowned. The 10 arbiters were 10 powerhouses. There were too many people competing for the Star Tower, and there were too many powerhouses. Senior Mu, what do you plan to do? Mu Ziying replied, I've already discussed this with Junior Huashao. When the time comes, we'll work together. Whether or not we can compete for the Star Tower will depend on our luck. Yao Ji replied, I want to follow Senior Mu. Mu Ziying nodded and did not say anything else. Although he did not like Yao Ji, the more people there were, the better. In truth, he did not have much confidence in facing off against those freaks, especially the Mavis family, the Hall of Honor, the 7 Courts, the Burial Garden, and even the Neo-Human Alliance. In the previous Star Tower contests, the Neo-Human Alliance had always tried their best to enter the mountain and sea realm. Occasionally, they would enter the mountain and sea realm, but there were records in the sect that stated that very few people who encountered the Neo-Human Alliance survived. Thus, Mu Ziying hoped to find more people. It would be great if Luyin was willing to work together, as it was not impossible. Luyin definitely had the 5 Scions of the Stars as his goal, but they did not have much confidence in competing for the 5 Scions of the Stars. They were more interested in luck, so there was not much conflict between them. It was not like they did not have a chance to work together, but if they wanted to work together, why not find their eldest senior sister? Mu Ziying looked down into the ground. Luyin should be coming out soon. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Yao Ji's face was gloomy. Luyin had actually stayed there for another 10 days. Mu Ziying was not surprised. With Lu Yin's innate gift, it was not impossible for him to stay there for a month. He would have to wait. Who knew how many stars he could control when he came out? There were now more than 200 people in the mountain and sea realm, and they were all elites of the Neoverse. Over the past 10 days, many people from the Innerverse had come looking for trouble, but the strength of the 10 arbiters had truly shocked the elites of the Neoverse, and they had been beaten to the point where they could not say anything. The 10 arbiters' names had already spread throughout the Neoverse, but no one had cared at the time. Only the 6th Mainland's invasion had caused the top heirs of the Neoverse's great powers to understand the 10 arbiters' power levels. Now, the 10 strength was slowly spreading throughout the Neoverse. The little stutterer was unlucky, as he had been bullied many times. Fortunately, he was fast enough to escape each time. Xia Tian was not weak, and even if he was not at the level of the 10 arbiters, he would have no problem protecting himself. The Xiaoya king was gone, and no one could find him. Qing Longlong spread her poison everywhere, and few dared to provoke her. Everyone was still very cautious when it came to poisons. The unluckiest was Tai Yuanjun. He did not have any protrusions, and he was not very strong either. He also had a foul mouth, so he had been attacked by many people. Star Sibyl was very indifferent, and she did not make a move even once. Even the Neoverse was wary of the Star Sibyl sect, as no one dared to casually provoke their divination abilities. Furthermore, Star Sibyl was too beautiful, and many cultivators from the Neoverse wanted to curry favor with her. The battles on land had evolved from one-on-one battles to chaotic battles. Many people had already found partners, and 2 or 3 partners would act together, causing smoke to rise from many places on land. In a mountain range, there were 8 people fighting, and the mountain range was overturned and the sky exploded. When a figure landed, the chaotic battle immediately stopped, and both sides retreated from the mountain range, not daring to attack again. Not long after, news of the Mavis family's tree-heart descendants' appearance shook the entire mountain and sea realm. There were a few behemoths in the Neoverse that could not be provoked. Needless to say, the Hall of Honor, the Sirius sect, the Seven Courts, the Burial Garden, and the Mavis family were all unparalleled behemoths. The Mavis family was very mysterious, and their location was not fixed. Many people knew that the Mavis family had been born from an ancient tree on the back of a giant tortoise. After countless years, they had taken control of the human domain's economy. No one knew how they had done it, but just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. Outside the mountain range, 2 men and 1 woman were panting heavily. I never thought that the Mavis family's tree-heart descendant would come so early. The Hall of Honor's method hasn't even arrived yet. Perhaps the Mavis family is rather far from the mountain and sea realm, so they had to come early, one of the men said. The 3 were helpless. The chaotic battle just now had been between them and another group, but they had been stopped by the Mavis family. A pebble fell and smashed into the ground. Dust swept across the ground calmly. It was very gentle, but it contained a power that made the 3 of them not dare to move. At some point in time, a man had appeared above their heads, and he slowly descended to appear in front of them. The man's appearance was ordinary and there was nothing special about him. Only his eyes looked special and were unforgettable. Did you just say that Mavis appeared in the mountain range? The man asked in a gentle tone. The 3 of them nodded blankly. How many? 1. The man was surprised. Only 1? The 3 of them nodded. The man waved his hand, and the 3 of them hurriedly left as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Only 1 came? It seems that this generation's tree-heart successor is very confident. This is troublesome, the man muttered to himself. In the distance, the 3 people ran for a long time before stopping. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to be killed. Who was that man just now? The woman said in fear. The other 2 men shook their heads. I don't know him, but that power is so strong that no one dares to move. He's definitely a top-tier expert. Too many experts have come to the mountain and sea realm this time. The so-called 10 arbiters from the Innerverse aren't weak, and they can even fight against the 7 Courts successor. Let's find a few more people to work with. We don't plan on fighting for the title of Starry 5 anyway. That's right, let's find a few more. Within the mountain range, Yuhua Mavis was floating in the air. Grass extended from beneath her feet and lifted her up. She sat on the grass and looked into the distance at the hazy mountain. No one knew what she was thinking. Not long after, the man arrived with a smile. Sure enough, only 1 came. May I know your name? Yuhua Mavis looked at the man with a surprised expression. Yuhua Mavis. The man praised, that's a good name. I'm Xianxia. Yuhua Mavis' eyes lit up. 7 Courts, Xia family's successor. I've heard of you. Xianxia smiled. It's an honor. Why are you looking for me? Yuhua Mavis asked. Xianxia replied, I'm just here to take a look. After all, the Mavis family's tree-heart's successor is rare. There's nothing special about it, is there? Yuhua Mavis asked. Xianxia smiled and bid her farewell before gradually leaving. Yuhua Mavis looked at Xianxia's back with a serious expression. This person was different from the rest. She didn't know how to describe it, but she felt that he was unfathomable. The 7 Courts consisted of Xia, Yu, Su, Ku, Hui, and Xia. Even though there was no clear distinction between them, the Hall of Honor had always been wary of the Xia family. Everyone, including the Mavis bloodline and the Sirius sect, recognized the Xia family as the leader of the 7 Courts. Xianxia was definitely one of the most terrifying opponents in this contest for the Star Tower. Outside the mountain and sea realm, a smoking spacecraft arrived. Many people saw it and had strange expressions. That spacecraft was about to explode. Back in the spacecraft, Gu Shower was very excited. He had finally escaped the Sea of Bitterness. He would rather fight those freaks to the death than stay in the smoke-gulping mountains and be tormented by his father. He had finally made it out alive. He leaped out of the spacecraft and was just about to enter the mountain and sea realm when, perhaps it was fate that brought them together, Gu Shower slowly turned his head and saw a brothel. 3 days later, a huge spacecraft appeared outside the mountain and sea realm, attracting the attention of countless people. Inside the brothel, the previously carefree Gu Shower and Taishan were startled. They looked at the spacecraft, which belonged to the Hall of Honor, and inside it was none other than the Hall of Honor's disciples. There were many rumors about the Hall of Honor in this generation. The most popular one was that the legendary three young ancestral Qi had been successfully cultivated, and that it was the first disciple who had succeeded. The three young ancestral Qi was about as famous as the Hall of Honor itself. Or perhaps, from another perspective, it was the three young ancestral Qi that had made the Hall of Honor what it was. It was similar to how Sirius Gong was to the Sirius sect. Everyone had heard of the three young ancestral Qi, and the various great powers had studied it. However, they knew very little about its true power. It was as if, from ancient times until now, no one had been able to force out the true power of the three young ancestral Qi. Of course, another reason was that not every generation had someone who could cultivate the three young ancestral Qi. Many people did not believe that the three young ancestral Qi, which no one had been able to cultivate for 100,000 years, had been successfully cultivated. The first to emerge from the spacecraft was Xu Jing. Back when the Cosmic Sea and the Sixth Mainland had fought, he had been one of the first to charge forward and join forces with the 10 arbiters to fight against Wukong. He had won the respect of many. Next was a woman with a strange mask on her face. It was impossible to see her face or her power level. Even Taishan could not tell just by looking at the rune lines. The last to emerge was Shangqing, who was also the first disciple. Shangqing's expression was cold, and 3 streams of energy coiled around her body. She looked like a god, and many people were stunned. Could that be the legendary 3 young ancestral Qi? Someone guessed. It shouldn't be. Didn't they say that the Hall of Honor was just bragging? You believe that? Sorry, but are you talking about the Hall of Honor's bragging or the 3 young ancestral Qi? Why do I feel like this first disciple is more like a god than those lunatics in the home of the gods? I feel the same way. Taishan's face darkened as he listened to the conversations of the others. He stared at Shangqing, and his pupils transformed into runes. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could not see Shangqing's true strength. The same went for that woman and Xu Jing. Gu Shower glanced at them and did not care anymore. His father wanted him to fight for the Star Tower, but he did not want to. Wasn't he just seeking death by competing with these freaks? In the blink of an eye, the Hall of Honor's 3 disciples entered the mountain and sea realm. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by Tai Yuanjun and 2 other cultivators. Tai Yuanjun was arrogant. These are the so-called elites of the Neoverse? You think you can fight for the Star Tower? What a joke. Before the 6th Mainland's invasion, although Tai Yuanjun had been arrogant, he had not been so rude. However, the fact that Star Sibyl had followed Night King Zhenwu had provoked him, and he now had the urge to vent his anger on everything around him. Across from him, the 2 cultivators coldly said, "A mere cultivator from the Innerverse dares to be so arrogant? You're courting death." Tai Yuanjun waved his hand. "Come and try." At this moment, Shangqing's trio calmly walked over and stood between Tai Yuanjun and the 2 cultivators. When the 2 cultivators saw Shangqing's trio, they were shocked and immediately retreated. They recognized Xu Jing and the woman, as she was second Fatsi. Her mask was too unique. The 2 retreated, but Tai Yuanjun was unhappy. "Stop. Go around them from behind. Are the people of the Neoverse so rude?" Shangqing's trio paused and looked at Tai Yuanjun. The 2 cultivators who had been confronting Tai Yuanjun were aghast. They looked at each other and then fled without looking back. Their respect for Tai Yuanjun had increased by 100 times. This was a person who liked to court death. Tai Yuanjun raised his brows. "You're running away? Trash." He then glared at Shangqing's trio and turned to leave. "Stop. Are you from the Innerverse?" Shangqing asked. As he spoke, the masked second Fatsi soared into the sky and left. Xu Jing looked at Tai Yuanjun sympathetically and then left as well. Only Shangqing remained in place and looked at Tai Yuanjun. Tai Yuanjun turned back. "What? Are you trying to provoke us?" Xianxia's tone was cold. Take me to the 10 arbiters. Tai Yuanjuan's eyes narrowed. How do you know that I'm not one? You're not worthy, Xianxia replied indifferently. Tai Yuanjuan's anger surged, and the first person he thought of was Night King Jinwu. He recalled how Star Sibyl had followed him for such a long time without knowing what had happened. When he thought of this, he lost control of himself. Without hesitation, he pulled out his jade green flute and started playing a battle technique. His battle technique was called Farewell Junsong, and a single tune of Farewell Junsong would send you off to the 9 heavens. Farewell Junsong was famous in the Innerverse, and it had caused countless peers to lose their voices. As long as Farewell Junsong played, it meant that only the 10 arbiters could resist it. During this time, Tai Yuanjuan's name had spread throughout the mountain and sea realm. Just as the flute was about to play, Xianxia's aura disappeared and then swept past Tai Yuanjun. Tai Yuanjuan's pupil shrank, and the flute fell from his hand. His entire body slowly fell to the ground, and blood leaked out of his mouth. Off in the distance, someone saw this and was confused. Xianxia approached Tai Yuan Lord step by step, looking down at him from above. At that moment, Tai Yuan Lord realized that he had not touched the ground at all and was only floating about a centimeter above the ground. Now, can you take me to the 10 arbiters? Xianxia asked indifferently, as if defeating Tai Yuan Lord was as easy as crushing an ant. Tai Yuan Lord looked up with difficulty. I don't know where they are. Then let's go together. If you see them, point them out. Tai Yuan Lord nodded, panting heavily. He looked at Xianxia with an intense fear in his eyes. This person was too terrifying. The mountain and sea realm was huge, but no matter how big it was, they would always run into people. 2 hours later, Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked to the right where a man was passing by. Tai Yuan Lord was puzzled. Xianxia looked at the man. Stop. The man looked back, puzzled. What's the matter? Xianxia's gaze was calm. Try to leave. With that, he waved his hand, and a stream of air whizzed past him, instantly disappearing and crossing the void to appear in front of the man. Tai Yuan Lord's eyes widened as he stared at this scene. He had just been crushed by this stream of air. The stream of air descended, and the man's gaze changed. His aura exploded, transforming into a giant ruler that measured the void. The man himself disappeared along with the ruler by 1,000 meters. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and the stream of air disappeared once more. When it reappeared, it was right in front of the man and viciously slamming into him. The man frowned and raised his hand. His palm danced as he used several battle techniques in the shortest amount of time possible to disintegrate the stream of air. Each battle technique shocked Tai Yuan Lord, and they were no less powerful than Bijunsong. However, the stream of air did not change at all, and it could not even slow it down. It tore through the void and slammed into the man. The man snorted. He did not know how he did it, but his body suddenly disappeared and did not reappear. The stream of air circled in place before finally returning to Xianxia's body. Tai Yuan Lord was confused. What had happened? Where did that guy go? Xianxia was calm. So it's someone from the Su family. So secret, star chess. The next time I see you, I won't let you run away. He then continued walking. Tai Yuan Lord was stunned. It was a secret technique? Wasn't the Su family the 7 quarts? How could a descendant of the 7 quarts who knew a secret technique be chased away? He looked at Xianxia's eyes. Another 2 hours passed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. A figure with a cold gaze flew into the distance. Xianxia raised his head and waved his hand. On the surface of his body, a stream of air shuttled through the void, pushing aside the lightning and sweeping towards the man. The man was none other than Ku Lei. He had subdued several cultivators for his own use. Under the power of thunder, he had never met a worthy opponent. Even cultivators of the same level as him would not provoke him at this time. He had never expected to be attacked for no reason. The airflow was truly miraculous. Ku Lei's lightning could not obstruct it in the slightest. He felt that something was amiss, so he raised his hand and pointed out. A giant finger descended. 1 finger Zen. 1 finger Zen successfully hit the air current and pierced through it. However, the air current instantly fused together and blasted directly onto his body. Kulei's chest tightened and he almost vomited blood. He looked down in disbelief. What the hell? He saw Xianxia and the other two streams of qi that were coiling around Xianxia's body. His pupils shrank. What is that? Xianxia waved his hand, and the air current attacking Kulei suddenly expanded, covering the entire sky and pressing down. Kulei gritted his teeth, and his 9-lined battle force soared into the sky. Lightning crackled around his body, and in a flash, his speed reached its peak. Even Xianxia could not react to such extreme speed. Kulei disappeared, and Xianxia retracted his air current. A descendant of the Ku family. Interesting. He then continued forward. Tai Yuanjun was stunned. Along the way, he had already met 2 descendants of the 7 quartz, but they had all been easily defeated. Who was this person? If the 7 quartz descendants were unable to give Tai Yuanjun a direct shock, then the third powerhouse that Xianxia was concerned about was truly shocking. This was because they had met Xianxia. Xianxia sized up Xianxia in surprise. You're the 10 Arbiter scholar? Xianxia's gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. Those 3 streams of qi gave him an unshakable feeling. None of his peers could give him such a feeling. This was the first time he had met someone of the same generation. You are? Xianxia asked. Although the 10 Arbiters had great influence in the Innerverse and Outerverse and knew many things, they knew very little about the Neoverse. Even in the Neoverse, not many people knew of Xianxia's existence. Those who could participate in the contest for the Star Tower and enter the Mountain and Sea Realm's mainland were the Neoverse most elite and had the most powerful backgrounds. Not all of them recognized Xianxia, but all of them had heard of him. Not only has the 10 Arbiters' name spread throughout the Innerverse and Outerverse, but it has even spread to the Glory Realm. I'd like to see for myself. Xianxia then waved his hand, causing a stream of qi to rush out. His attack was very simple, even more so than Lan Si's. Lan Si's overlaying stacks also had the empty palm, but Xianxia only had the attack of a stream of qi. However, this seemingly simple attack caused Xianxia's hair to stand on end. He quickly retreated and condensed an ancient character in the void, forming the number 7 and trapping the stream of qi within. Then, he left without looking back. The next moment, the literary prison cracked open and finally shattered. The stream of qi bombarded the void, causing ripples to spread outwards for 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and even 10,000 kilometers. Quite a few people were touched by the ripples in the void, and they were all shocked. They felt an irresistible power, and they felt a supreme reverence. They could not help but prostrate themselves in worship. In the distance, Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. He had always been cautious, and this was the most cautious he had ever been in a fight with someone of the same generation. However, he still felt that it was not enough. In the future, if I run into that person, I'll have to leave immediately. I'll think thrice before I act. Xianxia retracted his stream of qi and sighed. He really is on the same level as the Neoverse top descendants. He should be proud that he was able to retreat safely. Tai Yuanjun was stunned, as he had never imagined that one of the 10 Arbiters would be so easily defeated. Although they had not been defeated, their defeat had been even worse than defeat, as they had not even dared to exchange blows. He could clearly see that the person in front of him was perhaps, no, definitely the strongest person in this Star Tower contest. Not long after, the Hall of Honor's top disciple, Xianxia, had used the 3 Suns' ancestral qi to defeat the 7 Quartz descendants. News of the 10 Arbiters quickly spread throughout the Mountain and Sea Realm, causing an uproar. The 3 Suns' ancestral qi was the strongest technique in the human domain, and this had been the case since ancient times. However, no one knew exactly how powerful it was. Now that there was a comparison, everyone knew that the 3 Suns' ancestral qi was unparalleled. Within the Sirius sect, Luin had already stayed within the Jade Disk for a month, and the number of stars around his body had reached 302. Even though he had been very confident in himself, he had not expected to be able to circulate so many stars in his first visit to Sirius Jade Disk. He had surpassed Mu Ziying, and among the Sirius sect's disciples, he was second only to the 4 ultimates, Xiaoshi. As he watched the stars revolve in the sky, Luin was afraid that the outside world would suspect him, so he left first. At that moment, outside the canyon of Sirius Jade Disk, Yao Ji's flames were already pointed at the sky, but they also contained an indescribable feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred. He hated Luin for cutting the queue and entering Sirius Jade Disk early to cultivate, but he was also shocked by how long Luin had stayed within. In the history of the Sirius sect, very few people had been able to stay within Sirius Jade Disk for more than a month, but Luin had already done so. If he continued to stay within, then he would be recorded in the history of the Sirius sect. No, he could already be recorded. Mu Ziying's eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at Luin. He felt like he was looking at a peerless genius of the current generation. During this period of time, news from the mountain and sea realm had been constantly spreading, and he had heard many rumors. In particular, he had heard that the Prime Clear had continuously defeated various experts and truly established herself as unparalleled. The Prime Clear, Mavis, and eldest sister should be the top experts in this competition. I'm not sure if any of the 10 arbiters are hiding their strength. As for this Luin, Mu Ziying could not make a judgment. This person's strength was rare among his peers, but he was still from the innerverse and outerverse, so his achievements were limited for now. No matter how great his talent was, it only represented the future. For now, no matter how strong the 10 arbiters were, they would not be able to surpass those people. They did not even know how terrifying those people were, and it would cause them to despair. Someone's coming out, a disciple cried out. Yao Ji and the rest looked over and saw that it was Luin. Luin walked out of the underground cavern and smiled at Yao Ji. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Yao Ji was furious, but he did not dare to show his anger. He snorted coldly and charged underground. Luin pursed his lips. How rude. Many of the Sirius sect disciples were speechless, and they suddenly felt some sympathy for Yao Ji. This arrogant genius had been completely silenced by Luin, and he had actually been cut in line. Mu Ziying coughed and smiled. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Brother Lu. May I know how your cultivation of the 2nd level went? Luin smiled. I succeeded. May I know how I can enter the Sirius Jade Disk again? I want to cultivate the 3rd level. Many disciples were in an uproar. He managed to cultivate the 2nd level in just a month. What a monster. Otherwise, how could he have used the 3rd method to become a true disciple? Aside from eldest sister, no one else in our sect is a match for him. Monster. Mu Ziying was shocked by Lu Yin's cultivation talent. Brother Lu, you can already activate 99 stars? Luin nodded and casually replied, it's not that difficult. He then directly activated 99 stars. Mu Ziying was instantly speechless. At this moment, many of the older powerhouses in the Sirius sect were staring with wide eyes. This kid's cultivation speed is too fast. He managed to cultivate the 2nd level in just a month. If he was given another chance, he might even be able to surpass Hua Xiao and Mu Ziying. This kid's talent is top-notch. Perhaps this kid is very suited to cultivate the Sirius technique. What a pity. Within the main hall of the Sirius sect, Sect Master Yuan Qiong sighed. His talent is indeed extraordinary. He then thought of something and immediately contacted the core elders. Brother Mu, how can I enter the Sirius Jade Disk again? Luin asked expectantly. Mu Ziying replied, it's not easy to enter the Sirius Jade Disk, but it's also easy. All you have to do is make some contributions. The sect doesn't just nurture disciples blindly, the disciples also need to repay the sect. Luin was helpless. Mu Ziying had mentioned this before, but he didn't have the time to do it. Brother Lu, the sect will soon bring us to the mountain and sea realm. You should conserve your energy. The mountain and sea realm is very lively right now, Mu Ziying said. He then told Luin about some of the rumors that had occurred in the mountain and sea realm. The heir of the 7 courts, the 10 arbiters, Mavis, the Hall of Honor's invincible number 1 method, the 3 Yang's ancestral qi, and so on. All of these things made Luin impatient to head to the mountain and sea realm. Is the 3 Suns' ancestral qi really that powerful? Luin asked. Mu Ziying nodded and said solemnly, according to the ancient records, as long as the Three Suns ancestral chi is born, it's invincible. There has never been an exception. The Three Suns ancestral chi is absolutely invincible. The only downside is that very few people are able to successfully cultivate it. However, once someone successfully cultivates it, there's no need for them to compete. At most, they can compete for second place. Luin frowned. There's nothing in the universe that's absolutely certain. Mu Ziying shook his head. Brother Lu, you know too little about the Three Suns ancestral chi. In theory, there are no absolutes in the universe, but the Three Suns ancestral chi is absolutely invincible. This is not limited to just the human domain, but also the astral beast domain and the technocracy. It's the most invincible technique in the entire Fifth Mainland. Does that mean that the Hall of Honor's #1 disciple is one of the 5 astral children? Luin asked. Mu Ziying replied, absolutely. There won't be any exceptions. This was not the first time that Luin had heard of the Three Suns ancestral chi. Haizid Shenwei had mentioned it before, but he had not paid much attention to it at the time. Even when Xianxia had temporarily avoided Lu Yin's attack. Although Xianxia's power might not necessarily surpass Knight King Jinwu's, in Lan Si's words, he would be very difficult to defeat. Even such a difficult opponent had fled. What about the others? He had never underestimated the powerhouses of the Neoverse, but he had never thought that he would meet such a freak. With the appearance of the prime clear lineage, everyone else can only fight for second place, including eldest apprentice sister. What a pity that the 3 young ancestral chi actually appeared in our generation, Mu Ziying said helplessly. Brother Mu, I've heard that everyone in our sect is a lockbreaker. Where can I learn sourcebox arrays? Luin suddenly asked, no longer thinking about the matter of the Xianxia sect. Since such a person was praised so highly by everyone, then he was just asking for a beating. Everyone else definitely had their own schemes, so there was no need for Luin to think too much about it. If the other people's schemes didn't work, then there was no point in him overthinking it. Mu Ziying was astonished. A sourcebox array? Brother Lu, do you want to learn? Luin smiled. Which lockbreaker wouldn't want to learn sourcebox arrays? Mu Ziying was speechless. It seems that Brother Lu is planning to empty out the Sirius sect. Luin seriously replied, Brother Mu, you're treating me like an outsider. I, Luin, am also a disciple of a sect, and I'm even the 5th disciple. Mu Ziying was just about to speak when he suddenly paused, as if he had heard something. He then looked at Luin and said, Brother Lu, let's go. We'll go to the Star Palace and engrave your name there. I can leave my name in the Astral Hall? Luin was surprised. Mu Ziying replied, of course. Brother Lu is the 5th true disciple of Sirius. Have you forgotten? When Mu Ziying retorted with her own words, Luin nodded. All right, please. Please. Only true disciples could enter the stellar hall of the Sirius sect. Any cultivator who had reached the rank of a true disciple only had to engrave their name in the stellar hall and would be accepted as a disciple by the older generation. Some talented cultivators would even cause the older generation to fight over them. Back then, when eldest senior sister carved her name into the stellar hall, it caused many seniors to fight over it. They all wanted to take her as a disciple, said Mu Ziying enviously. Luin was curious. Which senior did she take as her master in the end? Mu Ziying replied, that's hard to say. You should ask her. Brother Lu, we've arrived at the stellar hall. Luin looked at the vast hall in front of him and bowed seriously. This was one of the core areas of the Sirius sect, and the moment he entered, he would be seen by many of the older powerhouses of the Sirius sect. He hoped to try his luck and see if one of the older powerhouses was willing to teach him the Sirius technique. Even if it was just a chance to enter the Jade Disc of Sirius, it would be fine. Lu Yin's attitude pleased the Sirius sect. Mu Ziying had not expected Luin to be so polite and waited for a moment. Luin straightened up. The Sirius sect has protected the 5th mainland for generations to come. I am fortunate enough to have my name engraved in the stellar hall, and I will definitely follow in the footsteps of my seniors and protect the 5th mainland and the human race. It was unknown if Lu Yin's words had an effect, but the stellar hall actually lit up and illuminated the entire Sirius sect. Yuanqiong was shocked. This child was actually able to attract Elder Jioshan's attention. He must be fated with the serious sect. It's a pity that Everlasting Island took him away first. What a pity. Mu Ziying was stunned. How was this possible? He hurriedly bowed and imitated Lu Yin's words, but there was no reaction. Lu Yin looked at him strangely. What's wrong, Brother Mu? This was his first time in the Stellar Hall, and he did not know that it rarely lit up. Mu Ziying was embarrassed. Nothing. Brother Lu, please. The Stellar Hall was a symbol of status, but it was just a symbol. Lu Yin entered and saw countless names engraved at the top. Not far from him was an elder. Disciple Mu Ziying greets Elder Yuan Shou. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped forward. Disciple Lu Yin greets Elder Yuan Shou. Elder Yuan Shou sized Lu Yin up and was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Your attitude is humble, and your heart is righteous. You are also extremely respectful to the serious sect. Child, you are not bad. Lu Yin humbly replied, this disciple still has many shortcomings. Please enlighten me, Elder. Elder Yuan Shou smiled. Your greatest shortcoming is that you are not a disciple of the serious sect. What a pity. Lu Yin solemnly replied, since I've learned the serious technique, I am a disciple of the serious sect. Disciple Lu Yin greets Elder Yuan Shou once again. Mu Ziying was astonished. How had he not realized that this kid was so good with words? He watched as Elder Yuan Shou's smile stretched all the way to his ears. This kid was so good at coaxing people. Seventh bro, you're so disgusting. The monkey could not take it anymore. Lu Yin did not care. Since he had learned the serious technique, he obviously had to find a way to get along well with the serious sect. At the very least, he wanted to learn the third level. As for the fourth level, he needed to open the body's 36 death acupuncture points, but that was fine. If he did not join the serious sect, then he definitely would not be able to learn it. Elder Yuan Shou was very satisfied with Lu Yin, and he patted his shoulder. Well said. Once you learn the serious technique, you are a disciple of the serious sect. Don't embarrass the serious sect in the future. This disciple understands, Lu Yin respectfully replied. Not long after, the two left Star Hall. Mu Ziying looked at Lu Yin and spoke with a tone full of admiration. Brother Lu, I finally understand how you managed to survive in the innerverse and outerverse. I'm impressed. Lu Yin looked at Mu Ziying. Brother Mu, you still haven't told me how to learn sourcebox arrays. Mu Ziying pursed his lips. Only boundless advanced lockbreakers can learn sourcebox arrays. Brother Lu, you haven't reached that level yet. Lu Yin nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Brother Lu, we'll be heading to the mountain and sea realm in a few days. I'll take you to rest and prepare, Mu Ziying said. Lu Yin looked at Mu Ziying. Brother Mu, our sect should have a secret technique, right? Mu Ziying blinked. Brother Lu, you can't be thinking of learning a secret technique right now, right? Is that even possible? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Mu Ziying was speechless. Of course not. True disciples should be qualified to learn a secret technique, right? Lu Yin asked. Mu Ziying calmly replied, contribution. Lu Yin was helpless. Can I borrow it? Or overdraft it? Mu Ziying was amused. Brother Lu's thinking is a little ahead of its time. Lu Yin sighed. There's no other way. My time in the serious sect is limited. By the way, Brother Mu, what's our sect's secret technique? Mu Ziying shrugged. I can't tell you. If Brother Lu is qualified to learn it, you'll naturally know. Lu Yin hesitated. Could it be that Brother Mu hasn't learned it yet? Mu Ziying nodded. Currently, only eldest senior sister has learned it. I haven't been able to learn it. Lu Yin had not expected this to be the case. Indeed, secret techniques were very difficult to learn. He had learned the secret art by memorizing the Stonewall scriptures in the time-stop space, while he had learned the planned secret art by borrowing Xianxia's innate gift of deduction. Both of these techniques were very difficult to learn. The serious sect definitely had secret techniques, but they were also very difficult to learn. Secret techniques were very mystical, and once learned, one's strength would undergo a complete transformation. Luwing really wanted to know more about the Sirius sect's secret techniques. There were very few secret techniques, and the direction in which the progenitors had developed them determined how useful they would be to their users. For example, the Yu secret art allowed Luwing to be invincible against all sorts of powerhouses, unless his opponent's attack speed was so fast that it could not be seen. For example, Lanxi's emptiness palm or a progenitor's battle technique was very difficult to dodge. The planned secret art also leaned towards evasion. Knight King Zhenwu's secret technique, Heart Arrow, was the most suitable for sneak attacks. This did not mean that Heart Arrow surpassed the Yu secret art or the Su secret art. In fact, from Lu Yin's point of view, Heart Arrow was not as miraculous as those two secret techniques. However, Heart Arrow focused on sneak attacks. As long as there was a way to defend against it, then this secret technique would at most cause a superficial wound. Luwing had thought that the arrow progenitor, who had created Heart Arrow, was definitely a sinister person. Now, he wanted to use the Sirius sect's secret techniques to understand what kind of person progenitor Chen was. If he was not wrong, then the Sirius sect's secret techniques had definitely come from progenitor Chen. He just did not know if the Sirius sect had progenitor Chen's 9 clones technique. Luwing inexplicably recalled what Xiaoqing had said back in the Daosor sect's ruins. She had said that there was someone in this universe with the same aura that was suspected to have cultivated the 9 clones technique, but he did not know who she was. Referring to Brother Lu, time is really limited. Don't think about such trivial things. Let's go, I'll take you to a place to rest, Mu Ziying urged. He was well aware of how difficult it was to obtain contribution points in the Sirius sect, and it was impossible for Luwing to obtain a large number of contribution points in a short amount of time for him to go to the Sirius Jade Disc or learn a secret technique. Luwing knew this as well, so he could only follow Mu Ziying. The place that Mu Ziying had arranged for Luwing to rest was on a planet outside the Sirius sect. This planet belongs to you, Brother Lu. Of course, the time limit is before you return to Everlasting Sky Island, Mu Ziying said. Luwing looked at the planet in front of him with his back facing the Sirius sect. He took a closer look and saw that the planet was covered in a layer of rune lines. According to Mu Ziying, this was to prevent others from entering without permission. The entire Sirius sect should have set up an enormous sourcebox array, and every planet could use the sourcebox array to shield and conceal itself. Luwing felt at ease and settled down on the planet. End of chapter 1102. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.